The apocalypse was about to arrive, and by chance, Jiang Lusher obtained a piece of black technology that could modify and upgrade vehicles. With a quick scan, modifications could be carried out immediately. What? You think this is a minibus? Actually, this is a super base vehicle that can charge straight through monsters and zombies, and even transform. Not only is it bulletproof and zombie-proof, it also has a bedroom, a kitchen, a shower room, and can even generate electricity. The apocalypse was full of suffering, but Jiang Lusher lived freely and at ease. No matter how the zombies swarmed outside like a tide, Jiang Lusher had big meals to eat and a soft bed to sleep in. No matter how hopeless some schoolbell beauty felt about life, after coming up to stay for a few days, she too would become full of hope for living. The story begins. At the end of September, the hot and endless summer had finally passed and autumn had arrived. But in Jiangbei City, the weather had not noticeably cooled down yet. During the day, the temperature still stayed stubbornly above 30 degrees. But once night came, the temperature would suddenly plunge, making people shiver from the cold. Almost everyone was complaining about this damned weather. Inside an unremarkable rental room in the south of the city, the air conditioner fan was buzzing nonstop, sounding a bit noisy. Beneath the air conditioner was a room that looked to be less than 15 square meters. The living area and the bed were both in this one room, while the bathroom and kitchen doors stood side by side on the other side. Although the space was not large, the room looked quite neat. The male tenant of the room, a somewhat slender young man, was sitting on the lower bunk of a bunk bed, staring fixedly at a television not far in front of him. On the television screen, the national TV station's new news was currently playing. A week ago, Jiang Lusher had never used this television for anything other than watching soccer matches, much less sit in front of it waiting for the new news. But now, Jiang Lusher was not only sitting in front of the television for the first time ever, he was also staring at the time on the clock with complete focus. At 12:45 and 51 seconds this afternoon, an important news report would be broadcast on the national TV station's new news program. Next is an international news report. An international scientific team has just announced at a press conference that they have discovered a prehistoric super virus in the permafrost of the Siberian Far East. This giant virus is currently the fourth giant virus known to humanity. Scientists had previously discovered another giant virus in that region. Scientists actually discovered it as early as 1 year ago, but only recently made it public. Scientists stated that research on the virus is still ongoing, and it is not yet known whether this type of prehistoric virus can infect humans or animals. Some experts also stated that as long as the permafrost remains frozen, there is no need to worry about whether the virus poses a threat. This is the one. Jiang Lusher sprang up from the bed at once and looked at the time displayed on his phone. Around 12:45, almost accurate down to the second. It happened again. That's the third time already. Jiang Lusher stared at the television screen, but his attention was no longer on the news at all. He had already known the rough content of this report long ago, even the exact moment it would first be made public in the media. Right now, because it was a live press conference, there was no possibility of the news leaking in advance. Even if the media and reporters had known 1 day earlier that such a press conference would be held, they could not possibly have known the specific content. But Jiang Lusher had known in advance. And not just this news. Within this past week, he had also learned beforehand about several major sudden international incidents. It was not because Jiang Lusher had suddenly gained some superpower to foresee the future, but because 1 week ago, he had suddenly discovered that a hat appeared in his mind. At the same time he discovered this, Jiang Lusher also learned some information from it, including these news events that had not yet happened. Among them, the most important was today's report about the discovery of the giant virus. Because once this news was confirmed, it meant that another thing Jiang Lusher had learned from the wood also truly happened. A viral outbreak would erupt, and the end of the world would arrive. As for the previous few news reports, they had been about certain heads of state being absent from important events and major international meetings or trips being canceled at the last minute. These reports had not attracted much attention, but Jiang Lusher knew that many countries had long since learned about the viral infection and were already preparing to withdraw. The outbreak of the viral infection would spread extremely fast, and there was no effective way to control it at all. Telling the public would only cause panic and chaos. So the people knew nothing and were still living their normal lives, without noticing that some important figures were no longer appearing. This press conference about the virus was the last bit of mercy those in power were giving ordinary people so that they would not die in complete confusion. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 10 days from now, disaster would descend upon these ordinary people without any warning. And right now, just like Jiang Lusher, they were watching the news on television without realizing anything at all. Many people were scrolling through Weibo, Moments, and news on their phones, and they had seen this report too, but most they would only exclaim a couple of times and casually repost it. Jiang Lusher had no plans to make a post telling the public the truth of the matter either. Ever since the Mayan prophecy had been hyped up, all kinds of doomsday predictions have been constantly popping up online. There had even been quite a few physical books in the 2012 XXX series, not to mention a whole pile of movies. The public had long since become numb to this topic. Any post he made would not attract anyone's attention at all. The only thing it might attract was censorship, because what he knew was real inside information, so it might even draw the attention of certain people at the top. Although that possibility was very low, John Lusher did not want to do useless work while also bringing unnecessary trouble upon himself. Moreover, even John Lusher himself had been doubtful when he first learned this information. It was only after seeing this news today that he completely believed it was real. No matter who it was, if they suddenly discovered extra information appearing in their mind, and it was about the apocalypse, they would not immediately believe it unconditionally. Everything around them was so normal and ordinary. How could anyone believe the end of the world was about to come? Now that it was confirmed, John Lusher realized he only had 1 week left. He had to start preparing immediately. John Lusher first bought large quantities of daily necessities online, including grain, oil, rice, and flour. To be safe, he also bought a lot of compressed high-energy food, as well as plenty of drinking water and first-aid medicine. These things would be delivered one after another within 1 or 2 days, saving John Lusher the time of going out to shop for them himself. In addition, he also bought outdoor jackets, lightweight, durable shoes, and disposable underwear. He even specially bought a dagger from a local dealer in the same city, just in case. Even though he had not believed in the apocalypse before, out of curiosity, John Lusher had already made a list in his mind long ago, detailing the preparations he should make before the end times. For that, he had even looked up a lot of information online. Surprisingly, there were quite a few posts of this kind on the internet too, which clearly showed that there was never any shortage of people with too much time on their hands. However, these seemingly boring posts now provided him with a great deal of reference and help, and John Lusher quickly completed most of the preparations for stockpiling supplies in an orderly way. Next came the real main event. The function of the was not only to let him know that the apocalypse was approaching. More importantly, it could give an ordinary person like him the ability to protect himself in the apocalypse. The Starseed's true use was mechanical modification and upgrading, but it required John Lusher to provide the base object and materials for the modifications. The first thing John Lusher thought of was a means of transportation, a car, which at present was the most practical thing for him and also the easiest to modify. Among all kinds of vehicles, John Lusher eliminated sedans first. This relatively delicate type of car wouldn't be of much use once the chaos started. In the apocalypse posts, the most recommended means of transportation was the off-road vehicle, but John Lusher wasn't very interested in those either. The interior space of that kind of car was too limited. Subjectively speaking, John Lusher liked a giant super long truck the most. This kind of truck was practically a train driving on the highway, and just the wheels alone were as tall as a person. But there were too few of these trucks, so John Lusher could only think about it. John Lusher searched online. After looking around, he finally settled on 2 types of vehicles. One was a cargo truck, and the other was a minibus. Out of his obsession with interior space, John Lusher finally fixed his gaze on the roomier minibus. The minibus that cost several $100,000 each was something John Lusher couldn't afford. After finishing the purchase of supplies, the balance in his bank card was already less than 1,000 yuan. The word was nowhere near enough to describe it. If there had been a house to sell, John Lusher would have sold it immediately at a low price without the slightest hesitation. But unfortunately, his family's house had already been sold back when he was still in high school. At that time, his parents had just passed away, and for the sake of his and his younger sister's living expenses and education, selling the house had been necessary. After that, the 2 siblings had been renting ever since. Most of the money in John Lusher's bank account was also what had been left over from selling the house and using it until now. As a result, with this one round of buying supplies, he had almost used up all of it. If he got rid of appliances like the TV and computer, he could still get a few thousand yuan, but it still wouldn't be enough. As for robbery or theft, as an ordinary student, John Lusher didn't think he had a success rate above 10%. Even if he succeeded by sheer luck, the chance of getting caught was over 80%. John Lusher wasn't planning to buy a vehicle. He was planning to rent one. But even renting a vehicle required a considerable amount of money. John Lusher had already checked the prices online. Even the most ordinary minibus cost more than 1,000 yuan a day, and 10 days would be around 15,000 yuan. Not to mention that he would also need to buy a large amount of materials and metal to complete the modification of the minibus. This sum of money was really giving him a headache. The apocalypse was next Tuesday, and it was getting closer and closer. Lying on the bed, John Lusher took several deep breaths, but he still felt a little flustered. As a student, facing this kind of life and death challenge so soon, it was impossible for him to stay completely calm. After thinking about it, he opened QQ and found an ID named Li Jun in the group. Seeing that the other person's profile icon was lit up, he immediately sent a message. Li Jun, you there? Very soon came the DDD message notification sound, and Li Jun's reply appeared on the chat screen. See your bro's new status? Only then did John Lusher notice that under the other party's ID, it showed that Li Jun was currently online via iPhone 7. No wonder he was so showy about staying online. The iPhone 7 was a new phone model that had just come out this month. It had only been out for a few days, the price was high, and very few people had gotten one. Li Jun was actually already using it so quickly. No wonder his tone was so smug. This phone costs 7 or 8,000 yuan. Jiang Lushi sighed. He couldn't afford such an expensive phone. He hadn't expected that even with the apocalypse coming, he still wouldn't get to use a new model phone. Li Jun replied smugly. How could 7 or 8,000 get you the first batch? I found someone specialized to help me snap one up, and I paid an extra 2,000. One phone for 10,000 yuan. Jiang Lushi really could only marvel. Because his parents had died early and he still had to take care of his younger sister, he had always been very frugal in daily life. That spree just now had already been the most carefree spending of his life. A phone that cost 10,000 yuan was honestly scary just to think about. But it seemed that Li Jun was pretty flush with cash, so Jiang Lushi quickly typed, "Let's talk business first. I want to tell you something. You don't have any plans next Tuesday, right?" "Next Tuesday? Let me think. All right. I met a girl on WeChat a few days ago, and next Tuesday, I'm taking her to a bar. After drinks, just wait for your bro to seal the deal." As soon as Jiang Lushi heard that, he got a bit of a headache. After weighing his words, he still forced himself to say, "Well, next Tuesday, I want to ask everyone to stay in and play games. Can we stay in the dorm and not go out and lock the doors and windows?" "What?" Li Jun didn't react for a moment. "Skip chasing girls to play games with a loser like you? Is my brain broken? Not playing. Your bro's busy." Jiang Lushi sighed and shook his head. He had already warned him as much as he could. Actually, even staying in the dorm and locking the doors and windows couldn't prevent the virus outbreak. Just like everyone else, Li Jun was already carrying the virus. Whether he would mutate into a monster 10 days later depended entirely on his own physical condition. Locking the doors and windows would only keep Li Jun from being killed by those mutated monsters, provided that he could survive this calamity. Now that Li Jun wouldn't listen to him, there was nothing Jiang Lushi could do. He said again, "Li Jun, I urgently need money right now. Can you pay back the 2,000 you borrowed from me first?" "Money? Oh, don't worry, I've kept track of it. I'll pay you back in a couple of days," Li Jun replied. Jiang Lushi frowned. "I need it urgently right now. You could say it's life-saving money." "Really that urgent?" "Hold on, that girl is calling me. I'll take the call and talk to you later," Li Jun replied. Jiang Lushi held his phone and waited for a while, but Li Jun never replied again. His profile icon also went dark. Jiang Lushi shook his head, thought for a bit, then clicked on another roommate's profile picture. "Luo Ming, can you lend me 2,000 yuan? I'm broke lately. I dumped all my living expenses into games. I was even thinking about asking you to lend me some money for food. What do you need to borrow money for?" Luo Ming replied. "Then forget it. It's nothing." Jiang Lushi knew Luo Ming was a gaming addict. Although his family was fairly well off, he rarely kept money on hand. Jiang Lushi was only trying his luck. "Luo Ming, listen to me. Next Tuesday, stay in the dorm and play games, shut the doors and windows, and don't go out, got it?" "What? What's going on?" Luo Ming froze for a moment. "Just remember it." After saying that, Jiang Lushi hung up. He had already done his best. The ones who owed him money wouldn't pay him back, and he couldn't borrow money either. As for other people, either Jiang Lushi wasn't very close with them, or they didn't have much money themselves. After all, they were all just students. They might be able to come up with a few hundred, but over 1,000 was basically impossible. "Looks like I'll have to think of another way." Jiang Lushi kept flipping through his phone, and suddenly he saw a very flashy profile picture. His eyes instantly lit up. This man with his hair slicked back shiny with pomade and wearing sunglasses was called Ma Hao, a fairly well-known person at school. But he wasn't famous because of any talent or anything like that, but because he had very strong connections. This much was obvious from the fact that even Jiang Lushi had him on QQ. He and Jiang Lushi weren't exactly complete opposites, but close enough. Jiang Lushi was the most ordinary kind of person in daily life, not active at all. Aside from people in his class, hardly anyone knew him. Jiang Lushi vaguely remembered hearing from Li Jun that Ma Hao had a friend who ran campus loans. Some girls, in order to borrow money, not only sent photos of their ID cards and student IDs to his friend, but even took some indecent photos. If they didn't pay back the money, those photos and identity details would be made public and sent to their classmates, teachers, and even family members. When Jiang Lushi first heard about this kind of thing, he had been pretty speechless. Most of those girls were only doing it to buy things and satisfy their vanity, yet they still did something like this. Ma Hao often got some girls indecent photos from his friend and posted them in class group chats, with plenty of people commenting on and discussing them together. Of course, Jiang Lushi didn't sympathize with those girls either. Originally, Jiang Lushi had thought it would be impossible for him to ever get involved in something like this. But now, he felt this was a good opportunity. "Ma Hao, can I borrow money from your friend?" Jiang Lushi asked, getting straight to the point. Ma Hao replied very quickly, "Sure. What department and class are you in?" Jiang Lushi directly took a photo of his student ID and sent it over. After Ma Hao confirmed it, he asked, "How much do you want to borrow?" 20,000. Since the guy specialized in lending money, Jiang Lushi didn't bother being polite. But based on what he knew before, 20,000 should be the maximum amount. If he asked for more, Ma Hao would probably refuse. After all, things like his family background weren't exactly a secret. Ma Hao only had to ask around a little, and he would know. Ma Hao was clearly startled. 20,000 was a huge sum for a student. A lot of female students who borrowed money only borrowed a few thousand, or even just a few hundred. What do you need that much money for? Even paying for your girlfriend's abortion wouldn't cost that much, Ma Hao asked. It's for something extremely important. Don't ask. Just tell me what conditions I need to meet for you to lend it to me, Jiang Lushi said. Well, how about this? Leave your student ID with me as collateral and give me your home address. Also, you have to write me an IOU. It has to say 50,000 on it. And you also need to record a video IOU. Just hold the IOU, read out what's written on it, and say you're doing it voluntarily. Once you pay back the money, I'll destroy the IOU in front of you. How long do you need the 20,000 for? Ma Hao asked. 1 month, Jiang Lushi said. Then when the time comes, you'll have to pay me back 25,000. We're from the same school, and I'm not worried you won't pay. You understand? Ma Hao said, fine. Jiang Lushi clicked his tongue inwardly. This interest rate, even normal loan sharks weren't this ruthless. And now Jiang Lushi could tell as well. What friend? Even if Ma Hao wasn't the one directly doing this loan business, he definitely had share in it. Ma Hao seemed very confident, completely unconcerned that Jiang Lushi might refuse to pay. Who knew what methods he had? If the money wasn't repaid, he would probably make Jiang Lushi wish he were dead, but unable to die. Jiang Lushi smiled indifferently. Interest? Threats? By then, the apocalypse would already be here. Why would he care about someone as insignificant as Ma Hao? That afternoon, Jiang Lushi found a car rental company online, then went to the place he had arranged with Ma Hao, completed the formalities, and got the money. While transferring the money to Jiang Lushi on his phone, Ma Hao looked him up and down curiously and asked, what exactly are you borrowing money for? To do something big. In 1 week, you'll naturally find out, Jiang Lushi said mysteriously. Ma Hao was speechless. Why was this guy acting so weird? He immediately felt a little regretful. But the money had already been transferred, so Ma Hao quickly stopped caring. Whether the guy was crazy or something else, no student had ever dared borrow money from him and not pay it back. After getting the 20,000, Jiang Lushi immediately rushed to the rental company. There weren't many minibuses available, unlike sedans, which were easy to rent. Jiang Lushi had asked every rental company online before finally finding one that still had a vehicle available. The other party urged him to get there quickly and could only hold it for him for about 2 hours. Jiang Lushi hurried all the way over and arrived at the rental company an hour early. The moment he saw the store sign from a distance, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The rental company's storefront wasn't too big, and the interior was decorated in a simple yet tasteful way. Behind a reception desk stood a sweet-looking girl with a ponytail. The girl was wearing the rental company's uniform. It was a very simple uniform, but on her, it looked clean and fresh. She looked about 18 or 19, pure and youthful. She was talking to another customer in a suit, and when she saw Jiang Lushi come in, she gave him a sweet smile and nodded, signaling for him to wait a moment. Seeing this girl brimming with youthful energy, Jiang Lushi was briefly stunned. This receptionist was really young. Jiang Lushi sat down on the sofa nearby. By chance, he noticed a corner of a CET6 English vocabulary book sticking out from beneath the papers on the girl's desk, and he immediately understood. This girl was probably a student, maybe even from their university. She was likely working here part-time to earn living expenses. This rental company wasn't too far from the university. Hiring a sweet-looking female student as the receptionist not only kept labor costs low, but a pure and innocent girl like this could also bring in better business. Hello, I'm customer manager Wen Xiaotian. You can call me Xiaowen. It's a pleasure to serve you. After the girl exchanged a few more words with the customer, apparently wrapping things up, she turned to Jiang Lushi. Her youthful appearance, paired with her professional greeting, created a very strange feeling. It didn't seem out of place at all. If anything, it was kind of cute. Hello, I'm Jiang Lushi. I'm the one who reserved the minibus online. Jiang Lushi said as he stood up. The girl looked troubled. She said apologetically, I'm really sorry, but the last minibus was just rented by this gentleman. When Jiang Lushi had called, she had been the one to take the reservation. But the boss had rented the vehicle out anyway, and she felt pretty embarrassed about it. But she was just an employee. How could she possibly influence the boss's decision? I'm really sorry. If you can wait, how about making a new reservation now? There should probably be a vehicle available in a few days. Once this customer is done using it, it'll be returned too, Wen Xiaotian said apologetically. Jiang Lushi froze for a moment. There was no way he could wait that long, and this was the only company that still had a vehicle. At this point, there was no way to come up with some other solution. He thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, has he paid yet? Not yet, but we're about to sign the contract, Wen Xiaotian answered in confusion. She had no idea why Jiang Lushi was asking that. The man in the suit beside her glanced at Jiang Lushi, a faint trace of amusement in his eyes. He could tell Jiang Lushi was in a hurry. But that was what happened when someone arrived one step too late. Besides, for an online reservation, if no money had been paid, the boss could back out any time if he didn't want to honor it. Oh, then it's fine if he hasn't paid. Tell your boss I'll add 200 a day and rent it for a week. I'll renew it again next week too. I'm only using it in the city, so there won't be much wear and tear, Jiang Lushi said. Wen Xiaotian was stunned, then looked at the man in the suit, not knowing what to do for a moment. This was the first time she had ever run into something like this. I'll add 300, Jiang Lusher said again. When Xiaotian hesitated, the amount involved was no longer small, and Jiang Lusher really did look very anxious. Sir, according to the rules, I have to call and ask for instructions, she said apologetically to the man in the suit. The man in the suit was speechless too. Just a moment ago, he had felt a little smug and amused by someone else's misfortune. He hadn't expected to run into what looked like a rich second-generation kid. Forget it. Don't bother calling. Rent it to him, the man in the suit said. As for what the result of that call would be, there was no need to even think about it. Why make things more complicated than necessary? I'm really so sorry. You only need the vehicle this weekend, right? How about I arrange one for you in a couple of days instead? You see, this customer is also in urgent need of the vehicle. When Xiaotian hurriedly apologized again, the man in the suit saw that Jiang Lusher looked to be under 20, basically just a student, and couldn't he help asking, kid, what are you renting a car for that long for? To let it sit there, Jiang Lusher said. To let it sit there. The man was dumbfounded. Young people these days really are rich enough to do whatever they want. Jiang Lusher couldn't care less about the shocked looks from the two of them. Right now, he simply didn't care at all what other people thought of him. Very quickly, Jiang Lusher signed a contract with a rental company. He glanced over the terms, and sure enough, this kind of rental contract was extremely harsh on customers. There were all kinds of compensation clauses at every turn. Even one extra scratch could cost a huge sum. But Jiang Lusher only gave it a glance before signing his name with a flourish. This vehicle was going to suffer more than just a few scratches from him. We'll need to hold your ID here as a deposit, the receptionist said with a bright smile. Smack! Jiang Lusher slapped the ID card he had prepared onto the table, then took the car keys. After taking only 2 steps toward the door, Jiang Lusher suddenly turned back. Can you help me find a driver to take it back for me? He didn't have a driver's license. Sitting in the minibus, Jiang Lusher called his younger sister, though he knew the call would most likely sink without a trace. Before the starseed had appeared in his mind, along with all that information, his sister had already gone deep into the mountains for field research, where the signal came and went. With the apocalypse about to erupt, his sister being deep in the mountains was undoubtedly terrible news. But through the information from the starseed, Jiang Lusher knew that his sister, and he himself, would not be infected by the virus. Her field research should be ending within these next 2 days. And that was what made Jiang Lusher especially grateful. He and his sister had practically depended on each other to survive since they were young. If the end of the world arrived and his sister was still lost in some unknown mountain ravine with no news of her whereabouts, Jiang Lusher would truly go crazy. Sure enough, when the call went through, it only said that the other party's phone was powered off. Jiang Lusher then sent his sister a text message, telling her to contact him immediately after seeing it. He would keep his phone on 24 hours a day while waiting for her call. Based on what he knew of his sister, after he put it so seriously, the moment she reached an area with signal, she would definitely call him back right away. Boss, should I stop here? The rental company's driver brought the vehicle downstairs to Jiang Lusher's home and looked around curiously. This was nothing more than an old neighborhood in Jiangbei City, the kind that was already on the verge of being completely phased out. The buildings were all old houses from the 1990s, and every household had those oldest-style awnings and security bars. This really didn't look like the kind of place a rich second-generation kid would live. Was he trying to experience ordinary life? But that had nothing to do with the driver. After Jiang Lusher signed, he handed over the keys, got out, and left. Jiang Lusher sat inside the vehicle and let out a deep breath. Today he had made all kinds of preparations and run around everywhere in a rush. But now that everything was finally ready, not only did he not feel calm, he instead felt his heart pounding with fear. The composure he had maintained earlier, the orderly way he had handled everything, the panic he had suppressed, it all seemed to erupt at this moment. After sitting in the seat for 5 or 6 minutes, Jiang Lusher slowly regained his calm. After all, the apocalypse was coming. It was normal for him to react like this. Following the information given by the starseed, Jiang Lusher stood up, walked over to the driver's seat, and sat down, gripping the steering wheel with both hands. Then Jiang Lusher closed his eyes. It was as if some kind of switch had been flipped. In Jiang Lusher's mind, the scene that should have been seen by his eyes suddenly appeared. Holding the steering wheel with both hands, Jiang Lusher glanced left and right. Then his field of vision suddenly rose, taking in the entire vehicle at once. Next, the body of the bus became transparent, and every single component inside became clearly visible. Jiang Lusher knew this was Xingzhong scanning him. Knowing it was one thing, but experiencing it personally still felt incredibly amazing to him. It gave him a kind of VR sci-fi feeling. Back when VR first came out, Jiang Lusher had been very interested in it, but it was too expensive, so he never bought one. And now, he was having an experience even more advanced than VR. After the entire minibus had been scanned, the vehicle's information also appeared in Jiang Lusher's mind. Vehicle type, medium passenger bus, 14 seats. Vehicle age, 10 years. Power source, gasoline-powered. Top speed, 110 kilometers per hour. Engine, 5.014 4-liter water-cooled, inline 4-cylinder, turbocharged direct injection. Faults. Engine is old. All parts are worn and outdated. To sum it up, this was a very ordinary minibus. It was probably a retired tour bus that had been bought by a rental company. A vehicle like this would have all kinds of little problems as soon as you drove it. The rental company was basically scamming people. But John Lusher really did not care much about those minor issues. He had spent just a little over $10,000 in total to get a minibus. That was already a very good deal. After completing the first modification, this vehicle would become initially suited for use in the apocalypse. Xingzhong had several different modification paths. After thinking it over, John Lusher chose the base vehicle type. A base vehicle actually consumed quite a lot of materials, but its practicality was the highest. Very quickly, Xingzhong listed the materials required to modify this bus into a base vehicle, normal. When John Lusher saw the material list, he clicked his tongue inwardly. Steel, 100 gene. Copper, 100 gene. Screws of various specifications. 10 kilograms of titanium alloy. 10 square feet of leather. And all kinds of strange materials. Leaving the rest aside, just from the first few items alone, John Lusher knew this would not be a small amount of money. He vaguely knew that 1 kilogram of titanium alloy cost around $500 to $600, and among those strange materials, some of the names looked expensive at a glance. This materials list had completely exceeded John Lusher's expectations on price. The amount of materials required was far beyond what John Lusher had imagined. It was probably because he had chosen the more complicated base vehicle route. As for the money he had left, plus whatever he could get from selling off his belongings, he had no idea whether it would be enough. Although there were plenty of roadside ads everywhere for 1-minute transfers and ID-based loans. John Lusher had already pawned his student ID to Ma Hao. His national ID was held by the rental company, and he had no property deed or anything like that to use. For a moment, he really had no idea what to do. Forget it. I'll order whatever I can first. John Lusher took out his phone. The moment he turned it on, John Lusher noticed he had 2 missed calls. Looking at the time, they had probably come in while he was running around on the road. It had been too noisy for him to hear them, but when he looked at the number, he did not recognize it. Hello? John Lusher called back. John Lusher? A girl's voice came from the other end of the line. It sounded sweet and gentle. Yes, this is me. I saw you called me. May I ask what this is about? John Lusher asked. I'm Li Yusin. The girl said a name that caught John Lusher completely by surprise. He had originally thought this was 100% some business-related call, either from the rental company, a delivery service, or customer support from one of the sellers he had ordered things from earlier. But he had not expected it to really be a girl he knew. And not just any girl, either, but a very popular one. Still, even though John Lusher rarely talked with girls on the phone, he was not so inexperienced that he would start fumbling the moment he got a call. He just found it strange. He and Li Yusin had not really had much contact. Why would she be calling him? Of course, if one really got into it, the two of them had not been completely without interaction. In fact, they had been classmates since high school. Not only that, they had been in the same class and even shared a desk. Li Yusin came from a pretty well-off family. She was delicate and lovely in appearance, had a good personality, and was extremely popular in class. Back then, John Lusher had also once stared absent-mindedly at Li Yusin's quiet profile as she looked out the window, and at the strands of her beautiful hair drifting lightly in the air. But even though Li Yusin was outstanding in almost every way, she happened to struggle badly with math, while John Lusher happened to be quite good at it. So Li Yusin often asked John Lusher to explain problems to her. When she listened, Li Yusin was always extremely serious and focused, so much so that her hair would often fall against John Lusher's hand without her noticing at all. But later, John Lusher's parents got into an accident, and he did not go to class for a full month. By the time he returned, he had become much more withdrawn and moved by himself to the last row. Although Li Yusin would occasionally glance his way, several times when the two of them brushed past each other, she looked like she wanted to say something, only to ultimately say nothing. Of course, John Lusher had already walked out of the shadow of those days, but their relationship had gradually faded from then on. Even though they later got into the same university in the same city, it still remained that way. That faint little flutter from back then had also been buried deep in John Lusher's heart. Now that he was hearing Li Yusin's voice again, John Lusher's emotions actually stirred a little on their own. Li Yusin's voice was also like a wisp of breeze, light and soft. It really has been a long time. John Lusher could not help sighing. Li Yusin also said, yeah, it's been a long time since we last talked. Right, what did you need me for? John Lusher asked. I heard from Li Jun that you're really short on money right now. I'm not close with him. I just happened to overhear him telling one of my friends. Li Yusin said. John Lusher immediately frowned. What did he say exactly? He asked my friend out to eat, and my friend asked why he kept looking at his phone and who he was chatting with. He said you were asking him to borrow money. I thought maybe you were in some kind of trouble, so I asked for your phone number, Li Yusin said frankly. This Li Jun. John Lusher was speechless. Not only was the guy refusing to pay him back, he was even going around saying things like that. Seriously, it It was like he would die if he did not show off. Here's what actually happened. Jiang Lushi explained the truth. After hearing it, Li Yusin was also angry. I knew you weren't that kind of person. He even said you were shamelessly pestering him. Seriously, for someone like that. I immediately told my friend not to have anything to do with him. By the way, does that mean you really are short on money? It's fine. I've already thought of a way, Jiang Lushi said. Your Alipay is your phone number, right? I'll transfer you some money. You can pay me back when things are easier for you. We're friends, so don't be polite with me. Back then you explained problems to me every day, so carefully, and it took up all your free time every day. I never properly thank you for that either, Li Yusin said with a smile. Jiang Lushi froze for a moment. Li Yusin's laugh still sounded just as pleasant as ever. Wait, no need. Let's just do it this way. You don't need to be polite. We're friends, right? Li Yusin said with a light laugh, her voice as crisp as wind chimes. Of course. After hanging up, Jiang Lushi felt a little warmth in his heart. He had never expected that at a moment like this, the person who helped him would be someone so unexpected. And from beginning to end, Li Yusin had never once asked what he needed the money for. Beep. A notification message arrived. Jiang Lushi opened it and froze again. Li Yusin had transferred him a full 20,000. She even added a message after that. A little more gives you more room anyway. If you don't use it all, just keep the rest and pay me back later. At the end, there was even a cute covering her mouth smiley. Looking at those words, Jiang Lushi truly felt touched. Li Yusin's family might be well off, but she usually lived very simply. These 20,000 yuan had definitely been her own private savings, not something she could just casually hand out. And yet the moment she heard he was in trouble, she immediately took the initiative to call him. When she saw Yen Ti answered, she even called several times in a row. Jiang Lushi instantly made up his mind. He immediately called her back. Unexpectedly, when the call connected, Li Yusin's tone actually sounded a little nervous. What are you doing? Jiang Lushi couldn't help laughing. He felt both moved and amused. Don't worry, I'm not calling to return the money. Oh. Li Yusin immediately let out a sigh of relief, then quickly added, and don't thank me either. If you thank me, then I'll have to thank you for helping me before. Without you, how could I possibly have gotten into Jiangbei University? It was just a small thing. Jiang Lushi first scratched his head a little awkwardly, then gave a dry cough before saying in a very serious tone, give me your home address. My address? What for? You're not planning to come to my house to return the money, are you? Li Yusin said with a laugh. Just tell me. Don't worry. I'm not going to do anything bad, Jiang Lushi said deliberately as a joke. Fine. My address is, go ahead, I'm writing it down. Jiang Lushi turned on speakerphone, then used his memo app to write down Li Yusin's address. You even wrote it down specially? Now I'm getting a little nervous. Are you really coming? But if you're coming over as a guest, then I'd definitely welcome you, Li Yusin said. He could tell she was a little embarrassed. Jiang Lushi knew his request was too abrupt, but he couldn't worry about that now. It was a bit sudden, but all of this was necessary. Jiang Lushi said, Yusin, next Tuesday, you absolutely must stay at home and wait for me. Not just you, your parents too. All of you must stay home and not go anywhere. It would be best if you could stay in separate rooms, and each room must have a lock. If anything unexpected happens, lock yourselves inside your rooms and don't go anywhere else. I'll come find you, okay? I have something very important, extremely important. This concerns my life. His tone was extremely firm, extremely serious. Jiang Lushi knew that if he brought up the apocalypse, it would be hard for Li Yusin to believe him. Even if he could make her half believe it, she would still need to persuade her parents, and just that alone would take a huge amount of time. If he said it was related to their lives, Li Yusin would definitely believe it even less, and it would be even harder to convince her parents. For all he knew, her parents might even suspect he was mentally unstable or had some ulterior motive. Lock ourselves in rooms with locks. Li Yusin froze. Is someone going to attack us, or something? Jiang Lushi, are you in some kind of huge trouble? Is it loan sharks? The mafia? Something like that? Li Yusin asked in a panic. No, but this is really very important. You have to trust me, you absolutely have to. This is extremely important. I'm begging you. Jiang Lushi said. He had borrowed from loan sharks, but it had nothing to do with this. He wasn't worried about that at all. Okay then, Li Yusin agreed reluctantly. This really does sound way too strange. You have to do it exactly like I said. Jiang Lushi reminded her again. Promise me. Jiang Lushi said sincerely. Oh, okay. After hanging up, Jiang Lushi let out a long breath. He had already done everything he could, but he had no idea how much Li Yusin would actually manage to do. But at the very least, she should stay at home. She was a very kind-hearted person. As long as she was worried about his safety, she would listen to him and remain at home. As for whether Li Yusin would survive, that could only be left to fate. Hopefully, heaven would not let such a kind girl die in this catastrophe. And as long as she stayed alive, Jiang Lushi believed he would definitely be able to find her. With the money Li Yusin had lent him, Jiang Lushi immediately began his purchasing operation. For some things that couldn't be bought online, he even made special trips to the market to get them. The most infuriating part was that one of the materials wasn't even available at the market. In the end, he had to run to an auto parts factory to collect it. Originally, the boss refused to sell it. But in the end, Jiang Lusher gritted his teeth and added another 500 yuan on top of the original price before he finally got it. Used at that. When he left and saw the boss rubbing his fingers together while carefully counting the money, Jiang Lusher could only silently shake his head. It wasn't that the boss didn't want to sell. He just wanted to sell at a high price. Right now, he was happy to make this extra 500, but 1 week from now, he would realize that money would be useless by then. It took a total of 3 days, but he finally got every single material. The aisle and seats inside the minibus were completely piled full. When he placed the last item inside, Jiang Lusher felt like a huge weight had been lifted from his heart. He had finally made it in time. Over these 3 days, he had run all over the place, practically covering the entire city of Zhongbei. Probably because this was the first modification. The materials required were just too mixed and too numerous, involving almost every possible aspect. At the same time, Jiang Lusher had also been keeping an eye on the news and on developments in Zhongbei City. As expected, just like he had thought, fewer and fewer important figures were appearing in the news. Although everything on the streets still looked normal, he had the feeling that undercurrents were already surging. Let us begin. Jiang Lusher pulled all the curtains shut, then sat down in the driver's seat. After steadying his breathing, he gripped the steering wheel with both hands. At once, the structure of the minibus was clearly projected into his mind. It felt as though he had grown a special extra I used to scan the vehicle. Wherever he looked, the data and condition of that part of the minibus immediately surfaced. And the minibus's overall status was base vehicle, standard type, awaiting modification. Materials detected as complete. Begin modification? Jiang Lusher silently said in his mind. Modify. Modification starting. Completion time. 72 hours later. Countdown begins now. The vehicle cannot be driven before modification is complete. Modification contents include. Jiang Lusher only felt that the steering wheel in his hands suddenly seemed to contain some strange force, as though it were faintly vibrating on its own. The modification would take a very long time, and there was no way Jiang Lusher could keep staring inside the vehicle the whole time. He only sat in the driver's seat and watched curiously for a while. He noticed that some of the materials would mysteriously disappear every so often, but aside from that, nothing especially unusual could be seen. After that, he got out of the vehicle, standing outside and looking at it. Jiang Lusher found no visible clues, so he felt reassured and went back home. The moment he opened the door, he was greeted by all kinds of supplies piled almost all the way to the entrance. They had all been delivered over the past 3 days, and even the couriers had started looking at Jiang Lusher a little strangely. But Jiang Lusher didn't care at all what other people thought. Even if they found it weird, there was no way they could guess its real purpose. Over these 3 days, Jiang Lusher also hadn't gone back to school. The apocalypse was coming, so what was the point of going to class? Now that the minibus had begun its modification, Jiang Lusher still didn't sit idle. While constantly calling his younger sister on his phone, he also searched online for all kinds of survival knowledge, including wilderness survival and basic first aid, as well as what medicine to take for some common illnesses, nearby maps, and so on. Jiang Lusher even specifically downloaded a national map onto his tablet, so he could still use it without internet. Almost every point was marked on the map, from small shops to all kinds of major factories, for national highways to some rural roads, all of it clearly labeled. For this map alone, he had spent several hundred yuan. The free map apps simply didn't have this level of detail. Jiang Lusher didn't know how far his preparations could go, but anything mentioned in those forum posts that seemed useful to him, as well as anything he could think of himself, he prepared for. Now that he had almost spent all his money, Jiang Lusher's preparations were basically complete. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang, and Jiang Lusher hurriedly looked over. The moment he saw the caller ID, a look of delight instantly appeared on his face. Whenever he had time, he had been constantly calling his younger sister, but had always shown that her phone was off. Now she had finally called back. Hello bro, what is so urgent? I just got off the bus. Let me tell you, this field trip was super exciting. We went to Mountain Village with a cave burial custom. Jiang Zhuing, don't talk right now. Listen to me first. Jiang Lusher cut off his sister's somewhat playful chatter and shouted, probably hearing the seriousness in Jiang Lusher's tone. Jiang Zhuing also sensed that her brother must have something important to say, so she immediately stopped laughing and softly replied, Bro, go ahead. But Jiang Lusher quickly calmed down again. Panic would only spread to Jiang Zhuing. He asked, Xiaoying, where are you right now? At school. I just separated from the classmates and teacher from the field trip team, and I was about to head back to the dorm. My phone ran out of battery, and I only charged it a little on the bus before turning it back on. And I saw the text you left me. Although Jiang Zhuing was usually a bit mischievous, once she realized the seriousness of the situation, she immediately became obedient and well-behaved. Her thoughts were clear, and she quickly explained her current situation in full. Even though she still didn't know why Jiang Lusher was acting like this, ever since their parents died young. Jiang Lushur had always been the one taking care of her. Even if Jiang Zhuiying would usually bicker with him a little when it really mattered, she always listened to him unconditionally and treated him as her pillar of support. You don't need to go back to the dorm now. Book a plane ticket and fly back immediately, Jiang Lushur said. Okay, bro, wait a second. After a while, Jiang Zhuiying's voice came again. Bro, there are no tickets. What about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? If it really doesn't work, get a transfer flight. Don't worry about how much it costs, Jiang Lushur said. No, there's nothing at all, Jiang Zhuiying said. What do you mean there's nothing at all? Jiang Lushur froze for a moment. A bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. His fingers immediately rattled across the keyboard as he opened a flight booking website. He randomly searched one city, then another. As Jiang Lushur kept searching, his heart sank lower and lower. All plane tickets for the next 3 days were actually sold out, no matter where the flights were from or to. And the only tickets still available were for after the apocalypse arrived. This absolutely couldn't be a coincidence. Bro, should I buy one for 3 days later? Jiang Zhuiying asked. There's no point by then, Jiang Lushur said. Jiang Zhuiying didn't seem to understand why being just 1 day late would make it meaningless, but she didn't ask. After thinking for a moment, she said, the train. How about I book a train ticket? Jiang Lushur tapped the keyboard a couple more times, then said in a low voice, no need. You can't get train tickets either. Train tickets for the next 3 days were also completely sold out. Bro, wait for me. I'll go ask at the bus station, or maybe I can hire a car, Jiang Zhuiying said. No need, Jiang Lushur said. First, there was no way to know what the situation on the road would be like. Second, even if the roads could still be used normally, it would still take Jiang Zhuiying more than 2 days to get back. With both trains and planes already paralyzed, there was a very high chance of traffic jams on the road. If she happened to get stuck on the road when the time came, Jiang Zhuiying would definitely die. No need, Jiang Lushur said it again. Jiang Zhuiying could tell that Jiang Lushur's tone sounded strange. Just hearing it made her feel a little panicked. Xiaoying, now listen carefully to every word your brother says. Jiang Lushur said, don't go back to the dorm. Find a place where there aren't many people. A hotel apartment is fine, a rental is fine, but it has to have good security and you need to stay somewhere more hidden. Then go buy as much drinking water as possible along with some medicine, daily necessities, and food. Charge your phone fully, and charge more than a dozen power banks too. I don't know whether phones will still be useful by then. Remember this. Lock the door from the inside, don't go out again. And wait for me. You have to wait for me, absolutely. Jiang Lushur repeated. Xiaoying, the apocalypse is about to arrive. The fact that Jiang Zhuiying couldn't come back was a huge blow to Jiang Lushur's plan. Originally, he had planned to drive the modified vehicle, bring a large amount of supplies, take Jiang Zhuiying, and also bring the Yusin's family. Then head first to a resort more than 100 li away from Jiangbei City. He had been there once before. It was the kind of place that normally had very few people around, but had complete facilities, and there also weren't many people living nearby. After settling down there temporarily, they could slowly think of other options and see how the situation developed. After all, although he now knew the apocalypse was coming, he still had no clear idea what things would actually look like after it arrived. Depending on the circumstances, they could make other plans then. In any case, with this minibus, moving around would be much safer for them than for other people. But now, that plan had clearly fallen through. Not only could Jiang Lushur no longer flee to the outskirts immediately, he instead had to head for the more populated and more prosperous city of Nanjing. And with the situation on the road unknown, Jiang Lushur also had no idea when he would be able to arrive. That was why he had told Jiang Zhuiying to buy as many supplies as possible and wait for him no matter what. If not for the fact that the minibus also wouldn't finish being modified until 3 days later, Jiang Lushur would have wanted to set off right now. But without the minibus, he was just an ordinary college student with absolutely no confidence that he could bring Jiang Zhuiying out through the encirclement alive. Beep. That very night, Jiang Zhuiying sent Jiang Lushur a location pin. She had rented a teacher's apartment in a small alley next to the school, living on the top floor, the 6th floor. At the same time, she also sent photos to Jiang Lushur. Sure enough, 2 rooms were piled full of supplies, enough for her food, clothing, and daily use for a full month. Bro, don't worry. Jiang Zhuiying sent a message, followed by a huge smiling face emoji. Jiang Lushur had already told Jiang Zhuiying everything about the apocalypse, except for the starseed in his mind. Of course, that wasn't because he didn't trust Jiang Zhuiying, but because it would have been too troublesome to explain, and there was no need to put the focus on that. What he hadn't expected was that Jiang Zhuiying believed him. But even facing the apocalypse that was about to arrive, she was actually pretty calm. Not only was she in the mood to take pictures, she was even in the mood to use emojis. Jiang Lushur knew that Jiang Zhuiying was probably still somewhat uneasy inside. But no matter how much of it she believed, as long as she obediently did as he told her, that was enough. From today onward, don't go out anymore. Lock your doors and windows and protect yourself. Other than me, don't answer anyone, and don't open the door for anyone. Even if it's someone you know, Since it was the apocalypse, laws and morals would no longer matter. Although Jiang Lushi felt that what he was saying was a little cold-hearted, he still made a point of warning her. People killing for a pack of biscuits. He had seen that countless times in those apocalypse movies. In real wars, too, there were people who would kill others over just a tiny bit of food. Actually, Jiang Lushi wasn't that cold-blooded. If it was within his ability, and if his own safety was guaranteed, he would help others too. But right now, he wasn't by Jiang Zhuing's side and couldn't protect her. So naturally, he needed Jiang Zhuing to stay absolutely safe and not take even the slightest risk. Got it, Jiang Zhuing replied, seeing his little sister obediently agree. Jiang Lushi finally felt somewhat relieved. As long as Jiang Zhuing's safety was ensured, the next priority was how he could get to Jinling City as quickly as possible. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During those 3 days, the tone of the TV news also started to become somewhat uneasy, and quite a few reports had begun to notice problems with transportation and the situations in various countries. However, these things didn't attract much attention from ordinary people. They still went to work from 9 to 5, picked up and dropped off their kids at school, bought groceries, and cooked meals. Jiang Lushi, meanwhile, stayed at home and only occasionally went out to check the situation. During that time, Li Jun and Luo Ming each sent Jiang Lushi several messages. As for Li Jun's messages, Jiang Lushi didn't even look at them, while Luo Ming's message said, "Bro, you okay? You borrowed money before. Don't tell me you ran off with some girl. If you don't come back to class soon, I think you're screwed. Remember this. On Tuesday, don't go out. Stay in the dorm, lock the door from the inside, and just play games," Jiang Lushi reminded him once again, whether Luo Ming would listen or not. Why does it have to be Tuesday? Huh? ISNT tomorrow Tuesday. Jiang Lushi took a deep breath. That's right. It was tomorrow. That night, even Jiang Lushi himself didn't know how he had fallen asleep. Before going to sleep, Jiang Lushi first hired 2 people to help him move all the supplies next to the minibus. Then he sent a mass message to everyone in his contacts, and specially reminded Li Yusin and Jiang Zhuing again. Then, with anxiety in his heart, Jiang Lushi sat on the supplies beside the minibus, and before he knew it, fell asleep. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Lushi wasn't awakened by an alarm clock, nor by a siren, but by a strange ringing sound that went off inside his mind. It was the starseed. Jiang Lushi immediately lifted his head and ran straight to the minibus door. From the outside, this minibus was still the same as before. There was basically no difference at all. But the moment Jiang Lushi walked up to the door and grabbed the handle, some information about the vehicle instantly appeared in his mind. A faint electric current slid across his hand, and right after that, Jiang Lushi heard a soft click. The door opened. This door actually had anti-theft sensing. Only he could open it. After entering the vehicle, Jiang Lushi's eyes lit up at once, and his mouth fell slightly open. It could be said that he was completely stunned. The internal spatial structure of this vehicle had already changed completely. It was nothing like before at all. Those materials had also disappeared without a trace. The originally neat, tightly packed seats had now been reduced to just 2 side-by-side sofa-like seats, with a table, shelves, and other furnishings beside them. The cabin had been divided into several sections, each separated by sliding doors that looked extremely high-end. Jiang Lushi opened them one by one and saw a compact but fully equipped bathroom, a kitchen, and a small bedroom. The bed looking very soft. After admiring it for a moment, Jiang Lushi suddenly snapped back to his senses and hurried to the driver's cabin. The driver's cabin had also changed drastically. Not only was it now inside a separated space, but the interior also looked extremely cool. There was a very large display screen, and around the steering wheel was something like a control console with all kinds of buttons and control levers. Jiang Lushi sat in the driver's seat, which had become fully leather and extremely soft, and gripped the steering wheel with both hands. Instantly, the entire vehicle became clearly visible in his mind. At the same time, the buttons and control levers around the dashboard also lit up with indicator lights. Base vehicle. Ordinary version. Remodeling complete. Remodeled vehicle information. Vehicle model. Base vehicle. Ordinary version. Disguised as a minibus. Interior configuration. 1 bedroom, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, 1 small living room. Weapon equipment. Compressed air cannon. Beginner level. Airflow initial velocity 810 meters per second. Capacity 500 liters. Shell strength. F rank, resistant to ordinary bullets, collision grade. Power, gasoline powered type. Top speed, 300 kilometers per hour. All malfunctions repaired. Jiang Lushi was wildly excited inside. The remodeling result had satisfied him far too much. It was just that this was still only the ordinary version, with relatively limited functions. If he really wanted to travel without obstruction, it would still need to be upgraded. But upgrading required even more materials. Previously, Jiang Lushi had neither the time nor enough money, and he also didn't know the exact list of required materials. So there was no way he could have prepared everything in advance. This vehicle had already greatly increased Jiang Lusher's chances of survival. He quickly took some time to familiarize himself with the controls, then called the two movers from last night over again. As for what they were doing today, they had already discussed it last night, so after the two men arrived, they immediately helped Jiang Lusher move all the supplies into the vehicle. When they saw the interior space of the vehicle, both of them were extremely shocked, and the way they looked at Jiang Lusher completely changed. Before, seeing Jiang Lusher living in such a tiny rental room with so much food and daily necessities piled up inside, they had thought he was planning to open a little convenience shop, or maybe was just some kind of street vendor. Never in their wildest dreams had they expected this young guy to be driving an RV, but remodeling the inside of such a beat-up minibus into this kind of RV. Wasn't that just ridiculous? Sure enough, he had so much money he didn't know what to do with it. As for Jiang Lusher, he had no time at all to care what kind of reaction these two had. He just kept checking the time and observing the surroundings. Once all the supplies had been moved into the vehicle, he immediately ran inside, completely shut the doors and windows, and then sat nervously in the driver's seat. Jiang Lusher didn't know the exact time the disaster would arrive. He didn't even know what things would look like after the virus broke out. But he did know that from the moment that virus was discovered in the permafrost, it had already revived. Not only was this virus insanely infectious and had already spread silently across the entire world, but its danger level surpassed the sum of all viruses in the world. After lying dormant for a period of time, it would erupt rapidly, like setting off a chain of bombs. Beep, beep, beep. A burst of ringing suddenly sounded. Making the nerves strung tight, Jiang Lusher jolt all over. He quickly realized it wasn't anything else. It was his phone ringing. Jiang Lusher hurriedly answered the call. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Li Yusin. Hello, I'm heading over right now. Remember, you absolutely have to stay home, and don't go anywhere. He was worried Li Yusin hadn't fully listened to him. If this call was to tell him she was going to bail on him now, that'd be bad. Jiang Lusher, I'm sorry, I'm about to leave. Li Yusin's voice came through. The moment she said that first sentence, Jiang Lusher's heart instantly sank. Leave? Go where? Li Yusin, listen to me. You have to stay at home and lock your room from the inside. This concerns, Jiang Lusher said hurriedly. Jiang Lusher, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. It was as if Li Yusin hadn't heard a word Jiang Lusher said. She cut him off. Her tone was grave, as though she were about to say something extremely serious. You might find this hard to believe, but the end of the world is about to come. It could happen within the next few days. I only found out today, too. The car is waiting outside right now, and I have to leave immediately. Keep yourself safe first, then go to the Shunbei Expressway entrance. The military is there. After you get there, they should take you with them to the Shanghai Safe Island. Li Yusin lowered her voice and spoke extremely fast. Remember, you have to get to the expressway entrance today. The military is there. They'll protect the civilians and evacuate them. Just then, a voice urging her on came from the other end of the phone. Li Yusin could only say in a rush, Jiang Lusher, you have to remember this. I'm not joking. Then Li Yusin hung up. Only a hurried, busy tone remained in the receiver before silence returned. Jiang Lusher held the phone and didn't lower his arm for a moment. As expected, the evacuation had already begun. Shanghai Safe Island. He had no idea what kind of place it was. Jiang Lusher felt somewhat grateful for what Li Yusin had done. She had probably remembered that he was supposed to go to her house today, which was why she had specially called. Just like before, she was still that kind-hearted. But even if Li Yusin was taken away, that didn't mean she was truly safe. Jiang Lusher knew the virus had already spread. Most likely, all of humanity's scientists had only suddenly discovered its existence after it had already spread. The incubation period of this supervirus was not long. Within that extremely short time, the scientists had gone from producing a small amount of research results to deducing the existence of the apocalypse, and that had already consumed a huge amount of time. And by the time humanity's upper echelon learned that the apocalypse was likely to break out, the time they had left to prepare and respond was pitifully short. Under those circumstances, it was impossible for them to save all of humanity. The only thing they could do was preserve humanity's elites. They would establish safe islands around the world to ensure humanity's continuation, but before anyone could board those safe islands, there would inevitably be a purge and quarantine. Perhaps even now, even humanities scientists didn't quite dare believe the conclusion they had reasoned out, to the point that the major governments still didn't dare adopt extreme measures that would erase all humanity. But once they truly witnessed the cruelty of the apocalypse, once they saw the horror of this supervirus, then the methods they would adopt would become incomparably bloody. While Jiang Lusher was talking with Li Yusin, the two movers who had already been paid were squatting not far away, smoking and resting. From time to time, they glanced at Jiang Lusher's minibus and chatted among themselves. This ride, this interior, damn, it's insane. Rich people's toys really are different. If I had this, and took a few beauties on a trip around the world, that'd be living the dream. The two moving guys smacked their lips, already seeming to imagine themselves driving this RV around with beautiful women, traveling everywhere. Sightseeing during the day. Banging at night. If they got hungry, there was a kitchen. If they got dirty, there was a bathroom. They could even take a bath together. How could that not be awesome? But right in the middle of that fantasy, one of the movers suddenly felt dizzy. An unnatural flush appeared on his face, and he nearly fell over. Yo, bro, what's wrong? The other man immediately came over to steady him. Nothing. The guy shoved away the hand supporting him and quickly recovered. What'd be wrong with me? You know this build of mine. As he said that, he pounded his chest twice. His chest was full of solid muscle. Ha ha ha. I think you jerked off too much last night, and now you're getting horny again today. Went weak all of a sudden, huh? The two of them started joking around. Dirty jokes flying everywhere. But not far away, Jiang Lusher watched this scene silently. He didn't feel the slightest urge to laugh. Instead, he felt a chill slowly rising up his back. He knew this dizziness was only the prelude to the virus taking effect. There was probably less than 1 hour left before the apocalypse arrived. That mover was still chatting with the other one, as if nothing was wrong. Jiang Lusher sat inside the vehicle and watched them, his gaze growing slightly cold. In this situation, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't bring himself to drive over and kill that mover, and even if he did, it would immediately cause chaos. Without knowing the exact time the apocalypse would erupt, doing that would put him in enormous danger. Forget Jiang Lusher. Even the government could do nothing. In just 1 or 2 short hours, a catastrophe was destined to erupt across the world. The two movers apparently had no business for the moment and started sitting in the shade, smoking. Jiang Lusher checked the time. It was now 1:20 in the afternoon. He waited silently. When the apocalypse erupted, every person in the world would experience a violent immune reaction, including Jiang Lusher himself, because all of them had been infected with the virus. The difference was that after the immune reaction, some people would withstand the virus, while others would be infected and turn into monsters. Time passed. Jiang Lusher gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, and a thin layer of cold sweat slowly seeped out from his palms. He kept checking the time. It was already 2 o'clock, then 2:30, then 2:40. Gradually, perhaps because he was too focused, when Jiang Lusher looked at the hands on the watch face, he started seeing double. The double vision became more and more severe, until several watch faces seemed to appear before his eyes. This is Jiang Lusher's heart tightened, and a violent wave of dizziness hit his mind. Bang! He felt a sharp pain in his forehead, as though he had slammed it heavily into the steering wheel. At the same time, an intense headache surged over him like a tide. It's here. It had finally come. The virus had erupted. Jiang Lusher knew he would ultimately endure this outbreak of the virus, but even so, the unbearable agony nearly made him pass out. At the same time, the exact same scene was erupting all over the world, happening to every single person. Headaches, hallucinations, convulsions, nosebleeds, fainting. Everyone's symptoms were somewhat different, but without exception, every single person was in tremendous pain, especially those who couldn't withstand the infection and had begun mutating. They were in pain down to the marrow. Many people let out screams, and those screams seemed to burst straight out of their lungs. They no longer sounded human, but more like the roars of wild beasts. Bang, bang, bang. On the highways, vehicles crashed into one another, causing chain collisions. Hundreds, thousands of cars rear-ended each other. Small cars were crushed into iron pancakes by heavy trucks, and drivers died horribly. Some drivers, when the pain hit, instinctively slammed on the brakes, and the screeching sound of emergency braking tore through the sky. Cars exploded, and billowing smoke spread into the air. In cities, all kinds of factories also saw accidents breaking out one after another as people convulsed and lost consciousness in an instant. Some died miserably, and fires began to spread. The automatically triggered fire alarms tore through the sky. Accidents were everywhere, and the dead were beyond count. At this moment, Jiang Lusher was already in a dazed, half-conscious state. He could vaguely hear all those chaotic noises, but he couldn't tell what any of them were. Hallucinations kept flashing through his mind. It was as if he had suddenly returned to childhood, seeing the days when both his parents were still alive, when he was gathered happily with his little sister, seeing the birthday cake his mother had carefully prepared for him. Later on, he even saw himself building a family and a career, living in harmony with his wife and children. And that wife actually carried a bit of Liu Yun's shadow. He didn't know how long he was immersed in that illusion before. At a certain moment, he suddenly woke up. He abruptly opened his eyes and only then realized that his hair and clothes were completely soaked with sweat. He was still gripping the steering wheel tightly, his fingers pale and numb from using too much force. The windows and doors were locked shut. He felt as if he had been completely drained, utterly exhausted. He gasped for breath and glanced outside the window, only for his heart to suddenly sink. The world outside had already changed. As far as the eye could see, everything was dim and foggy, like a layer of smog had blanketed the area. The buildings and streets were all shrouded in haze, turning vague and indistinct. The sky was dark, and everything around him had turned dull gray, looking extremely oppressive. Faintly, Chaotic alarm sounds drifted over from the distance, irritating Jiang Liusher's eardrums and making him feel agitated. He looked at the watch on his wrist. 3:50. The date was still the same. He had only been unconscious for a little over an hour, but it felt as if several years had passed. At this moment, Jiang Liusher knew that this damned bullshit apocalypse had finally arrived. From today onward, he would be driving this vehicle and running for survival. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Liusher started the vehicle. Set off. The starseed had already bound itself to the base vehicle. As long as Jiang Liusher willed it, all the information about the base vehicle would immediately appear in his mind. When he looked at the dashboard in front of him, explanations for the buttons and control levers beside it would instantly appear as well. Start, accelerate, weapon usage, RAM. Jiang Liusher's driving skills were very average. He mostly relied on theoretical knowledge he had learned himself, while his actual experience consisted of only one trial drive done out of curiosity. He had originally planned to get a driver's license, but the driving school was too expensive, so he had never gone. Driving a sedan wasn't much of a problem for Jiang Liusher, but driving a minibus was completely different in difficulty. However, aside from giving operation prompts for the base vehicle, the starseed would also continuously provide reminders and warnings while Jiang Liusher was driving. Relying on the starseed, Jiang Liusher, whose head still felt somewhat groggy, slowly drove the vehicle out of this open area. Everything around him was gray and hazy. He could barely see the road ahead, much less the situation on either side of it. Jiang Liusher endured a mild headache while recovering, squinting carefully at the road in front of him. Just as Jiang Liusher was about to drive the base vehicle onto the main road, a dark figure suddenly lunged out from the side and slammed onto the door of his driver's cabin with a heavy thud. Jiang Liusher jumped in fright. He turned his head and saw a face pressed tightly against his window, both hands desperately clawing at the glass and door, looking like it was crazily trying to force its way inside. Half of that face was covered in blood, and its mouth and teeth were also full of blood. What made Jiang Liusher's heart jolt the most was that the face looked familiar to him. It was the porter who had fainted earlier. Watching a living person turn into this kind of monster right before his eyes, Jiang Liusher still felt a chill shoot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, making his scalp go numb, even though he had already mentally prepared himself for something like this. Moreover, this mutated porter was different from the slow-moving zombies seen in films and TV dramas. When he had rushed out just now, it had been extremely sudden. He was agile, and the scraping sound he made while clawing at the door was ear-piercing. Every slam he made against it sounded bang after bang, and his strength was clearly not small either. His bloodshot eyes were wide open without blinking, staring fixedly at Jiang Liusher inside the vehicle, while his throat constantly let out harsh, hoarse growls, perhaps attracted by the commotion made by this porter. Several more figures appeared from the gray mist behind him. Jiang Liusher immediately snapped out of his shock. He slammed on the gas at once. The inertia instantly flung the porter away, while the base vehicle Jiang Liusher was driving rushed onto the road. The moment he saw the situation on the street, Jiang Liusher felt his whole body turn cold. There were screams everywhere, cries of agony, people fleeing, and zombies chasing after them. Jiang Liusher had just fully driven the base vehicle onto the road when he saw someone running toward him. In his panic, the man immediately spotted the minibus that had just appeared, as well as Jiang Liusher sitting in the driver's seat. Help! But the moment the man reached out his hand, a sharply dressed figure suddenly lunged out from behind a sedan at his side and knocked him to the ground in one move. Along with a scream, blood instantly splattered everywhere. The suited man, biting into him, then lifted his head and craned back his neck, revealing a savage, twisted expression and eyes that were completely bloodshot. More than a dozen zombies immediately pounced over and completely surrounded the man. All that remained visible was the hand he held high in the air, still struggling and calling for help. But in only 1 second, his screams disappeared, and a large pool of blood flowed out from where he lay. Scenes like this were playing out almost everywhere. It was Jiang Liusher's first time seeing someone torn apart alive right in front of him like this. And at this moment, the zombie that had knocked the man down had already noticed Jiang Liusher inside the vehicle and lunged straight at the minibus. Seeing this, Jiang Liusher hurriedly stomped hard on the accelerator, instantly sending the zombie flying. Jiang Liusher continued driving forward. Quite a few vehicles on the road had already crashed, causing traffic jams, but Jiang Liusher's minibus counted as one with a sturdy shell among them. When he encountered cars parked diagonally across the road, he simply rammed into them directly, forcibly clearing out a path. Quite a few zombies were attracted by Jiang Liusher's minibus and threw themselves at it one after another, only to be shaken off by his acceleration and turns. These zombies really were incredibly strong, even the ones that had originally been children, women, or elderly people. When too many of them gathered, Jiang Liusher even felt his minibus shake a little, making his heart leap in alarm. Several zombies lunged at him from the front and were knocked down by Jiang Liusher. After that, the minibus jolted as it ran over them. Jiang Liusher didn't turn back to look. In this kind of situation, crushing a few zombies to death wasn't really anything anymore. It was just that, as an ordinary person, Jiang Lucier still didn't want to face the kind of bloody, mangled scene. All the way to the Shanbei Expressway entrance, after seeing the horrific situation on the roads. Jiang Lucier had no idea what things were like over at the expressway entrance Li Yusin had mentioned. He decided to go take a look right now. Of course, Jiang Lucier wasn't going to the Shanghai Safe Island, but he also needed to pass through the Shanbei Expressway to head for Jinling City, where Jiang Zhuiying was. The disaster had already happened. By taking the expressway, he could reach Jinling City within one day and then find Jiang Zhuiying. Jiang Lucier knew Jiang Zhuiying hadn't T-mutated either, but the agony of being infected by the virus had already been bad enough. And after witnessing how dangerous these zombies were, his worry only grew stronger. Even though he had already made Jiang Zhuiying prepare thoroughly, and with her personality. After realizing the world had turned into this kind of living hell, she should also be protecting herself carefully. Jiang Lucier still felt uneasy. After all, she was the only family he had left, the only one he depended on and who depended on him. The closer he got to the Shanbei Expressway entrance, the more living people appeared. Some of them were driving too, but because everyone was scrambling to squeeze forward, it ended up causing a traffic jam instead. After honking several times from the back, Jiang Lucier saw that people were still constantly forcing their cars up from behind and cutting into the gaps ahead. Very soon, his path was completely blocked. As one of the cars passed beside him, its window rolled down a crack, and an excited, crazed face leaned out and shouted at Jiang Lucier, "Are you an idiot? Why the hell are you driving such a huge vehicle and blocking the road?" After cursing at him, it drove off toward the front. At the same time, the cars behind were also honking like mad. And people kept sticking their heads out and yelling, "Is the guy up front sick in the head? Move aside." Yeah, why the hell bring out a car like this at a time like this? If Zhao Van Duty, Hodi by Zhao South. These cars, along with the one that had just forced its way over, seemed to be together because they all had the same logo on them, including the several that had cut ahead earlier. Jiang Lucier guessed they were vehicles from some corporation because the words XX Group Company were written on them. Seeing these people not only desperately shoving their way forward, but also cursing him more and more viciously, Jiang Lucier's anger flared up at once. Everyone was desperate to survive, so why did they get to push ahead like this? His vehicle might be big, but he had been lining up properly too. He stepped on the gas and kept driving forward. Just as that car was about to cut in front of Jiang Lucier's hood, a scraping sound rang out. The whole car jolted violently, and then the minibus simply forced its way past it, while that sedan was shoved hard to the side. When that driver saw the minibus brush past his car, he was stunned for a moment, then furious. But very soon, he was completely dumbfounded. He watched with his own eyes as that minibus, like an overbearing and unreasonable strongman, bulldozed its way through the stream of vehicles. The small cars that had forcibly cut in line were all squeezed so hard by the minibus that they ended up pressed tightly against one another. Damn! The driver cursed viciously. What a freaking lunatic. And this guy's luck was way too good. He was forcing his way through that hard and still actually made it through. He wasn't even driving fast, and he was in an old beat-up minibus. Yet he still hadn't gotten stuck in the middle. If he got stuck at a time like this, they would either be abandoning the car or waiting to die. But facing this kind of situation, there was nothing those cars could do. Even though they kept cursing under their breath, they could only honestly follow behind Jiang Lucier's minibus. Just then, a burst of screams suddenly came from the rear. Jiang Lucier turned on the rear-view camera, and the screen beside the dashboard immediately showed a scene of more than 100 zombies appearing at once, charging between the vehicles, even climbing over them from above. These zombies came rushing out from the far end of the street, letting out low growls from their mouths. Their bodies and hands were covered in blood, and their mouths were smeared with gore as they sprinted this way at full speed. They were already fast to begin with, and when they ran into vehicles, they didn't even try to avoid them. They directly used all four limbs to climb right over the cars. Some of the people closest to them had only just turned their heads to look back before they were already pounced on by zombies, and ear-piercing screams instantly rang out. Others only managed to run a few steps before they were suddenly tackled from behind and thrown to the ground. Jiang Lucier saw with his own eyes that two people had originally been fleeing for their lives together. One of them, hearing the screams behind getting closer and closer, suddenly showed a ruthless look on his face and shoved the other person to the ground. That person let out a scream at once. But before he could climb back up, the zombies behind had already surrounded him. Jiang Lucier felt his scalp go numb at the sight. This was completely a massacre of living humans by zombies. Whether in speed, strength, or agility, these zombies were far beyond ordinary people. Hurry! Hurry! The vehicles that had cut in line earlier were now honking desperately. Watching the zombies get closer and closer, the fear inside them had been completely ignited. Jiang Lucier's minibus was also moving forward, but there were simply too many cars ahead. Although the flow of traffic was constantly moving, it just couldn't speed up at all. The vehicles in front had also grown anxious. For a time, Screams and car horns blended into one chaotic uproar. The crowd behind was running desperately and frantically, and those who ran faster directly shoved aside the people in front. At a time like this, everyone wanted to survive. Every single person had already gone mad. At that moment, John Lucher's gaze suddenly caught sight of the sedan that had tried to force its way in front of his hood earlier. Two girls were running alongside his vehicle while pounding desperately on his rear door. "Please, open the door and let us in. Save us. Please." The two girls looked utterly terrified. They had probably already begged other vehicles for help before this, but none of them had stopped. With the zombies behind rapidly closing in, and this car being the closest one to them, they could only plead bitterly. With the stamina of two ordinary girls, there was no way they could outrun those zombies. If they couldn't get inside a vehicle, then in at most 2 or 3 minutes, they would be torn to pieces alive by the zombies. John Lucher watched this scene, as well as the distance between those zombies and that car. If that car slowed down a little at this moment and opened the door to let the two girls in, there definitely wouldn't be any problem. But not only did that car not stop, it actually sped up instead. The two girls could only keep running with all their strength. "Driver, please open the door. You don't even need to slow down." The door was locked from the inside, so they couldn't pull it open at all. At that moment, the driver turned his head with a twisted look of fury and cursed, "Fuck, let go already." One of the girls suddenly burst forward in speed and actually ran up to the driver's side window, slapping the glass as she cried, "Please, open the door. Fuck, get lost. If you don't, I'll run you over." As he said that, the driver actually jerked the steering wheel sharply, instantly knocking the girl to the ground. The girl let out a scream and crashed heavily onto the road, while the other girl also stumbled. "Are you okay?" The other girl quickly ran over and helped her up. The two girls looked at the car driving away into the distance, their faces pale and filled with despair. Inside a minibus, John Lucher saw this scene and frowned. But right at that moment, he suddenly let out a surprise sound. That girl who had been knocked down looked somehow familiar. After hesitating slightly, John Lucher suddenly spun the steering wheel and made a U-turn. Holy shit! The vehicles behind were all driving forward with everything they had. Forget making a U-turn. There wasn't even a single one willing to stop for a moment. The ones that did stop were all because zombies had leaped onto their cars, blocking their vision completely, leaving them only able to slam on the gas in panic until they finally crashed into utility poles or guardrails. But very soon, they would be dragged out through the shattered windows and devoured clean while still half alive. In a situation like this, everyone was desperately running for their lives. If there was actually a vehicle turning back, that was practically suicidal. At a time when everyone could barely save themselves, all anyone could think about was staying alive. Who would still bother playing the hero? John Lucher understood that too. In an apocalyptic environment, his own life naturally came first. As for saving people, that was something to consider only after confirming his own safety. But for John Lucher right now, with his bulletproof-based vehicle, saving these two girls really wasn't difficult. As long as he stayed inside the vehicle, he was safe. No matter how many zombies surrounded him, he wasn't afraid. What else more? One of the girls was someone he knew, though they weren't very familiar. With Xinjiang's reminders and data correction, John Lucher actually managed to make a nimble turn under these circumstances, then weave through the stream of cars and charge toward where the two girls were. Within the traffic jam stretching for several hundred meters, only this minibus was driving against the flow. At this moment, the two girls had actually already accepted their fate. The nearest zombies were less than 100 meters away from them. Even if they kept running forward, they would only be caught in the blink of an eye. Looking at the line of cars ahead, both girls couldn't help crying. They gripped each other's hands tightly and waited for death in despair and terror. Yet at that moment, they saw a minibus rushing straight toward them. Among the uniform line of car rears, this minibus going the wrong way was especially eye-catching. Were they going to be run over? Well, that was fine too. Being hit to death was still better than being eaten alive. The two girls slowly closed their eyes. Screech, a sharp sound of friction, along with a gust of wind blowing right at them, made the two girls snap their eyes open again. They saw the minibus suddenly swerve when it rushed up to them, stopping with the door positioned right in front of them. At that moment, the door was open. In the driver's seat, a young man who looked like a student was waving at them and saying anxiously, "Quick, get in. GRRGH." More than a dozen zombies had already noticed what was happening here and were crazily lunging over. The girl who had fallen finally snapped out of it. She quickly tugged at her companion. "Hurry and get in." By the time she got on right after her companion, the zombies had already lunged up behind them. Bang! A zombie slammed heavily against the door. The two girls fell onto the steps by the entrance and turned their heads, only to see the doorway packed full. Ferocious faces pressed against the glass one after another, baring their teeth at them, letting out bursts of hissing roars, while their fingers scratched and slapped at the glass. The two girls were still shaken, their hearts pounding wildly as if they were about to leap out of their throats. They were saved. The two girls felt as if they were dreaming. They had just walked a round trip along the line between life and death. Who could have imagined that just when they both thought they were about to die, a vehicle would suddenly rush over and save them? The girl who had fallen gasped for breath in huge gulps. Holding onto the handrail, she said between breaths, "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much." "No need," Jiang Lucia replied. "If it weren't for you, we would be been dead for sure," the girl said. Only then did her breathing finally steady a little, and she turned to look at her savior. In her rush to get in, she and T got a clear look at the driver's face. But now that she looked, she froze. We meet again. Pretty coincidental." Jiang Lucia glanced at them with a faint smile and said calmly, "This girl was the receptionist from the rental company earlier when Xiaotian. Xiaotian, you know him?" The other girl immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. When Xiaotian looked at Jiang Lucia, and a figure suddenly flashed through her mind. She instantly remembered. "Ah, you're the customer who rented the minibus. Mr. Jiang." Jiang Lucia had acted very generously back then, and even though he had come to rent a car, he and T had a driver's license. He had even said he was just renting it to leave it there. All of that had left a very deep impression on one Xiaotian, which was why she could recognize Jiang Lucia now. But she hadn't expected that Jiang Lucia would still remember her name, and that he would even turn back at such great risk to save her and her friend. "You actually still remember me." "I have a pretty good memory," Jiang Lucia said, though it wasn't to the point of photographic memory for many people. As long as he had exchanged a few words with them, or even just seen them once, he would still have some impression when meeting them again. "Thank you." When Xiaotian was deeply moved inside, even if Jiang Lucia only remembered her because he had a good memory, the fact that he had come back to save them was already enough to fill her with gratitude. "But I thought you didn't know how to drive." Only now did when Xiaotian finally used the handrail to pull herself up from the steps. She also gave her friend a hand and stepped farther into the vehicle. The moment she saw the interior, when Xiaotian was instantly stunned, while the other girl cried out in shock, "Oh my God, what brand of luxury RV is this?" The girl was stunned. The interior was exquisitely furnished. It felt like a 5-star hotel. "It's not some brand. It's just a minibus miss when rented to me," Jiang Lucia replied, without even turning his head. The girl immediately looked at Wen Xiaotian, but Wen Xiaotian also had a stunned expression, clearly just as clueless. "Your company has a vehicle this luxurious?" The girl remembered that the place where Wen Xiaotian worked part-time was just a very small rental company. How could it possibly have something like this? Wen Xiaotian was also bewildered. "No, Mr. Jiang did rent a vehicle from us, but what he rented was only an ordinary minibus." However, as she said this, she stopped on her own. Her mouth slowly fell open wider and wider, revealing an expression of disbelief. She suddenly recalled that when she had just seen this vehicle charging toward them, it really had looked like an unremarkable ordinary minibus. Thinking carefully now, that vehicle really did resemble the one the company had rented to Jiang Lucia. But aside from the exterior, what part of that vehicle still resembled the luxury RV before her? Just as when Xiaotian was finding it unbelievable, a muffled bang suddenly sounded, and the whole vehicle shook along with it. The two girls quickly turned to look outside the door again, and the sight there instantly made their whole bodies go cold with fear. There were even more zombies crowded outside the door, and still more were surrounding them. Even without looking outside the windows, there was no need to imagine what the situation was like. There were simply too many zombies. They had completely blocked the door, packed so densely that all that could be seen were blood-stained palms and ferocious faces. Under their squeezing and pounding, the door kept shaking non-stop, letting out creaking sounds. "These monsters, they're going to break in." The girl's lips were trembling. When Xiaotian's face was also deathly pale. She hurried over to the driver's seat and asked, "Mr. Jiang, hurry and drive." Seeing the situation around the driver's seat, especially the buttons and control levers around the dashboard that looked obviously high-tech, when Xiaotian was startled again. But now was not the time to worry about that. As she spoke, she also noticed that Jiang Lucia was operating with a grim expression, constantly stepping on the gas. Yet the minibus was moving very slowly. In front of the vehicle, there was also a dense mass of zombies. In just a few seconds, the minibus that had backed up was completely surrounded by zombies. "There are too many zombies," Jiang Lucia said. When Xiaotian's heart immediately sank. She said sadly, "Mr. Jiang, if it weren't for saving us." "All right, hurry and find something to hold on to," Jiang Lucia said. The moment he decided to turn back, he had already expected this outcome. When Xiaotian nodded, she couldn't help with anything here. The only thing she could do was follow Jiang Lucia's arrangements. "Xiao Lily, grab the handrail now." When Xiaotian hurried back to pass Jiang Lucia's warning on to the girl, "This glass won't hold much longer." Xiao Lily's face was already filled with complete despair. In the end, when Xiaotian forcibly grabbed her hand and placed it on the handrail beside her, the vehicle door kept making terrifying noises. When Xiaotian held the handrail, her eyes full of fear as she looked at the zombies outside. It wasn't just the door. Thudding bangs were coming from all over the vehicle, along with the zombies' hoarse roars. It made people feel that under these circumstances, The vehicle could fall apart at any moment. At this time, Jiang Lushur was analyzing several escape methods under Xingzhong's calculations. Other than its defensive power, the minibus had several other functions. It was precisely because he was relying on those that Jiang Lushur dared to turn back. All right, then let us try this function. Jiang Lushur made his decision. Hold tight. We're going to charge out, Jiang Lushur said without even turning his head. At this point, how come when Xiao Dian and Xiao Lily dare to speak? Seeing the zombies rushing over like a black tide of ants, crazily smashing into the windows, they felt utter despair inside. The entire vehicle was now covered in zombies. If someone looked at it from outside, they would probably only be able to vaguely make out the outline of the minibus through the mass of corpses. And these zombies didn't just have numbers. They also had strength. Under the pressure of so many zombies squeezing in, this minibus was like being sealed inside 3 thick walls. In this situation, could they really charge out? When Xiao Dian's entire body had already turned cold, she and Xiao Lily clutched the handrails for dear life. Under the pressure of near death and extreme terror, she felt as if time had slowed down. Those savage faces surging outside the windows were reflected in her pupils, becoming clearer than ever before. Are we going to die here? He came to save us, and now he is going to be killed by zombies too? At this moment, when Xiao Dian was overwhelmed with guilt. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat, Jiang Lushur was focused to the extreme, his mind clear, with only Xingzhong's voice echoing in his head. Power accumulation, 30%. Tire second form activated. Friction increased. Power accumulation, 50%. Gear switching complete. Power accumulation, 70%. Fuel supply complete. In this basic form modified from the Xingzhong base vehicle, the maximum instantaneous output during a sprint could reach 1,500 horsepower, and the maximum torque could also reach 4,000 Newton meters, with a 4x4 all-wheel drive system. Of course, this state could not be maintained for long. Otherwise, the fuel consumption would be terrifying. Under normal circumstances, trucks with over 500 horsepower were already top-heavy trucks, while those reaching 700 horsepower were absolute giants among trucks. With this kind of power, breaking through a horde of zombies felt about the same as an ordinary car smashing through a pile of traffic cones. While the base vehicle was building up power, in the traffic ahead, the driver whose car had been rammed aside by Jiang Lushur was also witnessing the scene of the minibus being surrounded by zombies and unable to move an inch. The driver immediately began gloating. Serves you right. As he cursed, he also felt lucky that he hadn't been as reckless as that young man. And he still held a grudge over Jiang Lushur hitting the front of his car earlier. Now, seeing that Jiang Lushur was about to die at the hands of the zombies, a trace of satisfaction even flashed through his heart. Under the impact of the huge upheaval and fear, this man's mentality had already become completely twisted. Right now, he only wanted to reach the highway entrance as quickly as possible and get under the military's protection. It was all right in front of him now. Anyone who blocked him might as well go die. Yet at this very moment, the driver suddenly heard a massive explosive sound, startling him so badly that he jumped. At the same time came the roar of an engine and the piercing screech of tires making a sharp turn against the ground. The driver was stunned. He hurriedly looked back, and the whole person went dumb on the spot. He watched helplessly as that minibus, which had been surrounded by dozens of zombies and was nearly drowned in the zombie horde, suddenly burst out from the swarm like a frenzied prehistoric beast. The powerful impact sent many zombies flying. The minibus let out a beast-like roar, crushing the zombies it had knocked down as it tore its way forward through a spray of blood. In just a few short seconds, the minibus accelerated to a terrifying speed, and now it was hurtling straight toward the driver's sedan. The driver was scared out of his wits and let out a shrill scream. He frantically yanked the steering wheel and swerved toward the side of the road. Otherwise, his car would have been run over directly by the minibus. But even so, the tremendous force still clipped his car. Amid the shrill scream of tires scraping against the road, his sedan was violently flung aside, spun 180 degrees on the road, and slammed headfirst into the guardrail. The driver was left dazed from the crash, his head throbbing with pain. The airbag popped out and smothered his face, and this mad acceleration and impact force was transmitted into the minibus as well. Even though the two girls were clutching the handrails with all their strength, they were still thrown out by that tremendous force. They cried out and crashed hard onto the floor. Fortunately, the interior floor was covered with thick, soft carpet, so they weren't injured by the fall. The minibus bounced wildly like a crazed rodeo bull being ridden by a cowboy, when Xiao Dian and Xiao Lily rolled all over the carpet, unable to get up at all. Through their chaotic field of vision, they could only see the zombies clinging to the vehicle outside being flung off one after another, knocked down, while splattering blood sprayed directly across the door, a horrifying sight. Just like that, the minibus charged madly out of the heap of zombies. Like a steel beast, it forcefully tore open a bloody gap through the zombie horde and burst out in a frenzy drenched in blood. The zombies it knocked away were then dragged under the wheels, leaving blood and minced flesh all over the ground. Crack, crack, crack. The zombies in front of the minibus were like insects hitting a speeding car on a highway, smashing directly to death against the windshield, except the noise they made was far greater. And it wasn't just a few. It was one after another. Dozens of zombies in total. Wen Xiaotian and Xiao Lili, sprawled on the carpet, had not yet recovered from the horrifying scene at the door when they heard this spine-chilling noise. They turned their heads to look at the situation directly in front of the vehicle, and their hearts began pounding wildly. So many zombies were crashing heavily into the windshield, almost completely blocking the road ahead. The fragile windshield would probably shatter any moment now. A single thrown stone could shatter a windshield, let alone this many zombies. Jiang Lusher didn't pay attention to any of that. He kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead, while the data from the starseed projection kept shifting in his mind. The base vehicle S left side was hit. Damage caused. None. The base vehicle S right side was hit. Damage caused. None. The windshield was hit. Base vehicle energy consumption. Remaining fuel. The zombies slamming into them looked horrifying, but aside from the scene being disgustingly gruesome, they actually didn't cause any damage to the base vehicle at all. Even the windshield remained completely intact. By the time the minibus had finally charged all the way out of the zombie swarm and entered a stable driving state, the two girls had already gone deathly pale. After all, they were just ordinary girls. They were still badly shaken, and it took them 2 or 3 seconds before they gradually came back to their senses from that blank state of mind. It didn't shatter? The windshield actually didn't break. The door S still shut too. The whole breakout process may only have lasted a few short seconds, but to Wen Xiaotian and Xiao Lili, it had felt as long as an entire day. And now that they realized everything was safe, both of them felt like what had just happened was nothing but a nightmare. Wen Xiaotian carefully stood up and, enduring her discomfort, edged over to the door. Through the blood-covered glass, she looked outside. On the road behind them, some zombies were still chasing after them, but they were already about 10 meters away. Even more zombies were crouched on the ground, tearing and biting at something, probably feeding on the zombie corpses that had been knocked down and crushed by the minibus. These zombies had all mutated from living people. They were different from the kind in many films and TV shows that transformed after death. So even when zombies ate each other, the scene was still just as bloody and terrifying. Wen Xiaotian only took one glance before she didn't want to look anymore. She had only wanted to confirm whether they had really escaped the encirclement. I didn't expect this car's power and impact force to be that strong. Even the glass is that durable. We made it out. We survived. Both girls were filled with relief. They immersed themselves in the joy of surviving a disaster. After quite a while, Wen Xiaotian looked at the blood-covered windshield and asked curiously, "Mr. Jiang, how is this car's glass so tough?" Jiang Lusher originally hadn't wanted to explain anything about this vehicle, but since she had asked, he figured he might as well come up with some excuse to brush it off. "It's nothing. I just replaced all the glass with bulletproof glass." Of course, bulletproof glass alone wouldn't have been enough to get them out of that siege. Jiang Lusher had just used RAM, as well as acceleration. If it still hadn't gotten him out, he had originally planned to use weapons too. But judging from the result, that hadn't been necessary. Bulletproof. Xiao Lili looked at the car door in front of her in shock. Wasn't this the kind of thing that only happened in movies? Bulletproof vehicles were hardly something common in everyday life. Xiao Lili knew a little about cars. She knew that although some high-end brands did offer bulletproof vehicles, they all had to be custom-made, and the prices were astronomical, nearly 10 times that of an ordinary luxury car. And even if someone wanted to install bulletproof glass, why would they put on an old minibus like this? Xiao Lili found it impossible to imagine. She turned an inquiring look toward Wen Xiaotian. Wen Xiaotian shook her head and used her expression and gestures to indicate that she actually wasn't familiar with Jiang Lusher at all. Even if Xiao Lili wanted her to help explain, she didn't know any more than Xiao Lili did. "It should be fine for now. Find a place to sit and buckle your seatbelts," Jiang Lusher said. "Okay, thank you." The two girls thanked him once again. "It's nothing," Jiang Lusher said flatly. To him, this really was too much. The risk had been within controllable limits. It was just a small effort. Xiao Lili didn't want to see zombies anymore. So she ran over and sat down on the sofa in the living area. The sofa was very soft. She reached out and touched it, feeling that the surface material seemed to be cashmere and definitely expensive. Across from the sofa was a small screen, probably for watching movies. Beside it stood a cabinet fixed to the floor, and on its exquisite tray were clean bottled mineral water, cups, and some snacks. The carpet on the floor also felt like stepping on cotton, making a person feel relaxed. The curtains were drawn over the windows, so the outside couldn't be seen. On top of that, the glass was bulletproof, instantly giving her a sense of security. Just moments ago, she had barely escaped death, and even now she was still in the middle of a life-and-death fight. Outside were zombies and people running for their lives. Yet she was sitting in such a safe and comfortable environment. Xiao Lily felt as though the terrifying experiences from before had all been a dream. She looked around for a while, and the more she looked, the more amazed she became by the luxurious facilities inside this minibus. She couldn't imagine how much it must have cost to modify an old minibus into what it was now. She was unbelievably curious about Jiang Lusher's identity. Xiao Lily casually picked up a bottle of mineral water and looked at it, then put it back where it had been. This was her car after all, so she was too embarrassed to pour herself a drink without Jiang Lusher offering first. Like when Xiao Lily was also a college student, and one of Xiao Tian's good friends. When a disaster struck, the two of them had been together, and then had fled for their lives together. Luckily, they had run into this Mr. Jiang, whom Xiao Tian knew. Otherwise, Xiao Lily didn't even dare imagine what kind of fate she would be facing right now. Meanwhile, after hesitating for a moment, when Xiao Tian walked into the driver's cabin and sat down in his seat on the right side. The moment she sat down, when Xiao Tian immediately felt as if her whole body had sunk into a mass of soft cotton. Whether it was her sitting posture or the feeling of the seat cushion and backrest, everything was extremely comfortable. That surprised when Xiao Tian once again. But the scene ahead was far from comfortable. Earlier, when over 100 zombies had surrounded the minibus, some of them had rushed past them and farther ahead. Now, from inside the moving minibus, one glance was enough to see that a sedan had already been forced to a stop by zombies. That unlucky driver was being dragged alive out through the window by several zombies. His arms flailed wildly as he let out heart-rending screams. And then he was swallowed up by the zombies. The sight made when Xiao Tian's face turn pale. Jiang Lusher didn't stop. He drove straight past the car. A few zombies lifted their blood-covered faces and looked toward the minibus, letting out several hisses as they futilely gave chase, but they were quickly left far behind. At this moment, the highway entrance was already close at hand. The original toll station had now completely turned into a different scene. Military trucks blocked the front, leaving only 3 lanes open. The trucks were covered with mounted machine guns, their black muzzles aimed at these hundreds of vehicles. Fully armed soldiers stood guard at the lane entrances with guns in hand, holding their positions. Inside the buildings on both sides of the road, as well as atop those parked trucks, there were also large numbers of gun barrels aimed at the highway. Once they reached this place, they were temporarily safe. The moment a few scattered zombies appeared, they were immediately shot dead. Many people in the queue behind were waiting and looking around nervously and uneasily. But thanks to his elevated vantage point, Jiang Lusher could see the situation at the highway entrance very clearly. As soon as those vehicles reached the lane entrances, soldiers immediately surrounded them. Only after carrying out an inspection would they allow the vehicles to pass. Each vehicle took close to 10 seconds to get through. In other words, only 3 vehicles could pass every 10 seconds. Jiang Lusher roughly counted the line he was in and how many vehicles were still ahead of him, then came up with an estimate of how long he would need to wait. There shouldn't be much of a problem. Jiang Lusher's expression relaxed a little. After entering the military's protected zone, his nerves finally eased up. He wasn't as tightly wound as before. Seeing the military vehicles, the guns, and the highway entrance right within reach, when Xiao Tian also let out a long sigh of relief. Speed, 20 kilometers per hour. Vehicle self-check in progress. No damage. Xingzhong reported the current condition of the base vehicle in his mind, while Jiang Lusher slowly eased off the gas and reduced the speed. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out from time to time. Little by little, Jiang Lusher moved forward with the traffic flow and arrived near the highway entrance. There were only a few vehicles left in front of him, but there were also more and more zombies behind them, and the gunfire was growing denser. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Jingjing also came out from the rear compartment and looked back together with Xiao Tian. The military firepower was fierce, although the zombies were charging forward one after another, and the street already looked almost completely packed with them at a glance. They still couldn't keep pushing closer. That made both girls feel much more at ease. They were about to enter the highway. Looking at the military trucks at the entrance, there were probably around dozens of them, and the gun barrels were packed together in a dense mass. A scene like this would normally make people's hearts pound with fear, but right now, it gave them a huge sense of security. Jiang Lusher was also waiting calmly. Just then, gunfire suddenly came from another line. It was so close that it startled everyone. He quickly looked over and saw heart-wrenching sobs coming from a sedan that was undergoing inspection, while 2 soldiers dragged a male corpse out of the car. He had just been shot dead. There was a bloody, mangled wound on the corpse's arm, and the one crying and screaming was a woman who looked like she was probably his girlfriend or wife. Once again, let me make this clear. If your vehicle is carrying someone who has been bitten, you better get out and leave on your own, or just turn around. Once discovered, you will be executed on the spot. This virus is extremely contagious. Anyone who has been bitten will also turn into that kind of monster and endanger everyone else. A military officer said coldly through a loudspeaker. Seeing this scene, most people felt terrified, but they didn't really have much reaction to what had happened to that man and woman. What did it matter if your loved one was shot dead right in front of you? Plenty of people had watched their own family or friends turn into zombies before their eyes, or had even seen those zombified loved ones tear people apart and eat them. This little incident did not affect the continued entry of the vehicles, but at that moment, an extremely dense burst of gunfire came from the rear. Even the soldiers conducting inspections ahead turned to look back, and their faces immediately became extremely ugly. John Lucier also looked through the rearview screen just in time to see a soldier fire 2 shots before being yanked off a truck together with his gun. 2 trucks had already been covered by what seemed like an endless mass of zombies, and screams were also coming from the firepower points inside the high-rises on both sides. Not far away, thousands upon thousands of zombies, perhaps even more, were gathering in from all over the city, forming a scalp-numbing sea of corpses on the streets. Ho! Ho! Those bloodthirsty, frenzied zombies stared toward the highway entrance and let out low growls one after another. Move it! The soldier withdrew his gaze and urged them on even more anxiously. It was obvious that the firepower points on both sides of the road would not be able to hold out much longer. Very soon, the zombies would charge over here, and when that happened, there would be no more time to let these vehicles pass through. The survivors inside the vehicles all understood this clearly as well. Every one of them looked extremely anxious, feeling as though every minute that passed was like waiting half an hour. Soon, it was John Lucier's minibus's turn. The soldier climbed up and took one look inside, immediately showing a surprised expression. Then he gave John Lucier a somewhat strange look and said, "Running for your life in a vehicle this big, a luxury RV interior, and 2 delicate beauties sitting inside the vehicle." This soldier was clearly a little disdainful toward John Lucier. He had probably taken him for some rich second-generation brat who cared more about comfort than survival. "Hurry up and go through," the soldier said impatiently. John Lucier rubbed his nose and said nothing, only feeling that it was kind of novel. In all his life, this was the first time he had ever been treated like a rich second-generation heir. As he passed the toll booth window, John Lucier saw that the original glass had already been shattered. There was blood smeared across it, and strips of torn cloth still hung there, ripped from someone's clothing. But the body was already gone. Everything they had seen along the way had been similarly brutal. The virus had erupted wildly all over the world, and in what felt like the blink of an eye, it had turned the once normal world into a living hell. The highway was full of heavily armed soldiers. They stood guard along both sides of the road, and every so often a few gunshots would ring out. Then a zombie could be seen getting shot dead in the grass below the roadside. John Lucier drove steadily and soon merged with the traffic ahead. But after the line of vehicles moved forward for a while, it came to a stop again. "What is going on?" Xiao Lily asked nervously. Even though they had already entered the military's protection zone, the slightest disturbance was still enough to make people jumpy. John Lucier noticed some people getting out of the vehicles ahead. Several soldiers were shouting something at them, and soon those soldiers began moving through the traffic line. As they shouted, more and more people got out of their vehicles. The moment they left, 2 bulldozers drove over and pushed all those sedans to the roadside, then directly shoved them off the highway. That scene immediately gave John Lucier a bad feeling. Very soon, a soldier came near John Lucier's minibus and shouted, "There's an overturned passenger bus up ahead on the highway, and quite a few zombies have gathered on the road as well. Our people are clearing the way in front, but the zombies behind will catch up very soon too. If there are too many vehicles, they'll clog up the highway and stop our people from following smoothly. So everyone must abandon their vehicles. Move up ahead. Women, children, and the elderly can ride in the military trucks up front. Healthy adult men will go on foot. Don't give me any complaints. We're walking too. From here all the way to the Shanghai Safe Island. We will escort you the entire way. Everyone get out of the vehicle immediately and move fast. Once you reach Shanghai Safe Island, there'll be plenty of time for you to rest safely. There's water there, food there, and a secure environment. Everyone get out of the vehicle immediately." Hearing the announcement, the people inside those vehicles opened their doors and got out one after another. Most of the fleeing survivors had only driven one vehicle out or escaped with 1 or 2 family members, and they did not have much luggage. Hearing how good Shanghai Safe Island was, these people all jumped out of their vehicles impatiently, afraid of falling behind. Very soon, all the surrounding vehicles were empty. Only John Lucier's minibus was still parked there. "We should hurry and get out too," Xiao Lily said. When Xiao Tian hesitated for a moment, looked at John Lucier, who was still sitting motionless in the driver's seat, and said, "Mr. Jiang, hurry." John Lucier shook his head and said, "You two should get off." "I'm not going." "Huh?" When Xiao Tian froze for a moment. "Not going?" Xiao Lily had no idea what John Lucier meant. Was he not planning to go with the military? That was impossible. That's right. The place the military is taking you to is Shanghai Safe Island. But the direction I'm heading is Jinling City, John Lucier said. And there was no way he could abandon the vehicle. As a survivor, the base vehicle was John Lucier's guarantee of survival. No matter what, he would never give it up. Originally, his plan had been to bring the 2 girls to the military and then keep going along the highway toward Jinling City. But now the road ahead was blocked. If Jiang Lusher wanted to get onto the section of highway leading to Jinling City, he had to pass through the front first. That being the case, he could only leave the highway. But if you're going to Jinling City, you can't take the highway. Xiao Lili still found it hard to believe. The military was right here. As long as he followed them, he could reach a safe place. Yet in a situation like this, Jiang Lusher still wanted to go to Jinling City? You really shouldn't. It's too dangerous for you to do this alone. You should just follow the military to that safe island, Xiao Lili quickly urged. I can drive along the highway or look for another route. There's always a way, Jiang Lusher said. But it's fine. You two should just follow the military to the safe island. You're girls. Once you get up ahead, you'll be able to ride in a vehicle, so it won't be too exhausting. Take care of yourselves from now on. Jiang Lusher shook his head. Seeing how firm Jiang Lusher was, Xiao Lili had no choice. That soldier was already walking toward the minibus, still shouting loudly to hurry them along. Xiao Lili glanced at Jiang Lusher again in distress, then said apologetically, and I'll get off. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for saving my life. Mr. Jiang, be careful on the road. We'll meet again someday. MHM, hopefully, Jiang Lusher said. Let us go, Xiao Lili said softly. But to her surprise, when Xiao had been silent the whole time, and now she suddenly raised her head, her expression looked like she had made a huge decision. She shook her head and said, I'm not leaving either. Xiao Lili was startled. Why was when Xiao not leaving too? When Xiao looked at Xiao Lili and said, Lili, my home is on the way to Jinling City. If there really were no way to go back, then I could only go to the safe island too. But since Mr. Jiang is going to Jinling City, I want to go back and take a look too. At this point, when Xiaotian's eyes reddened a little as she said, whether my family is dead or alive, I have to see for myself. When Xiaotian quickly turned to Jiang Lusher and said, Mr. Jiang, could I ask you to take me back with you? Even though I can't help you much. When it comes to the route, I can actually provide some information. My father used to transport goods along this line, and I rode with him many times when I was little. There are quite a few routes I know. Mr. Jiang, facing when Xiaotian's plea, Jiang Lusher thought about it for a moment, then nodded without refusing. He actually wasn't familiar with the roads, so having someone who could help in that regard was not bad. When Xiaotian immediately showed a grateful expression. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Then she said to Xiao Lili, Lili, you go on by yourself. Take good care of yourself. Listening to when Xiaotian's words, tears started falling from Xiao Lili's eyes too. She also had no idea whether her parents were dead or alive, but her hometown was even farther away. There was no way she could go back at all. And now, even the good friend she had escaped with was about to part with her. Get off the vehicle already. At that moment, the soldier had already reached the front of the minibus. He banged hard on the window and shouted impatiently. Reluctantly, Xiao Lili got out. When the soldier saw that Jiang Lusher and when Xiaotian were still inside, especially with Jiang Lusher still sitting steadily in the driver's seat, he immediately roared. Why aren't you getting out yet? What are you doing? Your vehicle especially can't stay on the road. You're blocking the whole thing. Jiang Lusher said apologetically. Sorry, I'll drive it away right now. Seeing that Jiang Lusher had a good attitude, the soldier's expression eased a little, but he still added, fine. Drive it to the roadside, so it'll be easier for the bulldozer to push it down. Then the soldier walked off to the side, muttering while staring at Jiang Lusher's vehicle. Such a big vehicle. No idea if it can be pushed down. Might have to tear down the guardrail first. Those armored vehicles, trucks, and large numbers of soldiers stationed at the highway entrance would all have to withdraw from the highway once they could no longer hold the line. So the road had to be cleared. The military was only here to take these survivors away, not to fight those endless monsters to the death. At that moment, a sharp air raid siren suddenly rang out from the highway entrance. The soldier immediately looked over, and the people who had gotten out and were walking forward all turned their heads too. Some immediately sped up and started sprinting forward, while others stood there looking tense. A trace of unrest immediately spread through the crowd. Don't panic, a soldier roared. This is the final warning siren to remind survivors in the city to hurry here. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire had already become very close, and it was extremely dense. Looking into the distance, one could vaguely see a mass of moving heads. They were all zombies. In this kind of situation, even if survivors heard the siren, there was no way they could make it through the zombie horde and reach the highway. These survivors all felt lucky. They were the rare, fortunate ones. At this moment, that soldier looked at Jiang Lusher's vehicle again and casually urged him once more. The siren has already gone off. There is not much time left. Hurry you, Virum. The soldier suddenly heard a deep engine roar like muffled thunder. Right after that, he saw the minibus shoot forward in a sudden burst like some kind of sports car, then whip through a sharp turn in an arc and drive toward the edge of the highway. Many survivors saw this scene too. They had originally been watching the highway entrance, but now the noise from the minibus drew their attention. Seeing the minibus being driven like a race car, both those people and the soldier were stunned. This guy's driving skills are actually pretty damn good. The soldier had only just exclaimed when he immediately cried out. The minibus drove all the way to the edge of the highway, but it still showed no sign of stopping. Right ahead was the guardrail. Bang! Under everyone's shocked gazes, the minibus slammed straight into the guardrail and charged off the highway. It rushed down the 2 to 3 meter steep slope at the side of the highway, only stopping once it reached the grass below. What the hell? The soldier hurried over to check the situation, and quite a few survivors craned their necks to look too. This guy's driving is way too awful. He actually drove straight off the highway. Who knows if he got hurt? But this works out perfectly. As long as he's not hurt, he could just get out and run back up to the road, and it even solves the problem of this junk vehicle being hard to push down. Yet at that moment, the minibus suddenly shook again, like a drunk staggering on unsteady feet. Did it stall? Quite a few people had that thought. But right after that, the minibus started moving again with a chug-chug-chug, drove out of the grass, smashed through the green wire fence, and got onto the narrow little country road beside it. What the hell? What is this guy doing? Under the stunned gazes of the survivors on the road, the minibus drove away along the country road at an unhurried pace. That soldier's eyes were wide open too. The vehicle had actually driven off. Not far behind him, Xiao Lily was desperately waving in the direction of the minibus. She also hadn't expected Jiang Lushi to leave the highway in such a simple and brutal way. When the minibus had charged down just now, she had been startled too. But luckily, the minibus looked fine, and the people inside were definitely fine too. Xiao Tian, Mr. Jiang, take care. Xiao Lily waved hard as her vision blurred, and soon she couldn't even clearly see the minibus's receding figure. The collision did not cause damage to the base vehicle. Current base vehicle status: all systems normal. As Jiang Lushi listened to Xingzhong's report, he looked back toward the highway. This country road ran right alongside the highway. As Jiang Lushi drove all the way forward, what he saw were sedans that had been pushed down, as well as the crowd slowly moving ahead. Although these survivors were temporarily safe, once they relaxed a little from their tense state, they began to realize what exactly had happened in that short span of time. Many people were crying. Even those who weren't crying mostly looked despondent. Some had lost family members or lovers. Some felt lost about the future. All kinds of emotions were there. As Jiang Lushi looked at those people, when Xiao Tian was also looking out through the window, her expression somewhat sorrowful. And on the highway, whether survivors or soldiers, they all kept turning to look at this unusual minibus, so shocked that they temporarily stopped whatever they were doing and watched it drive past. Very soon, the country road reached a bend where it veered away from the highway. Yet Jiang Lushi still hadn't seen the very front of the army, nor had he seen Li Yusin or anyone else he knew. He cast one last glance at the fleeing survivors on the highway, then turned the steering wheel and drove through the bend. The minibus moved at a constant speed, and before long it had left the highway behind. That also meant they were getting farther and farther from the army's protection and from Shanghai Safe Island. Miss One, Jiang Lushi called out, when Xiao Tian immediately snapped out of her dazed state and hurriedly said, "What's wrong?" Then she added, "You should stop calling me Miss One. Just call me when Xiao Tian. If you don't mind, you can call me Xiao Tian. That's what my friends all call me." "All right, then you shouldn't call me Mr. Jiang either. My name is Jiang Lushi. J. Jiangji." When Xiao Tian still felt too embarrassed to call Jiang Lushi by his full name directly, so she could only address him like that. He said, "You know several routes. Can you tell me about them in detail?" Jiang Lushi said, although Jiang Lushi had already downloaded a route map beforehand. He had no way to use navigation, so it was temporarily useless at a time like this. Leaving the highway was equivalent to plunging headfirst into unknown danger. And that was something Jiang Lushi absolutely had to avoid. If when Xiao Tian really was familiar with the roads, then maybe they could find a relatively safer route. Okay, when Xiao Tian quickly nodded. One Xiao Tian's home was still more than 100 kilometers away from Jinling City, in an obscure little county town. Later, she got into a university in Jiangbei. When Xiao Tian came from a very ordinary family, her father was a long-haul transport driver, and the route he mainly ran was exactly the one from that little county town to Jiangbei. Whenever winter or summer vacation came when she was little, when Xiao Tian would be taken along by her father on long-distance trips, and sometimes she would also spend some time playing around in Jiangbei. Back then, for some reason, I felt like the scenery on the road and stuff was all really interesting, really fun, when Xiao Tian said, somewhat sentimentally. Then she came back to herself and said apologetically, "Sorry, I've said so much and still haven't gotten to the main point." "It's fine," Jiang Lushi said. A young girl had just narrowly escaped death, and now she was worried about her family. Being able to stay as restrained and calm as she was now was already quite impressive. When Xiao Tian's eyes had been red the whole time, Jiang Lushi had inadvertently noticed her forcing herself to look upward, trying not to cry. "You can keep talking. Anyway, we've still got road ahead of us," Jiang Lushi continued. This country road kept winding forward, and for the moment there still didn't seem to be any forks. When Xiao Tian couldn't help revealing a slight smile. "Got it, I'll say it now. I really was seriously trying to remember the road conditions just now." At first I was worried all this was from childhood and that I wouldn't remember clearly, but after thinking carefully just now, I realized I still remember it very firmly. Two of the routes both go through cities, and there are a lot of vehicles. Jiang Lusher shook his head. Anything with too many cars and too many people is out. On the highway, the army is still clearing the road for us. If we get blocked on the road, we'll just be left staring helplessly. What about the other routes? I also think those two probably won't work. There's another one that goes around through all kinds of small towns. Since goods have to be delivered to those factory areas along the way, there are actually still a lot of people on that route when Xiao Dian said. More people meant more zombies. Jiang Lusher had already ruled that out. There's one more that goes through mountain roads. The road conditions are pretty complicated, and for a very long stretch, there's really nothing at all along the way. When Xiao Dian said, for Jiang Lusher, complicated road conditions actually weren't much of a problem. Xingzhong would continuously correct his driving, which would greatly increase driving safety. However, the reason when Xiao Dian hadn't brought up this route at the start was probably because of that phrase, nothing at all. No food, no water, and no gas stations. When Xiao Dian didn't know that the food storage inside the minibus she was sitting in was already enough to open a small supermarket on the spot. And the water supply was enough to last a long time too. At the very least, there was no need to restrain consumption according to minimum survival needs. Of course, Jiang Lusher wouldn't take the initiative to tell her the real situation either. It wasn't that he didn't trust when Xiao Dian. He just felt that if he really had to explain it, it would be pretty troublesome. Jiang Lusher was actually someone who hated trouble. But no gas stations really was a problem. Tell me the exact route. Also, do you know about how many kilometers the stretch is? Jiang Lusher asked, when Xiao Dian only knew an approximate number. Jiang Lusher added a floating value of 50 kilometers to the number she gave, then had Xingzhong run the calculations. When he had driven the minibus back from the rental company to his residence, Jiang Lusher had already told the driver to fill up at a gas station. After that, he had also bought gasoline through some channels. And after the modifications were completed, the minibus's fuel tank had also become the base vehicle standard. Compared to an ordinary minibus, its capacity was drastically different. Jiang Lusher hadn't expected that at first, and now he felt that he had bought too little gasoline back then. Calculating based on current values. Current fuel stored in the base vehicle tank, 1,000 liters. Remaining fuel, 210 liters. Estimated range, 1,050 kilometers. An ordinary minibus fuel tank generally held 50 liters. Aside from filling the tank completely, Jiang Lusher had also bought another 180 liters of gasoline. At the time, it really seemed like quite a lot. But compared to the base vehicle's 1,000-liter fuel capacity, it was nowhere near enough. The rear of the base vehicle, specifically the area under the bed, was where the fuel tank was located, and it was about 1.25 cubic meters in size. 1,000 kilometers was already enough for me to drive all the way into Jinling City and find Jiang Zhuiying. But the data calculated by the Starseed was based on the base vehicle's normal fuel consumption, which was 20 liters per 100 kilometers. That referred to the base vehicle's ordinary driving conditions, without accelerating or ramming into anything. Those functions of the base vehicle all consumed gasoline, which was why it came with such a large fuel tank capacity. As for its normal fuel consumption, it actually wasn't too much different from an ordinary minibus. Brother Jiang, have you decided? Seeing Jiang Lusher remain silent the whole time, when Xiao Dian asked a little nervously. She was worried that if all the routes she had suggested were rejected by Jiang Lusher, then she really wouldn't have helped him at all. When Xiao Dian felt that people should help each other, and the most important part was the each other. Jiang Lusher, giving her a ride this far, was already an enormous help, and all she could offer in return was this tiny bit. MHM, we'll take the mountain road, Jiang Lusher said. He had already considered all the factors together. For him, taking the mountain road was the least troublesome option. Although he couldn't treat 1,000 kilometers as the base vehicle's absolute maximum range, at the very least, driving to the county town where when Xiao Tian's home was located would be no problem at all. We'll keep an eye out for gas stations and the like on the way, Jiang Lusher said. Okay. When Xiao Dian was a little surprised by Jiang Lusher's choice. She had thought he would choose the road through the factory district, even though there would probably be quite a few zombies there. But since Jiang Lusher had made his decision, she naturally had no objections. As long as they had gasoline, it didn't really matter, even if they didn't have much food. Actually, I read in some science articles that as long as you have water, you can generally maintain your vital signs. There was even a girl who went a whole month without eating anything to lose weight and was still fine. Even without food or water, you can still hold on for several days, when Xiao Tian said. Jiang Lusher glanced at her, not understanding why she was suddenly saying this out of nowhere. When Xiao Tian then smiled and said, I feel like I happen to need to lose weight anyway. Jiang Lusher didn't know what to say. This when Xiao Tian really thought they were going to go hungry the whole way. The base vehicle drove steadily along the rural road. Occasionally, they could see a few zombies standing blankly in the fields or by the roadside. The moment those zombies saw the base vehicle appear, They immediately charged over like frenzied wild beasts. But most of the time, before they could even pounce, they could only watch helplessly as the base vehicle sped past them. Ho ho! These zombies waved their arms futilely. In their blood-red eyes, there was no trace of reason, only madness and brutality. At first, when Xiao Tian stared out the window without blinking. Gradually, because they had remained safe the whole time, her tightly wound nerves finally relaxed, and she tilted her head and drifted into a fitful sleep. Adjusting to the left, continue forward. While driving, Jiang Lushi spared a glance at Xiao Tian. He saw her body suddenly twitch in her sleep, making it obvious that she wasn't sleeping peacefully. After fleeing all this way, she was probably exhausted too. Her nerve had been stretched taut the entire time, leaving both her body and mind drained. Watching her, Jiang Lushi couldn't help but think of Jiang Zhuiying. He wondered if she was hiding somewhere inside a house right now, terrified. When Xiao Tian woke up, she found that the minibus had already stopped. Outside, the sky was nearing dusk. On one side of the road was a cliff, and on the other was the dim outline of mountain forest. Brother Jiang? Not seeing Jiang Lushi in the driver's seat, Xiao Tian immediately sat upright. She didn't know how long she had slept, but since the minibus had already driven onto the mountain road, it had probably been 2 or 3 hours. On this silent mountain road, with the minibus stopped here all alone, waking up to find herself the only person inside the vehicle made Xiao Tian's heart instantly filled with panic. She hurried into the cabin. Brother Jiang? Brother Jiang? Although the cabin looked like it had everything one could need, the space was very compact. You could sweep your eyes over every corner at a glance. Yet there was still no sign of Jiang Lushi. Just as Xiao Tian was beginning to panic even more, she suddenly seemed to hear the faint sound of water coming from a small side door. Water? At that moment, with a click, the little door was pulled open, and Jiang Lushi walked out from inside. Xiao Tian stared at Jiang Lushi in surprise. Steam was still rising from his body, and his hair was wet as well. He was wiping it with a towel as he looked at her. You're awake? I think I slept too long, Xiao Tian replied. Not that long. Besides, you didn't seem to be sleeping very soundly. In this kind of situation, the more you sleep, the more you feel like you can't wake up. And anyway, being able to sleep now is a blessing. Jiang Lushi's words made Xiao Tian feel a little embarrassed. At a time like this, she had still been sleeping, which made it seem like she was a little too careless. But in truth, Xiao Tian had always been a rather delicate girl, physically. Between school and part-time work, she normally didn't get enough sleep to begin with. On top of that, when a virus broke out today, she had even fainted for a moment. After waking up, she had suffered a huge psychological shock, then gone through fleeing for her life and constant terror. So once she finally reached a temporarily safe environment, the exhaustion naturally came crashing in. But what surprised Xiao Tian even more now was Jiang Lushi. Her sleeping was just physical instinct, and having the chance to sleep was a blessing. But judging from Jiang Lushi's appearance, it seemed, oh right, do you want to take a shower? The question Jiang Lushi asked completely confirmed Xiao Tian's guess. He really had just taken a shower. Today, Xiao Tian had fallen to the ground and then run around everywhere. Her body was already covered in dust. For a clean-loving girl, that had to feel extremely uncomfortable. But under the current circumstances, she had never even imagined she could take a shower. Just having water to drink already felt like a blessing. Yet from the look of Jiang Lushi, not only had he taken a shower, he had even taken a hot one. I found a mountain spring by the roadside and pumped some water out, then filtered it a little. It's not drinkable, but it feels pretty good for bathing. If you want to wash up, there's body wash and the like inside. The hairdryer is next to the mirror, Jiang Lushi said. Xiao Tian listened blankly. Then couldn't he help asking, since it was filtered, shouldn't it still be drinkable? She just felt that using hot water like that only for bathing was far too luxurious and wasteful. No need for drinking water. Just turn on the faucet in the kitchen. Also, if you're hungry after your shower, go to the kitchen and start cooking some noodles. There are dried noodles in the cabinet, and also some fresh vegetables and things. Actually, Jiang Lushi also had some frozen dumplings, but he felt it would be a bit wasteful to cook them and eat them now. Although he had stored things like flour, the preserved meat he had stored wasn't very suitable for using as filling. In truth, Jiang Lushi had already put all the food that could be stored and wouldn't spoil easily into the storage room. What remained in the kitchen now were all foods that would spoil quickly if they weren't eaten soon. When buying food, Jiang Lushi had also bought some fresh items. After all, there was no need to start off by eating the long-term stored food right away. Jiang Lushi treated eating plain, hanging noodles as making do. But he had no idea that Xiao Tian's thoughts at this moment had already become extremely strange. She had already been mentally prepared to go hungry, but unexpectedly, not only was there hot water for a bath, she could also eat steaming hot noodles, and there were even vegetables. If her earlier experience hadn't still been so vivid in her mind, if the faces of those zombies weren't still flashing before her eyes, when Xiao Tian would have started to doubt whether the apocalyptic scenes she had seen were even real. This was basically a mobile hotel. As for Jiang Lusher asking her to cook, when Xiao Tian couldn't have asked for more. Hot water, hot food. Jiang Lusher had given her all of that. Yet there was so little she could do for him in return. I'll go wash up now, when Xiao Tian said. By the time when Xiao Tian had finished bathing and set the noodles onto a small folding table, Jiang Lusher, sitting across from her, glanced at the noodles in both their bowls and immediately didn't know what to say. There were only a few bites of noodles in when Xiao Tian's bowl. While his bowl was heaped so full it looked ready to spill over. There were eggs, green vegetables, and even ham sausage in it. It looked very hearty. There wasn't much stuff in the cabinet, so we should save it. And my appetite is only this big anyway, when Xiao Tian said. In truth, even a child would eat more than that. Not to mention that she had used up quite a bit of energy today. Eating this little would at most just fill her stomach a bit. Jiang Lusher really wanted to tell her that what was in the cabinet wasn't even 1/50th of his food supply. And even just the amount in the cabinet, if it didn't deliberately ration it like this, would still be enough for them to eat all the way to when Xiao Tian's home. Let us eat, Jiang Lusher said. He hadn't eaten noodles in a long time, and these hanging noodles actually tasted pretty good. Still, tomorrow he should properly eat rice instead. After eating the noodles, Jiang Lusher drove a little farther, then stopped by the roadside and rested for the night. Only after daybreak, the next morning, did he continue on the road. Although there was no longer any danger of colliding with other moving vehicles. Jiang Lusher was someone who didn't even have a driver's license, much less any experience driving on mountain roads. Even with Xingzhong's corrections, he still felt it was better not to risk driving at night or while fatigued. Not getting bitten to death by zombies, only to end up dying in a car crash. That would be way too unfair. Yesterday, it had already been dusk by the time they entered the mountain road. Now, looking at the route again in broad daylight, it was indeed just as when Xiao Tian had said. There was basically nothing along the way. Only occasionally could they see one or two farmhouses in the distance. By the roadside, there was one spot with a shabby car wash and repair shop. And beside it was a restaurant. Just from the filthy glass and the big red characters pasted on it, pickled fish, home-style dishes, it gave off a very old-fashioned feeling. This kind of place was specifically for long-haul drivers passing through. There were two large cargo trucks parked in the open space in front of the car wash. Their windows had been smashed, and there were bloodstains on the ground, but there was no driver inside. No one knew whether he had been chased off by zombies. Jiang Lusher stopped the vehicle in front of the pickled fish restaurant and looked at its entrance. The worn-out front door was tightly shut, and there were bloodstains on it, making it look especially eerie. Brother Jiang, are you planning to? When Xiao Tian was stunned for a moment when she saw Jiang Lusher park. It's fine. I'm looking for something to eat. In the early days of the apocalypse, a lot of fresh food had not yet rotted, so collecting ingredients at this time was relatively easy. After a few more days, once the fresh ingredients spoiled, they would only be able to eat those vacuum-packed preserved foods. Although Jiang Lusher had prepared some of those as well, now that there were two people eating, if they came across ingredients, of course they couldn't let them go. Looking for food? Can stuff in this restaurant still be eaten? When Xiao Tian asked worriedly. Jiang Lusher smiled faintly. He knew when Xiao Tian was worried that the food had been contaminated by the virus. Jiang Lusher had long since learned from Xingzhong that before the virus outbreak, the world's food and water sources had already been contaminated by the virus. Everyone in the world was also carrying the virus. But for people like Jiang Lusher, who had already survived the viral mutation, the virus in their bodies would not erupt. So finding food and such now would not have any effect on them at all. Of course, they still couldn't be bitten by zombies. Otherwise, the strengthened virus carried by the zombies would still infect them and turn them into zombies. Jiang Lusher wasn't going to tell when Xiao Tian any of this. It would be too troublesome to explain, and it would also be hard to explain why he knew it in the first place. He simply said, "Don't worry. This food is fine. Do we have to get out of the car to get it?" When Xiao Tian asked timidly. Getting out of the vehicle at a time like this was naturally extremely dangerous. But in the apocalypse, what wasn't dangerous? Especially searching for food. That was something done while risking one's life. When Xiao Tian's face turned slightly pale, she was afraid. But if Jiang Lusher needed her to, she would still force herself to get out of the car. Sit tight. Jiang Lusher's voice suddenly rang out beside when Xiao Tian's ear. When Xiao Tian froze for a moment. Before she could say anything, she heard the roar of the engine. Virum. The minibus charged forward like a furious wild bull, directly smashing for the pickled fish restaurant's front door. The wooden door, together with the surrounding wall, came crashing down with a thunderous boom. Jiang Lusher had already seen clearly that the walls of this little roadside countryside restaurant were not built with brick or stone at all, but with the prefab board materials used at construction sites. The outside was just a thin layer of sheet metal, with foam inside, fastened together with screws. One hit and it would collapse. As soon as the wall fell, the entire roof started swaying as if it could collapse at any moment. And at that moment, Jiang Lusher also saw clearly what the inside of the little restaurant looked like. It was an extremely bloody scene, for zombies were crouched on the ground, desperately fighting over something. Blood and pieces of internal organs were everywhere. About 5 people were lying on the ground, their bellies ripped open, while the zombies clawed up chunks of flesh from their bodies and devoured them. The reason he used the word about was because Jiang Lusher really couldn't tell how many bodies those dismembered corpses originally belonged to. Besides, the flesh on those corpses had already basically been eaten clean. When Xiaotian couldn't help crying out, but she immediately covered her mouth with her hand. The scene before her was enough to make anyone vomit, but in the apocalypse, she had to learn to adapt to sights like this. The 4 zombies all stopped feeding at this moment. They turned their heads and looked at the suddenly intruding minibus. Their eyes were blood red, the veins around them bulging. Their mouths and faces were smeared with blood and bits of flesh. They roared madly and charged at the minibus. Without another word, Jiang Lusher slammed the gas pedal all the way down. Vroom! The engine roared again. The minibus rammed into the 4 zombies, driving them straight into the wall on the other side of the restaurant. Boom! The whole wall was smashed down, carrying the 4 zombies and a huge section of the prefab structure with it. The minibus then crashed into the dirt wall of the back courtyard. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, red and white spraying across the windshield. Jiang Lusher had killed all 4 zombies in one go by ramming them to death. Who? Jiang Lusher let out a long breath and looked at the blurry blood and flesh on the windshield. After hesitating for a moment, he turned on the wipers. The wipers swept across soundlessly, dragging the shredded flesh with them and smearing the windshield crimson. But immediately after that, washer fluid sprayed out, diluting the blood, and little by little, the wipers swept it away. Jiang Lusher silently watched all of this. Since the apocalypse began, not even 24 hours had passed, but little by little, he seemed to be getting used to enduring this kind of bloodshed and killing. When Xiaotian bit her lip and stood behind Jiang Lusher, watching the blood constantly being swept away by the wipers, not knowing what to say. Jiang Lusher had reacted with extreme calm just now. But when Xiaotian knew that only by being like this could someone survive in the apocalypse. If a person kept crying and sobbing, sooner or later they would die in a zombie's jaws. I'll go down and look for food. When Xiaotian suddenly snapped to her senses and volunteered to get out of the vehicle to search for food. Getting out was naturally dangerous, and she would also have to face the corpses up close. It was disgusting. But this kind of thing couldn't be left to Jiang Lusher either. She had to make herself useful and not just be dead weight. I'm opening the door now. When Xiaotian gave a reminder. Only after getting Jiang Lusher's approval did she push open the door. The reason Jiang Lusher let when Xiaotian get out wasn't because he didn't know how to cherish women, but because under these circumstances, this was the wisest choice. Only he could control the starseed. If when Xiaotian stayed in the vehicle, she would be of no use at all. If when Xiaotian got out to look for food, then even if she ran into danger, Jiang Lusher could still drive over to support her. The small diner had already been smashed into a complete mess. When Xiaotian laboriously pushed aside the shattered boards and found the kitchen freezer. The freezer was taller than a person. Inside were all kinds of ingredients, chicken, duck, fish, eggs, and all kinds of vegetables. There was everything one could need, enough to feed more than a dozen people for 2 or 3 days. The freezer was too big to move onto the minibus, so when Xiaotian found clean plastic takeout bags and loaded the food onto the vehicle little by little. Jiang Lusher's minibus also had a small freezer, but its capacity was far too small. There was no way it could hold this much food. It looked like if they didn't eat it soon, all of it would go bad. Brother Jiang, I'll cook dinner tonight and let you try my cooking. When Xiaotian was extremely confident in her cooking skills. She had started cooking when she was very young, and she had a bit of talent for it too. In order to make herself useful, she had even specially carried up oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, a small gas stove, and a wok. Although the minibus had a small kitchen, its hardware was limited. There was only one kind of pot, only one burner, and both were very small, making it hard to really do much with them. With this, she simply moved the kitchen into the small living room and prepared to cook here. As a result, the already cramped interior of the minibus was now basically packed to the brim. Fortunately, when Xiaotian was petite, so she could still barely move around. When Xiaotian was truly hungry, although they had cooked plain noodles last night, she had thought there wasn't enough food and had been too embarrassed to eat much. Now there were so many ingredients that they would spoil if left uneaten, so she could finally eat her fill. Sure, Jiang Lusher was also looking forward to it. Night was about to fall, and he planned to simply rest here for a while. He watched when Xiaotian bustling around, washing vegetables and cooking, and he was full of anticipation as well. The only flaw was that the space in the small living room was still a bit too limited. With so many pots and stoves, there wasn't enough room to set everything out, and many of them had to be stacked on top of each other. Actually, a lot of things inside the base vehicle could be folded up, like the dining table and the beds. There was also storage space under the beds and the sofa when opened up. But even if all of those were folded away, the base vehicle still only had that much room. If only his base vehicle could be a little bigger, Then it could store more gasoline, more food, and add more living facilities. At that point, it would truly be a mobile base. The sun had already completely set when Xiaotian had finished more than half the meal, and the tempting aroma stirred Jiang Luciur's sense of smell. Earlier, he had been busy preparing to deal with the apocalypse and hadn't had time to properly eat. By now, his appetite had long since been fully aroused. However, right at that moment, suddenly roar, like the low growl of some kind of wild beast. It came from the darkness in the distance. HM. Jiang Luciur jolted. What was that? The growl came mixed with the sound of the wind on the silent mountain, carrying a feeling that made one's heart tremble with fear. In the middle of the apocalypse, even with the base vehicle, Jiang Luciur did not relax his guard in the slightest. He had obtained a great deal of information about the apocalypse from the starseed. He knew this apocalypse would never be that simple. If it were only ordinary zombies, then the remaining forces of the government would actually be able to bring things under control soon enough. In that case, it shouldn't even be called an apocalypse. This strange roar made Jiang Luciur's heart pound wildly. A strong sense of unease rose in him. Turn off the fire, Jiang Luciur said urgently. When Xiaotian froze for a moment. She had just put the vegetables into the wok. They were only half cooked. If she turned off the fire now, this dish probably wouldn't be edible anymore. But when Xiaotian also knew that this roar was most likely unusual, so she quickly turned off the fire. Meanwhile, Jiang Luciur shut off the main power switch of the base vehicle. The lights went out, and everything around them fell into darkness. On this rural path, the air was astonishingly clean, and with no surrounding light pollution, Jiang Luciur could see through the window the deep blue night sky outside, filled with stars. A crescent moon hung slantwise above the mountain, casting down a faint and cool glow. The night sky was beautiful, but at this moment, looking at it made Jiang Luciur's scalp go numb. Beneath that crescent moon, he saw a huge black shadow staring at the base vehicle. The shadow looked like some kind of giant beast, but there was no way to tell what it actually was. Jiang Luciur didn't dare turn on the headlights. He held his breath and lowered his body. At the same time, he pulled Xiaotian down as well, making her crouch. The base vehicle had excellent sealing. Even though they had been cooking just now, the aroma would not have drifted outside. This shadow shouldn't have been drawn by the smell, so it was likely the light source. Now that Jiang Luciur had cut off the light, he hoped the shadow would lose its target and leave. The apocalypse had only just begun, and his base vehicle was still in its most basic initial state. If he ran into some terrifying monster at a time like this, and the base vehicle got overturned, then they would be finished. Brother Jiang, beside Jiang Luciur, when Xiaotian's voice was extremely soft, carrying a faint tremor. The atmosphere was already that of the apocalypse, and now they had encountered such a terrifying black shadow in the dead of night. It was easy to imagine the psychological impact this had on a girl. Go hide by the sofa. Don't make a sound. Jiang Luciur bent low at the waist and slowly moved toward the driver's seat. He was already considering driving away to escape because he had realized that even after the light source was turned off, that black shadow was still slowly approaching. But Jiang Luciur also didn't dare move too quickly in case he provoked it. As the distance closed, relying on that faint moonlight, Jiang Luciur finally saw it clearly. The black shadow, gradually approaching, was actually a gigantic wild boar. How could a wild boar be this huge? Jiang Luciur was shocked, although the distance was still great. By comparing it to the houses around it, he was already sure that this wild boar was at least the size of a box-style light truck. Its height was no lower than the base vehicle S, only its body was shorter. Its entire body was covered in black bristles like steel spikes, and those bristles were matted with large amounts of dry blood, making it look as though it had just crawled out of a pool of blood. The two tusks at the corners of its mouth were like two enormous curved blades. One of those tusks even had a section of intestines skewered on it. This was practically a ferocious hellboar that had walked straight out of the underworld. That wild boar was staring straight at Jiang Luciur's base vehicle. Its two eyes, like a pair of searchlights, were glowing with a scarlet light. This wasn't Jiang Luciur's imagination. They were really glowing, like a wolf's eyes shining with a ghostly green light at night. Except this light was scarlet. This was bad. Could it be? Jiang Luciur suddenly remembered that the information from the starseed had mentioned this before. After the apocalypse began, aside from some humans becoming infected and turning into zombies, and some animals becoming infected and turning into zombie beasts, there were also some humans and animals that would mutate. This kind of mutation would make them far stronger than zombie creatures of the same kind. Before, when he had only read the text description, Jiang Luciur had no real concept of it. Only now, when he was actually seeing a mutated wild boar with his own eyes, was he truly shocked. A wild boar the size of a small truck sounded like it might not be that huge. But when it really appeared right in front of you and slowly closed in, those tusks, that coarse bristly hide, those scarlet glowing eyes, the visual impact and sense of oppression were just too intense. And right now, between Jiang Luciur and that giant wild boar, There was only a single layer of transparent windshield glass. There were still faint traces of blood on the glass. One pane of glass, one man, and one beast staring at each other. Right then, roar. The wild boar suddenly let out a terrifying bellow. It kicked up all four hooves and charged straight at the base vehicle and Jean Lucia. As it ran, its heavy body slammed down hoof after hoof, crushing the road beneath it. Dirt and stones flew everywhere. A wild boar the size of a box truck probably weighed over 10 tons. Yet it was running at nearly cheetah-like speed in such a short span of time. Jean Lucia could even feel the ground trembling faintly. Shit, Jean Lucia was horrified. A wild boar that heavy. Once it got charging, the impact force would be absolutely terrifying. The entire base vehicle would definitely be flipped over in one hit. The base vehicle had armor protection, but in terms of weight, it wasn't too much heavier than an ordinary mid-sized bus. How could it possibly withstand that kind of collision? Once the vehicle flipped, you would have no power to fight back at all, no matter how sturdy the armor was. That giant boar would pry it open bit by bit. Fuck! Jean Lucia cursed loudly. With one leap, he crossed the last bit of distance to the driver's seat in an instant. At this point, the wild boar was already extremely close to the base vehicle. He had no time to turn around and flee. If he chose to run, he would first have to turn. And trying to turn the vehicle around right now would only let the boar slam into the side of the base vehicle. The result would only be a rollover. That meant there was only one choice left. And this was the only choice Jean Lucia could make in the shortest possible time. Fuck it. Jean Lucia yanked the gear lever hard and stomped the accelerator all the way down. Vroom. The base vehicle let out a beast-like roar and launched instantly. The base vehicle modified by the Starseed started much faster than an ordinary car, and because Jean Lucia had kept it ready to move at any time, he and T even engaged the handbrake. In that instant, the base vehicle shot forward. Seatbelts! Jean Lucia shouted. At the same time, the seatbelt in the driver's seat automatically snapped out and tightly fastened around his body, and in the base vehicle's small living room. When Xiaotian also hurriedly sat down on the sofa and fumbled to strap herself in. In fact, Jean Lucia's shout had been meant for her. In just a few short seconds, the base vehicle accelerated to 100 kilometers per hour. Jean Lucia clenched his teeth as he watched the wild boar in the windshield come hurtling toward him as well. The completely transparent windshield made Jean Lucia feel as if that wild boar, as big as a light truck, was crashing straight into his face. Even the boar's chilling tusks were pointed right at Jean Lucia's head. If the glass couldn't hold, he would be impaled directly through the driver's seat by those tusks. At this life-or-death moment, Jean Lucia's mind went completely blank. He only gripped the steering wheel tightly and used all the strength in his body to keep the accelerator pinned to the floor. All or nothing. Jean Lucia's blood was boiling through his whole body. The boar's massive head was already right in front of him. Jean Lucia even felt as though he could see the reflection of himself and the base vehicle in the boar's scarlet pupils. Collision. Boom. The base vehicle shook violently. The tremendous impact force yanked Jean Lucia's body outward hard. The elastic seat belt locked him in place so tightly that for that instant, Jean Lucia felt as though it was about to cut him in half at the waist. Bang! An airbag exploded out in front of him and slammed into Jean Lucia's face, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. At the same time, behind Jean Lucia, a series of crackling crashes rang out. The pots, bowls, and utensils that had been moved onto the base vehicle all fell to the floor under the force of the massive inertia. The sofa was fixed to the vehicle, so it didn't go flying sideways. But even so, the tremendous impact still made when Xiaotian, who was strapped to the sofa with a seatbelt, loud a scream. Bang! When Xiaotian felt a sharp pain in her head. She had no idea what she had slammed into. Her vision went black, and she passed out on the spot. At this time, the airbag in front of Jean Lucia quickly retracted. This was also one of the base vehicle's capabilities. After the airbag deployed, it would instantly retract, so it wouldn't block the driver's vision. Only then, while enduring the nauseating dizziness and the pain in his lower abdomen for the tight seatbelt, did Jean Lucia see the scene beyond the windshield. The entire windshield had been struck with two white marks the size of wash basins. Those white marks meant there were internal fracture lines inside the windshield, which had changed its transparency. Ordinary bulletproof glass, when hit by bullets, would also turn into a patch of white spiderweb cracks. Of course, even with fracture lines inside, that glass could still continue to stop bullets. And it wasn't just the glass. Even the front of the vehicle had been dented inward by a huge chunk from the boar's impact. That collision had been utterly terrifying. Warning, base vehicle damaged. Damage level, 35. Front bulletproof windshield durability reduced by 60%. Power system damaged. Instant acceleration and ramming functions disabled. Internal power supply cut off. In an instant, that message rang out in Jean Lucia's mind. The base vehicle was damaged. Jean Lucia froze for a moment. Before this, even when the base vehicle had faced the siege of a huge number of zombies, it hadn't even been scratched. But today, after being rammed once by this mutated wild boar, it had already been damaged. Among the Starseed-S warnings, the part that made Jiang Lushi feel ice cold all over was the damage to the power system. Because of that, the base vehicle could no longer accelerate in a short burst and had lost its ramming capability. Against this enormous mutated wild boar, that was practically the same as turning into a stationary target. Right, the mutated wild boar. Jiang Lushi suddenly looked toward the boar in front of the vehicle. This collision hadn't been easy on it either. It had collapsed onto the ground, its massive head covered in blood. The blood flowed down and blurred its vision. Of its two huge tusks, one had been snapped clean off, exposing the bloody pulp inside. Roar. A deep growl rumbled from the mutated wild boar's belly. Because the base vehicle was damaged, the sound was no longer blocked off. Jiang Lushi directly took the roar of this giant beast head on. What kind of feeling was that? That deep sound made all of his internal organs resonate with it, and his body almost couldn't move. Jiang Lushi felt as if giant hands were gripping his heart, making it hard to beat, and gripping his lungs, making it hard to breathe. A terrifying roar. The mutated wild boar climbed back up. Its skull seemed to have been shattered, but supported by its immense vitality, it still possessed horrifying strength. It stared at Jiang Lushi with a pair of headlight-like eyes. Between the two of them was only a thin layer of already cracked windshield glass. Crack! The mutated wild boar's only remaining tusk jammed directly under the chassis of the base vehicle, then violently heaved upward. It wanted to completely flip the base vehicle over. Jiang Lushi instantly felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. Once the base vehicle flipped, it would all be over. Can it still drive? Can it still drive? Jiang Lushi was frantic. He pulled the gear lever and started the base vehicle. The vehicle let out a heavy sound, and all four wheels began to turn. It could still drive. The instant acceleration and ramming functions were damaged, but the base vehicle could still run normally. Screech, screech, screech. The front wheels of the base vehicle were already off the ground, spinning uselessly in the air, while the rear tires rubbed fiercely against the ground, kicking up large amounts of dirt and stones. The impact force wasn't too strong, but the boar was injured too. Relying on that force, the boar was temporarily unable to flip the base vehicle over. But the situation was already extremely dangerous. The front of the vehicle was being lifted higher and higher by the boar. It was about to overturn. Damn it! Jiang Lushi's face looked terrible at this moment. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, kept his foot on the gas, and his face was covered in cold sweat. Calm down. I have to calm down. At a moment of crisis like this, he had to find a way to survive, to claw his way out of certain death. A flash of inspiration struck Jiang Lushi's mind. His fingers moved like he was playing the piano as he rapidly pressed several buttons on the base vehicle. Beep. With a soft sound, the base vehicle's control panel lit up for a moment. Jiang Lushi braced himself hard against the control panel. Success or failure will be decided in this one move. Air cannon pressurization beginning. Pressurization time, 95 seconds. Xingzhong's voice rang out in Jiang Lushi's mind. He let out a long breath. Great. Though the ramming and instant acceleration functions were damaged, the weapon could still be used. Besides ramming, the Xingzhong base vehicle also had mounted weapons. Back when Jiang Lushi completed the base vehicle's modifications, Xingzhong had already provided him with information about the onboard weapons. It was just that before the apocalypse arrived, Jiang Lushi had been afraid of causing trouble, so he had never tested them. And after the apocalypse began, he had been busy fleeing and had no chance to try them either. Now, there was no testing left to do. The moment it began, it was a real battle with real weapons. Failure meant death. Base vehicle air cannon. Compressed gas volume, 500 liters. Initial firing velocity, 810 meters per second. That was more than twice the speed of sound. Back in World War II, the air cannons developed by the Nazis had been capable of shooting down low-flying aircraft. It was only because of accuracy problems in the end that they failed to achieve practical results. Jiang Lushi didn't know what kind of effect a shot from this air cannon would have when fired at the boar. There was no doubt about the air cannon's power, but compared to solid ammunition, air still had slightly less impact force. Sometimes, the shockwave from a bomb explosion could blast a person more than 10 meters away. Yet after the shockwave passed, there were still many who survived. Jiang Lushi couldn't guarantee that this compressed air shot could kill the mutated wild boar, and he only had one chance to attack. There would be no second shot. The 95-second preparation time meant that if he tried for a second one, the base vehicle would have flipped long before then. Do it! Jiang Lushi gritted his teeth and pressed another button. The air cannon's barrel extended from the front of the vehicle, aimed directly at the mutated wild boar's abdomen. This barrel was hidden inside the front of the vehicle, and nothing unusual could be seen from the outside. It only extended when in use. Jiang Lushi stared at the 60mm spray cannon barrel, his heart pounding non-stop. Preparation countdown, 9, 8, 7. Xingzhong was counting down. To Jiang Lushi. That voice sounded like fate's verdict. The barrel could adjust its angle and direction. So where should he attack? The abdomen? The head? The throat? This mutated wild boar had thick hide and rough flesh. Jiang Lushi had no doubt that its skin and flesh could withstand bullets. No matter which part of it he attacked, its defense seemed astonishing. 6-5. The countdown was getting closer and closer to 0, and the base vehicle was tilting more and more severely. Crash, clatter. Because the base vehicle had been lifted and tilted, the pots, bowls, and utensils all slid backward. Jiang Lushi gritted his teeth, pressed the button for automatic cruise control, unfastened his seatbelt, grabbed a wrench, and jumped down from the driver's seat. Stupid pig, die. Jiang Lushi suddenly seemed to go mad. He swung the wrench and smashed it hard toward the boar through the windshield. Bang, bang, bang. The wrench struck the windshield, which was already cracked. Tiny shards of glass trembled loose and rained down. This kind of attack looked completely meaningless. But the mutated wild boar was still a beast after all. Provoked by Jiang Lushi's taunting, it was enraged. It stared at Jiang Lushi with a pair of scarlet eyes. 4-3. The countdown was nearing its end. To Jiang Lushi, this was fate's judgment. Suddenly, Jiang Lushi pressed a button and kicked the car door open. His whole body extended out through the door. That kind of action was practically equivalent to suicide. But at this moment, Jiang Lushi was extremely calm. He knew that most of the base vehicle's weight was pressing down on the boar's tusk. The base vehicle's front wheels had been lifted off the ground, but the boar was also being pinned by the vehicle and couldn't move easily. If the boar turned to attack him at the side of the vehicle, it would first have to pull out its tusk. The moment that happened, the base vehicle would drop back down, and with both front and rear wheels gripping the ground together, it would crash into the boar. Even if it didn't knock it over, it would still slam it backward. So although it looked like suicide in those few short seconds, the boar simply wouldn't be able to attack him. Stupid pig, go die. Aiming at the boar's huge eye, Jiang Lushi used all his strength and hurled the wrench in his hand. Whoosh! The boar had no way to dodge and was struck directly by the wrench. But because the base vehicle was shaking so badly, and Jiang Lushi was some African tribal stone thrower, the wrench was slightly off after all. It didn't hit the boar's eye, but instead struck the corner of it. Even so, the corner of the eye was rich with nerves, and the boar felt pain. Roar! The furious boar let out an earth-shaking bellow. Terrifying sound waves came crashing over. Jiang Lushi was almost torn off the car door. The infrasound and the resonance with his internal organs made Jiang Lushi's heart nearly stop in an instant, and his mind went blank. But at this very moment, there was still one voice in Jiang Lushi's mind that remained incomparably clear. It was Xingzhong's countdown. 2-1-0. I'm killing you. Jiang Lushi's eyes were bloodshot. Enduring the dizziness and spinning sensation, he used Xingzhong to make the air cannon's barrel twist just a tiny bit, pointing it directly at the mutated wild boar's gaping mouth. And at that moment, because the mutated wild boar was roaring, its mouth was already wide open. The barrel was practically inserted right into the boar's mouth. Air cannon, fire. Boom! A savage, explosive sound rang out, like a thunderclap exploding from flat ground, deafening beyond belief. The airflow at 810 meters per second had long since exceeded the speed of sound, triggering a sonic boom. Massive energy erupted outward. The base vehicle was violently blasted backward, and the windows shook fiercely. Large sheets of bulletproof glass granules came raining down, swept away by the airflow and scattering in all directions like bullets. The rapidly expanding air formed a vacuum around it. After the pressure suddenly spiked, it then dropped almost to nothing. The water vapor in the air instantly condensed, forming a cone-shaped mist the size of a house. And that cone-shaped mist was pushed by the airflow, charging forward at an unbelievable speed. At the same time, the base vehicle was blasted backward. The prefab houses and trees ahead were directly torn away by the airflow. Houses collapsed, rooftops flew off, and a big tree, as thick as a thigh, snapped in half at the waist. Every single leaf vanished in an instant, and this was only the aftershock of the airflow. The truly overwhelming majority of it was all taken head-on by the mutant wild boar's huge mouth. Boom! The mutant wild boar's body, weighing over 10 tons, was hurled away viciously as the rampant airflow expanded violently through its internal organs. Its enormous body instantly swelled up, puffing into a balloon, and then, the terrifying high-pressure airflow, with pressure close to 10 MPa, found an outlet behind the mutant wild boar. Bang! With a muffled explosion, a huge spray of blood, minced flesh, and shattered organs blasted out from the mutant wild boar's rear, shooting dozens of meters into the distance, and forming a vivid fountain of blood in midair. Clang! The blood fountain slammed hard into a prefab house like an iron hammer, directly smashing it into collapse. Terrifying power. Watching that horrifying air cannon with his own eyes, Jiang Lushi was deeply shaken. At this time, the base vehicle was still on auto cruise. After the wheels touched the ground, without the bore's upward ramming force, it automatically drove forward. Jiang Lushi hurriedly canceled the cruise mode and stepped on the brakes. Screech. The base vehicle's 4 tires had already been put through hell. The rear tires especially had become extremely hot from the violent friction, giving off bluish smoke and a heavy burnt smell. The base vehicle's tires were naturally much sturdier than those of ordinary vehicles. There were even dispersed small air sacs inside the tires, so they would not blow out even if pierced by bullets. But even so, after all that abuse, they had still suffered severe damage. Jiang Lushi pushed open the door. His whole body felt drained. Although the battle just now had mainly been a clash between the base vehicle and the mutant wild boar, it still left Jiang Lushi deeply exhausted. The consumption had been too great. Jiang Lushi looked ahead. The air cannon's handiwork was truly astonishing. Before launching it, even he had not expected an initial speed of 810 meters per second to have such terrifying power. Still, air was air in the end. Even when highly compressed, once it slammed into the mutant wild boar's flesh tough enough to stop bullets, it would burst apart and scatter, greatly reducing its power. If it had not been fired straight into the mutant wild boar's mouth, killing it by impact alone would probably have been very difficult. Jiang Lushi picked up the wrench that had fallen to the ground and staggered toward the mutant wild boar, looking at the pig blood, chunks of flesh, and intestines all over the ground. Then at the mutant wild boar whose body had been blown through front to back, Jiang Lushi clicked his tongue inwardly. Good lord, this pig got completely wrecked. Jiang Lushi stopped more than 10 meters away from the mutant wild boar, just in case it had some death throes and ended up injuring him. At the same time, he did not dare go too far from the base vehicle either. If zombies came, he might not make it back to the vehicle in time. Wen Xiaotian, Jiang Lushi called out to Wen Xiaotian. However, the inside of the vehicle was completely silent. There was no response. Jiang Lushi's heart tightened, and he immediately returned to the base vehicle. When he looked inside, he saw Wen Xiaotian tightly strapped to the base vehicle by the seatbelt, her eyes shut. Her head had been struck open, and her forehead was covered in blood. Jiang Lushi hurriedly checked Wen Xiaotian's breathing. Fortunately, she had only fainted. After looking at Wen Xiaotian's wound, Jiang Lushi shook his head. He felt she was really unlucky. Her injury had probably been caused by cookware like pots and bowls smashing into her. Earlier, when Jiang Lushi had driven the base vehicle into direct collisions with the mutant wild boar, Wen Xiaotian had been strapped safely onto the small sofa with the seatbelt. So naturally she had been fine. But those pots, bowls, and other kitchenware had not been secured. Once they went flying, Wen Xiaotian was knocked unconscious on spot. If a few more collisions had happened, it would not have been impossible for Wen Xiaotian to be beaten to death by all those bottles and containers. That had been close. Jiang Lushi let out a breath of relief. If Wen Xiaotian had been killed as collateral damage in the fight against the mutant wild boar, he would have felt terrible about it too. Jiang Lushi went to the storage box to get some gauze and was just about to give Wen Xiaotian some simple bandaging when, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Base vehicle damaged. Damage level, 35. Repair requires 200 kilograms of steel, 100 kilograms of copper, 30 kilograms of high polymer organic plastic, 1,200 liters of gasoline, and 200 kilowatt hours of electricity. Repair time required, 24 hours. Hearing that voice, Jiang Lushi froze for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. The base vehicle had been damaged. Luckily, it could repair itself. But these repair materials were really hard to find. Steel, copper, organic plastic, especially electricity and gasoline. In the apocalypse, collecting these things would not be easy. 1,200 liters of gasoline, nearly a ton. This thing was practically a gas guzzler. And as for the current gasoline reserve, Jiang Lushi looked at the fuel gauge, his face full of bitterness. After repeatedly activating the collision function and then firing the air cannon, gasoline had been consumed massively. There was less than 20 liters left, not even enough to drive 100 kilometers. If he ran into a horde of zombies within that 100 kilometers, the consequences would be unthinkable. Just as Jiang Lushi was worrying, the starseed sounded another prompt, making his heart stir. He instantly perked up and listened closely. Successfully hunted a first-level mutant beast. First-level mutant crystal core detected, located at the mutant beast's heart. Removing it can activate the base vehicle's first evolution. Mutant beast meat detected. It can be eaten directly to enhance physical constitution, or used as material supply for the biological laboratory to activate the biological evolution function. What? Jiang Lushi was stunned for a moment. Mutant crystal core? Biological laboratory? What the hell were those? The successful hunting of a first-level mutant beast was naturally referring to this mutant wild boar. Then that first-level mutant crystal core, could it be inside the mutant wild boar's body? And as for the biological laboratory, what was that? When Jiang Lushi had previously completed the base vehicle S modification, he had not discovered any biological laboratory at all. At this moment, click, with a soft sound, Jiang Lushi turned his head and saw a slot pop out from the base vehicle S control panel. The slot was only about big enough to hold a single ping pong ball. Jiang Lushi stared at the slot for quite a while. It was a slot made from some unknown alloy, looking extremely precise. This was also the first time he had ever seen it. Some guesses formed in Jiang Lushi's mind. The mutant crystal core located at the heart. Jiang Lushi picked up the dagger he had bought earlier, jumped out of the vehicle, and walked toward the mutant wild boar. At this point, the mutant wild boar had already rolled onto its side, so Jiang Lushi could see its chest clearly. Poochie! Jiang Lushi swung the dagger and stabbed it in with a single thrust. The pig skin was extremely tough, but not nearly as tough as Jiang Lushi had imagined. This mutant wild boar had been able to crash head-on against the base vehicle. In Jiang Lushi's original imagination, it should have been impervious to blades and bullets. He had even been thinking he might need to go to the repair shop next door and find a steel saw. Yet he expected that even with just a dagger, he could still slice through the pigskin bit by bit. It was difficult, but at least it worked. Could it be that after a mutated wild boar died, its hide and flesh would undergo some kind of change and no longer be as tough as before? The thought flashed through Jiang Lushi's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Starseed had just prompted that this mutated beast meat was edible. If it was as tough as rubber, who would even be able to bite through it? Being able to cut open the pigskin without too much effort was ultimately a good thing. Jiang Lushi struggled to cut open the mutated wild boar's chest, pulled out its heart, and then split the heart open as well. He was already covered in blood from head to toe. Based on Jiang Lushi's original impression, fresh pig blood should have had a strong, fishy stench. But strangely, the blood of this mutated wild boar not only wasn't foul-smelling, it even carried a faint fragrance. It seemed that this blood was unusual too. Jiang Lushi thought for a moment, then found several plastic buckets in the little restaurant to collect the blood. Very quickly, he had filled several large buckets. And only then did Jiang Lushi finally dig out a bead the size of a quail egg from inside the mutated wild boar's heart. The bead was crystal clear, like glazed glass. It felt extremely smooth in his hand, and it was even a little warm. This had to be the so-called mutated crystal core. Holding the mutated crystal core, Jiang Lushi returned to the base vehicle. He carefully placed the mutated crystal core into the recessed slot that had popped out earlier. Click! With a soft sound, the mutated crystal core was locked into the slot, and then the metal groove slowly retracted. Starseed's prompt immediately sounded. Mutated crystal core inserted successfully. Base vehicle S first evolution unlocked. Please choose an evolution path. A screen of light appeared before Jiang Lushi's eyes. On it were one option after another, each followed by a line of explanatory text. Option 1. Unlock level 1 spatial fuel tank. Fuel tank capacity, 10 cubic meters. The fuel tank is explosion-proof and bulletproof, and can be upgraded. Option 2. Unlock level 1 spatial storage function. Storage space size, 10 cubic meters. The space is low temperature and oxygen efficient, allowing food to stay fresh. Ordinary food can be preserved for more than 1 year. Mutated beast meat can be preserved for more than 3 years. Mutated beast meat is originally resistant to spoilage and can remain fresh for 30 days, even in a 30 degrees Celsius hot and humid environment. Option 3. Unlock automatic evolution absorption function. The base vehicle can automatically absorb materials through a particle beam, eliminating the need to manually transport materials. Option 4. Add a mechanical arm to the base vehicle. Mechanical arm load capacity, 20 tons. Option 5. Add a weapon to the base vehicle. Fuel-type flamethrower. Activation requires a large amount of gasoline. Pure oxygen combustion produces a 2000 degree Celsius high temperature. Option 6. Upgrade the air cannon. Option 7. Upgrade vehicle armor and bulletproof glass. Jiang Lushi kept reading and discovered that after option 6, there were even more options, but those options were darkened, as if they couldn't be selected. And among them, Jiang Lushi saw the biological laboratory. Option 10. Unlock biological laboratory. By adding materials, gene evolution fluid can be developed for the host to evolve genes, greatly enhancing physical ability. Requirement to unlock 2 level 1 mutated crystal cores. The moment Jiang Lushi saw the biological laboratory option, his eyes lit up. Develop gene evolution fluid? Use it to strengthen his own body? That was no small matter. Jiang Lushi knew that after the apocalypse descended, it wasn't just animals that had mutated, humans had too. And although he had the base vehicle, his own body was still his greatest weakness. If his main body died, then everything would be over. Because of that, Jiang Lushi hardly even dared to get out of the vehicle. But if he had gene evolution fluid, he himself would become much stronger. Naturally, that would greatly increase his combat power. This biological laboratory absolutely had to be unlocked. But it required 2 level 1 mutated crystal cores, and he only had 1 right now. Just killing this 1 level 1 mutated wild boar had already cost him half his life. As for getting 2, Jiang Lushi didn't even dare think about it right now. He needed to become stronger. First, the base vehicle had to evolve. After that, he himself could follow and become stronger too. In this torturous apocalypse, there were far too many things Jiang Lushi needed to do. So there was no need to think about the biological laboratory for now. First, he had to unlock one of the earlier functions. The first option, upgrading the fuel tank, was desperately needed. Right now, the base vehicle's fuel storage was far too low. But with a 10 cubic meter tank, once it was filled with 8 or 9 tons of gasoline, whether he was ramming enemies or using weapons, he'd have real confidence. Otherwise, if he ran out of fuel halfway through fighting a mutated beast, that would be far too unjust a death. The second one, storage space, also made Jiang Lushi drool. The base vehicle didn't have enough room right now, and a lot of things simply couldn't fit. For example, this mutated wild boar meat. If he couldn't store it, that would be such a waste. And the storage space could even preserve food. With that, it would basically be a mobile granary. As for increasing the strength of the armor and bulletproof glass, unlocking the automatic material absorption function, upgrading weapons, and unlocking new weapons, Jiang Lushi wanted all of them. He even felt that something as simple as adding a mechanical arm was incredibly necessary. Without a mechanical arm, just moving this mutated wild boar meat alone was already giving Jiang Lushi a headache. The thing weighed 10 tons. How was he supposed to move it? However, he could only choose one. The decision was painfully difficult. After thinking it over again and again, Jiang Lushi still suppressed his desires with reason and chose the first option. Increase the fuel tank capacity. With a spatial fuel tank, he could store a massive amount of gasoline. Many of the other upgrades either made things more convenient or improved the base vehicle's combat power. But the first one, the spatial fuel tank, was directly tied to Jiang Lushi's life at this very moment. The base vehicle had to be repaired as quickly as possible. The requirement of 1,200 liters of gasoline already exceeded the current fuel tank's limit. And on top of that, many of the base vehicle's combat functions later on would also require support from an ultra-large capacity fuel tank. Without fuel, everything was empty talk. Jiang Lushi gritted his teeth and pressed the first option. Beep. With a soft sound, Starseed's prompt rang out. Selected. Fuel tank upgrade. Materials required for upgrade. 100 kilograms of steel. Upgrade time, 2 hours. Fuck. Jiang Lushi's eyes widened, and he truly wanted to kick the control panel. It still needed steel? Needed your damn sister. He had thought that once he clicked it, the upgrade would happen directly. Turns out that even with a mutated crystal core, it was only the most basic prerequisite for evolutionary upgrades. Materials still had to be found. Then again, that made sense. How could you upgrade a fuel tank without steel? But where was he supposed to find steel now? Right beside Jiang Lushi were several box trucks and even a large cargo truck. Those vehicles did have steel, but how was he supposed to dismantle that steel and move it into the base vehicle? That was a huge problem. If the base vehicle had unlocked option 3, the function to automatically absorb materials, then Jiang Lushi wouldn't have needed to move anything himself. He could have just extended the absorber and directly absorbed the steel from those trucks. But right now, Jiang Lushi obviously couldn't waste this precious first evolution on unlocking the automatic absorption function just to save himself some trouble. He had to find steel and upgrade the fuel tank. But this mutated wild boar meat. Jiang Lushi glanced at the enormous mutated wild boar lying on the ground, truly unwilling to part with it. This mutated wild boar meat could stay fresh for a whole month, even in a 30-degree hot and humid environment. If he didn't take it with him, it would all go to waste. And Xingzhong had said that mutant beast meat could not only be used as material for a biological laboratory to develop gene evolution fluid, but even if you just ate it, it could slowly improve your physique. Without a biological laboratory, Jiang Lushi could still make a simple stir-fried pork dish and feast on it. That was also a pretty damn satisfying thing. If it could strengthen his physique a bit, then at least hauling several hundred kilograms of steel would take less effort. Jiang Lushi had grown up in an ordinary family. On top of that, both his parents had died, and he and his younger sister had sold the house and depended on each other to survive. He was used to living frugally. If he had to waste this much mutant beast meat, it would be like making his heart bleed. No, even without storage space. I still have to take this wild boar with me. Jiang Lushi made up his mind. This mutant wild boar was a huge treasure trove. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, gold and silver had become scrap metal, and paper money was worse than toilet paper. And the thing people would use to exchange goods with each other should be food. And the value of this mutant beast meat was something humans would probably discover very soon. Eating it could strengthen the body. That was no small matter. Compared to those zombies, ordinary people were just too weak. Once a zombie locked onto someone, even escaping would be hard. In that kind of situation, People with better physiques would naturally have a much higher survival rate. On top of that, this mutant beast meat was easy to store. In autumn and winter, it could sit for months without any problem. It would probably become a hard currency, even more valuable than grain. Waste is the greatest crime. Even if I can't take it away, I'll force myself to take it away. Jiang Lushir had made up his mind that he absolutely had to haul this wild boar away. But the base vehicle had limited space. This huge thing weighed around 10 tons, so how could it possibly fit? So Jiang Lushir turned his attention to a small box truck not far away. The box truck also looked very old and battered. A cargo truck that ran on rural dirt roads like this. How good could it be? It was probably the kind that was already close to being scrapped. Jiang Lushir ran over to the box truck and looked it over. He tugged on the door handle. As expected, the door was locked. Jiang Lushir's mind turned, and he immediately spun around and went into the ruins of the boiled fish restaurant. Jiang Lushir guessed that the driver had probably gotten hungry while on the road and gotten out to eat boiled fish, only for the apocalypse to descend and kill him on the spot. The key should have been hanging from the driver's body, but looking at the ruins, everything was already a complete bloody mess. It had already been torn up badly enough by zombies, and after the base vehicle and mutant wild boar had gone through here, it was simply unwatchable. Minced flesh, fresh blood, and muddy sludge were mixed everywhere. Finding a key in a place like this was a very challenging task. Jiang Lushir thought about it, then decided to forget it. He found a wrench in the relatively intact auto repair shop nearby and smashed it straight into the small truck's windshield. Crash! A string of sharp shattering sounds rang out, and the windshield turned completely into fragments. Then Jiang Lushir climbed in through the front window. Once this kind of windshield shattered, it broke into small pellets that didn't cut your hands. Climbing into a small box truck was nothing for Jiang Lushir. Jiang Lushir sat in the driver's seat, released the handbrake, and then rummaged around inside the cab until he found a 9-meter tow rope. Haha, just as expected. This kind of tow rope was something most vehicles would have, especially a beat-up box truck like this that could break down at any moment. How could it not have a tow rope? Jiang Lushir immediately hooked this broken-down box truck onto his own base vehicle. Then Jiang Lushir went around to the back of the box truck. The rear door wasn't locked. It was only latched, and since the inside was empty, that saved Jiang Lushir a lot of trouble. All right, time to get to work. Jiang Lushir looked at the enormous wild boar. This was going to be a massive project. There was no way he could move such a huge wild boar whole. He had to butcher the boar meat into pieces. Jiang Lushir tucked the dagger at his waist, then went to the repair shop to find a fire axe and a hacksaw. Time to start. Back in college, Jiang Lushir had often exercised and trained, so his physical condition was pretty decent. He aimed at the wild boar's neck and brought the axe down hard. The wild boar weighed about 10 tons. He would take as much as he possibly could. To Jiang Lushir's delight, after he had taken the crystal core from the mutant wild boar, the boar meat seemed to become easier to chop apart. Even the wild boar flesh, which had originally been taut and hard, had become tender. Forget the hacksaw, even the dagger could cut through it. It wasn't too much harder than cutting real pork. Brother Jiang. Right at that moment, Jiang Lushir suddenly heard Wen Xiaotian shouting from inside the base vehicle. There was panic in her voice. How could she not panic? She had suddenly fainted, and when she woke up, the prefabricated houses in front of her had all turned into ruins. Even the bulletproof glass of the base vehicle had shattered, and Jiang Lushir was nowhere to be seen. She had no idea what had happened to him. I'm here, Jiang Lushir shouted back. When Wen Xiaotian heard his voice, she let out a long breath of relief. Jiang Lushir was fine, but what about that mutant wild boar? Had been rammed away by the base vehicle? Wen Xiaotian unfastened her seatbelt and staggered out of the base vehicle. But the moment she looked at the scene outside, she was completely stunned. She saw Jiang Lushir holding a fire axe and chopping into the mutant wild boar over and over, while the mutant wild boar itself was no longer twitching at all. It was obviously dead. When Xiaotian had already seen how terrifying that mutant wild boar was. When it charged, it swept through everything in its path. That whole row of prefabricated houses was barely any stronger than cardboard boxes in front of it. Even its roar had nearly made her heart stop. And yet a mutant wild boar like that had actually died. Of course, Wen Xiaotian wasn't naive enough to think Jiang Lushir had hacked the mutant wild boar to death with an axe. Then had it been killed by the vehicle? She turned and glanced at the heavily damaged base vehicle behind her. This vehicle, it was really something else. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Wen Xiaotian asked. Cutting the meat. All of this wild boar meat can be eaten. Jiang Lushir didn't explain much about the effects of mutant beast meat. And Wen Xiaotian didn't ask further either. She only said, I'll help. Such a huge wild boar wasn't easy to butcher, and with Wen Xiaotian helping out, things would go much faster. At this time, there was a big wound on Wen Xiaotian's forehead covered in blood. She looked a little pitiful. But after hesitating for a moment, Jiang Lushir still agreed. The wild boar meat had to be dealt with as soon as possible. There were many people around here, but that didn't mean they couldn't run into wandering zombies. Jiang Lushi took bandages from the storage compartment and wrapped Wen Xiaotian's wound. Then the two of them kept cutting off chunk after chunk of large meat. The wild boar meat was bright red and lean, and its color looked even darker than top-grade beef. Each piece weighed dozens of jin. It was absolutely prime meat. The two of them carried more than 100 chunks of meat like that onto the box truck, little by little. Even in the end, Jiang Lushi moved a lot of the boar bones too and stuffed them into the box truck. After finishing this whole job, both Jiang Lushi and Wen Xiaotian were completely exhausted. Fortunately, from beginning to end, not a single zombie came while they were butchering the mutant wild boar. Otherwise, having to avoid zombies too would have been a real headache. Jiang Lushi returned to the base vehicle and lay down on the sofa, breathing hard in big gulps. Even though he had just gone through a life-and-death battle and was already worn out to the extreme, his heart was filled with joy. This apocalypse might be total bullshit, but with the Xingzhong base vehicle, he might still be able to carve out a future for himself. After that fierce battle with the mutant wild boar, plus all the work of butchering the beast meat, both Jiang Lushi and Wen Xiaotian were starving. At this moment, Jiang Lushi lay on the sofa, not wanting to move even a single finger. But Wen Xiaotian was truly diligent. Even though she was exhausted too, she still put a lot of care into making a meal. She used the chili peppers from the boiled fish restaurant and made a plate of boiled pork slices and stir-fried pork. And this meat was all from the mutated wild boar. Before the stir-fry was even served, Jiang Lushi could already smell the rich aroma of meat. It was the kind of smell that made his mouth water on the spot. Just from the smell alone, Jiang Lushi could tell that this mutated wild boar meat definitely wouldn't taste bad. In fact, when Jiang Lushi had been butchering the boar meat earlier, he hadn't smelled even the slightest trace of gamey odor. Instead, he had found even the raw meat strangely fragrant, and that had already given him some guesses about what mutated wild boar meat would be like. Now, those guesses had mostly been confirmed. Jiang Lushi was practically drooling. From the moment he confirmed the apocalypse was coming until now, he hadn't had a proper meal in more than a week. And right now, he was so hungry his stomach was practically stuck to his back. How could he not crave it? Still, Jiang Lushi patiently held himself back and waited until Wen Xiaotian finished the last dish. The bright red braised pork had been stewed for 40 minutes. When she lifted the lid, poured over the red sauce she had prepared earlier, and picked up a trembling piece to go with a bowl of freshly cooked fragrant rice. It was the kind of meal even an immortal wound tea trade away. Jiang Lushi happily took a bite, and honestly felt like this was the best thing he had ever eaten in his life. Great. He had thought that after the apocalypse arrived, even if he didn't starve, he would probably still be eating biscuits and instant noodles every day. Definitely getting tired of the taste. But who would have thought he could still eat food like this? If his own strength could become a little greater too, then this apocalypse didn't seem all that bad after all. As Jiang Lushi was thinking this, he suddenly felt a warm sensation spread through his stomach. It was like a faint current of heat was flowing toward every part of his body. Jiang Lushi's heart stirred. He understood that this should be the so-called energy that enhanced physical constitution. But this kind of enhancement really wasn't very obvious. Jiang Lushi glanced at Wen Xiaotian, only to see that she was completely ignoring any Leda-like image at the moment. She was taking big bites of braised pork while her tongue quickly dodged around to avoid getting scalded by the hot sauce. She was eating with obvious delight. Judging from Wen Xiaotian's expression, since she hadn't known about it beforehand, she clearly hadn't noticed that warm sensation after eating the mutated wild boar meat at all. It seemed that while eating mutated beast meat could strengthen the body, the effect must be extremely slow. You probably had to eat it over a long period of time before seeing even a tiny bit of improvement. But in this apocalypse, mutated beasts were so powerful that hunting even one wasn't easy. Ordinary people could barely afford enough food to survive. So where would they ever get the chance to eat mutated beast meat? Something that required long-term consumption to improve physical constitution was probably just wishful thinking for them. Useless. Jiang Lushi quickly thought through all this, and at that moment, Wen Xiaotian also noticed that he was looking at her. Her pretty face immediately flushed red, and she suddenly felt embarrassed. Her table manners just now had really been too ugly. Toward Jiang Lushi, this young man who had saved her life and treated her well, Wen Xiaotian inevitably had some favorable feelings. Even though she didn't dare hope for more interactions with him in the future, she still cared a lot about the image she presented in front of him. So without making it obvious, Wen Xiaotian quietly changed her strategy for dealing with the delicious food. She resisted the urge to swallow the braised pork in one bite and started eating in small bites instead. Jiang Lushi found it amusing and thought Wen Xiaotian was actually kind of cute sometimes. So, you're very familiar with the roads around here, right? Yes, fairly familiar. Wen Xiaotian wiped her mouth and said, I'm going somewhere. I still need you to lead the way. Okay. After the battle with the mutated wild boar, the base vehicle had been seriously damaged. This was what worried Jiang Lushi the most, and he had to get it repaired as soon as possible. And to repair the base vehicle, He needed 1,200 liters of gasoline, 200 kilograms of steel, 100 kilograms of copper, 30 kilograms of high molecular organic plastic, and 200 kilowatt hours of electricity, which was to say 200 units of power. He had to gather all of those materials. As for the materials needed to upgrade the base vehicle, that was much simpler. 100 kilograms of steel would do. What a damn ripoff. No matter whether it was before the apocalypse or after it, once a good vehicle needed repairs, it was freaking expensive as hell. John Lucier drove the base vehicle, towing the small box truck behind him as he traveled along the rural road. Towing was technical work. Under normal circumstances, the vehicle being towed needed a driver too, because someone had to maintain the distance between the two vehicles. When going downhill, the rear vehicle would move faster than the front one, so the brakes had to be used in time. Otherwise, it would rear-end the front vehicle. But the brakes couldn't be slammed too hard either. If the distance got too wide and exceeded the length of the tow rope, that would be a disaster. Tow ropes had a maximum load limit. They couldn't withstand many hard tugs before snapping. Obviously, John Lucier didn't have those conditions. If he asked when Shouty on to work the brakes, she flat out didn't know how. Even John Lucier himself didn't know how either. This wasn't something an amateur could handle. So John Lucier simply stopped caring and dragged it along by force behind him. With nobody hitting the brakes, there was naturally no problem of the tow rope snapping. As for rear-ending, so what? Let it crash. And so on this terrible rural road, every so often bang, there would be a loud slam from the rear, and the base vehicle would violently jolt for a moment. The skinned and butchered wild boar meat alone weighed at least 5 or 6 tons. And with the weight of the cargo truck added in, the impact obviously wasn't light. But, no problem. Keep driving. John Lucier couldn't be bothered to care. The base vehicle might not have been able to withstand the mutated wild boar-esque collision. But was it really going to fear getting rear-ended by one lousy cargo truck? So the damage level of the base vehicle stayed at 35% the whole time, basically without any change. But the cargo truck was in a pretty miserable state. Its entire front end had been smashed inward. Maybe even the engine had developed problems. John Lucier couldn't be bothered with any of that. As long as its 6 wheels could still turn and the frame hadn't fallen apart, that was enough. Still, towing such a huge thing naturally increased gasoline consumption by a lot. Originally, John Lucier only had 20 liters of gasoline left. So all along the way, John Lucier kept collecting gasoline. This poor backwater area hadn't really been targeted by the military or escaping survivors. So most of the cars abandoned halfway still had plenty of fuel in them. Earlier, outside the boiled fish restaurant, several cargo trucks there, including the small box truck, had already contributed 200 liters of gasoline to John Lucier. And on this trip, every time John Lucier saw a car, he got out. He felt like he was about to turn into one of those people everyone hated, a gas thief who specialized in stealing fuel from cars. Using the crowbar he had gotten from the auto repair shop, John Lucier pried open fuel caps, sucked on a rubber hose connected to the tank, then put the other end into a large gasoline barrel he had also found at the repair shop, using the siphon principle to drain the tank clean. This was technical work too. If you messed up and sucked too hard, ending up with a mouthful of gasoline would be one hell of an experience. But this was the apocalypse. What more could he ask for? John Lucier only hoped he could hurry up and finish upgrading the fuel tank, then go to an abandoned gas station and fill it with 8 or 9 tons of gasoline in one go. So he'd never have to worry about this crap again. Again and again, John Lucier felt like his mouth was cramping from all the sucking. Trucks were better. If he got lucky, a single one could give him 70 or 80 liters. Sedans were miserable after spending forever prying open the fuel cap. Because the fuel tank sat low and the height difference was small, even trying to siphon out the gas didn't work very well. He had to use an empty barrel just to barely collect a little. After a long struggle, he would only get 20 or 30 liters. In the end, John Lucier had opened who knew how many fuel tanks before he finally got 6 big barrels of gasoline. It was probably enough. Freaking exhausting. It didn't even feel easier than butchering the mutated wild boar. This thing, doing it once was one thing, but if he did it again, he'd probably lose his life for real. On the way, John Lucier also stopped by a large hardware store and got himself a diesel generator along with a big barrel of diesel. The location of that hardware store had also been told to him by Xiaotian. The hardware store was basically a treasure trove. John Lucier casually grabbed a huge pile of tools like hammers, files, electric drills, and the like, then moved them all into the base vehicle and the small box truck. Even the badly deformed cab of the box truck was stuffed full. The severe lack of space made John Lucier realize that upgrading the interior space of the base vehicle had become an urgent necessity as well. There were so many damn things that needed upgrading. Where the hell was he supposed to find that many mutant crystal cores? Just one mutant wild boar had nearly cost him his life. Okay? Along the way, John Lucier also ran into some wandering zombies. Although the base vehicle was already damaged, it was only the instant acceleration that had a problem. Running over some ordinary zombies was still no issue. Just like that, Jiang Lusher spent a full day before finally arriving, after much bumping and stumbling, at the destination of this trip. It was a 3-story black building. It looked somewhat old and stood in the middle of a large yard covering several thousand square meters. The yard was surrounded by cement walls, and the tops of those walls were lined with broken glass to prevent climbing. The main gate was about 6 or 7 meters wide, enough for 2 vehicles to pass side by side. It was a heavy iron-plated gate, somewhat shabby, and the top of it was lined with spear-tip-like iron spikes, giving it quite a heavily guarded feel. For such a remote backwater place, a gate this big, a yard this wide, and a 3-story building could all be considered quite imposing. After the apocalypse descended, the place had become empty as well. The iron sign at the entrance had sagged slightly, swaying in the wind and making creak sounds. Jiang Lusher could make out the 7 large characters on the sign: Fuwang Scrap Recycling Station. Behind that were some smaller words: buying second-hand construction materials, scrap cars, steel, copper, aluminum, plastic, and waste paper. According to one Xiaotian, this was the largest scrap recycling station nearby. It was even a company called Fuwang Renewable Resources Recycling Environmental Protection Limited Company. The name was a mix of rustic and high-end that felt a little awkward, but since it could establish a company, this recycling station clearly had some scale. That was also why Jiang Lusher had chosen this place. Jiang Lusher stopped the base vehicle and pressed a button. The tow rope behind automatically disconnected. After all, he still didn't know what the situation inside the scrap recycling station was. If a fight broke out, he couldn't drag a box truck around his baggage. The gate was half open. Jiang Lusher stepped on the gas and directly rammed it open. Inside the several thousand square meter yard, all kinds of recyclable resources were packed to the brim. Beside those materials, there was also a forklift. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Lusher directly pressed the horn. Zombies would be attracted by sound. There was basically no one living within 7 or 8 li of this place, so it wouldn't attract more zombies from elsewhere. It would only draw out the ones inside the recycling station building, making things easier and safer. Sure enough, as the horn sounded, a low growl came from the black building before long, and more than a dozen zombies appeared. The moment they showed up, they crazily lunged toward Jiang Lusher's base vehicle. No mutant beasts. Jiang Lusher let out a sigh of relief. If a mutant beast appeared, Jiang Lusher would only be able to flee immediately. Leaving behind a whole truck of mutant wild boar meat would be enough for that mutant beast to eat anyway. And although the base vehicle's instant acceleration system was damaged, it could still accelerate more slowly. When road conditions were relatively good, it could still reach a speed of 150 kilometers per hour. Shaking off ordinary mutant beasts was still doable. I'll send you on your way. Seeing the zombies charging over, Jiang Lusher stomped on the gas. Boom, boom, boom. It was like bowling pins being smashed apart by a bowling ball. The dozen or so zombies were sent flying all over the ground, and some were directly crushed to death against heaps of scrap. Jiang Lusher was very careful. He drove the base vehicle back and forth several times, making sure every single zombie had been run over to death. Then he honked for another 5 minutes. Only after confirming that no new zombies appeared did Jiang Lusher get out of the vehicle. When Xiaotian, go stand watch by the gate. If you get tired, go rest in the building. There shouldn't be any zombies left in there. Huh? Then you, fixing the car, Jiang Lusher said briefly. He didn't want Xiaotian to see the process of repairing and upgrading the base vehicle, so he deliberately sent her away. When Xiaotian blinked her big eyes. Fixing the car? This rich young master knew how to fix cars too? But after thinking about it carefully, Jiang Lusher had been able to transform an old scrapped minibus into something this awesome. He was probably a car enthusiast, and maybe he had even personally found a team to carry out the modifications on this minibus. A young second-generation rich kid who also had this kind of technical skill and could handle machinery. This was real talent. When Xiaotian knew that Jiang Lusher had swept up a huge amount of tools from that auto repair shop and the hardware store, maybe he really could complete the vehicle repairs by himself. When Xiaotian, I need quiet while I fix the car, and I also need to think through some modifications. Don't disturb me. It might take more than a day. Take some food so you don't go hungry. If anything happens, just shout my name. Jiang Lusher gave this instruction, then drove the base vehicle into a garage of about 100 square meters, while when Xiaotian obediently went to stand watch by the gate. This scrap recycling station really had everything one could need. Whenever Jiang Lusher saw something he liked, he moved it into the garage. Transporting several 100 kilograms of steel, copper, plastic, and the like was much easier than collecting gasoline and cutting up a 10-ton mutant wild boar. Jiang Lusher planned to upgrade the fuel tank first, then repair the base vehicle. First, he took a liking to some construction scaffolding in the recycling station, planning to use it as steel material. But those second-hand scaffolding frames had a lot of cement residue on them, which made Jiang Lusher very dissatisfied. As for some of the scrap steel, much of it was rusted. There were also some dismantled machine tools, and those were made from good steel, but they were stained with engine oil. Still, after cleaning, they could be used. As for copper, it was even harder to find. Jiang Lusher only found some copper hot pots, which was obviously not enough. However, when Jiang Lushi explored the warehouse and pried open its gate, he was stunned to discover that the warehouse of this scrap recycling station actually contained a large amount of brand new construction materials. Big bundles of new black-blue steel rebar, aluminum alloy building materials, coils of stacked copper wire, cast copper pipes, brand new PPR plastic pipes, and PVC drainage pipes. These were all top-grade steel, copper, and piping materials. These things counted as scrap too? Jiang Lushi was stunned for a moment before finally figuring it out. Sometimes, when certain construction units took on building projects, they would skim off some construction materials, secretly haul them away, and sell them. The scrap recycling station would act as a middleman, handling these shady goods for them and making a huge profit in the process. That worked out nicely for Jiang Lushi. If he could use the best materials, then of course there was no need to use inferior ones. Jiang Lushi was extremely excited. Like a diligent squirrel, he busily moved materials into his little nest. This base vehicle would be both his battle fortress and his safest home in the future. Very soon, all the materials had been gathered, and the starseed began scanning and modification. Upgrade the fuel tank first. Not long after, the roar of the diesel generator rang out. Jiang Lushi connected the power supply and began repairing the base vehicle. Sunrise and sunset, just like that, the whole day passed. When Jiang Lushi woke up from his sleep, the modification of the base vehicle had already been completed. The brand new base vehicle had been restored to its original state. The outside of the fuel tank looked unchanged, but inside there was now an extra 10 cubic meters of massive space. Once it was filled up, he would never have to worry about gasoline again. Fuel tank upgrade complete. Fuel storage capacity, 10 cubic meters. Equipped with an automatic fuel extraction device. Host may transmit fuel extraction commands to the starseed. Beep. With a soft sound, a flat diagram of the new fuel tank's internal structure appeared before Jiang Lushi's eyes. Jiang Lushi discovered that it wasn't just the fuel tank's capacity that had been upgraded. The engine's fuel injectors, fuel lines, and air intake pipes had all been upgraded along with it. Originally, a small capacity fuel tank simply couldn't withstand heavy gasoline consumption. But now he no longer had to worry about that problem. With the upgraded fuel tank, it could better support the high horsepower engine equipped on the base vehicle. What surprised Jiang Lushi the most was this automatic fuel extraction device. With this, he would no longer have to painfully siphon gasoline with the tube himself. Now that the fuel tank upgrade was complete, Jiang Lushi couldn't wait to test it out. He carried over a fuel barrel that didn't have much oil left in it and placed it by the tank opening. Without even needing a button, Jiang Lushi sent the command to extract fuel to the starseed with his thoughts. Click! With a soft sound, the tank opening automatically opened, and then a metal tube extended out from inside. There was no telling what material this metal tube was made of, but it could freely extend, retract, and change direction. Jiang Lushi looked toward the tip of the metal tube and saw that, besides a claw-like part that could open and close, there was also a glowing device that seemed to be a detector. The detector rotated once, then aimed at the fuel barrel. Next, the metal tube extended toward the barrel, and in just an instant, the small amount of fuel left inside was sucked out. This fuel tube could both draw fuel from a barrel and connect to a gas station pump nozzle. All operations could be completed directly in Jiang Lushi's mind. Jiang Lushi's heart stirred, and he controlled the metal tube to extend even farther. After testing it, Jiang Lushi confirmed that the maximum extension distance of the metal tube was 10 meters. If there were obstacles in the way, that distance would be reduced by quite a bit. But even so, Jiang Lushi was already very satisfied with this result. It meant that in the future, he could refuel completely without getting out of the vehicle. That would be much more convenient and much safer. After all, in the apocalyptic environment, getting out of the vehicle to obtain fuel often meant taking a huge risk. If it was somewhere like a gas station in an urban area, it would be even more dangerous. One careless move, and he could end up surrounded by zombies from all sides. The base vehicle had been completely renewed. It was time to set out and look for Jiang Zhuiying. Before the apocalypse arrived, Jiang Lushi had been focused on completing the modification of the base vehicle. It had barely just been finished when the apocalypse descended. And on this stretch of road to Jinling City, he had been taking back roads the whole time, with all sorts of delays along the way. Jiang Lushi was extremely anxious. He had no idea how Jiang Zhuiying was doing. First, find fuel and fill the new tank all the way up. Then go find Xiaoying. Jiang Lushi opened the car door and jumped into the base vehicle. Boom! The garage door was rammed open by Jiang Lushi, just like that. It seemed like the acceleration system was easier to use now. Just now, Jiang Lushi hadn't used the instant collision function, but the moment he stepped on the gas, the acceleration was still much faster than before. Jiang Lushi felt like he wasn't driving a minibus at all, but a sports car. All kinds of shifting and turning were extremely flexible. With a large capacity fuel tank, all the various performance aspects of the base vehicle that had previously been held back were now unlocked. Of course, correspondingly, the The gasoline consumption had risen to another level as well. Even in fuel-saving driving mode, it still consumed 35 liters per 100 kilometers. That fuel usage sounded high. But compared to every aspect of the base vehicle's performance, it was unbelievably fuel efficient. Of course, that was on the premise that he didn't activate the collision function, the air cannon, and so on. No matter what, Jiang Lusher was now truly driving a real gas guzzler. A gas guzzler was a gas guzzler. Combat power came first. If he could find a gas station that hadn't been looted and fill it up in one go, then he could drive nearly 30,000 kilometers. That was equivalent to 3/4 of a lap around the Earth's equator. A big fuel tank really let you do whatever you wanted. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Lusher honked in front of the black little building. Very soon, when Xiao Tian, who had been hiding inside, ran out. Her hair was a little messy, and her eyes were still drowsy. Clearly, she hadn't fully woken up yet. She had hurried out in a rush, but when she saw Jiang Lusher, when Xiao Tian stuck out her tongue, feeling a little embarrassed. But very quickly, her gaze shifted to the base vehicle. The original base vehicle's front end had been smashed into a miserable state. You could practically make out the shape of the wild boar's head. But now, the caved-in front end and the bumper had both been repaired. It looked basically no different from before. This car repair skill was way too awesome, wasn't it? Auto body repair was no simple job. Although, when Xiao Tian didn't know the exact process, she at least knew this was work that should require a professional technician. Jiang Lusher, a rich second-generation kid, had actually completed it himself. The most unbelievable part was that even the windshield had been fixed. Fine. Maybe you could say he could handle auto body repair, but how had this windshield, which had been shattered by more than half, been restored to its original state? Don't tell her the scrapyard just happened to take in minibus windshields too. Get in, Jiang Lusher said, when Xiao Tian got into the vehicle in a daze. Earlier, when Jiang Lusher said he was going to repair the car, she had thought that if he didn't just slap a few metal patches onto this already ragged-looking minibus, that would be good enough. She had never expected it to be repaired to this extent. It was way too exaggerated. So as soon as she got in, when Xiao Tian kept staring at the windshield, she really couldn't hold back her curiosity and softly asked, "This glass? The glass?" "Oh." Jiang Lusher gave a dry cough, then blatantly lied with a straight face. "I had a spare piece stored in the storage compartment under the car." "A spare?" When Xiao Tian's eyes widened. She had heard of carrying a spare tire, but never a spare windshield. That was way too ridiculous. Of course, no matter how vivid when Xiao Tian's imagination was, she would never guess that Jiang Lusher's base vehicle was actually black technology through and through, with a built-in self-repair function. Although she felt something was off, she could only accept Jiang Lusher's explanation. "The town up ahead is my home. If you're looking for a gas station, there's one in town too." Everywhere Jiang Lusher had passed through along the way had been remote, poor countryside and rural back roads. Naturally, gas stations wouldn't be opened on tiny village paths. Now, Jiang Lusher was finally about to encounter his first gas station. There was finally a gas station. The gas stations on the highways had long since been taken over by the military. After the apocalypse arrived, gasoline, like food, had become an extremely important resource. But this rural small town had very inconvenient transportation, and there were also huge numbers of zombies along the route. Jiang Lusher believed the military's influence couldn't possibly reach here in such a short time. This gas station had real hope. After upgrading the fuel tank, all the base vehicle's high fuel consumption functions had been unlocked as well. Replenishing gasoline was already an urgent matter. The straight country road had only 2 narrow lanes. Old pagoda trees were planted along both sides, each of them having grown for decades, tall and thick. Every summer, the trees here would bloom with snow-white flowers. And then large numbers of beekeepers would come to set up their hives and sell honey right by the roadside. Unfortunately, now that the apocalypse was about to arrive, that kind of scene would never appear again. On both sides of the road, Jiang Lusher also saw several abandoned, battered beehives. A few abandoned vehicles were stopped on the road, and the people on them had long since vanished. This was the town where Xiao Yan's family lived. The entire town had only 2 main intersections at its center. It could be said to be a place no bigger than the palm of a hand. All the storefronts, little restaurants, the rural credit cooperative, and the like were gathered along these intersecting roads. Screech. A faint braking sound rang out as a minibus stopped at an intersection. Right after that, bang. With a loud crash, the small box truck being towed by the minibus slammed hard into the back of it in an intimate collision, making the minibus jolt violently. When Xiao Yan's body swayed, and she looked uneasily toward the rear of the vehicle, along the way while towing that little box truck. Who knew how many times it had rear-ended them already? Was it really okay to keep crashing like this? Sitting in the driver's seat, Jiang Lusher looked around. Beside this intersection was a noodle shop. Several cars were parked haphazardly on the road. One of them had crashed into a streetlight pole, its front completely caved in. The shattered windshield was covered in dried brown blood scabs. There was no way to tell whether the people inside had died in the crash or been dragged out and eaten by zombies. My home is up ahead, in the alley about 200 meters away, when Xiaotian said nervously. Now that she was close to home, her heart was full of unease. She had barely slept all night. Every time she woke from a nightmare, she had dreamed of her family being eaten by zombies until their limbs were torn apart, or simply turning into zombies themselves. Especially now, after seeing the miserable state of her hometown, she became even more worried. She even felt a little afraid to go home. Everything in front of her made her heart pound wildly. But her home was right ahead. No matter how scared she was, she still had to go back. Yet, Jiang Lusher did not start the vehicle immediately, nor did he get out. He simply held the steering wheel, as if thinking about something. What's wrong? When Xiaotian asked Jiang Lusher uneasily. At first, she had thought he had stopped beside the noodle shop to go down and gather food. But that clearly was not the case. Strange. There's something off about this town. Jiang Lusher seemed to be speaking to himself. Huh? When Xiaotian froze, not knowing what exactly Jiang Lusher meant by off. It's too quiet. A town like this should have at least 30 to 40,000 people, right? The town center should be the most densely populated area. There should be several thousand people gathered here at the very least. But right now, there are very few zombies on the road. At a glance, Jiang Lusher could only barely spot a small number of zombies wandering in the distance. Logically speaking, even if the commercial district of this town was not packed full of zombies, there still should have been thousands gathered here. Driving through would not have been difficult for him, but crushing his way through all of them would have been extremely bloody and no small challenge. On top of that, among so many zombies, if another mutated beast showed up, the danger level would skyrocket. Now, that did not seem necessary anymore, but instead, Jiang Lusher felt a strange sense of unease in his heart. Why, you're right. Earlier, when Xiaotian had been too worried about her family to notice the abnormalities in the town. It's not just that there aren't many zombies. The roads aren't as jammed as they should be either. Your town probably doesn't have that many cars, but when the apocalypse suddenly hit, there should have been frequent crashes, enough to block up the roads. But look now, the roads are still usable, although there were plenty of abandoned vehicles on the road. Most of them were pulled over along the sides. A few had flipped over in the middle, but both sides were still open, making it easy to go around them. Then that means, when Xiaotian also noticed what Jiang Lusher was talking about, these roads were probably cleared by someone. Could the military have come? A trace of hopeful light immediately appeared in her eyes. If that were the case, then her family's safety would have at least some protection. Probably not. Jiang Lusher shook his head. The national military isn't cabbages you can find everywhere. They're usually stationed in fixed locations. After the apocalypse broke out, being able to handle the big cities would already be good enough. How would they have the spare time to care about some tiny backwater town like this? That's true. The light in when Xiaotian's eyes dimmed again in disappointment. Still, she knew Jiang Lusher was right. She just was not thinking rationally enough at a time like this. We'll understand once we go in. Jiang Lusher started the vehicle, moving slowly while staying alert to the surroundings. Those zombies were still a fair distance from the vehicle, and the minibus did not make much noise when it started or moved, so it did not attract their attention. The minibus, creeping forward little by little, was like a disguised intruder sneaking into the town, slipping deeper inside without anyone noticing, moving silently. However, what Jiang Lusher did not know was that his vehicle had already appeared in the field of view of a pair of binoculars. Brother Zhang, someone's here. A thin, dark-skinned young man who looked a bit like a monkey said with a sly grin. Maybe there's some profit to squeeze out of them. Oh, the one called Brother Zhang was a sturdy man in a tight tank top, his muscles bulging all over, looking a bit like a fitness coach at a gym. He took the binoculars and looked. It was a beat-up minibus. What made Brother Zhang not know whether to laugh or cry was that the thing was dragging an even more wrecked box truck behind it. That box truck had been smashed up beyond words. Its front end had clearly suffered who knew how many rounds of destruction, and all the paint had peeled off. With a junk heap like that, even a scrap car recycling station would only take it as scrap metal, and they were still towing around? You call this profit? I think water's gotten into your brain. Who the hell knows what country bumpkin crawled out of some mountain ditch driving that thing? They're probably still dreaming of finding the military. A heap of junk like that? I wouldn't even want it for free. Brother Zhang said irritably. The monkey-like man wore a flattering expression as he replied. Didn't brother you tell us to look for gasoline and food? Sure, this vehicle looks crappy, but it drove in from outside the town. No matter what, there should be at least some supplies on it, right? Maybe even some rural specialty goods. We've already pretty much looted everything in town that could be looted, and brother you still wants us to keep finding stuff? Even grasshopper legs have meat on them. Besides, maybe there's even some country girl on board? As the monkey-like man spoke, he revealed an indescribable grin. Brother Zhang thought for a moment, then swung himself onto a motorcycle. With a wave of his hand behind him, the monkey-like man hurriedly climbed onto the back seat, a steel pipe slung over his shoulder. Brother Zhang waved behind him again and shouted domineeringly, "Brothers, follow me." Virum. Motorcycles roared to life. 7 or 8 motorcycles, each carrying 2 or 3 people, and a whole gang of punk-like bikers charged toward the minibus like a swarm of locusts. The base vehicle was moving slowly. Turn left here. After we go down this road a bit farther, we'll be there. When Xiaotian pointed at the road as she spoke. Just then, Jiang Lusher suddenly jerked the steering wheel. The base vehicle, which had been crawling along like a snail, immediately swerved to the side. When Xiaotian instantly let out a cry of alarm, and her body swayed with the turn of the vehicle. But with her seatbelt on, she was only startled by the sudden change. On one of the motorcycles that had just rushed out, the young rider froze for a moment. He had just shot out from an alley right next to the base car, originally planning to smash the window from the side. But he hadn't expected that although this young driver was crawling along at turtle speed, his reactions were actually pretty fast, and this vehicle changed direction way too quickly. He was completely unprepared and nearly lost his balance, almost crashing with the bike. Vroom vroom vroom. When Xiaotian had just lifted her head when she heard a burst of engine noise all around them. She looked out the window and was shocked to see 7 or 8 motorcycles rushing out from those little alleys, circling around their vehicle. The young men on those motorcycles were either holding iron bars or carrying axes. One look was enough to tell they had bad intentions. The motorcycle that had nearly crashed just now circled to the front, and the young rider shouted unhappily, "Fuck your mother. Stop the car. Brother Jiang." When Xiaotian looked at Jiang Lusher nervously. These people looked fierce and vicious, nothing like good people. Running into survivors instead of zombies should have been a good thing. But right now when Xiaotian felt scared too, Jiang Lusher silently watched those motorcycles. These people clearly meant no good. So how could he possibly stop? So after hearing the young man's words, Jiang Lusher showed absolutely no intention of stopping. Seeing that this driver was actually ignoring him, the young man cursed, then sped to the back with a vroom and said to Brother Zhang, "He not stopping." The skinny monkey-like man behind Brother Zhang hurriedly asked, "Is there a chick?" "Looks like there's one." "Hey, hith." The skinny man immediately rubbed his hands together. "Force him to stop." He dragging around a crappy cargo van attachment. "Where the hell does he think he can run to?" "What do you think, Brother Zhang?" He didn't forget to ask Brother Zhang for instructions. Brother Zhang nodded and said, "Move up and smash his glass." "Be careful." "No problem," the young man answered. The 7 or 8 motorcycles immediately revved up and closed in on the minibus. When Xiaotian watched as one motorcycle forced its way up to the window, through the glass, she saw the 3 young men on it showing her evil smiles, shouting wildly, and then came a bang. The 2 young men sitting in the back both swung their steel pipes viciously at the window. When Xiaotian instinctively flinched. "No need to be scared," Jiang Lusher said without even looking. How could bulletproof glass possibly be shattered by steel pipes? Compared to the strength of a mutated wild boar. The little bit of force they had wasn't even enough to make a showing. The 2 young men didn't have it easy either. That smash not only failed to break the glass, it even made their steel pipes rebound. One of them lost his grip on his pipe completely, and both of their arms were left aching from shock. At that moment, Jiang Lusher slowly stepped on the gas and began to accelerate. What were these people trying to do? When Xiaotian turned to look at them and asked, still shaken. "Robbery," Jiang Lusher said. "Robbery?" When Xiaotian's eyes widened. "At a time like this? They might also be trying to steal girls," Jiang Lusher added. When Xiaotian froze for a moment, then unconsciously tightened her collar. Judging from the way those people were looking at her, that was very possible. Jiang Lusher planned to shake off these biker punks first. "Motherfucker, stop the damn car." After getting frustrated again and again, these biker punks not only had no intention of giving up, they were starting to get angry instead. With more vrooming sounds, a few more motorcycles moved closer. This time they approached Jiang Lusher's side. On one of the bikes, a young man stood up for the back seat, raised an axe, and looked at Jiang Lusher inside the driver's cabin with a savage grin. Jiang Lusher immediately frowned. Watching that motorcycle close in, listening to the values continuously reported by the starseed, he suddenly jerked the wheel again. Bang! Just as that man raised his axe and was about to chop down, the minibus's sudden swing slammed straight into him. The motorcycle he was on completely lost balance and went down at once, sliding a long way. The young men on it crashed to the ground, screaming miserably like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. This driver got some skills, Brother Zhang said in a daze. He expected that trying to rob a tiny scrap of meat would end up with him kicking a steel plate. But what is the use of being good at driving? It's just a shitty minibus. Move in on him. Blow out his tires. Brother Zhang shouted. The skinny monkey behind him immediately took out a bag, filled with all kinds of things that could puncture tires. As long as they got in front of the minibus and tossed them onto the road, that would do it. After hearing Brother Zhang's shout, the other motorcycles also moved in closer to the minibus. But before Brother Zhang and the others could do anything, the minibus suddenly turned, then swung around and came back facing them. Jiang Lusher looked grimly at these locust-like biker punks. Originally, he had only wanted to shake them off and leave it at that, but he hadn't expected them to cling on like dogskin plaster. And that axe strike, just now, had clearly been meant to take his life. Since these people were this ruthless, there was no need for him to hold back either. Seeing that the minibus had actually taken the initiative to turn around, Brother Zhang was stunned and had no idea what this young driver was trying to do. What is he trying to do? Leave the town? But right then, Brother Zhang's pupils suddenly shrank. The minibus suddenly accelerated and then drove straight at him. On the foremost motorcycle, the person on it was waving an iron bar and shouting strangely. Before he could even react, he was sent flying directly by the minibus. Then the minibus didn't stop at all and kept charging forward. Fuck! Another motorcycle instantly realized what was happening and hurriedly veered to the side. But although this minibus was clearly very heavy and bulky, it turned even more flexibly than a motorcycle. The minibus chased right after it, and with another bang, smashed both bike and rider straight into the shop beside the road. The huge crash and the biker punk-esque screams made the remaining biker punks shiver in fear and stare in dumbfounded shock. After smashing 2 motorcycles in a row, this driver was really ruthless. Right after that, the minibus backed out at once, then aimed itself at Brother Zhang's bike again. Holy shit, Brother Zhang's heart jumped. At this moment, this shabby old minibus actually gave him the feeling of being locked onto by a wild beast. That old, common front end that could be seen anywhere on the road now felt like a pair of icy eyes, making his heart pound in terror. Damn it, this vehicle's gone crazy. Brother Zhang had still been thinking about how to deal with it, but when the minibus suddenly accelerated and charged at him, he no longer cared about anything else and rushed madly into the alley beside him. Hearing the sharp screech of braking from the alley entrance behind him, Brother Zhang looked back. Even as he stared at the front of that minibus, he still felt disbelief. Brother Zhang, what do we do now? Even now, the skinny man still felt like he had just escaped with his life. Dry mouth, he asked. How the fuck would I know? Brother Zhang roared back. His heartbeat still hadn't calmed down. That minibus might have been relatively large, but it was obviously so shabby, and it was even dragging that burden behind it. Who would have thought its performance would be that good? And that windshield, despite 2 attempts, they still hadn't managed to smash it. 3 bikes had overturned in total. The people on them were probably done for. Even if they weren't dead, serious injuries at a time like this couldn't be treated anyway. He still didn't even know how he was supposed to explain this to Brother Yu. Only after he saw the rest of the biker gang retreat back into the alley did Jiang Lushi finally step on the brakes and bring the vehicle to a stop. When Xiao Tian still looked like she hadn't fully processed what had just happened. The moment Jiang Lushi rammed the first motorcycle, she had squeezed her eyes shut. She hadn't seen what happened after that, but from the sounds alone, she could more or less guess. Most of the people who got hit were probably either dead or badly injured. But if they hadn't done that, and she and Jiang Lushi had fallen into the hands of those bikers, their end might have been even worse. When Xiao Tian turned to look at Jiang Lushi, she saw that he seemed to be calming himself down. After letting out 2 light breaths, he then looked at her calmly. They probably won't show up again for now. Where did you say your home was just now? Jiang Liushi's memory was pretty good, but when it came to finding roads, he had no particular talent. Especially on roads he wasn't familiar with. With one Xiao Tian guiding him, Jiang Lushi drove the base vehicle to the front of a courtyard, and the car stopped at the gate. The courtyard wall wasn't tall, and the open space inside wasn't large either. There were some flowers and plants growing in it, and in one corner was a small vegetable patch. There was also a row of gray perforated bricks set there with some scallions planted in them, growing quite well. The ground was cement. Near the walls, there was moss and fine weeds that had grown from long-term dampness and standing water. The low 2-story building had an obvious 1990s style to it, but the old windows had been wiped so clean they gleamed. This is my home, when Xiao Tian said uneasily. She nervously pinched her fingers a few times, then bit her lip and abruptly stood up from the passenger seat, walking toward the car door. Wait a second. Jiang Lushi stopped her, then honked the horn twice. Beep beep. The base vehicle's horn was very clear and bright, but not harsh. Jiang Lushi watched the situation inside the small building through the windshield, then looked around again. No zombies appeared from any of the surrounding buildings. The moment the horn sounded, when Xiaoyan's heart leaped straight into her throat, she stared tensely at the building's security door, afraid it might suddenly shake, or that some sound might come from behind it. Jiang Lushi pressed the horn several times in a row, but no unusual movement appeared. He looked at Wen Xiaotian and signaled that there was no danger and she could get out now. Wen Xiaotian nodded uneasily. After taking a deep breath, she finally gathered the courage to push open the car door, get out, and walk into the courtyard. Jiang Lushi watched as Wen Xiaotian reached the front door of her house. She took out her key to unlock it, but her hand was shaking nonstop, and it took quite a while before she finally got the door open. Jiang Lushi understood Wen Xiaotian's feelings very well. If not for safety reasons, and the need to remain in the vehicle, he would have gotten out and gone with her. But in this strangely abnormal town, for both his and Wen Xiaotian's safety, staying in the vehicle was still the most appropriate choice. This whole area was full of residential buildings, yet there weren't any zombies around. In fact, there were very few zombies in this entire district. As Jiang Lushur observed the surrounding buildings, he noticed bloodstains on some of the doors and windows. At this time, when Xiao Tian had already come back out of the house, she returned to the vehicle with a dazed expression on her face. How was it? Jiang Lushur quickly asked. He had also been paying attention to what happened after when Xiao Tian entered the house, but aside from hearing her call out for her family, he hadn't heard any other sounds. Judging from when Xiao Tian's expression, the situation didn't seem very good. No one's home, when Xiao Tian said. The inside of the house is a mess. There's trash all over the floor, the furniture has all been moved around, and even the refrigerator door was left open. All the food inside is gone. Maybe they escaped? When Xiao Tian told Jiang Lushur what she had seen, holding onto a sliver of hopeful luck in her heart, Jiang Lushur looked toward the front door. Although he didn't say it out loud, he felt it was unlikely. In that kind of situation, if they had fled, how could they have locked the door so properly, shut all the windows, and even drawn the curtains? And if they had escaped, they wouldn't have turned the house upside down like that. Taking food away was still understandable, but what was with moving the furniture? Jiang Lushur was still analyzing when Xiao Tian's words, while in Xiao Tian's mind was clearly a complete blank. After returning home and not finding her family, when Xiao Tian instantly felt lost. She had no idea what to do now. Actually, when she had decided to come back, she had already considered that something like this might happen. But now that it really had happened, she still felt helpless and at a loss. Her family was gone, and they hadn't even left her a note or anything. There wasn't a single trace of news. When Xiao Tian, Jiang Lushur suddenly said, "Just now, what did you say was thrown on the sofa?" When Xiao Tian froze for a moment, then said, "A quilt and stuff. Other than that, what kind of trash was on the floor?" Jiang Lushur asked. When Xiao Tian didn't know why Jiang Lushur was asking this, and said, "I already checked. My family didn't leave me anything. Not something for you." Jiang Lushur looked around. Look at the surroundings. There are very few zombies, and this house is shut tight with the doors closed and curtains drawn. It's very possible that someone is still living here. There's a quilt on the sofa, maybe because someone sleeps there. If there's still daily household trash in the house, then that's even more likely. Jiang Lushur voiced his deduction. He had only come to this conclusion after analyzing many details. Otherwise, he wouldn't casually say something like this and give when Xiao Tian false hope for no reason. As Jiang Lushur spoke, when Xiao Tian's eyes widened more and more, Jiang Lushur said, "You could go take another look and confirm whether it's the situation I described." Before he even finished speaking, when Xiao Tian had already dashed out of the vehicle, much faster than before. After when Xiao Tian checked again and again, Jiang Lushur's guess was proven correct. With Jiang Lushur's reminder, when Xiao Tian quickly discovered many traces of someone living in the house, a bucket of water in the bathroom, food scraps in the garbage bag, even numerous footprints on the floor and so on. When Xiao Tian was deeply impressed by Jiang Lushur's insight, he hadn't even gotten out of the car. Just from listening to her description, he had been able to analyze something this important. What do we do now, knowing that her family might still be alive? When Xiao Tian was emotional and excited. Usually, she was actually a fairly decisive girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made up her mind to beg Jiang Lushur to bring her back with him. But right now her thoughts were tense and chaotic. And all along the way, it had been Jiang Lushur making the right decisions that got them here safely. So even though her family might be close at hand, when Xiao Tian still felt that they should ask Jiang Lushur what to do next. Let's wait here. Jiang Lushur looked around. This place was relatively safe. He lowered the seat back, lay down, and closed his eyes to rest. He had been the one driving the whole way during this period. Although he had rested at night, he still couldn't avoid feeling somewhat tired. When Xiao Tian definitely wouldn't be able to sleep, so she could stand watch and keep lookout. Actually, even without when Xiao Tian standing guard, it wouldn't be much of a problem. As long as the base vehicle's doors were fully locked. It was basically a weakened version of a mobile fortress. Ordinary zombies, and even mutant beasts, wouldn't be able to flip it over or destroy it in one blow. Jiang Lushur would have more than enough time to react. When Xiao Tian looked at Jiang Lushur lying back, and noticed that his breathing soon became steady and long. He really fell asleep, when Xiao Tian said to herself. She felt like Jiang Lushur simply didn't see no fear. No matter what happened, he carried out his plan with unwavering resolve. He was an extremely calm person, but not being afraid at all, that was probably impossible. When Xiao Tian kept looking around nervously, feeling as if her family might walk out of an alley at any second. More than an hour later, Jiang Lushur suddenly opened his eyes. As he sat up, the driver's seat also returned to normal. Looks like someone else coming. A burst of footsteps came from an alley on the left. After the apocalypse began, Jiang Lushur had become a very light sleeper. In fact, he was already awake. He had only continued resting with his eyes closed. With his eyes shut, he was actually even more sensitive to the sound around him. Yeah, when Xiao Tian tensed up instantly as well. She had heard it too. When Xiao Tian bit her lip and stared at the alley entrance, her heartbeat speeding up. Jiang Lushur, meanwhile, placed a hand on the steering wheel, a trace of vigilance in his eyes. Who knew if those bikers they had run into before might come back? This place wasn't peaceful. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, messy and disordered. There were probably quite a few people. When Xiaotian's anxiety and tension had reached their peak. Very soon, around a dozen men and women hurried out from the alley. As they walked, they carefully checked the left, right, and behind them. A few of them carried bags and backpacks, while the others held all kinds of weapons like steel rods. There were both old and young among them, and they all looked like ordinary people. The moment she saw those people come out, Wen Xiaotian immediately threw herself against the window, her gaze hurriedly sweeping across their faces one by one as she tried to identify them. At first, she showed an anxious, disappointed expression. Why, ISNT. Then suddenly, she craned her neck, her eyes widening at once. Lulu, Lulu, Wen Xiaotian waved both hands excitedly. Following her line of sight, Jiang Lushi saw a girl whose figure resembled her somewhat. She looked younger, with a ponytail, a dirty face, a dusty gray outdoor jacket, a canvas bag on her back, and an iron rod in her hand. She looked utterly exhausted. Behind the car window, Wen Xiaotian waved frantically, forgetting for the moment that the window couldn't be seen through from the outside. Those people walked toward them, and when they saw the vehicle, they all froze for a moment. Jiang Lushi saw that after the initial surprise, they showed a trace of fear and disgust, along with some uncertainty, as though they weren't quite sure what they were looking at. The ponytailed girl hurriedly took out a package of something from her backpack and stuffed it inside her oversized jacket. The people beside her saw what she did, but none of them stopped her. Only then did they carefully approach the minibus. When Xiaotian, Jiang Lushi called out. When Xiaotian snapped back to her senses at once. She quickly turned and ran toward the door, saying excitedly, "Brother Jiang, I saw my little sister." "That's good," Jiang Lushi said. He still remained in the driver's seat, watching through the window as when Xiaotian ran off the bus, then went around the front and came out from behind the minibus. Those people were slowly approaching, eyeing the minibus suspiciously. Then all of a sudden, they saw a young girl emerge from behind the front of the vehicle, looking full of excitement. They were all startled at first. Before they could react, Wen Lu, who had also frozen for a moment, had already sprinted over. The two sisters immediately wrapped each other in a tight embrace. Lulu, when Xiaotian's eyes grew wet. When Lu couldn't help crying too. "Cease, I never thought I'd still be alive to see you again." The survivors looked at one another, all wearing bewildered expressions. When Lu held Wen Xiaotian and cried for a while. Then she wiped her tears and turned to the survivors. "This is my sister." One of the survivors looked at Wen Xiaotian in confusion and asked, "Your sister? I remember you said your sister was at Jiangbei University, right?" Jiangbei was not close to here. In an apocalyptic environment like this, such a long distance was like an uncrossable chasm for ordinary people. Never seeing each other again, whether alive or dead, was completely normal. When Lu turned back and stared at Wen Xiaotian's face several times without blinking. Then she broke into a smile through her tears. Then she asked, "Too, sis, how did you get back? I thought I'd never see you again in this lifetime." When Xiaotian was overjoyed as well. She pointed at the minibus behind her and said, "It was Brother Jiang. He drove over with me from Jiangbei." "Drove? In this vehicle?" Not just Wen Lu. Even the survivors all looked at the beat-up minibus and the shabby little box truck trailer behind it with expressions of utter disbelief. A vehicle like this had driven here from Jiangbei? And who was this Brother Jiang? Wen Xiaotian pulled Wen Lu over to the front of the bus, and the survivors also gathered around curiously. More than a dozen people stared through the windshield at Jiang Lushi in the driver's seat with stunned expressions. Jiang Lushi gave them a small wave in return. Jiang Lushi felt a little awkward with his hand raised. Even though this group hadn't said anything yet, he could already read one sentence from their eyes. "Are you kidding us?" Jiang Lushi remained seated in the vehicle. As he carefully browsed the map from this small town to Jinling City on the tablet, he also turned his head and glanced toward the one family's two-story house. When Xiaotian had already gone inside for more than an hour, the two sisters were in a room on the second floor. As he looked toward the one house, the curtain of that room moved slightly. Jiang Lushi saw Wen Lu's face appear behind it as she looked over at his minibus, then quickly shrink back again. Jiang Lushi was momentarily stunned, then raised his eyebrows indifferently and went back to studying the map. "Sis, he really killed a mutant wild boar?" Wen Lu withdrew her gaze and let go of the curtain, still asking in great disbelief. "Was that pig really that terrifying?" "Of course. Everything I said is true," When Xiaotian said, her eyes still red. Just now, when Lu had already told her that their parents had died, and because conditions were so poor, they could only be buried simply. Actually, after everything she had been through on this journey, when Xiaotian felt that being able to be laid to rest in the ground was already some comfort. After all, many more people had vanished without even leaving bones behind. But even so, when Xiaotian was still heartbroken beyond words, the two sisters had clung to each other and cried bitterly for a full hour before they were finally able to suppress their grief for the time being. After calming down, Wen Lu asked in detail about how Wen Xiaotian had made it here. That Jiang Lushi looked to be about the same age as her sister Wen Xiaotian, probably also a college student, and he didn't look especially strong either. Yet just the two of them had driven a battered old minibus all the way safely from Jiangbei to this town. Even with the facts right in front of her, it still felt unbelievable. And after hearing Wen Xiaotian's account, Wen Lu found it even harder to believe. Charging out from a horde of zombies, crashing to death a mutant wild boar. No matter what, we really need to thank him properly, Wen Lu said. MHM, Wen Xiaotian nodded. She also glanced out the window. Actually, she had only told Wen Lu part of the truth. She and T mentioned some things about Jiang Lushi or the minibus at all. For example, she and T said anything about how they had cut up the wild boar meat and stored it in the vehicle. After what happened with the biker gang before, Wen Xiaotian had become wary of strangers. All right, Lulu, who exactly are all these people in our house? Wen Xiaotian asked. After learning who Wen Xiaotian was, those survivors had all looked at her and the minibus with great curiosity. Although Wen Xiaotian didn't think her younger sister had anything to do with that biker gang, she was still very doubtful about the identities of these strangers. They're all residents of this town. And sis, your memory really is terrible. Didn't you even recognize Auntie Lee's daughter from next door? Wen Lu said. So they were just ordinary residents and neighbors. After the apocalypse started, we slowly gathered together. During the day, we go out and look for food and stuff, and at night, we take turns standing watch. At a time like this, there is not much difference between anyone anymore. It's kind of like primitive society, work together, divide everything fairly, Wen Lu continued. That must be really dangerous. Wen Xiaotian said worriedly. Her little sister was still just a high school student. Before, even seeing a cockroach would scare her half to death. And now, she actually had to go outside searching for food. But she also knew that if you wanted to survive, you had to rely on yourself and do your part. It's actually not too bad. It was dangerous before, but now there aren't team mini zombies anymore. It's just that those people are disgusting. When we first saw the minibus, we thought they had come back again, Wen Lu said. Those people? Wen Xiaotian froze for a moment, then said, do you mean those people on motorcycles? Wen Lu's eyes widened. You ran into them. What happened? Did they do anything to you? She asked anxiously. Nothing really happened. Wen Xiaotian briefly told her what they had gone through. When she heard that Jiang Lushi had decisively rammed those people and driven them off, Wen Lu stayed stunned for a long while. Oh my God! You still Haven T said. Why would those people come to our house? Wen Xiaotian hurriedly asked. Wen Lu had used the word again, which obviously meant those people had come before. Wen Xiaotian had personally seen their disgusting faces, and at once she became deeply worried for Wen Lu. They came to collect protection fees. Wen Lu frowned, her face full of disgust. That group has a leader who drove the zombies away. So he charges protection fees from survivors like us. At first, we thought that since the environment had become relatively safer, it was only fair to pay some price for that. But they're way too vicious. They're basically forcing us onto a dead end. As she spoke, Wen Lu dragged out a filthy hat and a scarf from under the bed and said, before this, they even forced several girls to be their girlfriends. I had no choice but to stop changing clothes, and when they come, I have to put these on too. Seeing that a girl who loved cleanliness had been forced to do this, Wen Xiaotian felt both heartbroken and furious. There was nothing else I could do. Wen Lu said helplessly. Ordinary people like them couldn't do anything. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Staying alive is already good enough. Sis, have you eaten yet? Wen Lu asked. When they got downstairs, Wen Xiaotian saw that all the survivors were quietly busy with something. They were either sorting and checking weapons or organizing food. Most of the food they were taking out of their backpacks was junk food and things like that. The packaging was filthy, covered in dust, and quite a few bags had been crushed flat. Some of the packages even had disgusting bloodstains on them. A girl wearing rubber gloves was holding a small basin and washing the wrappers. Sis Xiuyan. The girl looked up and smiled, greeting Wen Xiaotian. This girl was the daughter of Annie Li that Wen Lu had mentioned. No wonder Wen Xiaotian hadn't noticed her before. Her face was filthy too, and her hair was gray with dust. Who knew how long it had been since she last washed it? Only by looking like this would those biker gang people feel disgusted and not have any thoughts about them. There was even less food today. It's getting harder and harder to find anything, a middle-aged man complained while sorting the food. Another old man, who looked to be around 60, said, it's not like there was no gain at all. Didn't we find half a bag of rice in one house today? That's good stuff. That's true. But we still have to hand over half of it. What's left is only enough for a few meals, the middle-aged man said with a worried look. A few hot meals is already pretty good. The old man seemed quite optimistic. He looked at Wen Xiaotian and said, today Lulu's big sister arrived. That's a happy occasion. How about we cook today? That wouldn't be right. Wen Xiaotian quickly tried to stop him. Go call that young man too. Let us all eat together, the old man continued. I'll go wash the rice right now. Then I'll go call him. Ignoring Wen Xiaotian, who was still waving her hands and refusing, Wen Lu had already excitedly gone out the door and walked toward the minibus. After hearing so much from Wen Xiaotian, Wenlu was extremely curious about Jiang Lushi. Knock knock. Wenlu knocked twice on the door, while curiously peering into the vehicle. The glass on the windows and doors was tinted, so even if she pressed her face against it, she still wouldn't be able to see inside from outside. After hearing Wen Xiaotian's description, Wenlu had become very interested in this vehicle. From the outside, no matter how you looked at it, it was just a very old minibus, the kind usually used for rural passenger transport. Could the inside of this vehicle really be an RV? Without seeing it with her own eyes, Wenlu found it hard to imagine. Hearing the knock, Jiang Lushi turned his head to look, then pressed the button to open the door. Wenlu climbed aboard eagerly, her eyes immediately and impatiently taking in the inside of the vehicle as she said, "Hello, I came to invite you to Wa." The sight inside the vehicle made Wenlu stop mid-sentence and let out an involuntary cry of amazement. The interior was luxuriously furnished. Although the space wasn't too large, it had everything it needed. And even though all the furniture was packed tightly into the limited space, it didn't make the place feel cramped or narrow at all. With just one sweep of her eyes, Wenlu felt her vision light up. After the apocalypse began, although she was still living in her own home, her living conditions had become far worse than before. No water, no electricity, and no food. For a girl, the last time she had to use a toilet without water had practically been a trial, and she had no choice but to force herself to adapt. Wenlu stood at the doorway in amazement, staring so hard that for a moment she forgot herself. It wasn't just that the luxury of the minibus had shocked her. It was also because, according to what Wen Xiaotian had told her, this Jiang Lushi was a car fanatic, and all of this had very likely been something he had put together himself. Even when the vehicle broke down, he repaired it himself. Looking at it now, Wenlu couldn't see any trace that the vehicle had ever been patched up. She simply couldn't imagine the condition Wen Xiaotian had described before, with shattered glass and a caved-in front end. "Did you need something from me?" Only when Jiang Lushi spoke did Wenlu suddenly snap back to her senses. "Oh, sorry. Your vehicle is way too awesome. I was totally stunned," Wenlu said with a smile. "Thanks," Jiang Lushi said. Wenlu was obviously much livelier than Wen Xiaotian, but the two sisters had one thing in common. Their smiles both felt very sincere. "I came to invite you to eat. Today we got lucky. We just happened to find half a bag of rice, so we can make a nice, fragrant fried rice meal. Being able to bring my sister back. I really can't thank you enough. Good thing you arrived today. Otherwise, even if I wanted to thank you, I wouldn't have had anything to offer." Wenlu said this happily. Being able to bring out the best food they had to treat Jiang Lushi clearly made her very glad. Still, being able to eat fried rice really was already quite good treatment. After Wenlu and the others had eaten through all the food in the house and the neighboring homes around them, they had even gone hungry for 2 meals. Once the power to the refrigerator was cut off, a lot of food had spoiled. There wasn't much food left that could be found in the residents' homes. Even if they did find some, they had to take huge risks. Any of those houses could have zombies hiding inside. On top of that, those biker thugs had long since looted most of the supermarkets and convenience stores clean, so the area they could search was very limited. That bag of rice really had not come easily. Based on Wenlu's guess, Jiang Lushi and Wen Xiaotian had probably had an even harder time than they had on the way here. They probably couldn't find food and had to stay on edge the whole time. They were likely starving. "No need," Jiang Lushi replied, and his answer was completely unexpected. Wenlu froze for a moment, then quickly continued, "You don't have to be polite. It's just one meal. Compared to you bringing my sister back, it's really nothing at all. I'm not being polite. I really don't need it," Jiang Lushi said with a smile. These people were living such miserable lives. How could he have the nerve to eat their food? And honestly, after already eating mutated beast meat, Jiang Lushi really didn't have much anticipation for something like fried rice. On the other hand, he also held a trace of caution toward these dozen or so unfamiliar survivors. His vehicle was packed with grain and gasoline, and the cargo box it was towing was full of real, solid meat. In an apocalyptic environment like this, faced with the temptation of so much food, no one could guarantee what others might do. Wenlu invited him several more times unwillingly, but when she saw Jiang Lushi still shaking his head, she had no choice but to give up. Just as she was about to get out of the vehicle, she suddenly remembered something. She immediately turned back and pulled something out from inside her clothes. "This is something I hurriedly hid before when I mistakenly thought you were with those biker thugs. You brought my sister here, so I have to thank you somehow. Take it, and don't say no again no matter what." Without giving him a chance to refuse, Wenlu stuffed it into Jiang Lushi's hand. Jiang Lushi was briefly stunned. Looking at Wenlu up close, she was actually quite cute, just with a bit of dirt on her face. Seeing her puff up her cheeks like she would get angry if he refused again, he suddenly found it a little amusing. "All right, I'll take it," Jiang Lushi said. It was actually just a pack of biscuits, and they had already been crushed. But judging from the lingering warmth on it, even this pack of biscuits was something precious to Wenlu. Jiang Lushi wasn't short on food, but after taking the biscuits into his hand, he still placed them carefully to the side. "Are you short on food?" Jiang Lusher asked. Actually, the food we gather is barely enough to eat, but those biker thugs are vampires. Their exploitation is way too harsh, Wen Lu said, shaking her head. Biker thugs? Yeah, my sister already told me about it. They're the group you ran into. Wen Lu repeated to Jiang Lusher everything she had told Wen Xiaotian before, word for word. At the end, she added, those people are insanely arrogant. They finally hit a wall when they ran into you. At least they got burned for once. But they did do one good thing. There used to be a lot of zombies in town, but their leader drew all the zombies to the outskirts. Oh, he drew the zombies away? Jiang Lusher was very interested in this leader when Lu mentioned. How did their leader draw all the zombies away? He had already felt that something was off about this town earlier. There were too few zombies. He hadn't expected that they had all been lured away. 1 or 2 zombies could still be dealt with somehow, but once the numbers got too high, if ordinary people ran into them, the only outcome would be being torn apart and eaten. Escape wouldn't even be possible. But this leader had actually managed to lure away that many zombies. All those biker thugs follow him? Have you seen that leader before? Jiang Lusher asked. They're all his subordinates, following him around and acting all high and mighty. When Lu said, anyway, I heard he is very powerful, not an ordinary person. Some people tried to resist him before, and he killed them all. But I've never seen him myself. Of course, it's best if I never do. If you meet someone like that, nothing good will come of it. Not an ordinary person. The more Jiang Lusher heard, the more curious he became. Oh, right. As when Lu spoke, she suddenly realized something, and an extremely worried look immediately appeared on her face. They'll come by today to collect supplies again. If they see your vehicle, they'll definitely come looking for trouble. So that is how it is. Jiang Lusher did sympathize somewhat with what Wen Lu and the others were going through. But in the end, he didn't actually feel all that much about it. The biker thugs were certainly hateful, but because of their boss, there are no zombies left in this area now. That was also a fact. So although Wen Lu complained about them and hated them, she had not resisted. More importantly, the other side was too powerful. They simply couldn't fight back, and the other survivors obviously couldn't either. They were going hungry now because of the biker thugs. But if zombies were everywhere, then maybe they would have ended up filling the zombie stomachs instead. If taking Wen Lu and Wen Xiaotian away meant sending them somewhere safer and more stable, Jiang Lusher wouldn't mind doing that. But he himself didn't even know what the road ahead would be like, and he knew absolutely nothing about the situation in Jinling. If he took these 2 sisters with him, how would he take care of them in the future? So after hearing Wen Lu's words, Jiang Lusher didn't know what he could really do to help them. On the contrary, if he stayed, he might even drag them down because he had run over and killed one of the biker thugs earlier. Right now, his top priority was still finding his sister. Whereas the gas station in your town, Jiang Lusher had not come to this town just to bring Wen Xiaotian back. He had important business too. The gasoline in those big cities had most likely already been collected by the military. This town was very likely Jiang Lusher's last hope before reaching Jinling. Otherwise, he would have to keep gathering fuel from abandoned vehicles. But compared to the current fuel capacity of the base vehicle, the amount of work that would take was far too much. The gas station? You want to refuel? When Lu glanced at the base vehicle Jiang Lusher was driving. A vehicle like this, and according to Wen Xiaotian, one that could ram a wild boar to death, definitely used a lot of fuel. And there was electricity in the vehicle too, which probably also came from gasoline or diesel-generated power. Yeah, Jiang Lusher nodded. I need quite a lot of fuel. This. When Lu showed a troubled expression and said, you probably can't go to the gas station anymore. There are a lot of abandoned cars on the road, though. If you're lucky, you might still find a few that Haven Tea had their fuel siphoned out yet. That should be enough, right? Jiang Lusher was stunned. I can't go to the gas station. Only after when Lu explained did Jiang Lusher understand why. That biker gang-s leader had almost completely seized all the resources in the entire town, and that included gasoline. They traveled around on motorcycles, so gasoline was a very important resource for them. He had even set up his own base of operations directly near the gas station. When Lu advised Jiang Lusher not to go near it, any survivors in this town would be squeezed dry by those people. If you were unlucky or tried to resist, you would simply be killed on the spot. The other side was too strong. They were no match for them at all. For survivor teams like theirs, they could still barely stay alive under those people's control, but they definitely would never take the initiative to go near the gas station area. As for Jiang Lusher, not only had he resisted, he had even killed one of the bikers with his vehicle. He was definitely being watched now. Jiang Lusher pondered for a moment, then asked, what is that boss called? I only know they call him UG, when Lu said. Seeing that Jiang Lusher didn't seem to react much after hearing it. She had no idea what he was thinking. If you need fuel, you should still be able to find some in the tanks of a few small cars. But our town is small, and there aren't that many cars. The tanks on those big trucks were drained long ago. They haven't bothered with the small cars for now, so there should still be a little left, when Lu said. It'll delay you quite a bit. But there's nothing we can do. In the apocalypse, there are simply too many helpless situations. Even if you fill it up, it'd only be a little over 100 liters, right? If I help you look, maybe we can gather that much in 3 or 4 days, when Lu said. Listening to her, Jiang Lusher shook his head inwardly. A little over 100 liters was only a fraction of his fuel tank capacity. It was nowhere near enough. Just then, the sound of engines suddenly came from afar. When Lu's expression immediately changed. Those people are here. Jiang Lusher turned to look in the direction she was staring. Several motorcycles had come into view. Without changing expression, he placed his finger on the button beside the dashboard, while Starseed brought up the various performance data of the base vehicle in his mind. The base vehicle was in a ready-to-start state at any moment. As the motorcycles rapidly approached, Jiang Lusher looked at the riders and realized they were all unfamiliar faces. Judging from their expressions, they didn't recognize his vehicle. These people were from the same gang as the ones who had tried to rob him before, just a different group. Jiang Lusher relaxed his finger, but the base vehicle remained on standby. Seeing that these people didn't seem to react to the vehicle, the tense when Lu finally let out a sigh of relief. Brother Jiang, just stay in the vehicle. I'll get down first, when Lu said softly. Then she quietly got out and walked straight back into the yard. By then, the survivors inside the house had also heard the commotion and all came out, standing at the doorway and peering over with fear on their faces. As the motorcycles passed by the minibus, the riders all looked up at it in surprise, but they didn't pay it much attention. The one leading the group was a yellow-haired young man in a leather jacket. This guy was dressed in such a sleazy, street punk way that he was basically one sign short of having "I'm a thug" written on his face. Jiang Lusher guessed that this UG who now controlled the town had probably once been part of a biker gang himself. After the apocalypse began, he had gathered those old biker gang members and built his own force. That was why all his subordinates looked like textbook street thugs. Get the fuck out of here. All of you. The leather jacket youth shouted at the gate, wildly banging the yard's iron door with an iron rod. The repeated metallic clangs were sharp and ear-piercing. A group of survivors stumbled out in a panic. Meanwhile, when Lu reacted fast, from a pile of ashes left behind after cooking over a fire, she casually grabbed 2 handfuls, mixed them with water, and without another word smeared them all over when Xiao Tian's face. Suddenly having ash smeared all over her face by her younger sister, when Xiao Tian cried out. But when Lu looked anxious as she lowered her voice and said, "Don't yell. If they set their sights on you, we're done for." When Xiao Tian was quick to react as well, she immediately understood. These bikers would probably abduct pretty girls and violate them. With the apocalypse here and the law collapse, those thugs who might still commit rape and molestation, even in a lawful society, would definitely become even worse now that the end times had come. Hand over all your food. Don't even think about hiding any. If I find even 1 grain of rice later, I'll break your legs. The leather jacket yellow hair brandished his iron rod and shouted arrogantly. He was clearly enjoying this feeling of throwing his weight around. As a thug, his life before the apocalypse had been miserable. The moment he tried to act tough, he did get hauled into the police station and properly taught a lesson. But now, he was the boss. Whatever he said went. Those women who had once acted so high and mighty before the apocalypse, weren't they now still at his mercy? He thoroughly enjoyed this world where the apocalypse had shattered the old rules. Faced with the biker gang, the survivors had no way to resist at all. It wasn't that they were cowards, but that they knew they couldn't resist. Before this, one group had united and refused to hand over food. They had even beaten some of the biker gang members. In the end, that UG had come personally and killed every one of them. It was said the scene had been horrific. Many of the dead had been dismembered, no less gruesome than a zombie mauling. Against someone as powerful as UG, what do they possibly do? They tremblingly handed over their food. That old man from earlier shakily brought out the half bag of rice they had found before. His cloudy eyes were filled with reluctance, as if what he was handing over was his very life. "You old bastard, hurry up. What? Are you dying from all this dawdling?" Seeing the old man's reluctance to hand over the food, the yellow-haired thug in the leather jacket started cursing impatiently. He snatched the rice sack away in one grab. The force of it made the old man stagger, almost falling to the ground. "You lot, get in there and search." The leather jacket yellow hair waved his hand, and the lackeys behind him rushed into the yard in a swarm. Immediately, a clatter of banging and crashing rang out. Who knew how many pots, bowls, and utensils had been knocked over? These people were like a swarm of locusts. Wherever they passed, nothing was left standing. Holy shit, these idiots were actually cooking. One lackey's voice came from inside the house. The leather jacket yellow hair instantly raised his brows and turned to look at the group of survivors. The old man's heart skipped a beat. Being stared at so viciously by the leather jacket yellow hair, he felt frightened but still forced himself to speak. "Little brother, we originally agreed that the food we gathered would be split in half. Pa, that was for dry food. You dare keep rice too?" The spit flying from the leather jacket yellow hair's mouth even splashed onto the old man's face. "Take it all away. You people think you still deserve to eat?" The leather jacket yellow hair said with utter disdain. "Little brother, can you leave us at least a little? My grandson has a fever at home," the old man pleaded. His grandson was only 5 years old. After the apocalypse, human life had become terribly fragile. A lack of nutrition made it easy to fall sick. Adults could still endure eating dry rations every day, but it was hard for children to bear. Are you fucking done yet? The leather jacket yellow hair raised his hand to slap him. The people beside the old man quickly pulled him away and hurriedly apologized to the leather jacket yellow hair. Only after seeing everyone acting as meek as grandsons did the leather jacket yellow hair snort in satisfaction, his eyes full of contempt as he looked at them. Among these people, there were probably quite a few who, before the apocalypse, wouldn't even have spared a second glance for someone like him. But now, didn't they still have to bow and scrape? And at that moment, with an accidental turn of his head, the leather jacket yellow hair suddenly spotted Jiang Lusher sitting in the minibus. At first, he had only noticed the battered minibus. Since the windows on both sides didn't let anyone see through them, he hadn't known there was someone inside. But through the front windshield, he could see him clearly. Instantly, the leather jacket yellow hair flew into a rage. Didn't you fucking hear what I said? Are you deaf or dead? I'm here collecting stuff, and you still fucking dare sit in a vehicle? You tired of living? Get the fuck down here. The leather jacket yellow hair started cursing at Jiang Lusher. He had lived a deeply stifled life before the apocalypse. After it came, he had turned over and become the master. What pissed him off most was anyone daring to show him disrespect. The more someone like him got power, the more that was true. Jiang Lusher glanced at the yellow-haired youth indifferently. With his temper, he had wanted to teach this idiot a lesson a long time ago. It was only because he had been planning to leave this small town soon, and if he offended that brother he himself would be fine. But this group of survivors would probably suffer badly, that he had held back. But now he himself had been targeted by this group. Jiang Lusher pressed both hands on the steering wheel and didn't move at all. The yellow-haired punk in the leather jacket instantly flew into a rage. Open the door. Open the damn door. Fuck you. Seeing that Jiang Lusher still didn't move, the yellow-haired punk swung his iron rod and smashed it straight into the front of the minibus. Bang! With a loud crash, the minibus was completely fine, but the yellow-haired punk let out a strange cry. The iron rod almost flew out of his hand, and the shock made the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. The yellow-haired punk froze for a moment. Normally, the metal on the front of a minibus was very thin. If it got hit by an iron rod like that, it would cave in badly, and the rebound definitely wouldn't have hit his hand this hard. But this minibus, who knew what kind of steel plate had been added to the front? The impact had nearly cracked the bones in his hand. That instantly made him furious. Motherfucker, brothers, smash this car for me. Drag that idiot driver out, break his legs, and search the vehicle for supplies. As the yellow-haired punk shouted, his underlings poured out of the courtyard all at once. One of them was even carrying a pot of rice that had just been washed and hadn't been steamed yet. The old man who had almost fallen earlier looked at that pot of rice, his heart bleeding. These people were even going to take the rice they had already started cooking. As for the other survivors, especially Wen Lu, what they were worried about now was Jiang Lusher. Mr. Jiang, Wen Lu didn't dare make a sound. From behind those biker thugs, she kept making hand signals at Jiang Lusher, telling him to hurry and drive away. Otherwise, if he got dragged out by this group, he would be finished. Seeing those lackeys charge over, Jiang Lusher released the hook connecting the small cargo trailer behind the bus with one button, shifted into reverse, turned the steering wheel to the right, and stepped on the gas. The base vehicle began backing up. This brat wants to run. Brothers, chase him. The yellow-haired punk jumped onto his motorcycle. The whole gang started their bikes, twisting their throttles madly with their right hands. One motorcycle after another shot out like they'd been injected with stimulants, chasing straight after Jiang Lusher. It had to be said that these biker thugs were very skilled. Once their motorcycles got moving, they were like a pack of hungry wolves on the run, closing in on the minibus from every direction. Brothers, let the air out of this piece of junk. At the yellow-haired punk shout, the biker thugs all pulled out clusters of welded-together iron nails from their backpacks and threw them directly onto the minibus tires. These were homemade tire breakers. A few nails and some iron pieces welded together were enough. Scatter them on the road, and even a heavy truck would be forced to stop. Watching what these people were doing, a faint sneer curled at Jiang Lusher's lips. He had shifted into reverse only because he didn't want to accidentally hurt those survivors. By now, he had already backed up about 100 meters and reached a narrow asphalt road. It was called narrow because one side of the road was piled full of abandoned cars, leaving room for only one vehicle to pass. Jiang Lusher stepped on the brake, shifted from reverse into drive, and then slammed the gas pedal again. Vroom! The minibus let out a roar like a sports car and shot forward like a beast, charging straight at those motorcycles. The tire breakers were crushed on the spot. Their rough weld points shattered under the heavy pressure, while the tires themselves were completely unharmed. What? The yellow-haired punk was instantly dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why this beat-up-looking minibus was totally fine even after rolling over the tire breakers. And right at that moment, the minibus was already charging straight at him. Its speed soared as Jiang Lusher floored the accelerator. The yellow-haired punk was scared out of his wits. The minibus accelerated way too fast. From reversing, to braking, to surging forward, it had all happened in only a few seconds. And this minibus had actually accelerated faster than a motorcycle. In the blink of an eye, these biker thugs couldn't react at all. Then came a thunderous boom as the minibus slammed solidly into the motorcycle the yellow-haired punk was riding. With a miserable scream, the yellow-haired punk and his bike were sent flying like a baseball hit by a home run. Boom, boom, boom. The motorcycle smashed hard onto the asphalt and skidded more than 10 meters away. Its entire front will have been blown apart. The yellow-haired punk was covered in blood, lying on the ground howling in agony. One of his legs was pinned under the motorcycle. It looked broken. Fuck your goddamn mother. The yellow-haired punk screamed wildly. John Lucher's expression remained cold. Hit by a vehicle and sent flying more than 10 meters, leg crushed, multiple fractures all over his body, blood pouring out. In this apocalypse, that was basically a death sentence. John Lucher felt not the slightest pity for this kind of scum. The kind that had run wild even in peacetime and started killing and burning after the apocalypse began. As long as these people lived, they were a plague. Who knew how many girls they had ruined? How many ordinary people they had killed? Since he had already started killing, John Lucher no longer bothered thinking about whether he might implicate those survivors for the time being. Killing one meant mortal enmity anyway. Killing a whole group was still mortal enmity. The base vehicle was running at full power. John Lucher kept his foot on the gas without letting up. With a turn of the wheel, he smashed into 2 more motorcycles and sent them flying. Miserable screams rang out again. With collisions this violent, when someone got hit, even if they didn't die on the spot, they could still die later from injuries or infection. The entire biker gang was scared pale. They had robbed passing vehicles before or targeted vehicles trying to leave town to go find the military or whatever. Their tire breakers had always worked without fail. But now, how had the tire breakers all been crushed while the tires weren't even scratched? What the fuck? Is this an armored vehicle? Run. This whole gang of biker thugs no longer cared about the yellow-haired punk and the others on the ground. When there was booze, meat, and women, they could all enjoy it together. But once trouble came, everyone only cared about saving himself. Who was going to risk his life to save someone else? Whoosh. The biker gang scattered like startled birds and beasts, fleeing in every direction. Having been terrified by John Lucher's ramming, many of them dove into alleyways. In those narrow alleys, the base vehicle obviously couldn't chase them. But after several of those punks rushed into the alleys, a few black shadows suddenly sprang out from inside and directly knocked over their motorcycles. They're zombies. Several zombies pounced onto those punks and bit into them frantically. This time, the screams turned even more miserable. Those screams quickly drew over even more zombies, who all threw themselves onto those unlucky punks. A lot of the zombies in the small town really had been lured away, but only the zombies on the main roads had become fewer. There were still large numbers of zombies hidden inside residential houses and alleyways. Usually, the survivors all tried their best to avoid those narrow alleys. But just now, several punks had rushed in there in blind panic and happened to run into a wave of zombies. Many of them directly became zombie food and died even more horribly. Seeing this scene, John Lucher frowned. While those zombies were busy tearing into the punks, he eased off the accelerator a little and drove the base vehicle away. He himself wasn't too afraid of drawing zombies over, but those survivors were different. If a group of zombies charged into the courtyard, those people would most likely be doomed. So John Lucher quietly drove the base vehicle back. In the entire small courtyard, the more than 10 survivors had all seen what had just happened, and every one of them was dumbstruck. They were utterly shocked by the minibus John Lucher was driving. How could this old, beat-up-looking minibus be this fierce? Not only had it crushed the tire spikes, it had also slammed so many motorcycles flying, yet the front of the vehicle wasn't dented in the slightest. It hadn't even lost any paint. What the hell was going on? And after the shock, a lot of people started to feel fear. So many of the bikers had been run to death. What were they supposed to do now? Before this, someone had merely refused to hand over food and hit one of the bikers, and Brother You had gone straight to their door and slaughtered them all, even chopping up the bodies. For their group, the outcome would definitely be even worse. Seeing John Lucher slowly drive the vehicle back over, the survivors all turned deathly pale, fear filling their hearts. How was this supposed to end? The old man who had been holding the rice pot earlier was trembling slightly even in his hands. Shall we? The old man truly had no idea what to do. He was already just a bag of old bones. So if he got beaten to death, then so be it. But he still had a grandson to take care of. If he died, his little grandson would starve to death. After the apocalypse began, the old man's children had all died. Only this one little grandson remained, and he was the old man's only reason to keep living. When Lou grit her teeth and said, "Grandpa Wong, don't think too much about it for now. They've already been hit anyway. If it comes down to it, we'll hide, or we'll just fight them head on. There's always a way." When Lou and when Xiao Tian were sisters, but her personality was much stronger than when Xiao Tian's. She had long since had enough of these bikers. This time, Jiang Lucier had driven into this whole group, and a few punks had even been eaten by zombies. Even though she was also afraid of Brother Yu's retaliation, she had found it incredibly satisfying. It felt amazing. Yeah, Grandpa Wang. In this damned apocalypse, even getting one bite to eat is hard. We might die today and not make it to tomorrow, and on top of that we still have to be bullied and squeezed dry. If I weren't afraid of dragging you all into it, I'd have grabbed an iron rod and smashed that yellow-haired bastard right on the head a long time ago. Another hot-blooded young man, who looked to be in his 20s, spoke up. In this apocalypse, where death could come at any time, Brother Yu's threat suddenly didn't seem all that terrifying. The zombies weren't necessarily much better than Brother Yu, but even more people were still afraid. Zombies wouldn't go around hunting you down everywhere, but if Brother Yu came for revenge, he would definitely find you. Jiang Lucier caught bits and pieces of their conversation, and he gave the hot-blooded young man who had just said he wanted to take down yellow hair an unexpected glance. He wasn't tall, and his skin was quite fair. He even looked a little refined. Who would he thought he had this much fire in him? Hey, brother, can you do me a favor and drag that half-dead yellow-hair guy over here? As Jiang Lucier spoke to the fair-skinned young man, he directly handed a pack of chocolate beans out through the car window. Take this. Jiang Lucier admired the young man's guts, and in this kind of situation, he also didn't want to get out of the car to drag yellow hair over himself. There was no telling whether those zombies might be drawn over by yellow hair and the others wailing. If he stayed in the vehicle, then if something happened, Jiang Lucier could react at any time. Besides, he had a whole vehicle full of mutant beast meat, with all those rations already stuffed into storage. This kind of food didn't amount to much to him anymore. Taking out just one pack like this didn't bother him in the slightest. But even such a small pack of chocolate, in the eyes of those survivors, made their eyes light up at once. Chocolate. The food these survivors were usually able to gather was already very limited, and most of it was a complete mess, like something picked out of a garbage heap. Anything even slightly better had to be handed over to yellow hair and the others. As for something like chocolate, high in calories and actually tasty, they had no chance at all to eat it. They ate broken biscuits and cheap instant noodles with awful flavor every single day. They were already sick of it to the point of wanting to throw up. The key point was that this kind of high-energy food, so hard to come by, had been brought out by Jiang Lucier this casually. The fair-skinned young man's eyes lit up immediately too. He hesitated for a moment, swallowed, but still shook his head reluctantly. That's not right. I can't take it. That yellow-haired bastard bullies us every day. I'd be happy just to drag him back over. That only made Jiang Lucier feel even more that bringing out the chocolate hadn't been a waste. He tossed it over directly and said with a smile, "Just take it. Dragging him over is dangerous too. Besides, he is still a little useful to me." At that point, the fair-skinned young man could only reach out and catch it. Under the envious gazes of the other survivors, he said awkwardly, then, "Thanks." Then he immediately ran over enthusiastically and grabbed Yellow Hair by the back of his collar. Yellow Hair glared at the fair-skinned young man hatefully, but the young man smacked him across the face with one slap. "What are you looking at me for? Still not convinced?" Then the fair-skinned young man dragged Yellow Hair without the slightest courtesy, hauling him forcefully toward the minibus. With his broken leg being dragged along, Yellow Hair let out a miserable scream, only to receive 2 more sharp slaps from the fair-skinned young man. "What are you yelling for? If you bring the zombies over, I'll hang you from a utility pole and let them eat you clean bit by bit starting from your feet." After taking Jiang Lucier's chocolate, the fair-skinned young man was practically giving it his all. Yellow Hair's scalp went numb. The fair-skinned young man was vicious with his hands, clearly taking the chance for personal revenge. After 3 slaps in a row, blood had already come out of Yellow Hair's mouth, and his face had swollen up. Even if he wanted to scream, he couldn't anymore. He could only whimper unclearly. Actually, without proper medical treatment, Yellow Hair's leg was basically ruined. Not to mention things like tissue necrosis and infection, illnesses that could easily kill him, even if he managed to survive them, in the apocalypse. Losing a leg meant nothing but waiting for death. That was why his expression had been so venomous, and why he and begged for mercy. But now, the fair-skinned young man's threat made him realize that there was still a huge difference between being doomed to die and being tortured to death first. From inside the vehicle, Jiang Lucier clicked his tongue twice. This fair-skinned young man was pretty good at scaring people. Good. With that round of intimidation from him, it saved Jiang Lucier the effort. Yellow Hair was quickly dragged to the front of Jiang Lucier's vehicle, leaving a long trail of blood across the ground. Yellow Hair might have been ruthless, but he himself had never gone through something this miserable before. After being thrown in front of the car by the fair-skinned young man, he looked up at Jiang Lucier in the driver's seat and couldn't help feeling a chill run through his whole body. Forget being fed to zombies. Even if this terrifying minibus rolled over him back and forth a few times, it would be enough to make him wish for death and be unable to die. The fair-skinned young man was only talking tough, but this Jiang Lucier, who looked like just some ordinary young man, was the kind who would slam on the gas without even a hint of hesitation. I dragged this idiot over. If there's anything else you want me to do, just say the word. The fair-skinned young man spoke to John Lusher through the windshield. After saying that, he even shot Yellow Hair a cold smile. The meaning behind what he had just said was obvious without words. Yellow Hair hated this fair-skinned young man so much his teeth itched. Before John Lusher showed up, how would this fair-skinned young man have ever dared to act this arrogant? Back then he had been spineless as hell, acting like a grandson in front of him. Originally, Yellow Hair never paid any attention at all to what these survivors looked like. It wasn't like there were any delicate pretty girls among them. Even girls like when Lou and the others were filthy from head to toe, with mud even in their hair. Yellow Hair couldn't be bothered to spare them an extra glance. So when he first saw John Lusher, he had never realized this was an unfamiliar new face. But now he knew. If John Lusher had been here earlier, how could things possibly have dragged on until today? That badass minibus had definitely been driven here by this guy from somewhere else. Huang Mao looked at John Lusher with both hatred and fear. The intense pain coming from his leg kept making him let out muffled groans. I have a few questions for you. I ask one, you answer one. If I think you're talking nonsense, or if you refuse to answer, John Lusher glanced at the pale-skinned young man. The pale-skinned young man immediately gave a sneaky grin, then lifted one foot and gestured a couple of times over Huang Mao's broken leg. Hear that? If you try any funny business, then I'll you know. Huang Mao's face turned green. This pale-skinned bastard. He felt humiliated beyond words, but he was too afraid of being tortured, so he could only ask. That UG, what kind of person is he? How'd he lure the zombies away? Tell me in detail, John Lusher asked. He had already completely offended UG. Since UG was rumored to be so formidable, he naturally needed to understand him in advance so he could prepare. UG? Hif. After hearing John Lusher's question, Huang Mao instantly curled his lips into a smile. This brat clearly knew about UG's deeds too. The fact that he was asking definitely meant he was scared. If he was scared, he should behave himself from the start. Only now, remembering to be afraid? Too late. I'm not afraid of scaring you when I say this. UG isn't an ordinary person. Compared to normal zombies, he is way stronger. Back then, UG relied on nothing but a motorcycle to lure away all the zombies in this whole area. By himself, he charged into a horde of thousands. Even tens of thousands of zombies killed his way in and out and came back without a scratch. As Huang Mao spoke, he carefully observed John Lusher's reaction. The result left him a little disappointed. There was no panic on John Lusher's face. It wasn't too much different from before. He just seemed to be thinking about something. Seeing that, Huang Mao twistedly thought to himself, thinking my ass. You think just because you think about it, you can beat UG? In his eyes, John Lusher was just forcing himself to stay calm. Or maybe he simply didn't understand what kind of feat it was for UG to lure away that many zombies. And there've been plenty of people who refused to submit to UG, but they all ended up the same way. UG's temper isn't very good. When it comes to people who resist him, he wants to just go to their door and kill them all. He'll make sure they die ugly too, Huang Mao continued. As he described it, his expression turned ferocious, excited, and twisted, all for the sake of making John Lusher feel fear. Dismemberment, right? I've heard about it. John Lusher said flatly. John Lusher's reaction left Huang Mao deeply disappointed, and at the same time, a little incredulous. This man was acting so calm. Could it be that he really thought he could go head-on against UG? It wasn't that Huang Mao looked down on John Lusher. It was that Huang Mao firmly believed UG couldn't really be considered a normal person anymore. Ordinary humans and UG simply weren't on the same level. Their tiers were completely different. How were they supposed to fight? When UG lured away the zombies, even if he didn't have the motorcycle, he could still do it with his own body. Zombies can't catch up to him at all. Those so-called 100-meter world champions? In front of UG, they're trash. His speed can race a motorcycle like it's a game, Huang Mao went on. In front of John Lusher, he had no power to resist at all. Yet when talking about UG's strength, he felt a strange sense of pride, as if the powerful one were himself. That was because he no longer had any ability to take revenge on John Lusher, so he just wanted to see UG make John Lusher suffer. He is very fast. John Lusher understood. With enough speed, he really could crush ordinary people. If your reaction speed couldn't even keep up in front of him, how are you supposed to fight him? In a face-to-face encounter, by the time you realized UG had already made his move, it would probably only be when you saw the wound on your own body. Being able to race a motorcycle. Of course that speed was terrifying. John Lusher knew Huang Mao wasn't lying. Without that kind of speed, it would have been impossible for one person to lure away all those zombies. And not only that, John Lusher had just been thinking because he had remembered the information Xingzhong had once provided about the virus. What Huang Mao said, that UG wasn't an ordinary person, really did mean exactly that in the literal sense. In fact, UG and that mutated wild boar belonged to the same category. When a virus erupted, they had also gone through a viral mutation. But after mutating, the virus hadn't turned them into zombies. Instead, it had caused tremendous changes in their bodies, turning them into mutated humans. Or, to put it more simply, they had become espers. This kind of situation was not common. Between them and zombies, it could be said to be one step to heaven, one step to hell. You could tell from the terror of that mutated wild boar alone. Espers were also extremely powerful. In this apocalypse, they had a much higher chance of survival. Ordinary zombies couldn't threaten them at all. This UG was exactly the kind of esper. His ability should be speed, relying on his own power. UG had completely become a local tyrant in this small town. Other than speed, does he have any other characteristics? Jiang Lushi asked again. Huang Mao once more stressed how ruthless UG was. That meant absolutely nothing to Jiang Lushi. He asked a few more questions, and after realizing he couldn't squeeze any more useful information out of Huang Mao, he waved at the pale-skinned young man. The pale-skinned young man had been standing off to the side with his hands in his pockets. Seeing Jiang Lushi gesture, he immediately came trotting over. When Huang Mao saw this, he couldn't help but panic a little. He had no idea how Jiang Lushi planned to deal with him. Meanwhile, Jiang Lushi watched Huang Mao through the windshield, looking like he was thinking about something. The gas station was located at the other end of the town's exit, and there were even fewer zombies here. Along the road, there were still some zombie corpses hanging from roadside balconies, slowly rotting. These zombies had originally all been living people. It was only because they had been infected by the virus that they became highly aggressive monsters with immense strength and astonishing speed. Although their bodies were already very different from those of humans, they still bled, and they still gradually decayed after death. With those corpses hanging there, it gave people a spine-chilling feeling. This whole area was the territory of the biker gang's camp. Not only could zombies not appear here, ordinary survivors also wouldn't set foot in this place. They would only keep their distance and avoid it from afar. And these bikers' residence was an apartment building next to the gas station in this area. On the first floor of the apartment building was a repair shop, and at the moment, more than a dozen motorcycles were parked there. Inside the shop, several bikers were sitting in a circle playing cards. Whoa! The roar of an engine suddenly rang out as a motorcycle came speeding in, nearly crashing into one of the parked bikes. By a wooden table inside the shop, covered in motor oil, several bikers who were playing cards all looked up at the commotion. One biker saw the newcomer jump off the motorcycle and run over at once, so he stood up in confusion. "Isn't that Xiangzi? Why are you in such a panic?" Seeing Xiangzi rush straight over with a frightened look on his face, he was about to ask another question. But Xiangzi shoved him aside. "Move." The biker staggered and instantly cursed, "Fuck, you in a rush to reincarnate, or what?" Xiangzi completely ignored him and charged straight into the stairwell through the back door of the repair shop, then ran all the way up to the top floor. The fourth floor, without stopping for a breath. Everyone living in this building was part of the biker gang, and their boss, Brother Yu, lived on the fourth floor. Originally, there had been some survivors hiding here, including a family that had already been living in the building. But when Brother Yu brought the biker gang here and picked this building as their base at a glance, those survivors were doomed. The survivors hiding here were all ordinary people, let alone facing Brother Yu. They had no ability to resist even these bikers. As a result, most of the men and the elderly were killed. The young women were all violated, and even the little girls were not spared. These people had escaped the zombies, only to fail to escape people like them. And the room on the fourth floor where Brother Yu lived was the home of that little girl's family. Xiangzi ran all the way to the door without pausing, then, gasping violently, threw himself through the doorway. The room was filled with smoke, beer, all kinds of food, and other supplies were piled up in the corners. Several bikers were gathered around a mahjong table playing, each with women by his side. One of the men looked short and small, but the arms exposed outside his clothes were packed with muscle. His appearance was completely unremarkable, the kind you could throw into a crowd and never find again. Yet the woman beside him, while smiling coquettishly and handing him a cigarette, couldn't help showing fear in her eyes. When they saw Xiangzi come in, none of them reacted much. The short man didn't even look at him. Only a bald biker glanced over and said slowly, "No manners. Where's Xiaoyang?" Xiaoyang was Huang Mao's name. Xiangzi dropped to the short man's feet at once and said bitterly, "Brother Yu, today Brother Liang took us to collect rent. But there was a group of survivors there, and they refused to pay. If they refused, then they refused. What's the big deal? Just kill them all and bring the stuff back. You came all the way here just to report that? Didn't Brother Yu teach your Brother Liang that?" Brother Yu ignored him as another biker laughed and said, "Oh, nice. Pong." Seeing that these trusted subordinates of Brother Yu, and even Brother Yu himself, didn't care at all about what he was saying, Xiangzi grew even more anxious and said, "Brother Liang was just about to make a move. But then some guy drove a minibus right into us and killed several of the brothers. Even Brother Liang got taken out there. Brother Yu, you have to avenge Brother Liang and the brothers." In an instant, the mahjong table went silent. Those trusted subordinates all had expressions like they couldn't believe what they had just heard. The bald man froze for a moment, then said, "The hell? Are you drunk out of your mind? Who the fuck would still dare do something like that right now? He is tired of living?" At that moment, the short man finally spoke. The moment he opened his mouth, the bald man shut up immediately. "You're telling the truth?" "Absolutely true, brother you," Xiangzi said quickly. With something this serious, how could he dare lie? There was only one thing he wasn't completely sure about. He had only seen Huang Mao get sent flying. As for whether he was actually dead, he didn't know for certain. But after getting hit like that, even if he hadn't died on the spot, he was definitely dead afterward. Now that brother you was asking, Xiangzi immediately told him everything from beginning to end, every detail. Naturally, there was no shortage of exaggeration mixed in. Xiangzi had only barely escaped by diving into the alley beside him at the very last moment as Jiang Lusher's vehicle slammed over. Right now, he only wanted to see Jiang Lusher die miserably at brother Yu's hands so he could vent his hatred. After hearing Xiangzi's account, those trusted subordinates all exploded. Fuck, someone actually dared touch our people? He really must be tired of living. Does this bastard not know how the word death is written? At that moment, the silent brother Yu suddenly stood up. His movement startled the woman beside him. Brother Yu kicked the chair away with one foot, then stared at Xiangzi and suddenly drove a kick into him, instantly sending him crashing onto the coffee table not far away, making him howl in agony. They all died. So how did you make it back alive? Brother Yu's voice was somewhat hoarse. His cold gaze sent a chill straight through Xiangzi, making him hurriedly force back his screams. Brother Yu stopped looking at him and instead said in a low voice to his trusted subordinates, "Get the vehicles ready. Move out immediately. If we're late, that guy will run. After causing that much trouble, that person might very well drive off in that minibus right away." That was not something brother Yu wanted to see. Hearing brother Yu's order, the others all stood up and went to make preparations. And right at that moment, a sudden loud bang came from outside. The sound had come too suddenly. Not just the women, even the trusted subordinates all shuddered involuntarily. "Holy shit, what was that?" the bald man shouted. "That was way too loud." Brother Yu quickly walked to the window, pulled aside the curtain, and looked down below. He stared downstairs for a couple of seconds, then suddenly asked without turning his head, "The minibus you mentioned, what color was it?" Xiangzi froze for a moment, then quickly answered it was white. That vehicle was parked right in front of that family's place. He'd see it as soon as he got there. No need. Brother Yu cut him off, then turned around, revealing a face dark as still water, murder flashing faintly in his eyes. "They've come right to our door." "What?" Brother Yu's words left both his trusted subordinates and Xiangzi in disbelief. That loud noise just now was caused by that white minibus? They had just started thinking about going to the window to confirm it when they saw brother Yu walking toward the door with a dark expression. He was carrying a bag in his hand. The bag hung loose, and as he walked, the sound of glass bottles clinking could be heard from inside. The bag was filled with gasoline bottles. Light them and throw them out, and they became the simplest kind of Molotov cocktails. Besides that, there was also a pitch-black type 54 pistol tucked at brother Yu's waist. After the apocalypse began, brother Yu had led people to loot the town police station, getting quite a few batons, handcuffs, and several pistols. Now all of those pistols were under brother Yu's control. He was suspicious by nature and simply didn't trust anyone else with guns. "Grab your weapons." Brother Yu's icy voice came as he stepped out the door. A whole group of bikers sprang into action at once, grabbing iron rods, tire spikes, and firebombs as they charged downstairs. Xiangzi, lying on the floor, hesitated for a moment, then struggled to his feet and hurried after them. The women sat by the messy mahjong table and exchanged glances, all looking a little lost. These women had all been imprisoned here, toyed with and violated by the biker gang. They quietly crept over to the window and looked outside, where a white minibus came into view. They had grown numb to this kind of conflict. Maybe soon they would see one firebomb after another thrown out. The whole white minibus bursting into flames, and the driver dragged out, tortured, and chopped apart, with the apocalypse upon them. Some girls who used to be heartbroken even at the sight of a kitten or puppy dying had now become used to watching people live and die. "If only those damn bastards got run over and killed," one young woman suddenly said through gritted teeth. "What nonsense are you saying? Be careful they hear you." "Shoo, don't say that kind of thing again. And how could that person possibly have been run to death?" The young woman who had just said that was immediately clapped over the mouth by one of her close girlfriends. Their fear of the bikers, especially of Yuji, had already sunk into their bones. At this moment, Yuji and the others had already rushed down from the small building. The moment they came out of the repair shop, they saw a scene that made their faces turn ugly. The row of motorcycles parked there had all been smashed into the wall. A whole pile of bikes had been crushed together. And on top of those crooked, toppled motorcycles, there was even a person thrown there. This person's hands were tied up with rope. His head and body were covered in rotting vegetable leaves and all kinds of trash, and he was still wailing nonstop. Xiangzi, who had chased down right after them, froze the instant he saw that figure, his eyes going wide. Liang Yi, that figure who looked like he had crawled out of a garbage heap, was Huang Mao. Yuji stared at Huang Mao with a sinister gaze, and the moment Huang Mao saw Yuji appear, the volume of his wailing instantly rose several levels. Yuji, save me. My leg got crushed off. When he got to his leg, Huang Mao's voice turned shrill, tears and snot running all over his face. His leg was broken. He didn't even know how he was supposed to go on living after this. Yuji gave Huang Mao a cold glance and said nothing. Seeing Yuji's expression, Huang Mao's cries suddenly caught in his throat. He saw disgust on Yuji's face, and that filled him with despair. In a bit, don't kill that bastard driving the minibus. I want him alive. Yuji bit out every word through clenched teeth. He hated Jiang Lusher to the extreme. Ever since the apocalypse began, Yuji had become the local tyrant of this little town. Quite a few of the bikers, when facing those survivors outside, already felt like they weren't the same kind of people at all. Like slave owners facing slaves, those survivors, to them, could only count as slaves. On top of that, most survivors would obediently swallow everything in front of them and do all they could to curry favor, which only made their sense of superiority even stronger. They had never once imagined that a survivor would dare act arrogantly in front of them instead, and even go so far as to come right to their doorstep and provoke them. Seeing Yuji this furious, the bikers all knew the minibus driver was screwed. Even wanting to die easily would be impossible for him. Brothers, let us go drag that idiot over here. The bikers shouted noisily. They righted a few motorcycles that were still intact and revved the throttles until they roared. Where'd that vehicle run off to? The motorcycles were blocking the entrance, but they couldn't see that minibus anymore. Earlier, when they were watching from upstairs, they had also seen the minibus backing away. In their minds, after doing something this suicidal, of course the minibus had to run. What should come next was a full-on chase. That was what they were best at. One volley of gasoline bottles thrown over, and the vehicle would be finished. However, just as they revved their engines and were about to go after the minibus, another thunderous boom rang out. This sound came from the gas station. Screams rang out from the gas station. They had people specifically stationed there, and now their stronghold at the gas station had clearly been attacked. He dare hit my gas station? Killing intent flickered in Yuji's eyes. The gas station was less than 200 meters from them. After coming here to provoke them, that brat actually was running away and was even going to hit the gas station too. He was seriously tired of living. Yuji suddenly broke into a run. Like an agile leopard, he leaped over those motorcycles and charged straight toward the gas station. His underlings snapped out of it like waking from a dream and followed after him on their motorcycles with loud roaring engines. Inside the gas station, Jiang Lusher had already connected the minibus's automatic fuel intake device to the pump nozzle, and gasoline was pouring non-stop into his nearly depleted fuel tank. These bikers had gathered almost all the fuel in the entire town and stored it all at the gas station. There was so much fuel here that Jiang Lusher couldn't possibly use it all up. At the same time, Jiang Lusher kept his eyes fixed in the direction of the small building, waiting for Yuji to come. After careful thought, Jiang Lusher felt that if he waited for Yuji to come to him, Wen Lu and the others might get dragged into it. Even if he had Wen Lu and the others hide first, that still might not be safe. After all, there were too many bikers. If anything at all went wrong, Jiang Lusher would have no way to protect all of them. Besides that, Jiang Lusher also needed to gather a large amount of gasoline. That was the most important point. All the fuel was in Yuji's hands, so if Jiang Lusher wanted fuel, it was unavoidable that he would come looking for him. Knocking over those motorcycles was only to cause the bikers a little trouble. Turning right around to hit the gas station afterward was to buy some time to refuel. Otherwise, if he didn't have enough gas, there were some weapons on the base vehicle that Jiang Lusher simply wouldn't dare use. Jiang Lusher kept watching the changes in the fuel storage shown by Xingzhou. 100 liters, 200 liters, 300 liters. Ever since the fuel tank had been modified, the refueling speed was absurd. The moment the fuel line was connected, it started jumping upward by 100 liters a time. When the tank reached 600 liters, a figure appeared beside the flower bed outside the gas station. That figure came sprinting over, and when he saw Jiang Lusher's vehicle, he didn't slow down in the slightest and charged straight at it. So fast. Jiang Lusher was slightly startled. That figure had to be that Yuji. Seeing the minibus sitting there refueling, Yuji's rage exploded on the spot. This brat had killed his men, provoked him, and now actually dared to openly fill up with his gasoline, right here. Yuji lunged straight at the base vehicle. His figure was like a leopard in full sprint, moving at a speed no ordinary person could possibly reach. Since Jiang Lusher was at the gas station, Yuji couldn't use his homemade firebombs here, nor could he risk using firearms. He reached behind his waist and pulled out a triangular military spike. He had found that triangular military spike in the police station too. It had probably been confiscated as an illegal control blade, only to end up benefiting him. Right then, the fuel nozzle suddenly came loose, and at the same time the minibus let out a burst of harsh grinding noise. The minibus suddenly started up, then violently accelerated, backing straight toward UG like a massive cannonball, smashing head-on into him. Jiang Lushur had activated instant acceleration, but after the fuel tank upgrade, the improvements in all aspects of performance had already greatly increased his starting speed. The heavy minibus was like a supercar, accompanied by sharp scraping sounds as it slammed its rear end toward UG. Although UG had previously heard Xiangzi's description of this minibus in his common sense, he still hadn't believed a minibus could be all that formidable. But now, the moment the minibus started moving, it overturned everything he knew. How is this a minibus? This was practically a nimble sports car, and the driver was incredibly sly too, only starting the minibus after UG had already charged close enough. UG had no choice but to stop his fierce forward rush and dive to the side to dodge. Whoosh! The minibus brushed past UG and shot by. At the instant they passed each other, UG spun around and threw a tire puncture device behind the minibus's wheel. His tire spike strip was much better than the homemade ones those biker punks used. It had been taken apart from a police-used portable spike strip and modified some more. Once a vehicle's tire ran over it, the sharp spikes on the strip would stab into the tire. If the driver stopped in time, the tire could still be saved. If he didn't stop and kept driving, then, after a little over 20 meters, the tire would burst and the vehicle would be unable to continue. But when the minibus ran right over it in one go, the spikes on the strip simply failed to pierce the tires at all. Brother Yu had also heard that the spike strip was useless against this minibus. He had only tossed it down on the way just to try it, and didn't even bother looking at the result. His eyes locked onto the handle of the driver's door. As the minibus shot past him at extreme speed, he suddenly leaped up. Brother Yu really was fast. Jiang Lushur only saw through the rear display that Brother Yu had dodged aside, then felt the body of the vehicle jolt, and right after that, he heard a bang at the door. A face was suddenly pressed right against his window. At that moment, the sound of engines whined over. Several motorcycles appeared on the road. Jiang Lushur had already pulled out of the gas station. Those motorcycles were closing in on him from the road, and even more bikes were charging out one after another from the biker stronghold. Although the motorcycles Jiang Lushur had rammed over earlier had slowed those biker punks down for a moment, it hadn't had much overall effect. But Jiang Lushur had no time to pay attention to those hyena-like biker punks right now, because Brother Yu was hanging right off his car door. Jiang Lushur turned his head, and the two instantly came face to face. Brother Yu revealed a savage grin at Jiang Lushur and viciously stabbed his triangular military spike into the gap of the window. This could be considered the weak point of the window. Many vehicles, for safety reasons, were equipped with window pry tools so that after falling into water, the window could be pried open for escape. Some car thieves also used crowbars to break into cars. And although a triangular military spike was not a crowbar, its hardness let it serve a similar purpose. Jiang Lushur naturally wasn't going to just let Brother Yu try to pry open the window. It might not necessarily succeed, but Brother Yu was an esper after all. Besides, his vehicle had only just been repaired. How could he let this biker gang leader wreck it however he pleased? He spun the steering wheel all the way in one motion. The minibus's tires let out a piercing screech against the concrete road, and 4 white skid marks from the sharp turn immediately appeared on the ground. Jiang Lushur floored the gas pedal. As the minibus fully pulled out of the gas station, it took a turn at an angle that looked to any bystander like it was practically about to flip over. This was basically drifting. A minibus was actually drifting? Those swarming, yelling biker punks were all dumbfounded. With such a violent turn, Brother Yu, who had been about to drive down the military spike, was only holding onto the door handle with one hand. He was instantly flung off with force. An ordinary person would definitely get hurt being thrown off like that. Jiang Lushur immediately looked out the window, only to see Brother Yu roll with incredible agility the moment he hit the ground, completely unharmed. And then, Jiang Lushur saw that Brother Yu seemed to have something extra in his hand. Brother Yu's expression was ugly. He hadn't expected this vehicle's performance to be so strong, even more ridiculous than Xiangzi had described. But now that the vehicle had already left the gas station, he no longer had to hold back. The moment he steadied himself, Brother Yu immediately pulled out several homemade Molotov cocktails and hurled them at Jiang Lushur's minibus. As soon as the homemade incendiary bottles burst against the minibus, they instantly turned into raging flames and wrapped around the whole vehicle body at once. Although the minibus was fast, Brother Yu's movements were even faster. There was no time to dodge before it was hit. Go die. At the instant Brother Yu threw the Molotov cocktails, he had already raised the Type 54 pistol he had drawn from his waist and aimed it at the driver's window inside the flames, where Jiang Lushur's figure could be clearly seen. The distance between them was less than 10 meters. Even if Brother Yu was a sharpshooter, after the practice he had gotten during the stretch of the apocalypse, his aim was more than enough. At this range, he was going to blow Jiang Lushur's shoulder apart with one shot. If his aim was off by a little and he hit Jiang Lushur's neck or head instead, then Jiang Lushur would just be getting off easy. Ordinary police pistols were designed to subdue, not to penetrate and kill. Their main purpose was to make a criminal lose the ability to resist, not to end his life. So their stopping power was limited. But the Type 54 pistol was different. In the entire police station, Brother Yu had only found this one Type 54 pistol. He carried it on him at all times, never letting it leave his side. The Type 54 was a military pistol, nicknamed Black Star. It emphasized lethality, and its penetrating power was extremely strong. At close range, shooting through 2 people with 1 bullet was no problem at all, within a certain distance. It could also penetrate bulletproof vests, as well as brick walls and other obstacles of a certain thickness. This kind of pistol had served in domestic police departments for more than 20 years. Later, because its lethality was too great, it was phased out and replaced by the Type 64 pistol, though some places were still using it. Xianzi had said that no matter how much they smashed at the windows, they hadn't even left a mark on this minibus S-glass. But Brother Yu didn't care much about that. How could the force of an iron rod compare to the penetrating power of a Type 54 bullet? Brother Yu pulled the trigger without hesitation. From the moment he landed, to throwing the Molotov cocktails, to firing the shot, the whole sequence had taken only 1 second. Jiang Lushi was probably still happy about having shaken him off when he was already hit. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Brother Yu really was fast. Jiang Lushi had just seen him hit the ground, and in the next instant he saw the minibus surrounded by flames. Right after that, he heard the gunshot. But even faster than the gunshot was the explosive crack that came from the driver's window beside Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi instinctively dodged a little. At the same time, Xingzhong's voice had already sounded in his mind. Base vehicle surface damaged. Damage level, 10. Window damaged. Damage level, 1. Base vehicle shell undamaged. Damn you. Even though the damage level was very low, almost negligible, the moment Jiang Lushi thought about how troublesome it would be to find materials to repair the vehicle again, he wanted to start cursing. He turned his head and saw that on the window, there was now a bullet dent like a spiderweb pattern, extremely clear. A Type 54 pistol bullet could penetrate brick walls and similar obstacles, but there was still a limit to the thickness it could punch through. Not to mention that what Jiang Lushi's base vehicle was equipped with was bulletproof glass. Bulletproof glass was a kind of laminated safety glass with a 3-layer structure. The first layer was the load-bearing layer, which could damage the bullet head and alter its shape, making the bullet lose its ability to keep moving forward. The second layer was a transition layer made of organic laminated material. It had very strong adhesive force and could absorb the bullet's impact energy. A bullet could easily pierce the first layer of glass, but it would stop moving inside the second layer. That was why a bullet dent like this had been left on Jiang Lushi's window. The moment he saw that mark, Jiang Lushi was truly enraged. He had only just repaired the vehicle. After firing that shot, a cold sneer appeared on Brother Yu's face. He had already heard the sound of the bullet striking the glass. Brother Yu stood up, planning to have his underlings rush over and drag Jiang Lushi out once the fire died down. Hopefully Jiang Lushi would still be alive by then. Otherwise, that would be a real waste. However, just then, he suddenly heard the sound of an engine again. And that sound was coming from the minibus right in front of him. Brother Yu was a little stunned. He was sure he had hit his target. So could it be that Jiang Lushi wasn't badly hurt enough? Right at that moment, the front of the minibus suddenly whipped to the side. Its entire body was still wrapped in raging flames, making it look like a war chariot bathed in fire as it slammed toward Brother Yu. Through the windshield, Brother Yu clearly saw Jiang Lushi inside, glaring at him in fury. There was even the slightest wound visible on Jiang Lushi's body, much less anything like mangled flesh or a miserable, bloody appearance. The outcome Brother Yu had imagined after Jiang Lushi was shot had simply never happened. Brother Yu stood there frozen, gripping the Type 54 pistol. What the hell was going on? Seeing the minibus charging at him, a savage look appeared on Brother Yu's face. He raised the gun again, aimed at Jiang Lushi, and fired several more shots in rapid succession. Every bullet poured into the windshield, and then every single one was blocked. The bullet holes were clearly visible one after another. Yet, Jiang Lushi behind the glass still looked exactly the same. Even his expression hadn't changed. Boom! The minibus rushed right up to him. Jiang Lushi glanced out through the side window and saw that Brother Yu had already dashed to the side of the minibus and hadn't been hit. Brother Yu had dodged the minibus's collision, but inside, he was practically going insane. This crappy minibus was actually equipped with bulletproof glass. Wasn't this basically like spending hundreds of thousands to modify a crappy QQ car? Just who the hell was this driver to be driving a minibus like this? At that moment, Brother Yu noticed that the minibus seemed to have given up on him. It changed direction, then charged straight toward the densest cluster of 7 or 8 motorcycles. After getting close, those biker gang members had been circling around the minibus, while Brother Yu was firing. They had also been throwing Molotov cocktails at the rear of the vehicle. Originally, all of them had thought that since Brother Yu had personally made a move, all they needed to do was provide a little cover and support from the sidelines. This should have been something with no difficulty at all, and not the slightest bit of danger. But who could have known that after the gunshots? Not only had the vehicle not keeled over, it had actually become even more ferocious, and Brother Yu had failed to stop this rampaging minibus. Since the minibus couldn't do anything to Brother Yu, it had turned its target onto them instead. Every one of those bikers felt their scalps go numb. Facing the minibus in flames, they twisted their throttles like mad. But this minibus not only turned with agility that didn't fit a minibus at all, its acceleration was terrifying too. Although the bikers all fled the instant they could, they were still quickly caught by the minibus. Some of them hurried toward the sides of the road. One of the motorcycles skidded while turning and slammed straight into a flower bed with a bang, throwing the rider more than 10 meters away. The others didn't have time to react before they were smashed hard by the minibus. After being flung into the air, some of them still weren't dead, but flames had gotten onto their bodies, and they kept rolling on the ground amid miserable screams. Seeing the scene, Brother Yu felt like his lungs were about to explode from rage. Jiang Lucier had rammed at Brother Yu twice in a row and still failed to hit him. He had realized that Brother Yu's speed was just too fast, especially at short distances, where he was unbelievably nimble. The second time, Jiang Lucier rammed toward Brother Yu. He had originally wanted to use the air cannon to attack him, but Brother Yu's reaction speed was just too sharp. In that case, even if he fired, it would only miss. And using the air cannon required charge-up time. That amount of time was enough for Brother Yu to dodge more than a dozen times. But dealing with these biker gang members didn't require any air cannon at all. Simple, crude ramming was enough. These bikers kept circling around his vehicle and throwing Molotov cocktails, causing the base vehicle's damage rate to keep rising. Just looking at it made Jiang Lucier furious. Jiang Lucier also didn't want to let them keep buzzing around behind him like flies, so he simply tossed Brother Yu aside for the moment. He had no intention of showing mercy to these people either. Brother Yu was brutal, and these people weren't any better. They were all evildoers with plenty of crimes on their hands. After smashing several motorcycles flying away, Jiang Lucier still hadn't had enough. He had just refueled, so he didn't care at all about this bit of consumption. With a sudden turn and spin, the minibus once again charged like a steel monster toward the bikers in another direction. The bikers were instantly scared out of their wits. This minibus was way too wild. They all hurriedly fled one after another. The minibus rushed straight past Brother Yu, and Jiang Lucier inside merely turned his head and glanced at him. That single glance made Brother Yu clench his teeth at once. Someone had come to his doorstep, and he could only stand there and watch that person drive around, chasing his lackeys all over the streets, some fleeing, some dying. Was there anything more humiliating than this? Jiang Lucier drove the minibus around in a rampage. Only after the flames on the vehicle went out and those bikers had all fled to places the minibus couldn't reach did he finally come to a slow stop. Jiang Lucier's minibus paused in the middle of the road, leaving behind obvious tire marks on the ground, overlaid with the black scorch marks from the Molotov cocktails, making them look even more glaring and eye-catching. The ground was littered with toppled motorcycles, biker gang corpses, and injured bikers still wailing and crying for help. Beep beep. Jiang Lucier slammed on the horn twice. The piercing horn blared out, but not a single biker dared show himself. They had all been intimidated by Jiang Lucier's insane ramming just now. Just then, a sharp screech of tires suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a truck suddenly turned out from the sidewalk at the side. It was a heavy truck, probably with a load capacity of dozens of tons. Once it appeared on the road, it was like a gigantic beast. If an ordinary sedan were hit by this heavy truck, it would very likely be crushed straight into scrap. Even Jiang Lucier's minibus looked like a child facing an adult in front of this truck. The heavy truck pulled onto the road and faced Jiang Lucier's minibus from a distance. Inside the cab, which was as tall as a person, Jiang Lucier saw Brother Yu. He was gripping the steering wheel, staring viciously at the minibus with a ruthless look, seeming completely crazed. Jiang Lucier's rampage had truly enraged Brother Yu completely. He was the boss, standing right there. Yet he had helplessly watched this minibus circle back and forth in front of him several times, wildly smashing into his men. Those injured bikers lying on the ground kept wailing and crying for help. To Brother Yu, the sound was unbearably grating. Ever since the apocalypse arrived and Brother Yu discovered that he had gained a mutated ability, he had always been in an invincible state. There weren't many zombies in the town, and once they were lured away, there was nothing left that could do anything to him. Those survivors were like ants in front of him, free for him to knead and crush as he pleased. All of his biker gang underlings both respected and feared him. Brother Yu had originally only been a petty thug. Though he was vicious by nature, he had never possessed the kind of courage to truly throw his life away. So even as a thug, he had done a pretty miserable job of it. Not only was he beaten and cursed at by the boss whenever the boss felt like it, even the other thugs showed him no real respect. They would often call themselves his big brother right to his face, acting like they were protecting him, but all it did was make him feel looked down on. So when it came to this kind of life after the apocalypse, Yuji was actually very satisfied. He felt like this apocalypse had been prepared just for him. He had lived a stifled, miserable life before, but now he was like a fish in water. But just when he was riding high, he had actually been brutally run over in the face several times by a minibus, right in front of so many of his lackeys. Yuji felt as though his face was now covered in filthy tire marks too. If he did not kill Jiang Lushur, Yuji felt that from now on he would never be able to hold his head up again. So while Jiang Lushur was still happily driving the minibus around and smashing into things, Yuji ran off and drove over this heavy truck, which had originally been parked at the gas station refueling, then abandoned when the apocalypse broke out and later taken away by the biker gang. Wasn't he this minibus good at crashing into things? Then he would smash Jiang Lushur to death. No matter how awesome the minibus was, he refused to believe it could beat this heavy truck in a collision. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Yuji slammed down on the gas. When Jiang Lushur saw Yuji charging at him in that heavy truck, his heart gave a sudden jump too. This heavy truck really was a steel monster. When something like this came crashing full speed toward a target, the visual impact was overwhelmingly intense. If a heavy truck like this really rammed into him, it probably would not kill him, but the base vehicle would definitely suffer severe damage. But if Yuji thought he could hit him with a heavy truck, he was thinking too simply. Jiang Lushur's base vehicle had the instant acceleration function. It was more than enough for him to drive away. Whether dodging or turning around, neither would be a problem. However, Jiang Lushur did not press the instant acceleration button. Escaping would be easy, but if he did that, the purpose of coming here would not be accomplished. Instead, Jiang Lushur fixed his eyes on the oncoming heavy truck and also stomped hard on the gas. In fact, although this moment was dangerous, it was also an opportunity for him, a perfect chance to kill Yuji. Jiang Lushur stared fixedly at the rapidly approaching heavy truck as Xingzhong continuously reported the changing distance between the two sides. When he saw that the minibus not only was not running, but was instead charging straight at him, Yuji immediately let out a cold laugh from inside the truck. "Ha! This guy is way too arrogant. I'm going to smash you to death right now. Smash you to death." He could not wait to crush Jiang Lushur into minced meat. Just imagining the front of the minibus deforming, Jiang Lushur being like something thrown into a meat grinder, and blood continuously flowing out through the cracks in the vehicle. Yuji felt wildly excited, his whole body tingling with numb exhilaration. He had already pushed the gas pedal all the way to the floor, and a burst of laughter rang out from inside the truck. Those bikers were all watching this scene too. They all felt that this minibus had gone completely insane. This was nothing less than an egg striking a rock. Most likely, Jiang Lushur had done something so arrogant that he knew he could not possibly leave here alive, so he had chosen this suicidal method. Inside the minibus, however, Jiang Lushur's expression remained calm from beginning to end. While listening to Xingzhong's prompts, he was also calculating at high speed in his mind. Now, Jiang Lushur suddenly pressed a button. 10, 9, 8. The distance between the two sides had already closed so much that they could clearly see each other's facial expressions. Jiang Lushur saw the savage grin on Yuji's face as he laughed and shouted something at him. Judging by the shape of his mouth, it was probably, "Go die." Jiang Lushur said nothing. In his mind came Xingzhong's countdown voice. 3, 2, 1. The distance between the two vehicles was now only 10 meters. Bang! Along with a tremendous explosion-like sound, the twisted, excited expression on Yuji's face instantly froze. Jiang Lushur almost watched the heavy truck's forward momentum come to a dead stop. The terrifying power of the air cannon. At the very moment the airflow made contact with the front of the truck, caused the heavy truck's windshield to completely shatter. The shattered glass, like fragments of snowflakes, instantly swept over Yuji. Then the front of the truck began to deform and was violently flipped upward. Meanwhile, the trailer behind it, because of its enormous weight, was still surging forward from inertia. The truck cab and the trailer were instantly crushed into each other with a terrifying force. Bang, bang, bang. A string of explosive sounds erupted with a thunderous roar. When a giant thing like a heavy truck suffered this kind of collision, the visual impact it created was also extremely intense. Especially watching from up close, even though they knew the truck would not hit them, those bikers still could not help screaming and retreating backward. It was too shocking. In almost a single instant, the front of the truck had been completely crushed flat and deformed. The horrific fate Yuji had imagined would soon befall Jiang Lushur instead descended upon himself in an even more brutal form. As for those bikers, they had absolutely not seen clearly what had happened. They had originally thought that once the heavy truck slammed into the minibus, what happened next would be utterly without suspense. But unexpectedly, just when the two vehicles were about to crash together, the front of the heavy truck suddenly flipped up and they watched helplessly as it deformed. Yuji had been moving fast, but this time he did not have time to escape. He was crushed flat together with the truck cab. The rear of the trailer swung sideways with inertia producing a piercing, scraping sound on the road, then overturned and crashed to the ground. The entire process made people unable to believe their own eyes. The huge commotion left all their ears buzzing. It was practically like a massive explosion. Jean Lucier saw that some fragments had even splattered onto his own windshield, producing a dense series of crackling impacts. But this level of splashing could not cause any damage at all to the bulletproof glass. Sitting inside the vehicle, Jean Lucier also sucked in a cold breath. He was not the least bit surprised by the heavy truck's fate. But when he actually saw it with his own eyes, it was still shocking. He had already witnessed the power of the air cannon, and to be safe, he had deliberately waited until the distance between the two vehicles had reached its shortest. If the distance had shortened any further, then when the heavy truck was blasted by the air cannon, the base vehicle would also have been affected to some extent. Jean Lucier had aimed the air cannon directly at the truck cab, so there was no need to confirm it. Yuji was definitely dead beyond all doubt. Although Yuji was an Esper, he was still flesh and blood in the end. Under power like this, he had no chance of surviving at all. Jean Lucier slowly let out a breath. Just now, he had been fully focused on listening to Xingzhong's distance reports, and all of his concentration had been poured into the instant of firing. The drain on him had not been small either. Detected dissipating energy. Absorb? Xingzhong suddenly gave a prompt. Jean Lucier froze for a moment. Dissipating energy? Although he did not know what it was, Jean Lucier still immediately said in his mind. Yes, begin absorption. Absorbing. Mutated energy absorbed. Energy stored. New energy level is below first level and cannot be used for upgrading. You may continue storing it, or use it to enhance the defensive power of the base vehicle's outer armor. Mutated energy? Jean Lucier was a little puzzled. He looked at the overturned heavy truck and suddenly understood. This mutated energy was probably Brother Yu's Esper energy. It was just that Jean Lucier didn't understand this newly appeared kind of energy, but fortunately, Starseed quickly gave an explanation. After Brother Yu died, the energy in his body had dispersed, and the base vehicle was also able to absorb this kind of energy. This was different from the crystal core of the mutant wild boar. This mutated energy was stored inside Brother Yu's body. When Brother Yu used his power, this energy would be consumed, and at the same time, a tiny portion of it would disperse. But the amount that dispersed was far too little. The base vehicle would neither detect it nor absorb it. After Brother Yu died, all of that energy dispersed at once, and the base vehicle immediately detected it. And Brother Yu's Esper level was too low. He hadn't even reached level 1. So naturally, the energy he released was also less than level 1. This energy can actually increase the shell's defense. Jean Lucier already felt that the base vehicle's defense was a bit lacking. The terrifying impact of that mutant wild boar was one thing, but even the homemade Molotov cocktails thrown by the biker gang could still cause some damage to the shell. After this, he still had to go to Jinling. In this eastern central city, with a permanent population of more than 8 million, the shell defense of the base vehicle would only seem even more inadequate. Even a slight improvement would mean a further increase in Jean Lucier's chances of survival. After all, Jean Lucier had absolutely no idea what Jinling was like now. He had originally thought that after the apocalypse arrived, things like the internet wouldn't be cut off so quickly. But it seemed that because of the explosions and fires, Jean Lucier had never managed to connect to the internet at all. Otherwise, maybe some survivors would have been able to call for help online or exchange information. That way, he might have been able to ask and learn a little about Jinling. But even if he knew nothing else, there was at least one thing Jean Lucier could be sure of. That was, the more densely populated and prosperous a place had once been, the more it had now become a forbidden zone for life. As he thought, Jean Lucier had already made his choice in his mind. This energy, which didn't even reach level 1, was weaker than the mutant wild boar from before. The mutant wild boar had been rated as a level 1 crystal core, just enough to let the base vehicle evolve once. Presumably, if enough Esper energy was accumulated, it could also let the base vehicle evolve once. But compared to storing it, increasing the shell's defense was what Jean Lucier needed most right now. Upgrading the shell's defense did not affect Jean Lucier's ability to keep driving the base vehicle. In fact, the speed of this upgrade was also the fastest among all the modifications and upgrades the base vehicle had undergone so far. It only needed 15 minutes for the shell upgrade to be completed. At this moment, Jean Lucier shifted his gaze to those biker gang members, who were still standing there stupidly, staring at the heavy truck with disbelief written all over their faces. These biker gang members had always revolved around Brother Yu. They completely worshipped his combat strength and were also extremely afraid of him. But now Brother Yu had died right in front of them. Once these biker gang members came back to their senses, they would naturally realize that even without Brother Yu, they could still gather together and keep throwing their weight around, because Brother Yu had already laid the groundwork for them. But just as that thought had barely begun to surface, they suddenly shivered all over and looked toward the minibus. Inside the minibus, Jean Lucier was also looking at them. The moment their eyes met, Jean Lucier suddenly slammed down on the gas pedal. Seeing the minibus move and charge straight at them, these biker gang members instantly lost their souls in terror. One by one, they started their motorcycles and hurriedly fled. John Lucier had no intention of letting these people go. Who knew how many evil deeds these biker gang members had committed? They had also tried to make a move on him twice. John Lucier was not some magnanimous, forgiving person. Since these people had attacked him, he would not show them any mercy either. Hearing the roar of the minibus behind them, these biker gang members were so scared their souls practically flew out of their bodies. Even the heavy truck had gone down. Riding motorcycles, they had even less sense of safety. Get into the alleys. You can't chase us in there, some of the biker gang members shouted. They all rushed into the alleys, but not long after entering, zombies suddenly pounced out and knocked them off their motorcycles, then started tearing into them. There were quite a lot of these zombies. Many zombie figures had appeared on the streets. They were already very fast when sprinting, and they were completely unafraid of injury or death. Their reactions and jumping ability were also extremely agile. One biker gang member after another was dragged down, or directly blocked head-on by zombies and unable to break through, then drowned in the swarm of zombies amid miserable screams. So many zombies had suddenly appeared. Clearly, they had been drawn over by the earlier explosion. However, most of the zombies had already been lured far away. These zombies had been hiding inside those buildings. Their total number was only around 100, which posed no threat to John Lucier. But those biker gang members were miserable. On one side, John Lucier was chasing them, and on the other, there were zombies. Very quickly, they were either knocked down by John Lucier or died in the mouths of zombies while trying to escape. Some zombies turned their attention to John Lucier. At first, John Lucier ignored them. Only after confirming that all the biker gang members had been dealt with did he suddenly turn the vehicle and begin ramming these zombies. Bang, 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 bang. The bloody sounds of impact came in a dense barrage. John Lucier drove the base vehicle back and forth across the street several times, even honking the horn a few times to lure over the zombies that were still crouched on corpses, feasting without pause. These zombies desperately lunged at the base vehicle. The outstretched palms and savage faces had only just touched the glass before they were sent flying or rolled beneath the wheels. Very soon, not a single zombie was left standing on the street. On the main road outside the gas station, aside from one overturned heavy truck, there were only corpses and motorcycles all over the ground. It was tragic to the extreme, and John Lucier, who had caused the scene, looked at it and let out a breath. This was the apocalypse. He had always heard that human lives were as worthless as grass. But only now did he truly understand the meaning of those words. Zombies ate people, and people ate people too. If you didn't kill others, then others would kill you. After waiting for a while, John Lucier slowly drove the minibus back to where the heavy truck was, then parked it beside the deformed front of the truck. Only after making sure that, from this angle, no one could launch a sneak attack on him, while he himself could immediately jump back into the vehicle and return to the base vehicle, did John Lucier open the door and carefully step out. Actually, the spot where he got out was completely a blind corner formed by the truck S front and the base vehicle. Even if zombies appeared now, they wouldn't be able to squeeze in. After getting out, John Lucier happened to be facing the driver S seat area of the heavy truck. Except now, it had already been crushed into a twisted lump of metal, and its original shape was no longer visible. Some blood was flowing out through the gaps in the metal. John Lucier looked carefully and saw a hand through the lowest gap. As an Esper, and also the boss of the biker gang, the local tyrant of this small town, John Lucier felt that brother, you should have quite a few good things on him. But now it seemed there was no way he could drag brother you out from that gap. What a pity those good things are going to waste. But just as John Lucier was feeling regretful, he suddenly spotted a lump of black underneath that hand. John Lucier stretched out his foot and nudged brother U.S. hand aside. It was that pistol. Because the pistol was relatively small, not only had it not been crushed flat along with everything else, it had actually fallen out of the gap when the heavy truck overturned. John Lucier was instantly delighted and quickly picked up the pistol. While picking it up, John Lucier was also extremely careful, making sure it wouldn't accidentally go off and hurt him. Only after confirming that the gun had indeed suffered no damage from the crushing and was still completely intact did a trace of a smile finally appear on John Lucier's face. Naturally, John Lucier had never used a Type 54 pistol before, but when he was little, he had once clung to toy guns and refused to let go. And before his parents passed away, they had also taken him to a shooting range once on his birthday. Of course, after so much time had passed, John Lucier already felt very rusty, but he still remembered some basic common sense. After a pistol had a magazine inserted, the bullets were still in the magazine and had not entered the chamber yet. He had to rack it first before a bullet would be pushed from the magazine into the chamber, into the ready-to-fire position, and a gun had a safety. After chambering a round, he still had to switch off the safety to disengage it. That way, the gun would be in a ready-to-fire state. The pistol John Lucier had picked up already had a round chambered, and the safety was off as well. John Lucier ejected the round, turned the safety back on, and only then felt at ease enough to hold it in his hand and examine it a little. Finding the Type 54 pistol gave Jean Lucia another sliver of hope, and he patiently searched for a while longer. Unfortunately, aside from blood and all kinds of broken fragments, Jean Lucia did not find anything else useful. Restarting the base vehicle, Jean Lucia drove the minibus to the gas station. Now, at last, no one was going to come bother him while he refueled. Brother Yu and the biker gang had gathered all the fuel in the entire town and stored it here, but now it was all benefiting Jean Lucia instead. After parking the base vehicle and activating the automatic refueling device, the fuel pipe immediately extended and connected to the pump nozzle. At once, a huge amount of gasoline began pouring nonstop into the base vehicle's fuel tank. That fuel tank was like a giant mouth, gulping down the gasoline like a whale. The fuel consumed in the battle with Brother Yu was quickly replenished, and then 1,000 liters, 1,500 liters, 2,000 liters. In the end, a full 10,000 liters. The 10 cubic meter fuel tank was completely filled. All 10,000 liters of gasoline had entered Jean Lucia's base vehicle. Compared to before, when Jean Lucia had been staring at a mere 20-some liters of gasoline and living miserably from one drop to the next, this felt indescribably satisfying. The tank was finally full. If he had tried collecting this 10,000 liters from those cars, who knew how many he would have had to search through before he could scrape it all together? With a full fuel tank, his heart no longer panicked. Now the base vehicle could accelerate to its hard S content and use all kinds of functions without any worries. As for entering Jinling City, Jean Lucia finally felt like he had some confidence. After filling the tank, Jean Lucia still wasn't satisfied. He searched around inside the gas station and, sure enough, found a small fuel tanker truck. The tanker was filled to the brim with gasoline, with no leakage at all. Jean Lucia grinned and directly hooked it up behind the minibus. After hitching up the tanker, Jean Lucia had no other way to take more gasoline with him, so he could only reluctantly give up the rest. This small town was not far from Jinling. If he couldn't find gasoline in Jinling, maybe he could still come back here. After finishing all that, Jean Lucia drove to the biker gang's stronghold again, to that small building. Outside that repair shop, several corpses were sprawled on the ground, disemboweled, with even their limbs incomplete. Jean Lucia spotted Huang Mao among them at a glance. These people had been left behind at the stronghold. After the sound of the explosion drew the zombies over, they were ambushed by the zombies. Later, the zombies that had been chewing on them were lured away by the sound of Jean Lucia's car horn, and then Jean Lucia ran them all over. Jean Lucia parked the base vehicle at the entrance. Earlier, all his attention had been on refueling, and only now did he realize that the shell upgrade had already been completed. After adding mutated energy, the exterior of the base vehicle did not look any different from the outside. But when Jean Lucia knocked on it with his hand, he vaguely felt as though the shell had a bit of elasticity. In reality, the shell was still hard. The reason it felt that way was because the inside of the shell could absorb a certain amount of impact, so it gave people the sensation of striking cotton. However, this feeling was not very strong, only extremely faint. Jean Lucia knew this was because the amount of mutated energy the base vehicle had absorbed this time was too little. But even this small change already made Jean Lucia very satisfied. With this extra bit of impact absorption, the damage rate of the base vehicle could be reduced by quite a lot. He picked up a wrench, then raised the Type 54 pistol in his hand, chambered around, switched off the safety, kept his finger off the trigger, and then Jean Lucia got out of the vehicle. Stepping over the corpses, Jean Lucia entered the repair shop, then cautiously and carefully walked toward the stairwell. Jean Lucia had already heard about the situation inside the building from Huang Mao. The small building had 4 floors in total. The lower 3 floors were the biker gang's living quarters, while the 4th floor was Brother Yu's personal residence. All the various supplies they had gathered were also on the 4th floor. Although he expected there to be no biker gang members left inside, Jean Lucia was still extremely cautious and meticulous. Inside the 4th floor, the women who had been watching from the window earlier were now all huddled together, holding each other as hands, their faces full of tension and unease. They had all heard Jean Lucia's footsteps coming up. Those footsteps were getting closer. Earlier, through the window, they had watched the entire scene of Jean Lucia driving that minibus around in a reckless rampage. In the end, in a heart-stopping collision accompanied by an explosion like boom, Brother Yu's heavy truck had been smashed completely into scrap metal. Seeing that scene, all of those women had found it hard to believe. A minibus that looked battered and worn out had actually flattened the front of a heavy truck. And after a crash like that, what about Brother Yu in the driver's cabin? He had probably been turned into meat paste, right? They had kept staring at the mangled truck cabin and the blood flowing out from it, unable to believe the fact that Brother Yu was dead. That arrogant and overbearing Brother Yu, so powerful that he made people feel despair, the Brother Yu who ruled the entire town, the Brother Yu who could torture anyone to death as long as they displeased him, had actually been killed today. Was this a dream? They still had not managed to recover from the shock when they heard more booming, crashing sounds. along with the roar of a car engine. That little minibus had an engine like thunder, shaking their eardrums. The minibus was like an enraged wild beast, charging around and crashing into the remaining biker gang members. It was practically like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, crushing everything in its path. The bikers were scared out of their minds and scattered in every direction. But in the end, they were either run over or bitten to death by zombies. Watching this scene, the women felt like they were dreaming. Those hateful, vicious bikers, like a pack of wolves, had really been wiped out in just a few minutes? These women had all been forced here, kidnapped by violence. They hated the bikers, especially Brother Yu, down to their bones. Now, seeing Brother Yu and the bikers meet such a miserable end, an end even worse than what they had done to those survivors they had humiliated and killed, left them all feeling like it was hard to believe for the moment. After running over all the zombies and bikers, the minibus returned to the heavy truck. They had watched Jiang Lusher get out of the vehicle. He was wearing an ordinary black t-shirt and a pair of jeans. His outfit was simple, and he looked extremely young. After seeing the way the minibus had smashed through everything, they had thought the driver must be some ferocious brute. They never expected him to be such a young man. Then, they witnessed this young man climb into the heavy truck's cab and pull a handgun out of Brother Yu's hand. That scene also confirmed one thing for all the girls. Brother Yu was really dead. He had been killed by this young man. It was him. He ran Brother Yu over. He looks about the same age as Yu Xiaoro, a slightly older woman said in a trembling voice. Among them, Xiaoro was the youngest, only 18 years old. When the apocalypse came, Xiaoro's parents both died, and she had depended on each other with her 12-year-old younger brother for survival. But later, they simply couldn't go on. Neither Xiaoro nor her brother had a strong constitution. Hunger and illness tormented them and drove them into despair. Later, they were caught by the bikers, forced, tortured, ravaged. With her younger brother on the verge of death, Xiaoro had finally endured that humiliation in exchange for one meal and one box of medicine for herself and her brother. She had sold away her dignity. She felt filthy. Many nights, she woke from nightmares and tears. But she had no way out, no choice. This was the apocalypse. Human life was this cheap, and for girls without the ability to survive, it was even worse. She could only endure it, or choose to die together with her brother. She had already fallen into despair. Several times, she had wanted to kill herself, but she couldn't let go of her brother. And today, she had seen Brother Yu die, flattened like a cockroach. The emotions in her heart were impossible to describe. She hugged her shoulders with both hands as tears streamed down uncontrollably. In those tears, it was impossible to tell whether there was joy or grief. She desperately wiped her tears away, but they kept falling. She looked toward the door and listened to the approaching footsteps. She knew that young man had come in. At this moment, she felt inexplicably nervous and afraid, yet also a faint trace of excitement. She did not know what fate was waiting for her. It took Jiang Lusher a full 10 minutes or so to finally make it up to the 4th floor. The moment he arrived, he heard some sounds coming from inside. Jiang Lusher raised his gun and slowly approached the half-closed door. Then, with a sudden kick, he slammed it open. "Don't move." The moment he shouted those words, Jiang Lusher felt as though he had accidentally wandered into some kind of role. Inside the room, several women were standing together, facing the door, as though they were waiting for him to arrive. When they saw him kick the door open and point the dark gun barrel at them, all of them trembled involuntarily. A group of girls, none of them knew what kind of fate awaited them. Brother Yu was dead, but what about this young man? He had killed Brother Yu. Without a doubt, he would take control of everything here and become the town's new ruler. At the same time, if he wanted with just a single thought, he could become their new master. They had been beaten, enslaved, and ravaged by Brother Yu, so their expectations for survival had become extremely low. As long as this new ruler gave them a little food, that would be enough. None of you move. Seeing such a group of girls appear so suddenly, Jiang Lusher froze for a moment, but he did not lower his guard in the slightest. Among these girls who looked defenseless, there might be a biker gang member hiding among them. With just one handgun, she could take his life. How could he allow something like that to happen? "Raise your hands and come forward one by one," Jiang Lusher said. The women all looked at him. "Hurry up," Jiang Lusher urged again. Xiaoro wiped away her tears, raised both hands high, and was the first to walk out. When she came up in front of Jiang Lusher, he kept his gun raised as he stepped forward and felt around her waist and pockets. The moment Jiang Lusher touched her, Xiaoro's body trembled slightly, but she did not dodge. She bit her lip and looked at Jiang Lusher. "All right, go stand over there. Next one." After finishing the search, Jiang Lusher said to Xiaoro. Xiaoro obediently walked to the side. Soon, Jiang Lusher had searched all of the women. None of them had weapons on them. Jiang Lusher guessed that they were probably women the bikers had abducted by force, most likely Brother Yu's women. After being searched by Jiang Lusher, the women now stood together in the corner of the room, all looking at him with uneasy eyes. "Be big, brother." A woman in red spoke up shakily. "W, what are you going to do with us?" The woman who spoke looked to be in her early 20s. She had a full figure and a pretty face. In fact, nearly all the girls in this room were young and beautiful. Some looked pure and delicate, while others were voluptuous and sexy, each with her own charm. In the red-clothed girl's mind, this young man was probably about to take control of their future fates. With such a group of delicate girls in the room, utterly unable to resist, there were probably very few men who would not be tempted. But looking at Jean Lucier, he was young and not bad-looking. He was heaven knew how much better than Brother Yu. If he was not too brutal to them, then thinking about following him did not seem that hard to accept. For a girl like her, in the apocalypse, only by attaching herself to a strong man could she survive. Jean Lucier glanced at the woman in red and could not even be bothered to respond. He swept his gaze across all the girls in the room, and in the end his eyes locked onto Xiaoro. It was not because Xiaoro was attractive, but because she was slender and looked extremely weak, so she should not be much of a threat to him. You. Jean Lucier pointed his gun at Jiang Xiaoro. Come here. Jean Lucier's voice was a little fierce. Suddenly being singled out by Jean Lucier, Xiaoro's expression changed slightly. He had picked her first. She bit her lip, and in the end, still walked toward Jean Lucier. Originally, when Brother Yu died, she had held some vague hope in her heart, though she did not even know what she had been hoping for. She obediently walked up in front of Jean Lucier and closed her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled lightly. One hand unconsciously tightened around her collar, and her knuckles turned slightly white from the force. It was a sign of unwillingness, yet also of resignation. She knew she could not resist Jean Lucier. Why are you closing your eyes? Jean Lucier frowned. What was wrong with this woman? Hey, I'm asking you, where did that Brother Yu stash all the supplies? Jean Lucier finally asked what he had come for. This Brother Yu had squeezed so much wealth from the people. His stockpile definitely would not be small. Xiaoro froze for a moment and opened her eyes. Then, still dazed, she slowly raised a hand and pointed toward one of the rooms. Even after lowering her finger, she still felt like she hadn't come back to her senses. This man was only asking about supplies? Go open it, Jean Lucier shouted. There's a lock. Xiaoro replied timidly. Jean Lucier said nothing after hearing that. He walked straight to the door, aimed at the keyhole, raised the muzzle, then stepped to the side. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Jean Lucier felt both his arms tremble slightly. He had already gripped the gun very tightly, so the recoil didn't make the muzzle shake much. The girls all covered their ears and let out sharp screams. The lock was blown apart, and Jean Lucier kicked the door open in one motion. Yugu's precious storage room, which he had carefully kept locked so that no one could enter, had just been opened by him in an extremely violent way. After opening the door, Jean Lucier first checked the situation from the doorway. Only then, under the frightened and furtive gazes of Xiaoro and the other girls, did he walk into the room. The moment he entered, Jean Lucier secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. This room was basically a grain warehouse. From a floor to the ceiling, it was piled full of supplies. One of the refrigerated cabinets was packed with all kinds of fresh food. Jean Lucier's staple food right now was, of course, mutated pork that could increase physical strength. But fresh vegetables and mushrooms like these could improve the taste of his meals. In the apocalypse, this kind of thing was something you could only hope to come across by chance, but Jean Lucier couldn't take much of it. Yugo had set up his base right next to the gas station. His refrigerated cabinet was kept running by a generator 24 hours a day, so the food inside was all preserved extremely well. With so many good things here, Jean Lucier could only take as much as he was able to carry. Thinking of Jiang Zhuiying hiding in the house without electricity, probably eating nothing but dry rations, he figured that if things went smoothly, he might still make it in time to bring some of this back for her to eat. The moment he thought of that, Jean Lucier once again keenly felt how necessary it was to upgrade the storage space. If the base vehicle's storage space were big enough, then even a few more refrigerated cabinets worth of food could all be packed away. As for the vacuum-packed foods, there was plenty of variety too, like ham, cured meat, shredded rabbit, and so on. Actually, Jean Lucier already had quite a lot of food stored up, but he knew that the apocalypse had only just begun. The further things went, the harder food would be to gather. These foods might not compare to mutated beast meat, but they were still hard currency in every sense. Jean Lucier definitely wouldn't think he had too much food. There was simply too much stuff. Jean Lucier had one of the girls go find several woven sacks, then filled a full dozen or so of them until they were completely stuffed. These sacks were probably what the survivors had used when turning in supplies. And while packing the food, Jean Lucier discovered another box. The box had been stored in the corner and packed extremely carefully. Jean Lucier opened it and immediately grinned. Inside were all the things Yuge had collected from the police station, things that were extremely precious to him. Jean Lucier took a look. There were 2 bulletproof vests, a police stun baton, quite a lot of ammunition, and a police helmet. All of these things were useful to Jean Lucier, especially the bulletproof vests and the ammo. Both were things he lacked. With a bulletproof vest, Jean Lucier's own fragility would be improved a little, while the bullets were what would keep the Type 54 in his hand from turning into a useless lump of scrap metal. When Jean Lucier was inside the base vehicle, he naturally had both combat power and safety. But once he got out of the vehicle like he had now, he needed other methods to ensure his safety and maintain his fighting strength. This whole box of items was an unexpected bonus, and Jean Lucier decided to take the entire thing with him. There was too much stuff, so he had to carry it down trip by trip. Jean Lucier's original stamina had already been fairly good, and after eating mutated beast meat, it had been strengthened a bit more. Carrying supplies up and down the stairs a few times was nothing to him. The girl stood silently in the corner, watching Jean Lucier continuously haul the supplies downstairs. Jean Lucier went back and forth a total of more than a dozen times. Maybe it was because he had eaten some mutated beast meat during this period. But Jean Lucier didn't feel very tired at all. He handled the hauling work fairly easily. Very soon, the entire base vehicle was stuffed completely full of supplies. Seeing that there was truly no more room left, Jean Lucier simply secured the remaining woven sacks onto the roof rack. With that, his minibus looked even more beat up than before. The roof was piled high with woven sacks, giving off a full-on migrant worker heading into the city vibe. In the end, Jean Lucier had made use of every place that could possibly hold supplies, and there was still a portion left that he simply couldn't take away. He could only pick out some high-calorie, low-volume food like chocolate from the remaining supplies to carry on him. He cast one last regretful glance at the storage room, then walked out, seeing that Jean Lucier came out empty-handed this time, no longer carrying those bulging woven sacks. The girl's eyes involuntarily drifted toward the storage room. He took everything. Xiao Rou clutched the corner of her clothes, feeling a little despair in her heart. When Yugo was around, they hadn't even dared go near the storage room. Not just them, even the bikers weren't allowed close to it. Only a few of his trusted men ever had the chance to enter, so they had no idea how many supplies were actually inside the storage room. But seeing how single-mindedly focused Jean Lucier had been on the supplies, they felt that he had probably taken all of them away. Without food, they had no idea how they were supposed to survive. After coming out of the storage room, Jean Lucier searched the living room and Yugu's bedroom again. When he found nothing useful, he walked straight toward the door. At that moment, Xiao Rou bit her lip and gathered the courage to call out to Jean Lucier. Please wait." Jean Lucier turned his head and glanced at Xiao Rou. At this point, all the girls in the room looked extremely uneasy. Xiao Rou looked at Jean Lucier, but for a moment, she truly didn't know how to begin. They all knew that Jean Lucier had no reason to leave food for them in the first place. But without food, it meant they were going to starve to death. And asking Jean Lucier to leave even a tiny bit behind for them was too much. Even if he flatly refused, it would still be perfectly reasonable. Vouvet. Seeing Xiao Rou stammering like that, Jean Lucier lost patience. He stepped out the door and was just about to go downstairs when he turned back again. Originally, when they saw Jean Lucier walk out, Xiao Rou and the others had felt their hearts turn cold. Now that they saw him come back, hope immediately appeared on their faces. Some of the girls even couldn't help wanting to ask whether they could follow Jean Lucier. Fairly speaking, Jean Lucier was young and fairly good-looking. If following him meant having something to eat, then most of the girls were willing. But they had no way to say it. They vaguely felt that Jean Lucier had no interest in them at all. If they brought it up, they would most likely be rejected, and that would be too humiliating. Besides, they had no real abilities. They would only be a burden. Just then, Jean Lucier spoke up. "If you want to join a survivor team, I can recommend a suitable one for you. But over there, everyone has to collect food. In a little while, I'll have that team come over. Whether or not you want to join them is up to you. Of course, you can also choose to leave. There are still some supplies left in that room, and you can pick some to take with you." He felt that leaving all those supplies here would be a waste. If these girls kept staying here, they wouldn't be able to protect the supplies anyway. They would probably be targeted very soon. And the survivor team, when Xiao Tian and her sister were with, just happened to be in urgent need of these supplies. Of course, if these girls were unwilling to join when Xiao Tian and the others' team, Jean Lucier wouldn't force them. This was simply their own choice. After hearing Jean Lucier's words, the girls immediately exchanged glances. They found it unbelievable. Without even begging, Jean Lucier had actually taken the initiative to leave them food. When he had just walked out earlier, despair had already risen in their hearts, and they had thought they were definitely going to starve to death. As for the survivor team Jean Lucier mentioned, it was probably somewhat connected to him, but he himself likely wasn't part of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put it that way. He could have just directly called his people over. None of these girls doubted that if Jean Lucier were leading a survivor team, then he would definitely be the head of that team. "So what do you choose?" Jean Lucier asked. Seeing that Jean Lucier seemed to be running out of patience again, Xiao Rou whispered a few words to the other girls. Then she looked at Jean Lucier and said firmly, "We're willing to join this survivor team. Whatever we're supposed to do, we'll do it with everything we have." Compared to being violated in exchange for food, Xiao Rou would actually rather rely on herself. It was just that girls like them had no ability to survive on their own. Now that Jiang Lushur had given them such a chance, Xiao Rou was, in fact, extremely grateful to him. Then wait here, Jiang Lushur said. This place was in a very good location. Jiang Lushur felt that it was more suitable as a camp for when Xiao Tian and the others. He also wasn't too worried that these girls would take the supplies and run off. Even if they did take some, they wouldn't be able to carry much. And on their own, they simply had no way to survive. Just as Jiang Lushur was about to leave, Xiao Rou suddenly called out again from behind him. Please wait. What now? Jiang Lushur was really getting dizzy from this. He turned his head and saw that Xiao Rou's eyes were a little red. Holding back tears, she said, Thank you. You're welcome. Jiang Lushur felt that he actually hadn't done much. With the apocalypse here, Jiang Lushur didn't consider himself a good person either. It was just that he wouldn't take the initiative to do evil. Everything he did was for survival, and to reach Jinling City smoothly. With those things guaranteed, if he could give someone a hand along the way, Jiang Lushur wouldn't refuse. He wasn't some stone-hearted person either. Meanwhile, at the one residence, when Xiao Tian, when Lu, and the other survivors were all waiting anxiously by the window for Jiang Lushur to come back. All of them were worried, and those survivors were also filled with unease and apprehension. Although before leaving, Jiang Lushur had told them not to worry and to just stay in the house. As they stood there now, they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, unable to sit still. But they also knew that even if they hid somewhere else, if Jiang Lushur failed, they would still be found by Brother Yu and those biker gang members, only to die in an extremely miserable way. They were all ordinary people. For them, escaping the small town was also extremely difficult. Without gasoline and without food, even if they escaped, they would either be caught or starve to death. So all of them silently hoped in their hearts that a miracle would happen. The old man went into the yard and picked up the overturned rice pot. Earlier, when Huang Mao and the others had clashed with Jiang Lushur, Huang Mao's underling had thrown the pot straight onto the ground. The rice in the pot was already half-cooked, and more than half of it had spilled out, getting covered in dust on the ground. The old man used his hands to scoop the rice back into the pot, not wasting a single grain. These grains of rice could still be eaten after being washed. The other survivors silently watched as the old man put the rice pot back on to cook. Then he went over to the corpses of those biker gang members and retrieved the supplies they had taken, one item at a time. When Xiao Tian also watched the old man's actions, she clenched her hands tightly, anxious to the extreme. At this moment, when Xiao Tian felt very conflicted. From these survivors, and from her younger sister in Lu, she had heard many stories about Brother Yu's brutality. She was very worried about Jiang Lushur's safety. Thanks to Jiang Lushur, when Xiao Tian had been able to come back and reunite with her sister. In the apocalypse, that was something many people did not even dare to hope for. So on one hand, when Xiao Tian hoped Jiang Lushur would prioritize his own safety. Even if he couldn't deal with Brother Yu and those biker gang members, it didn't matter. But on the other hand, she also knew that if Jiang Lushur couldn't solve the problem of Brother Yu and the others, then they would immediately be facing retaliation afterward. When that time came, what would happen to her and her sister was still a complete unknown. Perhaps it was unknown because she couldn't even think of how they could resist or protect themselves. They could only wait in panic for despair to arrive. When Lu, meanwhile, had one hand in her pocket, secretly gripping a dagger. She knew how Brother Yu treated people who dared to resist him. When Lu would not give those biker gang members a chance to torture her. Even as she thought this, she could feel the hand gripping the knife, trembling slightly. The answer should be revealed very soon. But at this moment, for her and these survivors, every second felt unbearably long. Virum. Suddenly, the roar of an engine rang out, and all the survivors, including when Lu and when Xiao Tian, trembled all over. As if waiting for a verdict, they all moved to the window and then stiffly, bit by bit, looked outside. When Lu tightened her grip on the dagger, while when Xiao Tian clenched both hands into fists, everyone's heart was in their throat. It's Brother Jiang. When Lu suddenly cried out in surprise. Outside the yard, that minibus was dragging a small fuel tanker with many sacks tied to the roof. It was slowly driving up to the gate, then stopped. When Lu instantly pulled out the dagger and tossed it aside, then ran toward the door as fast as flying. She couldn't wait to find out what exactly had happened. When Xiao Tian, meanwhile, stared blankly at the minibus. Just a moment ago, she had still been struggling and conflicted. But in the blink of an eye, Jiang Lushur had already driven the minibus back. The feeling was exactly the same as when she had been knocked unconscious by that mutated wild boar, then opened her eyes and saw the boar's corpse. It all felt like a dream. The survivors were all stunned. Only after when Lu had already run out through the gate did they finally react. Let us go see what happened. The minibus had appeared here with no biker gang members following it, and it was even dragging a fuel tanker behind it. What had happened was already obvious. It was just that, even with the facts laid out right in front of them, these survivors still had a hard time believing it. Very soon, they all came to the driver's side and saw Jiang Lushur inside the vehicle. Then they listened as Jiang Lushur explained everything from beginning to end. He even told them they could go take over the speeding gang at Stronghold, and that there were still some supplies left there. They simply could not believe how Jiang Lushur had done it. In front of Brother Yu, they had all felt despair. So many people had been unable to resist, and anyone who tried had ended up in a miserable state. But Jiang Lushur, with just one man and one vehicle, and without even being gone that long, had wiped away the dark cloud hanging over their heads. From Jiang Lushur's casual tone, it sounded as if all of this had only been done on a whim. They stared at the minibus in disbelief. Several bullet holes on the windshield were clearly visible, yet the bullets had not pierced the glass. Then they looked at Jiang Lushur. There was not a single injury on him. Only then were they finally convinced that what Jiang Lushur said was true. They had been freed from Brother Yu's clutches. All of these survivors felt as if they had been given a new life. The old man came out from inside the house and stood behind the crowd, listening to Jiang Lushur speak. Both of his hands were trembling slightly, and he could not stop the tears from streaming down his face. No wonder he was crying. He had constantly been worried sick about his grandson. In fact, today he had already prepared himself. If he had to die, he would take his grandson with him rather than leave him in this world to suffer. But now, everything had suddenly turned around. Not only did he no longer need to die with his grandson, they could also move somewhere safer and finally eat their fill. From now on, they would never again have to suffer Brother Yu's oppression and the abuse of those speeding gang members. When these survivors finally snapped out of their shock and joy, they all kept thanking Jiang Lushur. But at that moment, Jiang Lushur said that he was about to leave immediately. The gas tank was full, and everything was ready. Jiang Lushur could not wait to head for Jinling. When Xiaotian and when Lu had already reunited, but he was still worried about Jiang Zhuiying. This small town was no longer far from Jinling, and Jiang Lushur only wanted to get back on the road as quickly as possible. Hearing that Jiang Lushur was leaving just like that, all of the survivors were stunned. "You helped us so much. How can you just leave like this?" When Lu blurted out frankly, grabbing the car door at once, as though doing that would keep Jiang Lushur from driving away. When Lu really wanted to do something to repay Jiang Lushur. When Xiaotian felt the same way, and so did the other survivors. Even if they could not give Jiang Lushur anything he actually needed, they could at least cook a few meals for him. "No need," Jiang Lushur said. He felt that everything was ready and the distance was not far anymore, so he could not afford to waste more time. As for saving these people, his real goal had been to get gasoline. Saving them had not been his original intention. It had only been incidental. "You all be careful yourselves. There shouldn't be any problem getting to the gas station, right?" Jiang Lushur suddenly remembered something and told them about Xiao Rou and the other girls. Wen Lu immediately said that this was no problem at all. She had long heard about those girls' situation and had always sympathized with them. But Jiang Lushur insisted on leaving. He only marked this place on the map. That gas station, if he could not find gasoline in the future, he might be able to come back here. The gasoline in Jinling might already have been taken away by the military. Once he got there, he could very well face a fuel shortage, even though he had already brought as much gasoline with him as possible. This small town was in a hidden location. After these survivors moved near the gas station, they could also help him keep watch over it. Seeing how eagerly when Xiaotian, her sister, and the other survivors wanted to repay him, Jiang Lushur made this request. The survivors immediately agreed without hesitation. Being able to help Jiang Lushur with even a tiny favor made them all very happy. The Wen sisters kept waving at Jiang Lushur's vehicle. Although they had not spent much time together, when Xiaotian watched Jiang Lushur drive away in that minibus towing an oil tank and a cargo trailer, with the roof piled high with supplies, she still felt reluctant to see him go. Meanwhile, sitting in the vehicle, Jiang Lushur reached out and opened a map to Jinling. The distance from the town to Jinling was not far, and Jiang Lushur maintained a steady speed the whole way. The closer he got to Jinling, the more abandoned vehicles there were on the road. Jiang Lushur rammed a small sedan, blocking his way off to the side. As he watched, the half-devoured remains of the driver, with half the body hanging out the car window and the face gnawed beyond recognition, swayed along with the spinning sedan. Inside and around these abandoned vehicles, corpses and large patches of brownish bloodstains could be seen everywhere. A foul rotting smell hung over the road. Although Jiang Lushur had already seen quite a few corpses, when he looked at this bleak and murderous scene, he still felt an indescribable emotion. What he had seen before had mostly been the horrifying scenes from when the apocalypse first broke out. But only now did he truly feel that the apocalypse had fully descended, and that humanity could now only struggle to survive. What made Jiang Lushur feel especially heavy was that the fronts of these cars were basically all facing toward the small town. They were all vehicles that had fled from Jinling City. Yet even after escaping this far, they had still been dragged out of their cars by zombies. So many vehicles meeting the same fate was not something a handful of zombies could have done. It was definitely the work of a zombie horde of a certain scale. That meant the situation ahead was definitely not optimistic. Jiang Lushur had originally thought that Jinling City would only test him once he entered it. He had not expected that while still some distance away, he would already need to raise his guard and stay fully focused. With the outside situation already this grim, Jiang Lusher had even less hope for Jinling City itself. The minibus kept smashing aside the vehicles stopped in the middle of the road. On the silent highway, only these crashing sounds rang out from time to time, and every time they did, it made one's heart jolt. Very soon, Jiang Lusher noticed some houses appearing by the roadside. As he warily watched those buildings, he continued forward slowly. These storefronts facing the street were also all shattered and desolate. Display windows were broken, blood could be seen everywhere, and the door of a small restaurant was still swinging back and forth with creak sounds. But no zombies appeared. Soon, a train station came into Jiang Lusher's sight. It was a small station, not very big. At a glance, he could see a high-speed rail train stopped on the bridge. Not far away, another train, partially derailed, was hanging from the bridge, while the other end had already crashed into the road below. At a glance, the cars of both trains were loaded with tanks, and on the flatbed cars being hauled behind them were military trucks one after another. These were clearly military trains. Jiang Lusher had only ever seen this kind of train on the news before. He had not expected to see two of them here at a single glance. Thinking back to how Jiang Zhuing had been unable to buy a train ticket before the apocalypse, Jiang Lusher understood immediately. These trains had all been used to transport military supplies in preparation for the coming apocalypse. The highways and the airplanes were probably the same as well. At a time like that, even if it stirred up some suspicion and dissatisfaction among the people, it didn't matter anymore. As long as news of the apocalypse didn't spread, the unrest caused by that dissatisfaction wouldn't be enough to affect anything. As for these two trains, they had probably run into the apocalypse during transport, then stopped here and became part of this apocalyptic scene. As he drove, Jiang Lusher looked at the cold tanks and military trucks on the military train. This was all good steel and all kinds of materials too. Looking at these things, Jiang Lusher truly felt greedy. His base vehicle was like a huge mouth that devoured quality materials. The more he fed it, the faster it grew. And the military-grade materials used in tanks and military trucks were undoubtedly extremely high quality, possibly even the best in the country. However, Jiang Lusher had no way to strip this steel off. He could only look at it. Just then, Jiang Lusher suddenly heard a bang come from inside one of the train cars. This entire area, including the train station, was dead silent. With that sound suddenly ringing out, everyone's nerves instantly tightened. Jiang Lusher immediately pulled his attention back from those tanks and trucks, his eyes locking tightly onto the train car the noise had come from. Bang! Another sound rang out. Then all of a sudden, a face pressed itself against the train window, a pair of reddish eyes staring madly at the minibus. This zombie was wearing a military uniform. It was probably one of the soldiers being transported on the train, or someone in charge of the escort. Illo! 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 A huge number of zombies surged out through the train doors like a flood. They shoved and scrambled over one another, jumping straight down from the bridge, then charging at the minibus without stopping. Seeing the black mass of zombies rapidly closing in, even Jiang Lusher felt his scalp go numb. He had been wondering where the horde that had eaten all those people fleeing onto the road had gone. He hadn't expected them to be hiding inside these train cars, and in such huge numbers. From this wave alone, Jiang Lusher estimated there were at least several hundred. He wasn't worried that these zombies could break into the vehicle, but on his roof and in the trailer behind him were food and gasoline. If those zombies destroyed them, it would hurt him to death. So before the zombies could rush up to him, Jiang Lusher slammed down on the accelerator. With a low roar, the minibus suddenly sped up, darting forward with an agility completely unfitting its size. At that moment, the zombies charging at the front had already leaped several meters, lunging viciously at the minibus, only to be sent flying by the suddenly accelerating vehicle. A rapid string of bang 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 impacts immediately came from one side of the vehicle. Zombies kept pouring out of the train cars. At first, Jiang Lusher managed to shake off part of them, but later on he could only keep his foot hard on the gas and ram through them. On the entire street, only his vehicle was moving, while in front of and behind him were swarming hordes of zombies. This minibus looked countless times as if it was about to be swallowed by the zombie horde. Yet Jiang Lusher kept his foot pressed on the accelerator. Whether there were zombies ahead or cars blocking the way, he never slowed down. Only after driving more than 1,000 meters in one breath did Jiang Lusher finally break out of the zombie horde. The zombies still chased unwillingly behind him, but at this distance, they were no longer a threat. Jiang Lusher glanced into the rearview mirror. With that many zombies, even if he had a way to strip off that steel, there was no way he could collect it safely. Luckily, he had only been looking from the vehicle and had never planned to get out and search. Places like this, public areas, should be avoided as much as possible in the future unless absolutely necessary. They were basically giant zombie nests. Through this incident, Jiang Lusher realized that these zombies seemed to have a tendency to hide. Although plenty of zombies wandered the streets, many more were hidden in unseen corners. The moment someone entered those buildings and enclosed spaces, they would discover they had fallen right into a zombie pack. He immediately became even more worried about Jiang Zhuiying. Hiding inside a house did not necessarily mean staying away from zombies. It was very possible for someone to be hiding indoors while the zombies were right outside the door. Jinling City, 20 kilometers. Besides that, there was also a forward-pointing arrow. After looking up at the road sign hanging overhead, Jiang Lusher checked the map again, then suddenly made a turn. After driving several hundred meters down a forked road, he arrived at a flower cultivation base. He directly smashed through the gate and drove straight in. Hello! Hello! More than a dozen zombies charged out from among the cultivated flowers, only to be killed when Jiang Lusher slammed on the accelerator and ran them down. This flower cultivation base was full of fresh flowers and trees everywhere, including quite a few rare varieties that used to sell for sky-high prices, but now Jiang Lusher casually crashed them down as he drove through. He kept driving all the way to the deepest part and stopped inside a greenhouse. Jiang Lusher had found this place on the map. It was the closest remote location to Jinling, with no residential area nearby and no large stores either, making it completely worthless to search. Even if survivors passed by, they wouldn't come in. Jiang Lusher slowly drove the minibus into a concealed corner, pressed the corresponding button, and with a click, the small trailer-mounted oil tank immediately detached from the minibus. Jiang Lusher's minibus was carrying far too much stuff. That small box truck looked shabby and broken down. Even if it attracted attention, it wouldn't attract interest. But the oil tanker was far too conspicuous. Earlier, Jiang Lusher had guessed that it would probably be very hard to find gasoline inside Jinling City. If that was the case, then dragging an oil tanker behind him was no different from throwing a juicy piece of meat into a pack of beasts. Better safe than sorry. It was best to stay cautious. Only after filling up the fuel tank did Jiang Lusher drive out of the flower base. After returning to the main road and driving not much farther, Jiang Lusher saw another road sign pointing toward Jinling City. He was getting closer and closer to Jinling. Xiaoying, wait for me. On the map, Jiang Lusher switched to an address he had already saved long ago. This place was exactly the hideout Jiang Zhuiying had agreed on with him. After that, Jiang Lusher tried sending Jiang Zhuiying another text message. After the apocalypse arrived, his phone had already lost signal back in Jiangbei City. After that, he had been driving through mountain roads the whole time, where it was even more impossible to get a signal. Jiang Lusher had hoped that maybe Jinling City would still have service. However, when he saw that the message had failed to send, and then right after that the words "no service" appeared in the upper left corner, a trace of disappointment immediately appeared on Jiang Lusher's face. There was no signal in Jinling City either. If he could contact Jiang Zhuiying in advance, Jiang Lusher wouldn't be this anxious, as if his heart were on fire. Right now, he desperately wanted to find Jiang Zhuiying as soon as possible. At a time like this, survivors definitely wanted to stay far away from Jinling City. All the abandoned vehicles on the road had their fronts facing out of the city. On the road, only Jiang Lusher's minibus was driving toward the city. At first, there weren't many zombies on the streets, and Jiang Lusher could basically drive past them before they came sprinting over. The deeper he went into the city, the more zombies there were. Hello! Zombies kept appearing, and Jiang Lusher had to remain on high alert. His minibus kept getting slammed by zombies, but because he had used mutated energy to upgrade its defense, none of those impacts caused any damage to the shell of the base vehicle. There were just too many zombies. Even the ones he had shaken off kept trailing Jiang Lusher's minibus. Jiang Lusher looked at the screen and felt like he was practically driving through a sea of corpses. And there were even more zombies up ahead. If this kept going, then no matter how powerful the base vehicle's engine was or how high its defense was, getting surrounded by this many zombies was still extremely dangerous. Even enough ants could bite an elephant to death, let alone these savage zombies. Illo, a female zombie with one high heel still on one foot, her stockings already torn, blood all over her body, hands and face, was hanging from the front of Jiang Lusher's vehicle. Through the windshield, she stared straight at him, her long-nailed hands desperately scraping at the glass. With how much she was clawing at it, her nails should have broken long ago, but after mutating into a zombie, even her nails had become extremely tough, about as deadly as an animal's claws. Jiang Lusher glanced at the female zombie and ignored her. Before mutating, she had obviously been a very fashionable city girl, but now she had become a monster that only knew how to kill. He floored the gas, and Jiang Lusher suddenly slammed on the horn. The piercing horn on this zombie-filled street was like a stone thrown into still water, instantly stirring up huge waves. Jiang Lusher immediately saw that the zombies in the distance that hadn't noticed him yet all turned their heads at once. Those zombies stared at Jiang Lusher's minibus from afar, and then, without any warning, they suddenly broke into a frenzied sprint and charged toward him. Front, back, left, right. Jiang Lusher estimated there were at least several hundred zombies, maybe even more. Seeing this scene, An ordinary survivor would have already fallen into despair. Even Jiang Lushur could feel a cold sweat forming in the palms of his hands gripping the steering wheel. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies ahead were continuously sent flying by Jiang Lushur's speeding vehicle, but the number of zombies clinging to both sides of the minibus, the doors, and even crawling up onto the roof was increasing more and more, even as Jiang Lushur and his base vehicle sank deeper and deeper into the horde, with more and more zombies piling up onto the wheels, to the point where even with the gas pedal forward it felt hard to drive. Jiang Lushur still didn't stop. He stared tightly ahead and paid no attention to the female zombie, still hanging on his windshield and baring her fangs and claws. One more moment should do it. Just as the base vehicle was almost unable to move forward anymore, Jiang Lushur pressed the instant acceleration button. With a roar, the zombies around Jiang Lushur were instantly thrown away, and the enormous power forced a path open through the horde once again. After that previous stretch, all the zombies on this street had gathered around Jiang Lushur. After forcing a path through, Jiang Lushur temporarily charged out of the horde. However, instead of continuing to accelerate away, he suddenly made a sharp turn. Screech! With a sharp scraping sound, one of the base vehicle's tires even lifted off the ground. The moment the turn was completed, Jiang Lushur had already pressed the air cannon button. 10, 9, 8, bang, 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 bang. Zombies pounced forward one after another. Very quickly, everything in front of Jiang Lushur was packed solid, filled with nothing but hideous zombie faces. They were all desperately slamming the windshield, their eyes locked firmly on Jiang Lushur, eager to tear him to pieces. Sitting in the driver's seat, Jiang Lushur could feel the whole vehicle shaking. His face had gone a little pale, and he followed along with Xingzhong's countdown under his breath. 3, 2, 1. Boom! A thunderous blast. Jiang Lushur only saw a cloud of blood mist explode in front of his vehicle, and the zombies plastered against the windshield vanished in an instant. The power of the air cannon created a vacuum zone nearly 20 meters long in front of Jiang Lushur's vehicle. Even the zombies farther away were injured. The moment wounds appeared on their bodies, the zombies behind them immediately tore into them and started devouring them. Phew! Jiang Lushur let out a breath, turned the vehicle around, and continued driving. After making such a huge commotion, even the zombies farther away would probably be drawn over, and they would arrive soon. But by then, he would already be far away, and those zombies would be attracted by the corpses all over the ground and stay behind to fight over them. That way, it would reduce some of the pressure on Jiang Lushur while driving. After passing through that main road, he had no choice but to take. Jiang Lushur turned into a smaller street. These side streets had usually been very lively, but now there were only a few zombies wandering around. And compared to the number on the main road, these zombies were nowhere close. The base vehicle's shell was undamaged. The glass was undamaged. Windshield cleaning complete. A stream of clean water sprayed out from the wipers and washed all the blood off the minibus windshield. And on the road the minibus had passed over, it left behind 2 long trails of blood. After following the map through the alleys and back streets of Jinling City for a whole day, Jiang Lushur had remained in a state of intense concentration the entire time. He was already exhausted beyond words. But when he saw a residential complex, the weariness on his face was instantly swept away. Lanyuan Residential Complex. The address Jiang Zhuiying had told him was exactly here. This complex was right beside Jiang Zhuiying's university, separated by only a narrow alley. It was an apartment complex for university teachers, while the university itself was another place densely packed with zombies. The number of zombies inside this complex probably wouldn't be low either. Driving the minibus, Jiang Lushur slowed down and slowly entered the complex. When he saw that the security booth at the entrance was covered in blood, and that there were also plenty of bloodstains on the ground along with signs that someone had been dragged away, Jiang Lushur grew even more tense. Actually, he had seen scenes like this countless times along the way. He had even seen plenty that were far bloodier than this. But none of them had made him feel as uneasy as he did now. The condition inside the complex was the same as everywhere else. It had been baptized by the arrival of the apocalypse and was utterly miserable. It was deathly quiet inside. The buildings on both sides were all dark. Hollow windows without a trace of life. Wreckage and bloodstains could be seen everywhere. Jiang Lushur drove very slowly without making much noise. Those buildings looked quiet, but they were definitely full of hidden zombies. He was getting close to the place where Jiang Zhuiying was hiding, and Jiang Lushur didn't want to draw those zombies out. A zombie suddenly rushed out from the flower bed beside the road and was instantly dragged under Jiang Lushur's wheels. The vehicle body shook slightly. Jiang Lushur kept driving while warily watching the buildings on both sides, his gaze also searching for the building Jiang Zhuiying had mentioned. Building 17. Building 17. Jiang Lushur looked at the numbers hanging on the outer walls. Building 17 was relatively close to the entrance, but its location was also rather secluded. That was also the result of Jiang Lushur's deliberate instructions. The roads inside residential complexes were usually fairly complicated, and the lanes were narrow. If there were vehicles blocking the way, Just the noise of clearing obstacles might draw every zombie in the entire complex over. At that point, Jiang Lushi, who wasn't familiar with the roads, would be in trouble. At least near the entrance, there didn't seem to be any problem yet. Jiang Lushi had already thought it through. He would pick up Jiang Zhuing as fast as possible, then drive the base car away. Very soon, the silhouette of Building 17 appeared in Jiang Lushi's field of vision. Jiang Lushi turned and glanced at the phone set beside him. On the screen was a music player app, and the volume had already been adjusted to a relatively low level. This was something he had calculated and prepared in advance. He had even done a brief little experiment on the way here. After arriving downstairs at Building 17, Jiang Lushi first rolled down the driver's side window, pressed play on the phone, tossed it to the entrance of the apartment unit, then backed the base car up a short distance. His foot rested on the gas pedal, ready to floor at the moment those zombies showed up. To bring Jiang Zhuing out, Jiang Lushi would definitely have to get out of the car. But relying on nothing more than a bulletproof vest, a helmet, and a pistol simply wasn't enough to guarantee his safety, let alone protect Jiang Zhuing too. So Jiang Lushi had long since thought of a way to bring Jiang Zhuing downstairs. He was going to lure out all the zombies in the building with the phone first, then deal with them. The volume on the phone had been adjusted just right so zombies within about 20 meters could hear it. Actually, the volume was very low. One more tap, and it would be muted. In an open area like this, a person might not even hear it, but zombies could. Jiang Lushi waited for more than 10 seconds, and a staggering figure appeared at the hallway entrance. The zombie darted out through the unit door, but didn't pounce on the phone. Even though the sound had lured it out, it was only interested in living things. Seeing the zombie appear, Jiang Lushi didn't step on the gas right away. The zombie had spotted Jiang Lushi inside the car. Its blood-red eyes locked onto him at once, and it lunged over, clawing and scratching at his vehicle. Jiang Lushi still didn't move. He was waiting patiently, but after quite a while, there was still only that one zombie at the entrance, relentlessly trying to attack him in front of the car, all by itself. Was this the only zombie in the building? Or were the others all locked inside apartments and unable to get out? That would be great. Jiang Lushi patiently waited a little longer, and after confirming that this was the only zombie in the building that could threaten him, he suddenly drove forward and rammed into it. Bang! The hideous zombie in front of the car was swept under instantly and crushed to death. Jiang Lushi carefully parked the car sideways in front of the unit entrance, the door nearly flush against the doorway. Then he put on his helmet, grabbed the pliers and the Type 54 pistol, opened the door, and got out. The music might not be enough to lure down zombies from the 5th or 6th floors. So Jiang Lushi picked up the phone and walked inside while keeping the music playing. That way, if a zombie appeared, he would be prepared in advance. And he could also retreat back into the car. The elevator and the stairwell had long since stopped working. The moment Jiang Lushi got close, he suddenly heard a bang from inside. A zombie had slammed against the elevator door once. Jiang Lushi jumped in fright, adjusted his helmet, and cautiously walked toward the stairs. Although he hadn't spotted any zombies for now, Jiang Lushi stuck to the principle of better safe than sorry and remained extremely cautious. The stairwell was dimly lit. As he walked, only Jiang Lushi's soft footsteps echoed in his ears. Jiang Zhuing lived on the top floor, and Jiang Lushi slowly climbed the stairs. When he reached the 4th floor, Jiang Lushi set the phone on the ground, then retreated back up to the 3rd floor, nervously aiming his pistol at the hallway. After waiting a while and seeing no zombie appear, he went back, picked up the phone again, and turned off the music. Sure enough, there were no zombies left in the stairwell. As he stepped on the top floor and walked toward Jiang Zhuing's apartment, Jiang Lushi felt as if his heart had risen into his throat. At the same time, there was also an excited feeling like something important was about to be accomplished. When he reached the door, Jiang Lushi took a deep breath, gently knocked on it, and softly said, "Xiaoying, it's your brother." There was no sound from inside. Bang! At the muffled thud, Jiang Lushi felt his scalp explode with shock. He turned his head and saw that the sound had come from the apartment across from this one. A zombie's nails were scraping against the security door. That nearly scared him to death. Jiang Lushi was speechless. He turned back and was just about to keep knocking when he suddenly noticed that after those 2 knocks just now, the door seemed to have slowly opened a crack. Jiang Lushi carefully pushed the door open. At a glance, he saw that the door had been left unclosed and locked from the inside. So whether it was from the wind or zombie intrusion, the door would not end up shutting completely. In other words, the door had been deliberately left ajar. That made Jiang Lushi's heart skip hard. He hurried into the apartment. Jiang Zhuing, the apartment was empty. Almost all the furniture had been pushed aside, leaving only the open space in the middle. Together with some food packing boxes, it was obvious that this place had once been piled full of supplies. Jiang Lushi practically kicked open those room doors one by one. In one of the bedrooms, he found Jiang Zhuing's clothes. It was a t-shirt, and Jiang Lushi remembered it very clearly, because on the front was an incredibly dumb hand-drawn design, a cartoon version of him being punched flying by an equally cartoonish Jiang Zhuing. This had been a birthday gift Jiang Zhuiying gave him a few years ago, but he had refused to wear it on the grounds that the design was too stupid as hell. In the end, Jiang Zhuiying had happily worn it herself, and kept wearing it for years, completely ignoring all the eye rolls Jiang Lusher gave her during that time. At this moment, seeing this t-shirt that had made him feel speechless countless times before, Jiang Lusher suddenly felt as if his heart had been tugged hard. He grabbed the shirt at once, and the moment he held it in his hands, Jiang Lusher discovered a line of writing on the back of it. "Go, wait for me." Jiang Lusher froze for a moment, then turned the t-shirt inside out and checked it all over. What the hell? Jiang Lusher clenched the t-shirt tightly in his hand. Since Jiang Zhuiying had already left a message, why couldn't she have left a few more words? Just these 3 words alone made no sense at all. Of course, Jiang Lusher wasn't really complaining about Jiang Zhuiying. He was worried and anxious. All the supplies in the apartment were gone, and Jiang Zhuiying shouldn't have easily broken her agreement with him and gone out. At the very least, Jiang Zhuiying knew he would come here. In that case, for a certain period of time, unless something special had happened, she should have stayed here waiting for him. But she clearly had all kinds of reasons to stay. Yet she had left behind only these 3 simple words before disappearing. What exactly happened? Jiang Lusher was too worried. He made another round through the apartment, but didn't he find any other message Jiang Zhuiying had left behind. In the end, he could only take the t-shirt downstairs and return to the base car. Maybe because of the smell of blood coming from the zombie he had run over, by the time Jiang Lusher came out of the building, some zombies had already wandered out from the other buildings. Those zombies were circling around the base car. Jiang Lusher carefully got into the car, then moved into the cabin. He hadn't found Jiang Zhuiying, and other than telling him to wait, Jiang Zhuiying hadn't left any other information. Jiang Lusher planned to wait here for a while. Even though he was anxious, Jinling City was so huge that he couldn't just rush out and search recklessly. If Jiang Zhuiying still didn't show up after a few days, then he would head out and look around the surrounding area. Crushing these zombies might attract even more zombies, so Jiang Lusher simply decided not to bother with them. He shut the door between the carriage and the driver's cabin, and all the lights inside the carriage turned on, instantly turning it into a sealed, warm little room. Zombies were wandering outside, but inside this room, Jiang Lusher could cook, eat, watch shows, and rest without any problem. As long as he didn't make too much noise, these zombies wouldn't notice him at all. Even if they heard a little sound, at most they would just slap at the outside of the vehicle a few times. Once they failed to find any person, they would give up. The way that zombie had reacted to the phone earlier had let Jiang Lusher confirm this. And the minibus wasn't afraid of the pounding of this small number of zombies at all. Staying inside, Jiang Lusher could be said to have absolutely no worries about safety. The only thing he was worried about was still Jiang Zhuiying. And if Jiang Zhuiying didn't appear, what method he should use to find her. Searching house by house was definitely impossible. Maybe he could find some survivors and ask them. He might even need to record a message and take it somewhere to play it. Jiang Lusher thought through all kinds of countermeasures, while his eyes stayed fixed on the t-shirt lying on the sofa. He understood his younger sister's personality very well. Outside, she was lively and carefree, but at home, she had always been sensible. Because he had always been the one taking care of her, Jiang Zhuiying had always taken what he said as her older brother very seriously. If anything troubled her, she would always come to him first. But with something this huge, why had Jiang Zhuiying refused to listen this time of all times? Jiang Lusher thought of UG and that biker gang he had run into before. Jinling City was so big, and there definitely wouldn't be few survivors. Had Jiang Zhuiying run into the same kind of situation as when Liu and the others? The more Jiang Lusher thought about it, the more anxious he became. He couldn't just sit here and wait anymore. After taking out the map, Jiang Lusher began studying the map of the surrounding area. Although the internet no longer worked, the map of Jinling City he had downloaded was extremely detailed. Even the little roadside shops were clearly shown on it. The reason it hadn't worked before on a mountain road was because that wasn't an expressway or a national highway, but an extremely remote dirt road. Roads like that hadn't been downloaded onto Jiang Lusher's map. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Seeing that it was getting late, Jiang Lusher was just about to make something to eat when he suddenly heard a few zombie snarls from outside the window. Jiang Lusher froze for a moment. Just as he was about to pull back a corner of the curtain to see what was going on, he heard a series of hissing sounds in succession, mixed with the thumping noise of heavy objects hitting the ground. Jiang Lusher immediately walked to the window, and just then he heard voices coming from outside. "Feels like you've gotten a lot stronger again, boss. This strength, TSK. Killing zombies is like stepping on ants. Look at these corpses crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. If you smell carefully, there's even a strange scent." A man's voice rang out. Then a somewhat cloying female voice said, "Are you done yet? If you're going to flatter boss, don't say something that disgusting. How is this flattery? I'm telling the truth. When did an extra vehicle show up here?" The cloying female voice seemed too lazy to keep arguing with the man, and her attention shifted to this minibus. This vehicle was parked right here. Even a blind man could notice it. So Jiang Lusher wasn't surprised by what the woman said at all. It was just that he still didn't know who these people were. But from the way she spoke, they had obviously been here before. Maybe they even had something to do with Jiang Zhuing leaving. Jiang Lusher touched the handgun at his waist while slowly moving toward the driver's cabin. These people had been able to kill those zombies so easily, so their strength definitely wasn't weak. Jiang Lusher didn't know whether they were enemies, but before making contact, it was best to be fully prepared to attack at any moment, especially their so-called boss. At this moment, Jiang Lusher heard the male voice speak again. No survivor would come running over here with nothing better to do. What kind of person is it? Jiang Lusher could hear that the voice was already very close. Clearly, the man had moved up to the front of the vehicle and was examining this minibus in confusion. Can't see anything at all. No one's in the driver's seat. No idea where they went, the male voice continued. At this time, the cloying female voice said impatiently, "Why do you care where they went? Maybe those zombies just now already ate them. I'm just curious. Who drives such a big vehicle around everywhere?" The man said, "It's just a broken down vehicle. What's there to be curious about?" The cloying female voice sounded full of disdain. Although a large part of why she was talking like this was probably just to needle the man, her opinion of the minibus was actually quite accurate. Jiang Lusher's vehicle really was pretty shabby. Not even mentioning the exterior, it was also dragging behind it a battered little box truck, and the roof was piled with so many snakeskin sacks with a certain distinctive style. Before the apocalypse, seeing a vehicle like this wouldn't have felt particularly special. But in the current environment, a vehicle like this looked even more run down, as though the moment a horde of zombies rushed it, it would instantly be torn to pieces. "Where's this plate from?" The male voice apparently wasn't affected by the cloying female voice at all. He was still curiously inspecting it. "Looks like Jiangbei." After asking and answering himself, the man suddenly said, "What do you think is in that little box truck and those snakeskin sacks on top? Want to open them and take a look? What else could there be? Definitely just junk." The cloying female voice sounded even more impatient. "Let's check first. Maybe we'll find something useful," the man said. The moment Jiang Lusher heard that these people wanted to touch his little box truck, he couldn't keep listening anymore. Just as he was about to pull open the carriage door, he heard a familiar voice. It really is a Jiangbei plate. There was a trace of surprise in that voice. And when Jiang Lusher heard it, he was stunned too. He yanked open the carriage door in one motion, rushed to the windshield in the driver's cabin, and looked outside. Outside the vehicle, there were 5 or 6 people standing there. And among them, Jiang Lusher spotted Jiang Zhuing at a glance. Jiang Zhuing was wearing a simple pair of denim shorts. On top, she had on an oversized denim jacket, with a pure white short t-shirt underneath. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and she looked fresh, youthful, and bright. She was holding an iron rod in her hand, and at this moment, she was staring fixedly at the vehicle. The instant their eyes met, Jiang Zhuing's eyes widened at once. Her eyes had always been big to begin with, and her lips parted into an O shape. Then she shouted, "My brother." The people who had been looking at Jiang Lusher with slightly surprised, scrutinizing gazes the moment he appeared immediately showed even greater shock. Jiang Zhuing's brother. These people were shocked, but Jiang Lusher's surprise wasn't any less. He hadn't expected Jiang Zhuing to actually be among this group. But what he hadn't expected even more was that after Jiang Zhuing called out brother, that male voice from earlier sounded again. "No way, boss, this is your brother." The male voice belonged to a young man in his 20s. He had a buzz cut, wore casual clothes, and carried a long saber. There was also a strange armband tied around his shoulder, making him look a little Chuyuni. His expression was exaggerated too, and he looked at Jiang Lusher as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Jiang Lusher found it even harder to believe. Just a moment ago, he had been thinking he needed to be careful of this boss, and in the blink of an eye, he was told that this boss was actually his younger sister. Through the windshield, Jiang Lusher stared at Jiang Zhuing in disbelief, while Jiang Zhuing also stared back at him with wide eyes, equally unable to believe it. The boss's older brother had actually come all the way from Jiangbei alone, relying on just this vehicle. The young man carrying the long saber, along with the others, all stayed outside. Since the siblings had reunited, they naturally went into the minibus to catch up. The young man's face was full of amazement. Among the group, a curly-haired girl glared at the young man speechlessly and whispered, "Are you trying to die? Why are you so loud? Afraid Zhuing won't hear you? What is the big deal?" The young man said carelessly, still looking over the minibus in astonishment. The curly-haired girl's expression turned a little ugly. Earlier, she had mocked this vehicle quite a bit, and Jiang Zhuing had heard it all clearly. Jiang Zhuing's brother had probably heard it too, and now this young man just had to act without any restraint and sound so amazed. Wasn't he that basically still saying the vehicle was crappy? And on top of that, there was also a bit of who would V thought Jiang Lusher could really make it here. Even though before this, all of them had felt that it was almost impossible for Jiang Zhuing's brother to come from Jiangbei to Jinling. In fact, Jiang Zhuing really had been preparing to find a chance to return to Jiangbei herself. But unexpectedly, driving such a beat-up vehicle, Jiang Lusher had actually made it to Jinling. This vehicle looks like it's been modified a little. Pretty clever. The young man clicked his tongue in praise. A moment ago, there had been some zombies gathered here, while Jiang Lushur had stayed hidden behind the compartment door. So the young man had assumed Jiang Lushur was using the compartment door specifically to block the zombies' line of sight. As for the zombie Jiang Lushur had run over and killed, it had already been eaten clean by the zombies that had swarmed this place earlier. They had seen the remains, but they hadn't made that connection. The curly-haired girl rolled her eyes. She had always found the young man annoying in every way. But actually, she had also been observing the things he mentioned. Earlier, she hadn't been curious about this beat-up vehicle at all. But after learning it was the vehicle Jiang Zhuing's brother drove, she became interested. However, after looking it over again and again, she still couldn't find anything worth noticing. Instead, she found herself more interested in Jiang Lushur himself. Maybe Zhuing's brother is really strong too, the curly-haired girl suddenly said. The young man and several others also felt what she said made sense. They had actually been speculating about it too. That would really be something, the young man sighed again. For Jiang Zhuing to become their boss, she had to be very capable. Among those people, Jiang Lushur had also noticed a tall, muscular man holding an axe, someone who looked extremely fierce. Even someone like that listens to you obediently. Jiang Lushur turned away from the window and looked at Jiang Zhuing. They had already been talking for more than 10 minutes. During that time, both of them had been asking each other questions, though most of the time, it was Jiang Lushur asking Jiang Zhuing to talk. He was far too shocked by his younger sister's situation. The starseed had only told him that Jiang Zhuing would not mutate into a zombie. But that was not a prediction of her future. Now it seemed that Jiang Zhuing's development had turned out completely differently from what he had imagined. Jiang Zhuing was actually an esper. After discovering that she possessed an ability, Jiang Zhuing had begun practicing. But after some time, Jiang Zhuing realized that she had no choice but to leave her hiding place. After that, these survivors gradually gathered around her, and she became the leader among them. As for the simple and straightforward title of boss, that was Jiang Zhuing's personal preference. Seeing such a standard cute girl liking this kind of fight-and-kill style thing left Jiang Lushur rather speechless. Anyone who didn't know Jiang Zhuing would definitely be fooled by her cute face with a hint of baby fat. What do you mean you had no choice but to leave? Why? Jiang Lushur asked. Jiang Zhuing puffed her lips and thought for a moment, then said, "It's hard to explain. You'll know later, brother." Jiang Lushur still found it hard to believe that while he had been rushing toward Jinling, his younger sister Jiang Zhuing had not only become an esper, but had also become the leader of Survivor Team. And this was not just any ordinary Survivor Team. From Jiang Zhuing's description, Jiang Lushur learned the general situation of the Survivor Team she led. Up to this point, this team already had more than 20 members. That number might not sound like much, but when Jiang Lushur learned that it actually included 4 espers, he was stunned. Back in that small town, Brother Yu alone had been able to rule like a tyrant. So what kind of concept was 4 espers? And among those 4 espers, Jiang Zhuing was the strongest. According to Jiang Zhuing herself, she was the undisputed boss. When she was little, Jiang Zhuing had already been the king of the kids among dozens of children in the area, big and small, while Jiang Lushur had been much more low-key by comparison. Usually, little girls were the ones bullied by other children, and then their parents would bring them over to demand an explanation. But when it came to Jiang Zhuing, the situation had been exactly the opposite. Back then, it had all been childish play, but now she had truly become a leader. Leading a group of survivors and being a kid king were completely different things. In the apocalypse, every decision made by a leader concerned the life and death of the Survivor Team. "Xiaoying, what is your ability?" Jiang Lushur asked. That brother you had extremely developed leg muscles and was incredibly fast. That was the result of his mutation. Jiang Lushur looked Jiang Zhuing up and down, but he couldn't see any changes in her appearance. She looked just like before, still slender, but because of her fitness habits, she gave off a very energetic feeling. But she definitely did not look like someone with explosive combat power. "You killed all those zombies outside earlier, right?" Jiang Lushur already had a rough idea of how strong Jiang Zhuing was. To kill those zombies almost simultaneously in such a short time, he really wanted to know what exactly her ability was. In front of Jiang Lushur, Jiang Zhuing had always been like a child. Hearing his question, she immediately revealed an expression she would absolutely never show in front of those survivors. She smiled smugly, then gave the iron rod in her hand a light swing. Crackle. Crackle. Several strands of blue electric current suddenly ran across the iron rod. Jiang Lushur was startled. Those streaks of electricity seemed to reflect right into his pupils. This time, Jiang Lushur was truly shocked. Although that brother you had mutated, in truth, he was only stronger than ordinary people. His speed was far beyond that of a world-class sprint champion, but in the end, it still had not reached the point where people would feel that something like this absolutely should not exist. When the apocalypse descended, zombies and mutated beasts had both appeared. Espers like brother you might seem powerful, but people could still accept abilities like his. But someone like Jiang Zhuing whose body could actually generate electricity. That was just too unbelievable. Of course, Jiang Lusher knew that human activity could generate static electricity and cause the body to carry a charge. But that kind of electricity was, at most, only enough to give someone that sudden little zap on the finger. The current Jiang Zhuiying had just released, though, felt downright terrifying. How about it, brother? Your little sister is amazing, right? Let me tell you, I already tested my attack voltage. Jiang Zhuiying would never brag in front of other people, but in front of Jiang Lusher. She was like a kid who had gotten a perfect score and was showing off her test paper. How much? Jiang Lusher asked hurriedly. He wasn't even in the mood to tease Jiang Zhuiying for acting so smug. Hee. Jiang Zhuiying cleared her throat and said, right now it's 1,000 volts. 1,000 volts. Jiang Lusher sucked in a light breath. The resistance of the human body was constantly changing. At low voltage, dry skin had extremely high resistance, reaching 100,000 ohms or even higher. But when the voltage rose to 1,000 volts, that resistance would plummet sharply to only 1,000 ohms. If Jiang Zhuiying's attack voltage was 1,000 volts, then by calculation, the current flowing through a human body alone would reach 1 ampere. That was an extremely exaggerated number. The power of her attack would also reach 1,000 watts. What did 1,000 watts mean? If Jiang Zhuiying maintained 1,000 watts of power generation for 10 minutes, it would be equivalent to the energy required to move 10 60-kilogram people to the top of a 100-meter building. But Jiang Lusher also knew that the reason he found it hard to imagine was still because of his fixed impression of ordinary humans. In reality, after mutation caused by the virus, an Esper becoming like an electric eel and releasing electricity wasn't something impossible to understand. An adult electric eel could output as much as 800 volts at its peak, and that was already enough to easily electrocute a person to death. Because of the virus-induced mutation, Jiang Zhuiying's cells had all become discharge cells. Connected in series, those cells would form very high voltage. And compared to Brother Yu, Jiang Zhuiying's ability was on a completely different level. According to Xingzhong's judgment, the energy level of Brother Yu's ability was not even first level. While Jiang Zhuiying released some electricity again, Jiang Lusher said. Jiang Zhuiying muttered, "What for, brother? Do you think I'm Pikachu?" Even so, she obediently released another current. Wasn't Pikachu your favorite when you were little? No wonder you mutated into this, Jiang Lusher said. Jiang Zhuiying curled her lips. This time, she wasn't afraid of scaring Jiang Lusher again. Blue-white currents kept flashing over the iron rod, as if it were wrapped in a net of electricity. Those currents were reflected in her clear, bright eyes, and in an instant, her whole person seemed to have taken on a completely different aura. Standing in front of Jiang Zhuiying, Jiang Lusher felt that the released ability energy should be enough. Sure enough, after just 2 seconds, Xingzhong's voice sounded. Detected first-level mutated energy. Jiang Zhuiying was first level. Jiang Lusher understood. The mutated wild boar had also been first level. But Jiang Lusher noticed that after Jiang Zhuiying's first-level energy, there was also a tiny plus sign. Jiang Lusher asked Xingzhong in his mind and learned that this sign indicated stronger energy. In other words, Jiang Zhuiying's mutated energy was even stronger than that of the mutated wild boar. As for that Brother Yu, since he was even first level, he was probably considered level 1-. What was your voltage at the beginning? Jiang Lusher asked again. How would I know? Probably enough for a 10-centimeter current to appear between 2 fingers, Jiang Zhuiying said. So that meant Jiang Zhuiying had evolved. By the way, brother, where did you get a camper like this? It's amazing. And you already knew the apocalypse was coming, right? What is going on? Jiang Zhuiying asked. She even deliberately leaned close to Jiang Lusher's ear and lowered her voice to whisper. Jiang Lusher felt that these things would be troublesome to explain. At that moment, 2 knocks came from outside the window, followed by the young man's voice. Boss, we have to go. It'll be dark soon. Jiang Lusher turned back to take a look. Sure enough, the sky outside had already started to dim. Brother, next time, we have to go, Jiang Zhuiying said after also glancing out the window. The moment they saw the sky darkening, those people immediately got ready to leave. Jiang Lusher saw them swiftly pick up the backpacks they had thrown on the ground earlier. They each took their weapons into hand, and their mental state instantly became completely different from when they had been resting just now. Jiang Zhuiying had just started to get off the base vehicle when she suddenly froze for a moment, turned back, and said in surprise, "Brother, we're leaving." They were about to go. Yet, Jiang Lusher neither followed her out of the vehicle nor packed up anything that needed to be taken. Instead, he walked over and sat down in the driver's seat. "Come sit here." Jiang Lusher gestured with his eyes toward the passenger seat, then opened the driver's side window and said to the people outside, "You guys get in too. We're driving out." Those people had all seen Jiang Lusher sit down in the driver's seat earlier. At first, when they saw that scene, they hadn't reacted, or rather, they had felt that their guess was a little too outrageous. But when they heard Jiang Lusher say that, they immediately looked at each other in disbelief. doubting their own ears, utterly stunned. Drive out? If it were a small sedan, that would be one thing, but damn it, this was a mid-sized bus. Driving something like this out there. Was he afraid that the few of them, alive and kicking, still weren't conspicuous enough in a horde of zombies? Of course, that wasn't even the key point. Their strength wasn't bad, and Jiang Zhuing was especially powerful. Even if they stood out a bit more, it would only mean more fighting. So if this mid-sized bus had been normal, they wouldn't have reacted so strongly. But setting aside how shabby the bus itself was, there was also a cargo trailer hitched to the back. Judging by Jiang Lusher's expression, he clearly had no intention of unhitching that trailer. And the way Jiang Lusher had spoken just now was completely casual, as if he truly didn't think there was any problem with them leaving in this bus. In fact, it was more than just not thinking there was a problem. Jiang Lusher valued the base vehicle greatly, and normally wouldn't casually let so many people get on. It was only because these people were Jiang Zhuing's subordinates that he had taken the initiative to invite them. Jiang Zhuing looked outside the door, then at Jiang Lusher, and then sat down in the passenger seat without caring. Seeing that those people were still standing there in a daze outside, Jiang Zhuing leaned toward the windshield and shouted, "Why are you all just standing there like idiots? Get in." Those people had originally thought that while they might not be in a position to refuse Jiang Zhuing's brother's suggestion, Jiang Zhuing herself could. But unexpectedly, Jiang Zhuing, who was usually so calm and rational that no one ever had anything to say against her, agreed without even thinking. Still, seeing that Jiang Zhuing was already sitting there steadily, the young man, the curly-haired girl, and the other three exchanged looks, then obediently got into the vehicle. As soon as they got inside, they were startled. The outside of this broken-down vehicle looked terrible, but inside it was actually a luxurious camper. The curly-haired girl looked around curiously and found that the interior really did have everything one could want. "This vehicle is really living in style," the young man exclaimed. The curly-haired girl glanced at the young man speechlessly and said nothing. But what she was thinking was that this vehicle was nice to enjoy, sure, but what use could it possibly have in the apocalypse? It had no practicality at all. "Hello, Brother Zhuing. I'm Yang Qingqing. I'm very happy to meet you. You came all the way here from Jiangbei. You're really amazing. The journey must have been hard on you." The curly-haired girl then walked over to the driver's seat, a sweet smile appearing on her face, her tone full of concern. What she said was very well done, impossible to pick apart in the slightest. In her mind, for Jiang Lusher to come from Jiangbei to Jinling, it was more than just hard. He had probably gone through 9 deaths for every one life and suffered terribly along the way. By putting it this way, she both expressed concern and kept her wording tactful. The curly-haired girl had already thought about how she would get acquainted with Jiang Lusher while she was still outside the vehicle. As she spoke, she even extended a fair, delicate hand. "Hello, just call me Jiang Lusher." Jiang Lusher also politely reached out his hand, just as their hands were about to touch. The smile on the curly-haired girl's face suddenly stiffened for a moment, but she hid it well and shook Jiang Lusher's hand. "Since you're Zhuing's brother, then that means we're not strangers either. We're all good friends with Zhuing, and I'm also her classmate. From now on, I'll call you Brother Jiang." "Okay, of course." Jiang Lusher nodded. Right nearby was the university Jiang Zhuing attended, so was he really that strange for this curly-haired girl to be her classmate? The young man also hurried over to shake hands. "Hello, big brother, I'm Zhang Hai. Just call me Haizi. I really admire our boss." The others also came up one after another to greet Jiang Lusher, and Jiang Lusher also learned that both Yang Qingqing and Zhang Hai were espers. There was also a short man who was an esper. Ironically, the muscular brute was not. He himself had been a security guard, retired from the military. And in this survivor squad, his combat strength was second only to those espers. There was also another woman who was an ordinary person, but her athletic ability was also pretty good. She looked like the quiet, not too talkative type as well. After Zhang Hai finished greeting him and sat down in the carriage beside Yang Qingqing, he heard Yang Qingqing whisper in a strange tone, "This brother Jiang is an ordinary person. There's no energy fluctuation coming from him." Between espers, they could sense the abnormal energy leaking from other espers. In that regard, it was even somewhat similar to the starseed's function, and they could also judge the strength of that energy. But from Jiang Lusher, Yang Qingqing had not sensed even the slightest trace of it. Zhang Hai had noticed that too, but he did not feel much about it. Doesn't that just make him even more impressive? An ordinary person actually made it all the way to Jinling. "Lower your voice." Yang Qingqing immediately cursed at him in a low voice. What if Jiang Lusher or Jiang Zhuing hears you? She could not be bothered talking to Zhang Hai anymore and turned her head to look toward Jiang Lusher. Not an esper. These siblings really were interesting. One was a genius among espers, while the other did not have any powers at all. That was what Yang Qingqing thought to herself. This sofa under her was pretty comfortable. Yang Qingqing reached out and pressed down on it twice. But after learning that Jiang Lusher was not an esper, and with how unimpressive the exterior of this vehicle looked, Yang Qingqing had absolutely no optimistic expectations for how far this vehicle could go. At this moment, Jiang Lusher had already started the base vehicle. He turned his head and asked, Xiaoying, where do you guys live? I'll pull up the map and see if there's any easier route to take. Zombies are pretty annoying. For ordinary people, annoying was far from enough to describe zombies. Even for them, moving through a crowd of zombies was extremely dangerous. Yet, Jiang Zhuiying still cooperated very readily. There's even a map. Haha, let me come take a look. Actually, zombies are no big deal. You can just open the window, and I can zap them dead, like a vehicle-mounted machine gun. Seeing Jiang Zhuiying like this, everyone had the urge to rub their eyes and check whether they were hallucinating. If it were normal, anyone saying something this lacking in common sense would have long since been scared stiff by Jiang Zhuiying's cold sneer. But when it came from Jiang Lusher's mouth, Jiang Zhuiying supported it unconditionally. Still, thinking about how the siblings had just reunited, it was only normal for Jiang Zhuiying to act this unusually. Jiang Lusher started driving the minibus. At that moment, Zhang Hai asked, right, big brother, your vehicle already has so much space inside, so why are you still towing that little cargo van? What's in it? Jiang Lusher glanced at them through the rearview mirror and replied casually, just some luggage. I can't go back to my old home anymore. And there are some things I can't bear part with. When Yang Qingqing and the others heard that answer, they were all slightly stunned. Who runs for their life while towing a whole van full of luggage? Jiang Zhuiying's brother really had a bizarre way of thinking. A trace of contempt flashed through their eyes without leaving any obvious mark. They guessed that Jiang Lusher had probably picked up this vehicle somewhere after the apocalypse began. If you're going to pick up a vehicle, you should at least pick a sturdier one. But instead, he had picked up this luxury RV, some flashy thing clearly modified by some rich person with too much money to burn. As Jiang Zhuiying's classmate, Yang Qingqing knew a little about her family background. Put nicely, it was below average. Put bluntly, they were basically a poor household waiting for poverty relief. That made her look down on Jiang Lusher even more. The first thing he thought of once the apocalypse arrived was actually to get himself an RV to drive around in, just to satisfy the vanity of driving something he could never afford before. Such a poor person's mindset. And not only that, he was also dragging along a whole vehicle full of useless stuff. It was like when a flood was coming and someone insisted on running back home just to rescue their wallet. If this person were not Jiang Zhuiying's brother, they would have started mocking him already. Seeing how these people all looked awkward and did not know what to say, Jiang Lusher also understood that they were clearly speechless. As for these people, Jiang Lusher had never trusted them much to begin with. In the apocalypse, what kind of things were some people incapable of doing? It was only because Jiang Zhuiying was here that these people could not pull any tricks. But mutated beast meat was still an enormous temptation. Of course, Jiang Lusher would not tell them that inside that shabby little cargo van they looked down on was actually a vehicle packed full of mutated beast meat. Seeing these people instantly lose interest in his little cargo van, Jiang Lusher felt rather satisfied. The minibus drove toward the entrance of the residential complex, and these people could not help but glance back, all feeling a sense of relief. At last, they would not have to come back to this place anymore. Because of Jiang Lusher, after finishing their work every day, they had to make a special trip here. If Jiang Lusher had not actually arrived today, then just like usual, they would still have had to drag the zombie corpses they killed farther away. Because according to Jiang Zhuiying, only by doing this could they avoid having this place completely surrounded by zombies when Jiang Lusher arrived. If this residential complex had not been so unsuitable for survivors to live in, Jiang Zhuiying would even have wanted to just stay here instead. Watching Jiang Zhuiying happily chatting with Jiang Lusher, a trace of speechlessness flashed through Yang Qingqing's eyes. But unlike what Yang Qingqing and the others had expected, because Jiang Lusher specifically chose to take only small streets and narrow alleys along the way, even when they encountered zombies, Jiang Zhuiying would stick her upper body right out the window and take care of them first. So this bizarre minibus actually made it to their residence smoothly and without incident. Of course, that also had a lot to do with the fact that their residence was not very far from that residential complex. Although that residential complex wasn't too convenient for survivors to live in, for Jiang Lusher's sake, Jiang Zhuiying still picked the closest place she could. The campsite for Jiang Zhuiying's survivor squad was inside an extremely luxurious villa community. In front of it was an artificial lake, separating them from the zombies out on the street. There hadn't been many residents in the community to begin with, so naturally there were relatively fewer zombies after the apocalypse as well. By now, they had already cleared them all out. This is the house we live in, Jiang Zhuiying said as she pointed the way for Jiang Lusher. The minibus slowly came to a stop in front of a standalone villa. In a place like Jinling, just the huge lawn surrounding the villa already felt extravagantly luxurious, not to mention the massive 4-story villa standing in the middle of it. When we got here, this villa was already empty. Everything inside was neat and orderly, and it hadn't been dirted up. It had everything it should have, and there were enough rooms too. So we stayed, Jiang Zhuiying said. Jiang Lusher guessed that the villa's original owner had probably evacuated ahead of time, just like the Yusin's family. So naturally there wouldn't be any bloodstains or anything like that left behind. Compared to that, Ordinary survivors were the ones who had truly woken up from a faint only to fall straight into hell. Brother Jiang, you can park the car on the lawn. There is plenty of space over there. Yang Qingqing came over and said enthusiastically. But after glancing at her, Jiang Lushi asked, is there a car in the garage? There is. We have a few cars, Yang Qingqing said. At that moment, Jiang Zhuing spoke up. Brother, you want to put it in the garage? Sure. Our cars are usually parked wherever anyway. Haizi, have someone move them out in a bit. Huh? Zhang Hai froze for a moment. Are our cars usually parked wherever? Yang Qingqing felt like her kind suggestion had been ignored, and it gave her a sense of being overlooked. She glanced at Jiang Lushi and Jiang Zhuing, and compared to before, she felt even more disdain toward Jiang Lushi. It was just a beat-up car, yet he insisted on putting it in the garage. Although parking it in the garage really wasn't a big deal, Yang Qingqing felt that making a fuss over a car like this just wasn't worth it. Once you park the car, I'll take you to your room. Even in the apocalypse, our living conditions are still pretty good, Jiang Zhuing said. No need. I can just sleep in the car. Also, how do you open the garage door? As for living conditions, Jiang Lushi's own vehicle was already good enough. In the end, Jiang Lushi not only arranged for his bedroom to be in the car, he also took away the only key to the garage. In this house, they had only found that one garage key. Actually, the starseed was in Jiang Lushi's mind, and this base vehicle was bound to the starseed. Without Jiang Lushi, no one could possibly drive this vehicle away. They wouldn't even be able to open the doors. But Jiang Lushi was still this careful and cautious. Even though this was his younger sister Jiang Zhuing's territory, as long as there were people around, Jiang Lushi felt that one should never relax vigilance too much. Seeing that as soon as Jiang Lushi arrived at the camp, he ignored everything else and immediately fussed over his minibus. Yang Qingqing and the others really found it hard to understand. Thinking back on it, ever since meeting Jiang Lushi, Yang Qingqing had always felt he was a country bumpkin. Acting like his pile of junk was something amazing. He probably didn't even know what an Esper was. If not for Jiang Zhuing, there was no way they would have accepted a survivor like him. He was the kind of person they couldn't even be bothered to spare a glance for. He is probably so concerned because he loaded all his family belongings into it. Besides, that RV is probably pretty precious to him. But there are plenty of luxury RVs out there, and he just had to pick one modified from minibus. Seriously, it's ridiculous. He doesn't even know what kind of vehicle is actually valuable. Yang Qingqing whispered to the taciturn woman beside her while shaking her head. Ordinary people were just like that. Because they could only struggle to survive in the apocalypse, they became attached to things that made people feel both sad and amused. Not long after settling in, Jiang Zhuing came knocking to call him to dinner. There was also a door in the garage that connected directly to the inside of the villa, and Jiang Lushi had asked for the key to that door too. When he stayed in the garage, he was basically in a completely enclosed environment, equivalent to being separated from those survivors. The villa was very large. Even with more than 20 survivors living in it, it didn't feel crowded. These survivors each had their own responsibilities. According to Jiang Zhuing, aside from those who stayed behind in shifts to guard the camp, all able-bodied adults had to go out and search for food. Those with no fighting ability at all, such as the injured or women who were too physically weak, stayed behind to cook and clean. With so many people living in one house, if logistics didn't keep up, it would have turned into a garbage dump long ago. Besides that, there was also a doctor in their survivor squad. That made Jiang Lushi sigh inwardly. This team really was well put together. It had everything it should have. At this moment, most of the survivors were gathered in the living room. The supplies collected today included all kinds of things, and they were currently sorting them by category. When they saw Jiang Zhuing bringing Jiang Lushi over, all of them looked up. That's the boss's older brother? His name is Jiang Lushi, right? Someone asked Yang Qingqing beside him. Yeah, Yang Qingqing said in a low voice. Oh, that person immediately showed a look of sudden realization. The way he looked at Jiang Lushi clearly said, so this is what the guy Yang Qingqing was complaining about looks like. If Yang Qingqing hadn't said anything, you really couldn't tell from appearances alone that he was such an oddball. They had all watched Jiang Lushi come out through the small garage door. Yang Qingqing and the others hadn't been wrong. This guy really had moved into the garage just for the sake of a modified RV. While Jiang Lushi had been staying in the garage, Yang Qingqing and the others had already spread his deeds around in a tactful way. Some people had already formed a first impression of him before even seeing him. A country bumpkin, and a real weirdo too. Everyone, this is my older brother Jiang Lushi. Jiang Zhuing introduced proudly, her tone carrying a very obvious, see, my brother is handsome, right? Kind of feeling. Hearing that made all those people feel like rolling their eyes. Hello, brother Jiang. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. You really came all the way from Jiangbei? That is seriously incredible. Every one of them came over and greeted him warmly. Even if they knew Jiang Lushi was weird, they still had to give Jiang Zhuing face. Jiang Lushi also nodded to them. Hello, everyone. All right, everyone, let us eat, Jiang Zhuing said. Then she turned to Jiang Lushi and added, brother, you can eat with me. The moment those words came out, all the survivors were stunned. Yang Qingqing and the others looked at Jiang Zhuiying in even greater surprise. Their survivor squad had 4 espers, including Jiang Zhuiying. Ordinary survivors ate in the living room, but those 4 espers ate separately in the kitchen. What they ate was different too. This time, Yang Qingqing couldn't hold back anymore. She smiled and said, Zhuiying, there's no need for that, right? Brother Jiang isn't an esper. Even if he eats it, it won't do anything. The other survivors thought the same thing, including the ordinary people. Eating it is still better than not eating it, Jiang Zhuiying said indifferently. If there was anything good, she would definitely share it with Jiang Lusher. The survivors were all speechless when they heard that. What kind of logic was that? What? Not allowed? According to our original agreement, whether as the leader or based on battle contribution, I'm entitled to a larger share to distribute. I just always used that share to trade with the military for weapons, and when I traded for weapons, everyone used them together. Now I'm using that share on my brother. Who among you has a problem with that? Jiang Zhuiying's gaze swept across the survivors' faces. Jiang Lusher immediately felt that Jiang Zhuiying's eyes had turned a little sharp. The survivors instantly looked away and fell silent. If Jiang Zhuiying hadn't suddenly brought it up now, they actually would have forgotten such a thing existed. When someone has a right but never uses it, other people get used to that and start assuming she has already given it up, as if Jiang Zhuiying using her share to trade for weapons for them was only natural. But now that Jiang Zhuiying suddenly wanted to use it for herself, they didn't dare feel dissatisfied with Jiang Zhuiying, so instead they felt quite unhappy with Jiang Lusher, the beneficiary who had caused this. Yang Qingqing choked for a moment, then forced out a smile and said, That's true. Anyway, Zhuiying, you could decide. Let us go, brother, time to eat. Jiang Zhuiying grabbed Jiang Lusher and pulled him up. Seeing their reaction, Jiang Lusher grew curious too. Just how good was the food these espers got to eat separately? Among the 4 espers, there was now one ordinary person added in. The survivors outside peered toward the kitchen, and quite a few of them immediately felt a sense of imbalance. Usually, when only the espers got special meals, they didn't feel much about it. But now, when a normal person just like them had suddenly mixed in with them, they felt a little uncomfortable inside. But there was no helping it. He was Jiang Zhuiying's brother. They could only envy his luck for having such an absurdly strong little sister. Brother Jiang, what you're about to eat is probably the best thing you've ever tasted in your life. Sitting at the table, Zhang Hai said with a grin. Yang Qingqing said nothing, but inwardly she was full of contempt. For Jiang Lusher, this meal was only good for its taste. Its real use simply couldn't work on him at all. It was a complete waste. Hearing Zhang Hai say that, Jiang Lusher became even more curious. Could it be that there was some 5-star chef in their team? A little while later, the dishes were served. Jiang Zhuiying immediately picked up a piece for Jiang Lusher, and the moment he put it into his mouth and chewed twice, he froze. This texture and this warm feeling spreading through his whole body. Wasn't this mutated beast meat? Jiang Lusher quickly picked up another piece. This time, he tasted it carefully and confirmed that it really was mutated beast meat. Seeing that Jiang Lusher hadn't even swallowed the first piece before anxiously grabbing another and stuffing it into his mouth, Yang Qingqing and the others all looked a little disdainful. Even if it was delicious, there was no need to wolf it down like that, right? On the way to Jinling, he had probably spent all his time gnawing on biscuits and instant noodles. Maybe he hadn't even had those. So, Brother Jiang, the taste is pretty good, right? Yang Qingqing asked with a smile. Jiang Lusher nodded. Not bad. I just don't know what kind of mutated beast this meat came from. Compared to mutated wild boar, the texture is still a little worse. After hearing Jiang Lusher casually say not bad, Yang Qingqing once again didn't know what to say. This Jiang Lusher clearly had no idea of the value of mutated beast meat, did he? This isn't ordinary meat. It's mutated beast meat, especially for espers to eat. When espers eat mutated beast meat, it can restore the physical strength they've used up, and it can also promote evolution. Or, if you save it, you could trade it to the military for weapons. But as for what use it has if a normal person eats it, that's unclear. Yang Qingqing said, evolution? Jiang Lusher paid no attention at all to her last sentence. Of course it was useful for normal people too. But regarding the concept of how espers evolved, the Starseed had never explained in detail. It only said that evolution was possible, but as for how it happened, there had been no detailed explanation. Unbelievable, right? Espers can still evolve. Usually, both using abilities and eating mutated beast meat can promote evolution. There is also another very important effect of using abilities, which is practicing control, Yang Qingqing continued. She felt that, after hearing all that, Jiang Lusher should understand that this meat was completely wasted on him. If he wasn't so thick-skinned, then right about now, he should be taking the initiative to suggest going out to the hall and eating with the ordinary people there instead. But to her surprise, Jiang Lusher nodded while listening, and after hearing her out, he picked up another piece of meat and said to her, I see. Pretty interesting. Go on. Yang Qingqing choked again at once. This guy really couldn't understand human speech at all. What did he mean pretty interesting? And he wanted her to keep talking? Did he think she was telling a storytelling performance? Yang Qingqing forced out a smile and said, "Actually, there's nothing much more to say. As long as you like it, brother. You definitely didn't eat much on the road, so eat more." Jiang Zhuing turned her head and called out, "Big sis. Stir-fry another plate of sliced pork. Brother, eat more and replenish your nutrition." Jiang Zhuing reminded him again, continuously putting food into Jiang Luxire's bowl. Yang Qingqing truly felt like she couldn't take it anymore. Even her expression was turning ugly. Her share was limited, and she usually ate sparingly. Seeing Jiang Luxire, a normal person who got no real benefit from it, eating so freely and openly, she felt deeply stifled. "All right, Zhuing, didn't you want that custom weapon?" Yang Qingqing's eyes shifted, and she suddenly said, "Custom weapon?" Jiang Luxire showed a questioning expression. Yang Qingqing had just opened her mouth to explain when Jiang Zhuing had already started explaining it to Jiang Luxire. "It means weapons the military helps make. They have the technology, the materials, and the equipment. A lot of survivors in Jinling City cooperate with the military. We can gather food ourselves, but for weapons, we have a trade with the military. The things the military accepts change often. They'll take all sorts of things, but mutated beast meat, medicine, and stuff like that are things they always take." Jiang Zhuing explained further when she saw that Jiang Luxire was also curious about the military. But since there was a military presence, why weren't these survivors, especially the ordinary ones, following the military? Before Jiang Luxire could ask, Jiang Zhuing continued, "Well, calling it the military isn't entirely accurate. It's really just a forward camp left behind by the army. The main force withdrew long ago. There are only a little over 1,000 people left there. Their camp area is limited, and although they do take in some survivors, they're SA cap. They say they can't spare the manpower to escort these survivors to the safe zone. So these survivors stay in the camp. But no one knows when they actually get to the safe zone." According to Jiang Zhuing, there was also a safe zone on the Jinling side, supposedly built in a mountain region. The roads were difficult to travel, and like the safe island, its location was very remote. "Then your custom weapon also has to be exchanged with supplies, right? How much does it need?" Jiang Luxire asked. "It needs a full 5 tons of mutated beast meat." Zhuing was originally saving up little by little. Yang Qingqing hurriedly answered first, but Jiang Zhuing interrupted her again. "Hey, there's no rush. We could do it slowly. Besides, Haven Tea, we already saved up quite a bit." At that point, Jiang Zhuing suddenly remembered something. She pulled an item out of her pocket and said mysteriously, "Speaking of mutated beasts, brother, there's definitely something you've never seen before. This thing right here, even though it's just a tiny piece, when you take it to the military, it could be worth 1 ton of mutated beast meat." "What is it?" Jiang Luxire asked curiously. Jiang Zhuing placed her fair, slender hand in front of Jiang Luxire. With a slight smile, she opened her palm and said, "Look." Jiang Luxire lowered his head and saw a crystal-clear bead resting in Jiang Zhuing's palm. "Isn't this a mutant crystal core?" Jiang Luxire's eyes lit up at once. His base vehicle needed 2 mutant crystal cores to unlock the biological laboratory. Originally, Jiang Luxire had thought this would be very difficult. Killing 1 mutant wild boar had already been no easy task, and now he needed to kill 2? After learning that Jiang Zhuing had a survivor team under her command, Jiang Luxire had immediately thought that if he could make use of her people, the efficiency would be much higher. But he had never expected to see a mutant crystal core here with Jiang Zhuing so soon. Then again, after thinking about it, Jiang Luxire felt a little stupid. He was eating mutant beast meat right now. Of course, there would be a mutant crystal core. Survivor squads relied on mutant beast meat to trade for weapons, and espers relied on mutant beast meat to evolve and replenish themselves. They naturally hunted mutant beasts. But the price offered by the military left Jiang Luxire speechless. Only 1 mutant crystal core could be found inside a mutant beast. The value of this crystal core was far more than 1 ton of mutant beast meat. It could be said that it far exceeded the value of mutant beast meat. "What does the military want this for?" Jiang Luxire asked. "This is a mutant crystal core. They seem to want to use it to study the mutant virus." Jiang Zhuing said. The military had only just come into contact with mutant crystal cores and was still in the research stage. As soon as Jiang Luxire heard that, he understood. The military still didn't know the value of mutant crystal cores. Once they found out, and once these survivors found out too, mutant crystal cores would become precious. "Zhuing, can I discuss something with you?" Jiang Luxire pondered for a moment, then said, "Why would we need to discuss anything? Just say it, Gidge." Jiang Zhuing tossed the mutant crystal core up and down in her palm. The bead looked like color glaze, and, as a girl, Jiang Zhuing seemed to like it quite a bit. "I want this mutant crystal core. It's pretty important to me." When Jiang Zhuing heard this, she didn't react much, but everyone else immediately turned to look at Jiang Luxire all at once. Yang Qingqing stared at Jiang Luxire in disbelief. Did he even know what he was saying? This was worth a whole ton of mutant beast meat. And how could something like this be important to him? This was probably the first time he had ever seen one. The others were frowning as well. Eating mutant beast meat was one thing, but the moment Jiang Lushi arrived, he started making all kinds of requests. And now he was going even further. Even if Jiang Zhuiying was his sister, he couldn't be this shameless, right? By saying this, he was clearly taking advantage of his sister. If Jiang Zhuiying gave it to him, her prestige in their hearts would be greatly reduced in the future. And if she didn't give it to him, judging from Jiang Zhuiying's attitude toward Jiang Lushi, she was practically granting his every request. Just then, Jiang Lushi continued, Zhuiying, don't you need mutant beast meat? I happen to have some. I'll trade it to you for this crystal core. After butchering that mutant wild boar, he had gotten around 4 to 5 tons of mutant beast meat. He had eaten some afterward, but that was only a tiny fraction. Jiang Zhuiying had already saved up some mutant beast meat herself. He only needed to take out a portion. Everyone looked at Jiang Lushi. Ever since he said he wanted the mutant crystal core, every sentence out of his mouth had shocked them. Huh, Gidge, you have mutant beast meat? How did you get it? Jiang Zhuiying was stunned too. Did her brother really have mutant beast meat? But when it came to Jiang Lushi, she had trusted him unconditionally since childhood. No matter how ridiculous it sounded, she didn't doubt him in the slightest. The others were completely dumbfounded as well. Wasn't Jiang Lushi just an ordinary person? Wait a moment. Jiang Lushi went into the garage. After a while, he drove out the small box truck by towing along. The front of that small box truck had already been smashed to a miserable state. They had heard that Jiang Lushi used it to store a pile of luggage and junk. Those survivors had all gathered at the entrance. They had even stopped eating, just watching as Jiang Lushi got down from the minibus and opened the cargo door of that small box truck. The creaking, wobbling cargo door looked like it might fall apart at any moment too. Thump, 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 thump. A series of dull thuds rang out. Large chunks of meat rolled out from the cargo compartment. The bright red, lean pork looked mouth-watering at a glance. A faint fragrant scent drifted through the air. One whiff was enough to tell that this was all mutant beast meat. Jiang Zhuiying stared wide-eyed at the mutant pork, while the survivors found it even harder to believe their own eyes. There really was some, and there was this much. At this moment, Jiang Lushi stuck his head out from the driver's seat and said, "This should be enough, right?" Jiang Zhuiying froze for a moment before suddenly snapping back to her senses. She nodded repeatedly and said, "Enough, enough. How much is here?" She ran over and saw that there was still quite a lot of mutant beast meat inside the cargo compartment. Around 4 to 5 tons, Jiang Lushi said. So much. Jiang Zhuiying was even more shocked. She hurriedly shook her head. "This is too much. I only need 2 tons. I don't need the rest." "No need. I'm giving you all of this mutant beast meat," Jiang Lushi said. In truth, when Jiang Lushi took out the mutant beast meat for the trade, he had already planned to give it all to Jiang Zhuiying, so those people wouldn't get any ideas. Sure enough, although those people all had different expressions, some were in disbelief, some felt like they were hallucinating, not one of them showed any greed. For ordinary survivors, even if they got this meat, they wouldn't stay alive long enough to trade it for food. As for the espers, after doing the math, what they could gain from it wasn't worth going against Jiang Zhuiying. Still, they couldn't believe that this meat had actually been brought out by Jiang Lushi. That beat-up little box truck, so shabby that people didn't even want to go near it, had actually been packed full of mutant beast meat. "Zhuiying, Gidge still wants to talk to you about something else," Jiang Lushi continued. Jiang Zhuiying had originally been about to refuse Jiang Lushi's offer to give her all the mutant beast meat. Hearing this, she froze, then said, "Go ahead, Gidge. The next time you hunt mutant beasts and get crystal cores, can you give those to me too?" Jiang Lushi said. 4 to 5 tons of mutant beast meat, according to the military's pricing, was enough to exchange for nearly 5 mutant crystal cores, while Jiang Lushi only wanted 2. To the others, this was basically Jiang Lushi giving Jiang Zhuiying a family discount that was almost the same as gifting it to her outright. Before, they had been jealous that Jiang Lushi had such a good younger sister. Now, they were starting to envy Jiang Zhuiying for having such a good older brother. He could just take out this much meat without hesitation. When Jiang Zhuiying heard that, she naturally had no objections. "Sure. Jiangji, how exactly did you get this mutant beast meat?" Yang Qingqing finally couldn't hold back anymore and asked. Her question was also the question in everyone's heart. How could an ordinary person like you possibly get mutant beast meat? "Oh, this? Picked it up." Jiang Lushi's answer made everyone feel like they were choking on a mouthful of blood. Picked it up? Pick up a mutant beast? How did you pick it up?" Yang Qingqing asked again, holding back the urge to cough up blood. "I found a mutant wild boar while passing by. It ran into a tree and died," Jiang Lushi said without changing expression. "A mutant wild boar smashed itself to death on a tree? Shouldn't the unlucky one be the tree?" Still, since Jiang Lushi had already said it like that, even though they didn't believe him, they couldn't exactly keep questioning him, and no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't come up with any other way Jiang Lushi could have gotten mutant beast meat. Maybe it really had rammed itself to death. If not that, could it have fallen off a cliff and died? What insane luck. This was seriously absurdly insane luck. That mutant crystal core was handed over to Jiang Lushi. Holding the warm mutant crystal core, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This crystal core was absolutely worth it. Now, he only needed one more crystal core to activate the biological laboratory. Having gathered all the mutant beast meat they needed in one go, Jiang Zhuing immediately prepared to exchange it for weapons. As the leader, and also the strongest Esper in the team, the weapon she exchanged for would basically raise the entire squad's safety and combat power. So the mutant beast meat and crystal core needed to exchange for the weapon had originally been something the whole squad was supposed to contribute together, which meant the squad now effectively owed Jiang Lushi one mutant crystal core. Brother, we're going into the city today to trade for weapons. Why get back? I'll show you. Early in the morning, Jiang Zhuing came knocking on the door, her tone full of excitement. The place where this survivor squad was staying was actually only in the outskirts of Jinling, not yet in the core area of Jinling City. Only in places like this could survivors live. The closer one got to the city, the more it became a forbidden zone for the living. In some places, the living simply couldn't even approach. For Jiang Zhuing and the others, going into the city was also an extremely dangerous matter. With a permanent population of 8 million, plus a floating population bringing it to well over 10 million, more than 90% of those people had likely mutated into zombies. With that many zombies, it gave people a completely endless feeling. Even Espers, once trapped inside Jinling City in a zombie encirclement, could only wait for death in despair. The more they killed, the more zombies gathered around them. It could only bring despair. Inside Jinling City, the danger didn't come only from zombies. Some mutant beasts also roamed the city. They had originally come from the city, and after mutating, they still remained active within it. These mutant beasts hid among the city as high-rises, making them even more dangerous. But when Jiang Zhuing said they were going into the city now, she wasn't referring to entering Jinling City itself. That was far too dangerous. What she meant was entering a satellite city temporarily built by the military. But the danger of going to the satellite city wasn't low either. On the way, they had to pass through an area packed with zombies. That was also why many nearby survivors were unable to go and seek refuge with the military. Only capable teams like Jiang Zhuing could go trade with the military. As for weaker survivors, they couldn't gather anything useful to the military anyway. If everything goes smoothly, we'll be back this afternoon. Maybe we can even find some tasty snacks in a little roadside shop and bring some back for you, brother. Jiang Zhuing's smile was bright. No need. I'll go with you, Jiang Lushi said. The smile on Jiang Zhuing's face instantly stiffened. 5 tons of mutant beast meat were loaded onto a refrigerated truck, while 2 off-road vehicles drove over from a lawn and stopped in front of the villa. On one of the off-road vehicles, there was impressively a light machine gun mounted on top. This vehicle was used to clear the way, and it was also Jiang Zhuing's ride. And this light machine gun was the most precious and important weapon in their squad. Since the bullets were outrageously expensive, they would never use it lightly. As for Yang Qingqing and the other elite fighters, they took positions in the refrigerated truck and the other off-road vehicle respectively. As the vehicle bringing up the rear, the second off-road vehicle had also gone through some simple modifications. Some iron chains with spikes were hung off the back, and quite a few seats inside had been removed so the people in the vehicle could turn around and attack the zombies chasing after them. As for the refrigerated truck, it had 2 full layers of steel plates added to it. Although the welding was extremely ugly and the whole thing was very clunky, it was basically a standard turtle shell. This was used to protect supplies. Their supplies were all earned with their lives, and they couldn't afford even a single loss. This survivor squad was extremely proud of these 3 vehicles. They were also an important guarantee for their continued survival. But today, even though the vehicles were about to set off, Jiang Zhuing still hadn't shown up. The driver's seat of the lead off-road vehicle, the spot she usually occupied, was still empty. Where did the boss go? Zhang Hai asked. She wanted to talk to her brother. I guess they had a lot to say, Yang Qingqing said. All right, the door's opening. Looks like they're done talking, Zhang Hai suddenly said. The garage door slowly opened. Then let us get in too. Yang Qingqing glanced at the garage door and started walking toward the last off-road vehicle. But just then, her steps paused, and she turned to look again. Why was that minibus driving out? And on closer look, wasn't Jiang Zhuing in the front passenger seat? Could it be that Jiang Lushi wanted to come along with them? Zhuing, we're about to set off, Yang Qingqing said as she walked over. Jiang Zhuing looked at her from inside the vehicle and nodded. It is getting late. Even though she said that, Jiang Zhuing still sat steadily inside the minibus, showing no intention whatsoever of getting out. So she really was going together with him. Yang Qingqing was instantly speechless. Forget it. If she wanted to go, Yang Qingqing couldn't stop her anyway. There's still space in the lead car. Zhu, you and brother Jiang can sit there together? Jiang Lushi shook his head. No need. I'll just drive my own vehicle. It's fine. This time, we'll bring up the rear and follow behind you, Jiang Zhu added. Yang Qingqing nodded. When she walked back to the off-road vehicle, she lowered her voice and said to the other survivors, Zhu listens to her brother a little too much, doesn't she? This was definitely her brother's idea again. Why is he going? No idea. The off-road vehicles and the refrigerated truck started up and set off, while Jiang Lushi drove the minibus behind them. This convoy lineup looked really bizarre. Jiang Lushi wanted to go along not only because the danger level was too high and he couldn't stop worrying about Jiang Zhu, but also out of curiosity about the military and the satellite city. He wanted to know what exactly the military was trading with these survivors for. Aside from mutant beast meat, according to Jiang Zhu, the military frequently changed their list of requested items and often needed different things. Although their main force had protected some survivors and withdrawn to the safe zone, that didn't mean they had completely given up on the city or on humanity's original homeland. Even setting aside the matter of returning home, the massive number of zombies, those savage mutant beasts, and whether the virus might undergo further changes were all things that had to be taken seriously. They had established a satellite town in Jinling City. Besides continuing to gather supplies, they were also monitoring the situation in Jinling City, studying those zombies and mutated beasts, and providing enough samples for virus research. That was the significance of building the satellite town. The convoy quickly drove out of the villa residential area. The lead SUV skillfully turned into a narrow street, and after several turns, the view ahead suddenly opened up. They had reached the main road. At that moment, Jiang Lushi saw the muscular burly man from earlier climb out of the lead SUV and take position behind the light machine gun. This was a mandatory route to the satellite town. In Jiang Zhu's words, the other routes would only be even more dangerous than this one. Although this whole area, all the way to the satellite town, belonged to the outskirts of Jinling City, land in Jinling City was worth its weight in gold. Large residential districts, high-tech zones, and schools had all been built in the suburbs, so the population here was not low at all. A large population base meant a large number of zombies. Seeing that muscular man already prepared, Jiang Lushi also silently performed his usual check of the vehicle's condition through the starseed. The base vehicle's exterior is intact. The power system is intact. The air cannon function is intact. The starseed's voice came through. Jiang Zhu held the iron rod diagonally in her arms and leaned back in the passenger seat. Her big eyes looked forward, bright with excitement. Brother, just wait and enjoy the show. Enjoy the show? Jiang Lushi said in confusion. The vehicles were not moving slowly, and soon, zombies began to appear ahead. These zombies had originally been wandering the streets like drifting ghosts with no purpose, but the moment they heard the humming sound of the cars moving, they were immediately drawn in and turned their heads. Their blood-red eyes stared at the rapidly approaching vehicles, and hoarse heh-heh sounds instantly came from their throats. Then they suddenly charged over. As the vehicles drew closer, more and more zombies rushed out from the houses on both sides of the road and from the alleys. In the blink of an eye, zombies were everywhere around the convoy, front, back, left, and right. Especially ahead. One glance showed a sea of them, packed so densely it was numbing. These zombies had blood-red eyes, twisted and ferocious faces, and in their wide-open mouths, even their gums were blood-red. Their teeth were full of blood and shreds of flesh. When there were no living humans to eat, they would also attack their own kind, but when inactive, these zombies actually consumed very little. Zombies were extremely aggressive toward living humans, but when attacking their own kind, they would only do so when they needed to feed. That was why, when no living humans appeared, they just wandered around slowly. But the moment living humans appeared, the scene would become like this. With so many zombies charging over at a mad sprint, it instantly gave people the feeling of having fallen into a horde of corpses, and a sense of despair naturally rose from within. The horror of zombies was not only reflected in their combat ability. The mental shock they inflicted on ordinary people was also enormous. Seeing so many zombies appear, everyone's scalp tingled involuntarily, and at that moment, gunfire suddenly rang out. Da-da-da-da. The light machine gun spat fire. Bullets poured into the zombie horde, and the first row of zombies immediately dropped in clusters. However, at this moment, the frightening vitality of the zombies was revealed. They felt no pain at all. Unless they were shot in the head, the other zombies that had been hit immediately climbed back up and continued charging wildly at the convoy. Some zombies merely had their bodies jerk from the impact of the bullets and did not even pause. One of the zombies was hit in the abdomen. The motion of its mad sprint tore its muscles apart, and even its intestines spilled out, yet it still kept coming this way. Only very soon, the smell of blood attracted other zombies, which pounced on it from behind and knocked it down. These bloody scenes were something the survivors had long since gotten used to. Jiang Lushi's expression did not change much either. At first, he had found scenes like this somewhat disgusting, but now he felt nothing at all. He had seen plenty of things even more disgusting than this. Jiang Zhuiying had originally been worried that with so many zombies, Jiang Lusher might get nervous. But when she looked at him, she found that the hands gripping the steering wheel were perfectly steady, without the slightest tremble, and his expression was calm as well. At this moment, the light machine gun stopped firing, and then the convoy slowed down. Compared to the gun itself, the bullets were far more valuable. It was impossible to rely on bullets to keep shooting non-stop. That last round of gunfire had only been to create some corpses and slightly stall the horde's forward momentum. Vroom! The freezer truck overtook it from the side and became the lead vehicle. That truck drove straight toward the zombie horde. Inside, Zhang Hai's eyes were wide open, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly as he slammed the accelerator all the way down. The zombies were getting closer and closer. It was even possible to see that their hands were just about to grab on. Bang! A muffled crash rang out, and then the freezer truck jolted. The freezer truck had smashed directly into the zombie horde, continuously knocking away the zombies in front. Most of the freezer truck's windshield had also been covered with steel plates. Only a very small gap had been left at the driver's position, and even that was covered with wire mesh. Watching those clawing, snarling zombies in front of the truck fall one after another, Zhang Hai was wildly excited. He slammed the horn twice, then laughed loudly and shouted, "Damn it! All of you can go die. This is awesome. So damn awesome." These zombies posed a huge threat to people. But being able to drive an armored truck like this and crazily crush them beneath, it made Zhang Hai so excited his face turned red, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. As the freezer truck drove deeper and deeper into the horde, although the accelerator was pressed to the floor, its speed inevitably slowed. The truck made a sound as if it were getting stuck, and it was now completely surrounded by zombies. Clang, clang, clang. A large number of dents appeared in the iron plates covering the outside of the freezer truck. The zombies' squeezing and impacts were extremely powerful. Although those iron sheets had all been thickened, they still gave off the feeling that they were struggling to endure it. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. One of the tires beneath the freezer truck went flat and released a puff of bluish smoke. This freezer truck had clearly been modified. It had a total of 12 tires, so losing this one only made the truck wobble once and caused no major effect. Still, the fact that one tire had blown so quickly immediately made people worry about the others too. No need to panic. Isn't it just one damn tire? Zhang Hai yelled. At this moment, an Esper climbed onto the roof of the freezer truck. Meanwhile, the last SUV followed up behind the freezer truck, and Yang Qingqing's figure emerged through the sunroof. The two Espers began attacking at the same time. The Esper on the freezer truck was holding a long fork shaped like a spear. He was practically hanging over the edge of the vehicle, but his feet seemed rooted in place, and he simply would not fall off. His body kept swinging out from the freezer truck, and every time he thrust the fork, he accurately struck a zombie in the cheek, piercing straight through its head. Yang Qingqing's actions, on the other hand, caught Jiang Lusher somewhat by surprise. She actually climbed directly out through the sunroof, holding two 1-foot-long blades in her hands. Then she suddenly leaped downward and jumped straight into the middle of the zombie horde. That sight truly made people's hearts tighten, but after jumping in, she directly spun in place, like a nimble top. Only, this spinning top glinted with a cold light. The two long blades directly sliced open the throats or chests of a circle of zombies around her. Before the other zombies could swarm in, Yang Qingqing suddenly sprang up again and lightly landed back on the roof of the vehicle. The whole process took only 1 second, as if springs had been installed under Yang Qingqing's feet. They had grown a kind of flipper under their feet that could grip any surface. As for Yang Qingqing, the muscles in her calves had mutated, giving her very strong jumping ability, Jiang Zhuiying said. Jiang Lusher nodded in understanding. The mutation directions of those two people were pretty much the same as his previous impression of powers. They belonged to the same type as Brother Yu. Basically all partial body mutations. Jiang Zhuiying's case, on the other hand, was full body cellular mutation, and her cells had even mutated into electric cells. If she kept evolving, the electricity she could release would only grow stronger and stronger. As for what level she would reach in the future, it was impossible to say. Earlier, when they were inside Jiang Lusher's vehicle, his vehicle had still been several meters away from those zombies. Yet they had already been electrocuted to death by Jiang Zhuiying's current. One by one, those zombies had been burned pitch black. When the minibus ran over them, what was left on the ground was just piles of black charcoal-like matter. With such terrifying killing power, those Espers with partial body mutations were completely incomparable. This is awesome. All of you go die for me. Zhang Hai's excited shouting came into the base vehicle again, with Yang Qingqing and that Esper providing cover. The refrigerated truck suddenly no longer faced any obstacles, and the whole vehicle kept bumping as it ran over zombies. Zhang Hai's yelling practically drowned out everything else, as if anything less would be insufficient to express his excitement. At this moment, The SUV that had been leading earlier had already slowed down and pulled up beside the minibus. Beep beep. The SUV honked twice. Jiang Zhuiying looked toward the SUV. The muscular brute stuck his upper body out through the sunroof again and shouted, "Boss, there's a large-scale zombie horde up ahead. We need to speed up. Can you keep up, brother?" Jiang Zhuiying looked at Jiang Lusher. Their SUV and refrigerated truck had both been modified, and their speed far exceeded what those vehicles were originally capable of. That muscular brute was obviously worried that this minibus would be left behind. That was why he had driven over to warn them. If Jiang Lusher's vehicle couldn't keep up, then they would abandon the minibus and have him get into their SUV instead. Jiang Lusher shook his head. "Tell them not to worry. We can keep up." "Okay." Jiang Zhuiying turned and said without hesitation, "It's fine. Just drive yours." The muscular brute froze for a moment, then said, "Okay." Since Jiang Zhuiying had already agreed, there was nothing to do but let Jiang Lusher do as he pleased. Besides, he guessed that the minibus's engine had probably also been modified. After all, the inside was actually a luxury RV. The SUV drove beside them for a while, then suddenly honked once more before sharply beginning to accelerate. Beep beep beep. The other two vehicles also honked once each, and all three vehicles started accelerating at the same time. Jiang Lusher's minibus sat higher, giving him a broader field of view. When he looked ahead, he was also startled. In the distance, there really was a densely packed zombie zone, with more than twice as many as before. Vroom vroom vroom. The roar of the engines was extremely loud. The three vehicles spewed thick exhaust and continuously picked up speed as they charged toward the zombie tide. And at this moment, Jiang Lusher still had not started accelerating. As the distance between both sides was rapidly widening, Jiang Lusher suddenly slammed down on the gas pedal. Bang bang bang. Some zombies crashed into the minibus. And amid those impacts, the minibus's speed suddenly soared. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up to the rear of the convoy. "Wow," Jiang Zhuiying immediately exclaimed. "This vehicle was modified pretty well. The acceleration is so smooth, and it's so fast." Hearing Jiang Zhuiying's cry of surprise, Jiang Lusher smiled faintly. Actually, this was only normal acceleration. If she saw the effect of instant acceleration, who knew how shocked this girl would be? Although those SUVs and the like had also been modified, their acceleration ability was nothing compared to the base vehicle. If it really came down to speed, those vehicles could only follow behind the minibus and eat dust. Yang Qingqing jumped back onto the vehicle once more. Thick blood was still dripping from her two long blades. By accident, Yang Qingqing glanced back and immediately froze for a second. This minibus was following this closely. At this moment, Zhang Hai's roar came from the front. "Boss, keep up or not?" Yang Qingqing looked at the minibus in surprise, then finally reacted and impatiently replied. It kept up. Right while she was distracted for that instant, a zombie suddenly pounced up when the SUV sped past, grabbing the luggage rack on the SUV. Then it swiftly climbed up. Sensing a burst of bloody stench closing in from behind, Yang Qingqing let out a cry. Her figure flashed, and she jumped behind the zombie. The moment the zombie twisted around with her movement, both long blades stabbed down. Damn it! Yang Qingqing kicked the corpse off the vehicle. At this time, she no longer had the spare attention to care about that minibus. Passing through this zombie horde was quite dangerous, but if things continued like this, getting through in the end still wouldn't be a problem. Although some zombies would chase after them for a certain distance. In the end, they would still have to give up, then slowly wander back again. The road afterward would be relatively safe. Fortunately, this area wasn't very long. Very soon, the convoy broke out of the zombie horde. A little over 10 minutes later, the convoy had already driven onto an open patch of land and stopped. Yang Qingqing and the others jumped out of the vehicles and dealt with around a dozen zombies that had followed from nearby. At this time, Jiang Lusher also drove the minibus onto the open ground and stopped. "How is the vehicle?" Jiang Zhuiying got out and walked over to ask. The drivers of the two SUVs, along with Zhang Hai, who had just gotten down from the refrigerated truck, were all checking the condition of the vehicles. After charging out of the zombie horde, they needed to inspect and make repairs before setting out again. The two SUVs were fine, with only some minor damage that wasn't too serious. But the refrigerated truck looked a bit worse. Still, that was only because the exterior looked dented all over. In fact, the function of the iron plating had not been affected and could still continue to be used. But a blown tire was more troublesome. Zhang Hai circled around the refrigerated truck once. When he saw Jiang Lusher looking at his refrigerated truck from inside the vehicle, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "So, big brother, not bad, right? No idea how many zombies this vehicle has smashed to death, and it's still tough as hell." "You blew a tire," Jiang Lusher said. That blown tire had already been completely shredded. Back when the refrigerated truck had been surrounded by zombies, it might have been bitten through by them. "Huh, it's just a blown tire. No big deal," Zhang Hai laughed. "All right, big brother, do you know what my power is?" Zhang Hai suddenly asked. Jiang Lusher froze. Now that he mentioned it, he really didn't know what Zhang Hai's power was. Jiang Lusher had seen all the other espers make their moves. He suddenly remembered that Zhang Hai had been driving and hadn't made a move yet. Then what is your power? Jiang Lushi asked curiously. Perfect then. Big bro. Just watch this. An utterly non-standard Beijing accent even slipped out of Zhang Hai's mouth. All right. Jiang Lushi had thought Zhang Hai was about to show off something. In the end, after rolling up his sleeves, he didn't make any move at all. Instead, he dragged a tire out of the freezer truck. I keep several tires in my truck. I'm not afraid of blowouts at all, Zhang Hai said proudly. So that means he gets blowouts a lot, Jiang Lushi thought. Still, he couldn't tell what Zhang Hai's ability had to do with this tire. Carrying the tire, Zhang Hai went over to the flat. He took out a jack and lifted the truck up, then rubbed his hands together and flexed his 10-carat-like fingers. Big bro, watch carefully. This is my signature skill. As Zhang Hai spoke, both his hands suddenly moved in a dazzling blur. He was extremely fast and very strong too. The flexibility of his 10 fingers was enough to make anyone speechless. As for what he was doing, he was changing a tire. He didn't use any other tools at all, not even a wrench. He completely used his hands instead, casually screwing bolts on and off with ease. While changing the tire, Zhang Hai said smugly, how's that, big bro? Pretty good, right? My fingers mutated. They're super fast and really strong too. Look at this, all muscle. Jiang Lushi stared in dumbfounded amazement. It took him a long while to react, and then he asked, May I ask, what did you do before this? Auto repair. Ha ha. Zhang Hai had been a mechanic before. After mutating into an Esper, he combined his ability with his professional skills and kept doing his old job. In terms of combat strength, he was naturally stronger than ordinary people. But among the 4 Espers in this team, he could only rank last. Even so, his role was anything but small. All the vehicle modifications and repairs were done by him alone. But even so, Zhang Hai's goofy personality and this bizarre ability still left him with little status in the group. Not to mention anything else. Yang Qingqing's attitude toward him had always been full of disdain, and she often spoke to him very impatiently. Jiang Lushi felt this ability definitely wasn't only useful for fixing cars. With just the strength in those fingers alone, he could probably poke a hole straight through a person's body like bullets. At that, Zhang Hai gave a loud laugh and said, I'm not cut out for fighting. The moment a fight starts, I go crazy. I can't stay rational. He paused, his smile gradually disappearing, and his tone turning low and heavy. This was the first time Jiang Lushi had ever seen that expression on his face. For some reason, I always see that image of my wife reaching out to me for help from the middle of the zombies. I had just awakened back then. If I could have killed harder, faster. He stopped himself. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Zhang Hai smiled again, then lowered his head and went back to work. Actually, Zhang Hai probably knew too that no matter how fast he had been back then, it would have been impossible to save his wife. But knowing that didn't mean he could walk out of those memories. Most survivors had experienced tragedies like this. Brother, we'll reach Satellite City in a little while. Jiang Zhuing took a bottle of water from the SUV and handed it to Jiang Lushi. These people were all drinking bottled water, replenishing the water and stamina they had used up in time. Jiang Lushi noticed that the Espers were also carrying some air-dried, mutated beast meat, and they were eating it with water at this moment. Using abilities consumed a lot of their stamina, and only mutated beast meat could replenish it quickly. Ordinary food could work too, but the amount needed would be huge. It wasn't as easy to carry as mutated beast meat, and it also wouldn't promote an Esper's evolution. Very soon, the freezer truck's tire was changed. Everyone had drunk water, eaten meat, and finished resting. The convoy set off again, continuing towards Satellite City. From here, it would only take a little over 10 minutes to reach Satellite City. There were also plenty of zombies along this stretch of road. Dense hordes of zombies were everywhere on the street. Hearing the noise, the zombies surged this way. From a distance, they looked like a dark tide rolling toward them. Zhang Hai stomped on the gas with all his might. Under the cover provided by Yang Qingqing and the others, he kept crashing through and running them over, forcing his way through the horde. This time they were lucky. There wasn't another blowout. There were only quite a few more impact marks on the body of the truck. Satellite City was already not far away. As long as they broke through this patch of zombies, they'd make it. Just then, a roar suddenly came from nearby. The roar was very low and deep, as though it had come from a throat, and it didn't sound far from them at all. The moment she heard that roar, Jiang Zhuing immediately sat up straight, a trace of gravity appearing on her face. She listened more carefully, then hurriedly shouted, "Be careful." Bang! A section of a zombie horde was shoved apart, and quite a few zombies were even thrown directly into the air. Right after that, a huge black shadow charged out and rushed straight at the convoy. This black shadow was about the same size as the SUV, and it wasn't slow either. Its mouth was wide open, exposing sharp canine fangs, while its eyes were blood red. This was a mutated dog. In the city, there were a great many people who kept pet dogs, and the number of stray dogs in the suburbs was also enormous. These canines had all been infected by the virus as well. After the apocalypse, most of them had mutated into monsters like zombies. A small portion of them, however, have become mutated beasts. That size. Jiang Zhuiying's expression changed at once. Mutated beasts came in all sizes, but this one was the biggest they had encountered so far. A first-level plus mutated dog. Xingzhong's detection showed that this was a first-level plus mutated dog. The one represented the mutation energy level of this mutated dog, but in reality, at the current stage, the difference in combat power brought by size, strength, and speed was still enormous. Even if the mutation energy level was the same, actual combat power could still vary greatly. This mutated dog had a massive body, terrifying strength, and astonishing speed. The convoy had only just noticed it, and this mutated dog had already charged to their vicinity. Bang! The mutated dog slammed directly into the freezer truck. The freezer truck, which had been speeding forward, was knocked sideways at once and smashed heavily into a roadside flower bed. The moment the freezer truck crashed, the mutated dog had already caught up and swiped down with one claw. Cold light flashed from those sharp claws. The tips alone were about half a foot long. Combined with that terrifying strength, only a ripping sound was heard as the sheet metal covering the outside of the freezer truck was sliced open like paper, leaving several deep gashes in an instant. From those gashes, 2 chunks of packaged, mutated beast meat rolled out. Even the freezer compartment had been cut open, showing just how powerful that attack was. This mutated dog had only made one move, and it was already enough to make people shudder with fear. Holy shit! Holy shit! Zhang Hai shouted from inside the driver's cab. His freezer truck could mow down those zombies, but in front of this mutated dog, it was like a toy car made of plastic, completely unable to withstand a single blow. A few more swipes, and the freezer truck would be finished. This mutated dog was almost the same size as the freezer truck. Its scarlet eyes stared grimly at Zhang Hai inside the vehicle, baring its fangs. Thick blood-red saliva dripped from its huge mouth, splat, splat, onto the ground. Zhang Hai, who was right there at close range, felt his scalp explode. He cried out and slammed on the gas, forcibly surging forward for some distance. The vehicle scraped across the flower bed, letting out a sharp grinding sound, and even sparks flew out. The mutated dog saw it and immediately gave chase again. With a fierce leap, it was about to pounce straight on the freezer truck. Once this mutated dog landed on it, the freezer truck, Zhang Hai, and all those supplies would be finished together. At that moment, a burst of gunfire suddenly came from behind. Da-da-da! Bullets struck the mutated dog, instantly leaving several bloody holes in its body. Awoo! The mutated dog cried out in pain and immediately turned to look at the off-road vehicle with the light machine gun mounted on it. The muscular brute who was firing was stared at by that monster and instantly felt his scalp go numb. Da-da-da! The light machine gun kept spewing fire. The mutated dog's speed was extremely agile, and there were also those zombies blocking the bullets. The muscular brute's eyes went wide as he helplessly watched the mutated dog charge toward their vehicle. Seeing the distance between the mutated dog and them getting closer and closer, the muscular brute finally couldn't hold on any longer. While firing desperately, he shouted, "Run!" Virum! The off-road vehicle suddenly made a sharp turn, and the light machine gun on the roof turned with it, still aiming at the mutated dog and continuing to pour out bullets like crazy. Because the turn was too fast, one side of the off-road vehicle's tires even lifted off the ground. Yang Qingqing, the muscular man shouted. This mutated dog was too fast. Even if they moved away now, they still wouldn't be able to avoid it. At a time like this, they had to rely on support from the other off-road vehicle. But on that other off-road vehicle, Yang Qingqing's face was pale. This mutated dog was even more terrifying than any monster she had ever seen before. Asking her to jump onto this monster's body, or even around it, was just too much of a challenge. Its size was horrifying, and it was still charging at full speed. Even a brush or collision would probably result in serious injury. Moreover, the mutated dog's reactions were extremely agile. Yang Qingqing might be considered very fast, but in front of this mutated dog, she had no confidence at all. Those sinister claws, if one hit her even once, the result would definitely be her guts spilling out. In short, she would die for sure, no suspense about it. So when she heard the muscular man shout, although the off-road vehicle immediately drove over, Yang Qingqing herself was still struggling and hesitating. Seeing that the mutated dog was already right ahead, she found it hard to move. Her hands and feet even seemed to be going weak. Right then, with a vroom, that minibus that had been following at the very back suddenly shot past this off-road vehicle, brushing right by Yang Qingqing. Jiang Zhuiying was going to make her move. That was Yang Qingqing's first reaction. In the previous battles, there had been no need for Jiang Zhuiying to act. Now was exactly the time. If even ordinary battles required Jiang Zhuiying, then what was the point of having ability users like them? The reason Jiang Zhuiying could become the leader, aside from being the strongest, was mainly that at critical moments, she was their only hope of survival. Yang Qingqing stared at the front passenger window where Jiang Zhuiying was sitting. In truth, She had always been very jealous that Jiang Zhuiying was forever the center of everyone's attention, and that everyone sincerely accepted her. That was also one of the reasons she looked down on Jiang Lushi so much. And Jiang Zhuiying's extraordinary strength and astonishing ability also made Yang Qingqing jealous of how lucky she was. Heaven really was too unfair. But no matter what, Yang Qingqing had no choice but to acknowledge Jiang Zhuiying's strength. The gap was too great. No matter how unwilling she was, she could never catch up. Seeing Jiang Zhuiying take action ahead of her, Yang Qingqing also felt a very unpleasant bitterness in her heart. She had been scared just now, and Jiang Zhuiying had definitely noticed her slow reaction, so she stepped in. But what surprised Yang Qingqing was that Jiang Zhuiying's window did not open. Instead, this minibus drove straight at the mutated dog. What was this for? These survivors had no time to think. In the blink of an eye, this minibus had already smashed hard into the mutated dog with a loud bang. Only then did these survivors react. That hit really had come at the perfect time. That off-road vehicle, along with the muscular brute and the others inside, had barely escaped disaster. The rear of their vehicle had already been ripped with several horrifying claw marks. But now this RV was definitely done for. Next, it should be Jiang Zhuiying's turn to act. The muscular brute didn't even have time to wipe off his cold sweat before saying to the driver, "Get ready to drive back and pick up the boss's older brother." If Jiang Zhuiying fought the mutated dog, Jiang Lushi, an ordinary person, could easily get caught in the crossfire. Since the minibus was ruined anyway, they naturally had to pull him out. Jiang Zhuiying would definitely order the same thing. But right then, the minibus suddenly shook once. Then, it suddenly backed up a little, and actually accelerated and rammed forward again. But this time, the mutated dog had already leaped to the side in an instant, and the minibus missed. However, what shocked people wasn't that the minibus had missed. It was that this minibus could still move. That collision just now had thoroughly enraged the mutated dog. Its expression was savage and terrifying, and its throat kept making hoarse ha-ha sounds. Its target had also shifted from that off-road vehicle to this minibus. Those bullets hadn't done much damage to it, because at most only one or two had actually gone into its flesh. The rest were just grazing wounds. It was too agile, but when this minibus suddenly rammed into it, it had also been moving extremely fast. That heavy impact had made the mutated dog truly feel pain. After failing to hit once, the minibus immediately backed up some distance again, then let out another loud vroom of the engine and charged forward once more. Watching the minibus constantly make sharp turns, adjusting its direction to keep ramming, and seeing who knew how many zombies get run over to death in the process. Those survivors were all dumbfounded. This was way too fierce. Not only had the minibus not fallen apart, there wasn't even any obvious dent in its front end. How could these survivors know that when Jiang Lushi had previously crashed in the mutated wild boar, even the windshield had cracked and the front end had been severely dented? However, that was because the mutated wild boar was the charging type, and the force of its charge was extremely terrifying, while this mutated dog was the agile type. Its collisions were not the deadliest thing. Its claws and fangs were. Moreover, before coming to Jinling, Jiang Liushi's base vehicle armor had just absorbed the mutated energy that had dispersed after Brother Yu's death. Because the energy wasn't enough, it had only been used to enhance the base vehicle's armor defense. Compared to before, its defensive power had risen somewhat. With every collision, loud bangs kept ringing from the vehicle body, yet it had no effect on the minibus at all. Its performance in making high-speed turns and accelerating instantly was no different from supercar. The roar of the engine kept echoing in their ears. It was clearly a minibus. It was unbelievably agile. Fuck. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Lushi had no time to care about the shock the base vehicle was causing these survivors. This mutated dog was just too nimble. Only during the first strike had he managed to hit it by surprise. But that time, the off-road vehicle had been right beside it, so he couldn't activate the air cannon. And using the air cannon in front of these survivors would be far too shocking. As for ramming and accelerating, those could be used freely. This mutated dog, although huge in size and strong in fur defense, would still suffer internal injuries under heavy impacts. Hit it a few more times, and its combat strength would drop drastically. Jiang Lushi had not gone to save that SUV on purpose. He had simply spotted the chance for a sneak attack. In fact, from the moment the mutated dog first appeared, a trace of excitement and delight had flashed in Jiang Lushi's eyes. Although Jiang Lushi's expression had also turned grave in the face of the mutated dog's terrifying strength. Running into a mutated beast this quickly was actually a very good opportunity for him. It could even be called good luck. He already had one mutated crystal core in his hand, and in his eyes, this mutated dog was the second mutated crystal core delivering itself right to his doorstep. Of course, killing this mutated dog would not be easy. At that moment, Zhang Hai drove the freezer truck charging over again. When he saw this scene, he was so shocked he just kept shouting, "Holy shit, that's insane. That's insane. What kind of RV is this?" This is practically turning into an armored vehicle. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Lushi remained expressionless, his eyes fixed tightly on the mutated dog. Every time he turned the wheel, the direction and angle were so perfect that Zhang Hai could only marvel. This driving skill was absolutely godlike. Of course, what Zhang Hai did not know was that Jiang Lushi was actually a complete novice driver who did not even have a license. The reason he could be this precise and smooth was because of the Starseed S data calculations. Zhang Hai had not driven back just to watch up close. On his truck that Esper crawled out, seized the opportunity, and the instant the mutated dog dodged the minibus, he suddenly thrust his body out and stabbed the spear forward. At the same time, the freezer truck sharply accelerated and suddenly closed in behind the mutated dog. The mutated dog noticed the attack coming from behind. In that tiny instant of distraction, bang, the minibus slammed solidly into the mutated dog once again. Oh, whoa. The mutated dog was completely enraged. But Jiang Lushi did not give it any chance to retaliate. Right after the hit, he immediately backed away and widened the distance. If the mutated dog got a few swipes in, the minibus would not come out of it well either. After being rammed twice in a row by this minibus, the mutated dog now hated both the minibus and Jiang Lushi inside it so much that it wanted nothing more than to tear them apart and devour them immediately. The moment it saw the minibus backing off, it directly ignored the Esper S sneak attack from the freezer truck and leaped fiercely toward the minibus. The distance between it and the minibus had already been very short. With its speed, it only needed a single pounce to catch up to the retreating minibus. The mutated dog had already opened its savage, blood-filled maw, exposing its mouthful of sharp fangs. It wanted to bite this vehicle to pieces and drag the human inside out. However, at that moment, Jiang Zhuiying appeared by the minibus window. As the mutated dog charged over like mad, she swung the iron rod with all her strength. Several strands of blue-white electric current flashed across the iron rod like lightning, and the current struck the mutated dog accurately. The mutated dog's body was massive. Although this current was still not enough to kill it, its body immediately stiffened. And in the instant it stiffened, the minibus suddenly accelerated and crashed into it once again. That coordination was flawless. The moment Jiang Zhuiying appeared, she displayed overwhelming strength. Facing this mutated dog, there was no fear on her pretty face, and her gaze was extremely calm. That was why she had managed to seize the chance to attack. Moreover, only her attack had caused the mutated dog to truly pause. If she attacked repeatedly several times, the mutated dog's body would not be able to endure it either. That last collision from the minibus had been solid and even fiercer than before. Move, Jiang Zhuiying shouted. At the same time, the minibus backed off again and then made a sharp turn, swinging to the side. Da-da-da. Gunfire suddenly rang out as a large number of bullets poured wildly toward the mutated dog that had just been struck. The muscular brute fired while shouting, "Help out!" Yang Qingqing. Whether it was Zhang Hai or the muscular brute, both of them could tell that this was the moment to cover Jiang Lushi. This minibus's impact resistance, performance, and Jiang Lushi's control and reactions were all just too insane. Their earlier fight with the mutated dog had also made one thing clear. If they did not help this minibus fight now, then when they had to face this mutated dog again later, they would not be nearly as lucky as they had just been. Maybe not certain death, but they would definitely have to pay a huge price. So with unspoken understanding, they all began covering Jiang Lushi. And at this point, if Yang Qingqing still did not move, there would be no excuse for it. Even though she was afraid of this mutated dog, she still had no choice but to brace herself and make the SUV move closer. Bang! The minibus seized the instant the mutated dog was forced to dodge by the bullets. From reversing, it suddenly switched into a forward charge and actually rammed it again. The muscular brute hurriedly stopped firing, thinking that this Jiang Lushi was really crazy, charging in headfirst against live bullets like that. Luckily, it had not hit him. But very quickly, the muscular brute realized that it was not that the bullets had missed the minibus. On the minibus window, there was now a spiderweb-like crack. That meant the bullets had indeed struck it, but they had not penetrated the minibus window. The glass on this minibus was actually fucking bulletproof glass. The muscular brute was completely stunned. This vehicle's modifications were just too incredible. Even some heads of state-S official cars might only be at this level. But if he knew that Jiang Lushi's vehicle alone could store 1 ton of fuel and also had a weapon like an air cannon with devastating area of effect destructive power, he might not think that anymore. Oh well, the mutated dog still had not been rammed to death. This time, the minibus had sent it crashing straight into a roadside shop. But very soon, it charged back out from inside. The minibus's repeated collisions had not caused the mutated dog much external injury, but it was already swaying unsteadily, just trying to stand. After it came out, it shook its head hard. At that moment, Yang Qingqing suddenly moved closer. But the instant she landed near the mutated dog, it let out an enraged roar, scaring her so badly that without even attacking, she immediately sprang back. That roar had not actually been directed at Yang Qingqing. At this moment, the only thing left in the mutated dog's eyes was that minibus. Yang Qingqing's face was pale. This mutated dog was still terrifying even while injured, compared to Jiang Zhuiying's horrifying offensive power. She simply did not even have a chance to make a move. As for the other two, one relied on a spear and in truth could not really stab it, while the other relied on a gun. Even combined, their effect was not as great as Jiang Zhuiying's. They were fine against ordinary zombies or relatively weak mutated beasts. But at this moment, they could only play a restraining role. With Jiang Zhuiying there, and with the constant interference from Zhang Hai's 3 vehicles. Although the mutated dog was exceptionally agile, the minibus still found chance after chance to ram into it. No matter how powerful it was still flesh and blood. After being crazily rammed again and again by the minibus, its movements gradually started slowing down. Wounds also appeared on the surface of its body, and blood began pouring from its nose and mouth. Seeing this scene, those survivors all became excited. They coordinated with Jiang Lusher even more desperately and launched even fiercer attacks. Originally, they had all been getting beaten down by this mutated dog, but now the situation had completely reversed. Especially the combination of Jiang Zhuiying and Jiang Lusher's minibus. It was truly beating this mutated dog down without mercy. And both of them were completely hiding inside the vehicle. So the safety factor went without saying. Bang, bang, bang. Even Jiang Lusher had lost count of how many times he had rammed it. This time, he slammed the mutated dog directly into the outer wall of a building. The tremendous force shattered the building's glass windows with a thunderous crash, and countless shards rained down from above, clattering all over the ground. Even after smashing the mutated dog into the wall, Jiang Lusher still didn't stop. He stomped hard on the accelerator and kept crushing it forward. If he fired off an air cannon right now, that wall and the mutated dog would probably both be blasted to pieces. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The minibus engine let out waves of roaring noise, its tires spinning and grinding madly against the ground. Huge clouds of dust were kicked up, and dark tire marks were left behind from the friction. Seeing how fierce Jiang Lusher and this minibus were, the survivors were all left speechless in amazement. Through the gaps, they could still see the mutated dog's massive body, as well as the large amount of blood flowing out from under the vehicle. Finally, the minibus's roaring stopped, and it slowly backed away. Was it dead? Everyone stared nervously at where the mutated dog was. As the minibus moved farther back, the mutated dog's condition also appeared before everyone's eyes. Its huge body had almost been crushed out of shape. Blood was pouring from its eyes, mouth, ears, and nose. Its body was covered in scorch marks left by electric current, and some places were even still smoking. Under the mutated dog's body was an enormous pool of blood. That thick blood had also smeared all over the front of the minibus, dripping down in heavy drops. The mutated dog's body was still twitching slightly, but it was obvious at a glance that it was finished. The freezer truck and the SUV stopped nearby, and everyone felt as if all their strength had been drained away. They had finally killed it. Aside from this mutated dog, there were also some zombies that had been hit to death during the fight. Their corpses lay all around, crushed into bloody pulp by the several vehicles speeding back and forth through sharp turns. Holy shit, Zhang Hai shouted, looking at the mutated dog. He still felt like he couldn't quite believe it. Earlier, the moment this mutated dog attacked him, he had felt like he was going to die. But now, this fierce and savage mutated dog had turned into a stray cur. If this minibus hadn't suddenly shown its power, no one knew what would have happened today. The others also stared blankly at the scene. It wasn't until the minibus rolled over a zombie corpse when it came to a stop, giving a slight bump, that they suddenly shifted their gazes over. The front of the minibus was actually still intact. There was only a little damage, which in their eyes was basically the same as no damage at all. As for the windshield, it had only gained some claw scratches and the bullet marks left from before. Then they turned to look at the freezer truck. It was simply too horrible to look at. The cargo compartment was covered in cracks torn out by claws, looking as if it could split in half at any moment. One side had also caved in from being slammed by the mutated dog, and the whole thing was badly deformed. It was just a minibus, yet it had actually been modified to this extent, tougher and more collision-resistant than a freezer truck, and its performance was way more monstrous too. Even with such a large vehicle body, its steering was ridiculously nimble. Inside the vehicle, however, Jiang Lusher only let out a light breath, his expression completely normal. His face wasn't flushed red from strain, nor was it especially pale. Thinking back to how calm he had been just now, everyone felt like their impression of him had been completely overturned. When he insisted on coming along today, they had all thought Jiang Lusher was just messing around. Even if he came, he wouldn't be able to do anything, and Jiang Zhuiying would have to protect him instead. But now, reality was laid out before them in bloody fashion. All they had been able to do was hold the mutated dog back. They had become Jiang Luxi's support, just playing a minor assisting role. Even if the vehicle was the one with the real combat power, driving skill was still extremely important. The thick smell of blood drifted through the air. Jiang Zhuiying glanced around and saw that the zombies were closing in again. You go hold the zombies back. Zhang Hai, Manzi, come over and drag the mutated dog into the freezer truck, Jiang Zhuiying said. Right, too, she added after glancing at Jiang Luxi. Dig out the mutated dog's crystal core while you're at it. Jiang Luxi had mainly been ramming the mutated dog for the sake of that crystal core. Actually, since this mutated dog was the agile type, it was exactly the kind Jiang Luxi found troublesome. And at a time like this, these espers in this convoy became useful. Of course, in terms of the whole battle, the one who had played the most important supporting role was still Jiang Zhuiying. Their spoils were distributed according to contribution. This time, the brother and sister had taken the lioness share. Not to mention that the team had originally already agreed to give Jiang Luxi one mutated crystal core, even judging by their contributions in this battle. If Jiang Luxi wanted the crystal core, they had nothing to say about it. So after hearing Jiang Zhuiying's words, Zhang Hai and the other man on the freezer truck immediately went to work without a word. At a glance, these two were clearly used to cleaning up spoils and collecting supplies. Their hands moved fast, racing against time. Zhang Hai even used his fingers to stab directly into the mutated dog's heart and dug out a blood-soaked mutated crystal core. He ran to the freezer truck, took out some water to rinse it off, then immediately ran over to the minibus and handed it to Jiang Zhuiying. This mutated crystal core is so beautiful. Jiang Zhuiying looked at it in her hand, then gave it to Jiang Luxi. The mutated crystal core was incomparably translucent, refracting a glass-like glow. It really was very beautiful. And yet, something like this had been dug out from inside the mutated dog's ferocious and terrifying body. Jiang Luxi pulled out another mutated crystal core from his pocket. Now, the two crystal cores were complete. After dragging away the mutated dog, the convoy shook off the zombie horde and found a relatively safe place ahead to stop again. The freezer truck had suffered too much damage, mainly to the cargo compartment, although they had temporarily blocked it up with the mutated dog's corpse. After driving over bumps for a while, the huge crack had appeared again. It had to be dealt with first, or else they could just get ready to pick up supplies all the way as they dropped them during the drive. As for the other dents from impacts and the like, there was nothing they could do about those for now. They could only make do and keep moving. The freezer truck had already prepared some repair materials like iron plates ahead of time. Zhang Hai grabbed nails and a hammer, then started nailing iron plates over the crack. Clang, clang, clang. Listening to the sound of Zhang Hai hammering nails, Jiang Luxi took out both mutated crystal cores. Jiang Zhuiying had gotten out of the vehicle to get some air, and the others were also taking the chance to rest. No one was paying attention to him. By now, they also seemed to be used to Jiang Luxi generally not getting out of the vehicle. With how monstrous this minibus was, it was only natural that Jiang Luxi cherished it like his life. After glancing at the group, Jiang Luxi looked at the mutated crystal cores again, then issued a command to the starseat. Click! With a soft sound, a small card slot popped out from the dashboard. Inside that slot were two recesses, just enough to place two mutated crystal cores. Jiang Luxi took a deep breath, then placed the two mutated crystal cores inside. A perfect fit without the slightest error. As soon as the mutant crystal core was placed inside, the slot immediately closed on its own and retracted. At the same time, Xingzhong's voice rang out. 2 mutant crystal cores detected. A new evolution option for the base vehicle has been unlocked. Please choose the direction you want to evolve. Option 1. You may choose to upgrade the fuel tank. Jiang Luxi had already looked through most of the options before. Even now, looking at them again, he still felt tempted. Spatial storage function, automatic absorption, mechanical arm, increased weapon loadout. He wanted all of them. But when collecting these 2 mutant crystal cores this time, Jiang Luxi had already had a clear goal in mind. He shook his head and forcibly made himself ignore all those options, looking straight at the target he had chosen this time. Option 10. Unlock the biological laboratory. By adding materials, gene evolution fluid can be developed, allowing the host to evolve genetically and greatly increase physical fitness. Unlock requirement. 2 first-level mutant crystal cores. Jiang Luxi's combat strength right now relied entirely on the base vehicle, while he himself was completely and utterly an ordinary person. If he never got out of the vehicle, that would be one thing, but that was obviously impossible. Not to mention anything else. Even if he was alone and had already rammed all the zombies to death before driving into some place to gather supplies, he would still have to stay on edge, being careful and then even more careful. So without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Luxi tapped confirm on that option. Unlock the biological laboratory first. Do you wish to unlock the biological laboratory? The biological laboratory has been unlocked. Please add the following materials to complete construction of the biological laboratory. Xingzhong listed a long checklist. When Jiang Luxi saw it, he felt extremely depressed. Back when he upgraded the fuel tank, it had also required a huge pile of materials. So Jiang Lusher was already used to this by now. Without materials, these facilities were not going to appear out of thin air. And without materials, there was no way to upgrade them either. But the materials needed to upgrade the fuel tank had all been fairly common. In this materials list, however, there were some things that, not only now, but even in peacetime, Jiang Lusher felt would have been very hard to get. Ordinary people might not even have had any way to access them. For example, 100 kilograms of titanium, 1 kilogram of iridium, 120 kilograms of nickel, 150 kilograms of cobalt. Just gathering these would be very difficult. Satellite City was actually just a small camp. The military had set up layer upon layer of roadblocks on the road. Behind them were rows of pitch-black gun barrels and lines of tanks, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. As they approached the roadblocks, the convoy began to slow down. Jiang Lusher saw quite a few zombie corpses on the road. Some looked like they had been there for a while, but no one had dealt with them. They had just been run over again and again by passing vehicles, flattened against the ground. This place really did give off a grim feeling. Jiang Lusher looked at some of the soldiers behind the roadblocks. Fully armed, stern-faced. They coldly watched the minibus and the 3 vehicles approaching. Anyway, we're just here to trade supplies. As long as we have goods, they're still pretty easy to talk to. We need each other. We're using each other. As Jiang Zhuing spoke, she rolled down the window. She neither spoke nor leaned her head out. She merely stretched out one hand, her long slender fingers and fair wrist exposed to the air. Crackle. A wisp of electric spark jumped across her fingers. Jiang Lusher saw that when the soldiers witnessed this, they silently began moving the roadblocks aside and let them pass. Looks like this electric discharge ability had already become Jiang Zhuing's trademark. Just from seeing that alone, these people could recognize her convoy. The part that made up Satellite City was a small street and some civilian houses by the roadside. Now all of those places had been enclosed, forming a camp. The convoy slowly drove in. Jiang Lusher saw quite a few ordinary people sitting by the roadside, watching their vehicles pass. Blood was still leaking from the cracks in their refrigerated truck, and a trace of fear appeared on those people's faces. Even though they were inside the military's camp, they had not truly gotten far away from the zombies. And the moment they saw a survivor convoy that had come in from outside, it immediately reminded them of the horrors beyond. There were more than 1,000 soldiers in the military district, along with a large amount of supplies. So a great deal of logistical manpower was needed. These ordinary people received the military district's protection, but that did not mean they sat around doing nothing. Usually, they had to take turns doing those logistical jobs. The ordinary people Jiang Lusher and the others were seeing now were the ones who had temporarily rotated off duty and were sitting by the roadside resting. Squad after squad of fully armed soldiers patrolled inside the camp. When they saw the convoy, they also cast wary and scrutinizing looks toward it. Satellite City's headquarters is over there. It used to be a school. Jiang Zhuing pointed at several buildings ahead and said, the student dormitory buildings had become the soldiers' current living quarters, while the classrooms and office buildings were used as places to stockpile supplies and trade with these survivors. The convoy stopped on the athletic field. Jiang Lusher got out of the vehicle, and as soon as he reached the entrance of the teaching building, he saw a bulletin board. It had originally been used to post school notices, but now it was covered with all kinds of strange notices of different content. List number 71. Collect 100 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine, such as aspirin, and you can exchange them for 1 ton of mutant beast meat and 100 rounds of ammunition or other needed items of equal value. This list is repeatedly posted and may be completed repeatedly. List number 92. 10 boxes each of number 5 and number 7 batteries can be exchanged for 100 gene of mutant beast meat, 10 rounds of ammunition, or other needed items of equal value. This list is repeatedly posted and may be completed repeatedly. These are all demand lists published by the military. This way, survivors can know more clearly what the military needs. Otherwise, if they bring something and the military won't take it, that'd be a total scam. These lists change all the time. They ask for all kinds of stuff. Zhang Hai walked up behind Jiang Lusher. Seeing that Jiang Lusher seemed interested in these, he explained, what the military usually gives us in exchange is mutant beast meat, bullets, and weapons. Bullets are the most expensive. Medicine comes next. Look at the things they're asking for. None of the quantities are small, and they aren't especially easy to gather either. Oh, Jiang Lusher nodded, but he did not hurry to leave. Instead, he continued looking through the lists. The reason he had come to Satellite City was, first, because he was worried about Jiang Zhuing, and second, because he wanted to see whether he could trade for the things he needed. The materials needed to unlock the biological laboratory would be unreliable to collect either by himself or by Jiang Zhuing's squad. Only here with the military could they be gathered faster. List number 109, Mutant Crystal Core. One could be exchanged for 1 ton of mutant beast meat, or other items of equal value. List number 211, 100 cotton quilts, 100 down jackets. By the way, Zhuing, can this place trade for some rare metals? Jiang Lusher couldn't find what he wanted on the lists, so he asked, on these lists, Apart from mutant beast meat and bullets, the military only wrote other items. As for what those other items actually were, they never made it clear. That the military should have just about everything, right? Even if they don't, if you can provide something they want, they can also publish a related list and collect those things from other survivors. Jiang Zhuiying said, "It can work like that too? Then that's great." Jiang Lushi nodded. Zhang Hai looked at Jiang Lushi in confusion, not knowing what he wanted the rare metals for. But the reason he had come over to get friendly with Jiang Lushi wasn't because he cared what Jiang Lushi was thinking. He was extremely interested in Jiang Lushi's minibus. He hadn't had the chance to ask before, but now he really couldn't hold it in anymore. "Brother Jiang, where exactly did you get that vehicle? It's too damn awesome. The person who modified it is freaking incredible. If I get the chance, I really want to meet him. I seriously want to ask him for some pointers. I really hope that person is still alive," Zhang Hai said. "Of course he is still alive," Jiang Lushi said silently to himself. But asking for pointers was impossible. If Zhang Hai asked how it had been modified, how would he know? Zhang Hai kept pestering him for a while longer, but in the end, he had no choice but to give up. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhuiying and the others had gone into the hall to exchange for supplies, being able to trade for the new weapon she had always wanted. Jiang Zhuiying looked to be in a very good mood, as if she couldn't wait any longer. The others were about the same. They had come here to restock on bullets and other items, and also to see whether there was anything they could exchange for, other than trading supplies. Coming to a place crowded with people like this and getting to do a little of that old-fashioned shopping also helped relieve the constant tension in their nerves from always fighting zombies, as well as the loneliness of living surrounded by hordes of zombies, seeing that the survivors and Jiang Zhuiying were all busy with their own things. Jiang Lushi walked to a table. The facilities in this hall were actually very simple. Aside from the 2 original service windows, the rest were just tables being used as makeshift counters with 1 or 2 soldiers seated behind each one. There were also some survivors in the hall arguing non-stop with the soldiers at one of the tables, probably disputing the amount of supplies they could get in exchange. Jiang Lushi slowly walked over to a table in the far corner and asked, "I want some supplies. Do you know if you have them?" A young soldier sitting behind it glanced up at Jiang Lushi and casually asked, "What do you want?" Some of the regulars here were already familiar faces, but this young man, who looked to be around 20, was a new face. Still, the soldier had already seen that Jiang Lushi was with Jiang Zhuiying's group. 100 kilograms of titanium, and before Jiang Lushi had even finished the first item, the soldier froze for a moment. As he kept listening, he only grew more and more surprised. Even though survivors came here to exchange for all kinds of supplies, someone wanting this much metal was a first. What survivors needed were essential survival supplies or weapons. What use did they have for these metals? The soldier took another look at Jiang Lushi. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, a strange expression appeared on his face as he said, "I'll help you check." Apparently, they had set up some kind of local network here, because the soldier immediately began searching on the computer in front of him. Jiang Lushi waited patiently. If the military already had some in storage, that would naturally be best. If not, then they could only issue a list for other survivors. A few minutes later, the soldier looked up and said to Jiang Lushi, "No, none of them are in storage." No survivors would specifically collect things like this and bring them in to exchange for supplies, and the military's published request list had never included anything like these either. Then, Jiang Lushi was just about to ask about posting a request list when a voice suddenly cut in from the side. "Iridium? What do you want that for?" "But we have that at our school." Jiang Lushi immediately turned his head in surprise. The speaker was an old man in his 60s. He didn't look like he was with the survivors who had come to trade supplies. He was dressed in filthy clothes, and there was still mud on his hands, making him look like a plain, honest old farmer. "Your school?" Jiang Lushi quickly asked. Most of these metals were just hard to find rather than especially scarce. But iridium was the hardest to find among them, and also the rarest in quantity. Iridium was generally used for fountain pen tips. And how big could a fountain pen tip be? 1 kilogram of iridium was already quite a lot. "What I need is 1 kilogram of iridium," Jiang Lushi added. If this old man told him to go to a school and pull fountain pen tips off pens, he would be speechless. The old man wore glasses. Hearing the doubt in Jiang Lushi's tone, he said, 1 kilogram. "Yes, there's that much. In our school's laboratory, there are a few iridium crucibles." Iridium crucibles were used in chemical reaction experiments, and generally only national key laboratories at major universities would have them. This wasn't Jiang Lushi's field of expertise, so he really hadn't thought of that at first. Now that the old man had said it, Jiang Lushi suddenly understood. "You mean Jinling University?" "If it's Jinling University, then it's right next to where Jiang Zhuiying and the others are staying. It's south very close." "Yes." The old man nodded. "Thank you." Jiang Lushi was overjoyed. If that was the case, then he could personally collect the hardest material on the list to find. "Sir, could you tell me where this laboratory is?" Jiang Lushi asked. Jinling University was huge, and even Jiang Zhuiying might not know exactly where that laboratory was. The old man moved his lips, then wiped his hands on his clothes twice and asked, "Do you have paper and a pen? I'll draw you a simple map." "That would be great." Jiang Lusher immediately borrowed paper and a pen from the soldier. The soldier hesitated at first, but after glancing at Jiang Jing and the others not far away, he still handed them over, though not very willingly. Seeing the old man's dirty hands grasp his pen, disgust immediately appeared on the soldier's face. "I'll draw it for you." The old man spoke a little slowly, giving people the impression that he wasn't very sharp mentally. His hands also trembled a little, but when he started drawing, Jiang Lusher was a bit surprised. This simple map was actually drawn very properly. The lines were smooth and extremely neat. The old man drew very carefully. It took a full 3 to 4 minutes before he finished the route map and handed it to Jiang Lusher. "Here, if you go in by this road, it's the closest route." "Got it." Jiang Lusher took the map and thanked him. "Thank you. By the way, sir, what did you do at Jinling University before?" "I taught." The old man said, "Professor." "Professor?" Jiang Lusher was stunned for a moment. A professor under military protection should have been taken care of, right? Looking at this old man, he was already advanced in age, and there probably wasn't much else he could do, so he had likely been assigned to farming. He was probably living quite miserably, which was why he had come in here to wander around during his break. And judging by the unconcealed disgust from the soldier behind the table, old people like him who weren't very useful were probably not welcome at all. "Astronomy," the old man added. "So that's it." Jiang Lusher understood. If he had been a professor of physics, chemistry, or engineering, he naturally would have been highly valued. But in the apocalypse, astronomy had become useless. Everyone was focused on how to survive. Who still cared about that kind of knowledge above their heads? This old professor really was unlucky. "Be careful when you go," the old man said with a sigh. "At a time like this, what are you even getting this kind of thing for?" He wiped the pen on a relatively cleaner part of his clothes, put it back on the table, then turned and prepared to leave. "Wait, sir," Jiang Lusher called out to him. The old man turned his head to look at him in confusion. Jiang Lusher looked back at him and felt that this old man could barely even walk anymore. At this rate, whether he could live much longer was a question in itself. Jiang Lusher thought for a moment, then pulled a bag out of his pocket and handed it to the old man. "Take this." It was a bag of jerky made from mutated beast meat. Jiang Jing had given it to him before, and there was a generous amount in it, far more than what Yang Qingqing and the others had been eating. But for Jiang Lusher, who had just gotten another mutated dog, this jerky really wasn't much. The soldier had originally already lost interest in the conversation between Jiang Lusher and the old man, and was flipping through a book in his hands. But with one casual glance, he saw Jiang Lusher so casually take out a whole bag of mutated beast meat, and on top of that, he was giving it to this old man. The old man lowered his head to look at the jerky. A clear trace of longing flickered in his eyes, and he couldn't help swallowing. In this camp, unless someone had special talent, food was distributed according to labor. He was a useless old man. So naturally, the food allocated to him was very little, and it wasn't good either. He hadn't eaten meat in a very long time. At that moment, the soldier couldn't help but speak up. "Brother, giving a bag of mutated beast meat to an old man like him is a waste. You might as well let him eat his fill with regular food. If you want to trade this mutated beast meat for more ordinary grain, we can do that here," the soldier said. In truth, the military would never do this kind of small private trade. This was something the soldier himself had proposed, although he wasn't an expert. If he had mutated beast meat in hand, he could trade it with survivors for some good stuff, like a few packs of cigarettes. The military had stockpiled a lot of supplies, but that had little to do with these soldiers. They also lived off their pay, and the supplies distributed to them every month were limited. Of course, it was good if they could earn a little extra on the side. He had originally thought his suggestion was pretty good, but unexpectedly, Jiang Lusher just smiled and said, "It's fine. I have regular food too, and some of it is about to expire. It'd be a pity not to eat it, and my fridge can't even hold it all. Old sir, come out with me in a bit. I'll give you some." Jiang Lusher had stuffed that whole vehicle full of food. Even the roof was piled with it. After hearing Jiang Lusher's words, the soldier had nothing more to say. From Jiang Lusher's tone, it was obvious he had plenty of supplies on hand. He simply didn't care about this little bit at all. His fridge couldn't even hold it all? Just how much stuff did that mean he had? Mutated beast meat. The old professor was shocked when he heard the soldier's words. A whole bag of jerky like this was actually mutated beast meat? He had thought it was beef jerky. The old professor had seen mutated beast meat before, but this was the first time he had ever held it in his own hands. This kind of meat was something only espers ate. Even in the military, it was a true hard currency. Mutated beast meat and bullets, these two things in the apocalypse, were like gold in peacetime. The old professor usually ate coarse grain. If he could get a piece of meat, he would already be thanking the heavens. Eating mutated beast meat? He wouldn't even dare dream of it. The old professor looked at the mutated beast meat Jiang Lusher had taken out. Although he wanted it very badly, he didn't reach out to accept it. Instead, he waved his hands hard and said, "Can't take it, can't take it. Something this valuable." I can't accept a reward for nothing. Just take it. This little bit of meat is nothing. Besides, I wanted to ask you something else, old sir, Jiang Lucier said. When the old professor heard that, he still didn't take it. Instead, he asked, what is it? I'm just an old man. I may not be able to help you. Old sir, do you know where in Jinling I can find these medals? Jiang Lucier listed all the other medals he needed as well. He was really just trying his luck. Since this old professor was both a local and someone quite knowledgeable, maybe he would know. The old professor had actually heard Jiang Lucier mention these medals to the soldier earlier, but at that time he hadn't immediately thought of where they could be found. Now that Jiang Lucier was asking, he frowned and began to recall carefully. There definitely wouldn't be any at the school. Let me think. Where have them? I'm old. My brain doesn't work well anymore, the old professor muttered to himself. He thought for quite a while, naming several places under his breath, then shaking his head to himself. Suddenly, his cloudy eyes lit up, and he said, Got it. Didn't they build a new industrial park a few years ago? They're S.A. Jiangnan Special Metals Technology Company. Their headquarters and warehouse are both over there. A Special Metals Company S warehouse. This Special Metals Company specialized in exactly this kind of thing. In their warehouse, he should be able to find the materials he needed, maybe even plenty of them. However, iridium was present in very small quantities, so it was unlikely the Special Metals Company would have much of it. He hadn't gotten a solution for so many materials needed to build the biological laboratory for the military, yet unexpectedly, an old professor he happened to run into had pointed him in the right direction. I've never been to that industrial park myself, so I can't help you draw a map, the old professor said regretfully. It's fine. I can find out myself. Jiang Lucier was very pleased. Now he wouldn't have to put out a materials list and wait slowly anymore. As long as he had a direction, everything would be easy to handle. Jiang Lucier directly stuffed the mutated beast meat into the old professor's hands. The old professor hurriedly caught the bag with both hands. He still wanted to refuse, but waves of meat fragrance drifted out from the bag, and his stomach immediately let out two growls he couldn't hold back. That made the old professor feel extremely embarrassed at once. He looked at Jiang Lucier gratefully and said again and again, Thank you. Thank you so much. But there's really no need for anything else. This old professor wandered around here every day, and sometimes he would give some survivors a bit of advice. But when people saw that he was just an old man, the good-tempered ones would smile and chat with him a little, though they clearly didn't take him seriously. The bad-tempered ones would directly tell him impatiently to get lost. At this camp, the old professor spent every day farming. He had really been bored out of his mind, so he found this way to pass the time. He himself had never imagined that after helping someone, anyone would actually give him a reward. This unexpected joy filled him with gratitude toward Jiang Lucier. And for Jiang Lucier, being able to find out where iridium and the other metals was worth far more than this little bit of food. It wasn't even enough to count as an NS leg. But since the old professor firmly refused anything more, Jiang Lucier didn't force the matter. If the old professor ate this mutated beast meat sparingly, it could still supplement a lot of nutrition. At the very least, he would look so frail and withered as he did now. Just then, Jiang Zhuing's shout suddenly rang out, Bro, what are you doing? Come over and help me take a look. Coming. Jiang Lucier turned his head to look. In front of the table, Jiang Zhuing and the people under her had all gathered around. Even the other group of survivors in the hall had curiously run over to watch. They were probably changing weapons. Whenever Jiang Lucier was around, Jiang Zhuing liked to ask for his opinion on everything. It had already become a habit. Actually, whether a weapon suited her and felt right in her hands was something she herself knew best. Besides, she had wanted this weapon so badly that she had definitely already analyzed it in many ways and confirmed that it was extremely suitable for her. But with Jiang Lucier around, Jiang Zhuing just couldn't help asking him first. So in an instant, the whole crowd parted noisily to make a path, all looking toward Jiang Lucier as he walked over. The other team of survivors, along with the soldier who had just spoken to Jiang Lucier, all started looking at him with curiosity, especially that soldier. He had originally thought Jiang Lucier was just a new member of Jiang Zhuing's survivor team, but it turned out he was Jiang Zhuing's older brother. As for those survivors staring at him curiously, it was because Jiang Lucier was just an ordinary person. Jiang Zhuing was one thing, but even the people under her were this consciously cooperative with him. Yang Qingqing and the others really had looked down on Jiang Lucier before. But in today's battle, they had been the weak and useless side instead. Of course, they would now consciously make way for him, and they didn't have nearly as many complaints about him in their hearts anymore. Bro, look. What Jiang Zhuing held in her hand was a long saber. The blade alone was about 1.5 meters long. The earliest version of this kind of saber had been used by Qi Jiguang, while this one had been custom-made for Jiang Zhuing by the military. She had paid the deposit, and now she had finally gathered all the mutant beast meat needed to buy it. This saber was very different from an ordinary one. When Jiang Lucier took it, he immediately felt that the material was unusual. It gleamed with the cold light and was extremely tough. It was also somewhat different from the knives he usually saw, with lines running across it. Connected to the blade was a threaded hilt, also forged from the same material, and at the very top was a diamond-shaped metal ring. Blade and hilt together made it almost as tall as Jiang Zhuiying, roughly 1.7 meters in total. It's forged from special alloy steel. It's resistant to high temperatures, and most importantly, it has very strong conductivity. The soldier sitting behind the table took the initiative to explain it to Jiang Lusher. Strong conductivity. Jiang Lusher nodded. This saber really had been tailor-made for Jiang Zhuiying. This blade was called a katana, but to be more accurate, it should be called a miao dao, a Japanese katana that had originally been adapted by Qi Jiguang from the Tang Dao, then further modified into something more suitable for combat and killing. It was called a miao dao because the blade was long and slender like a rice sprout. This kind of long saber, designed specifically for military combat, was swift and fierce. It was practically a killing weapon. A blade like this, combined with electric current, would be incredible. At this moment, the soldier took out another alloy steel case and set it heavily on the table. Just from the sound, it was obvious it was quite weighty. When he opened the case, a cold gleam flashed from within. He took out a long chain from inside. When stretched out, it was a full 4 to 5 meters long, and at the end was a movable clasp. This can be connected to the ring above the hilt. This chain is also made from special alloy steel, and it has equally excellent conductivity. This full set for the saber is extremely costly. We worked through the night to finish it, and dozens of workers were busy just for this. You wouldn't find this kind of material anywhere else. A weapon like this had not existed before the apocalypse. Blades from before the apocalypse did not need to work together with abilities. But this one had been custom-made according to Jiang Zhuiying's fighting habits and her power. This special alloy steel had very strong conductivity. In the apocalypse, when both materials and manpower were scarce, producing this kind of metal and forging such a complex long blade naturally came with an astonishing cost. Seeing Jiang Zhuiying's eyes shining as she stared at the blade, Jiang Lusher knew she had to be incredibly satisfied with it. A special custom order, plus the special alloy steel material. This blade was worth buying. Buy it, Jiang Lusher decided. That soldier immediately said, "We already agreed on the price before. You just need to make up another 5 tons of mutant beast meat. Did you bring it?" 5 tons. The survivors nearby all revealed envious expressions the moment they heard that number. That much mutant beast meat was being used just to buy a saber. If it were exchanged for food instead, how many people could it feed? We brought it. There should even be extra, Jiang Lusher said. It was more than just extra. That intact mutant dog alone exceeded the amount by who knew how much. What Jiang Lusher meant by extra was the mutant beast meat he had previously given Jiang Zhuiying, plus what Jiang Zhuiying and the others had stored themselves. They didn't have that kind of large scale, so there was no way for them to weigh it properly. They could only estimate roughly. But if they were handing it over to the military, then estimation obviously wouldn't do. It had to be precise down to the gram. That was fair to both sides. When the military called for people to follow Jiang Zhuiying's group over to collect the meat, the survivors also stood at the doorway and watched curiously. The freezer truck was battered and worn out, looking like it might fall apart at any moment. No one knew what it had gone through on the road. The 2 off-road vehicles parked beside it looked fairly normal. But that minibus had so many woven sacks piled on top of it. With that plain and simple appearance, it looked completely out of place next to those 2 fierce-looking off-road vehicles. When Zhang Hai opened the cargo door of the freezer truck, the savage and terrifying head of a mutant dog drooped out from inside. That mutant dog's head suddenly dropping out startled even the soldiers instinctively. They almost reached for the guns at their waists. The survivors naturally felt their hearts jump too, before quickly coming back to their senses. Who could possibly transport a live mutant beast over here? Even if someone had that idea, they wouldn't have the strength to pull it off. Still, that mutant dog was truly ferocious looking. Even dead, it was frightening at first glance. Looking more carefully, blood was still flowing from its eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The blood hadn't fully congealed yet. Was it killed just now on the way here? Looking at the horrifying claw marks scratched into the freezer truck. Though they had been repaired, the traces were still visible. And the iron plates used for the repairs were brand new, obviously patched on only a short while ago. Those claw marks had definitely been made by that mutant dog. Such a savage mutant dog had mauled even a heavily reinforced freezer truck lined with thick iron plates into that state. So how had it still been killed by them? While the survivors were still thinking this, Zhang Hai had already climbed into the truck compartment. Bang! With a heavy muffled thud of something weighty hitting the ground, a huge chunk of mutant beast meat was thrown out from inside the compartment and slammed onto the ground. Before the survivors could form any thoughts, bang, 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 bang. One huge chunk of mutant beast meat after another was continuously tossed out from inside the compartment. At first, these people didn't react much. But as more and more meat piled up on the ground, and that mutant dog head, obviously belonging to a whole complete beast, was still drooping outside the compartment and swaying slightly. The survivors' emotions instantly stopped being calm. This is way too much. When they saw the mutant dog head, they had originally assumed that the mutant dog had to be part of the 5 tons of meat, and the biggest part at that. The soldiers had thought the same thing. Thinking that way was only natural, but as more and more meat chunks were thrown out of the compartment, the survivors gradually realized that they seemed to have been wrong. These meat chunks were what they were actually going to use to buy that long saber from the military, while that mutant dog had probably been something they hunted along the way. Very quickly, the meat chunks piled up into a small hill on the ground. Jiang Zhuing said, "That is all of it. Go weigh it." The military's large scale was brought over, and several soldiers worked quickly and efficiently. It didn't take long before they had weighed out the full 5 tons of meat. Everyone watched helplessly as several chunks still remained untouched in the end. 5 tons was enough. These were extra. So when Jiang Lusher had said there was extra, he hadn't been referring to the mutant dog. He had meant that even this meat itself was already more than enough. "All right, all the meat is here. This knife is yours then." As the soldier registered the meat, he spoke and glanced at the mutant dog. "What are you planning to trade this meat for?" Yang Qingqing and the others said nothing. In this battle, the share they could get was very small. It wasn't their place to answer that kind of question. They all looked at Jiang Zhuing, and Jiang Zhuing looked at Jiang Lusher. "My brother was the main one who killed this mutant dog. Whether we sell it or not, you have to ask him." Jiang Zhuing's words made everyone's eyes instantly snap over to Jiang Lusher. Very quickly, the expressions of some survivors and one of the soldiers turned utterly bewildered. He killed it? Wasn't he just an ordinary person? The people who realized this were all espers. Through sensing alone, they immediately discovered that no energy was leaking from Jiang Lusher at all. He was just a normal person. An ordinary person killed a mutant dog? We may not know much, but don't fool us. The soldier who asked wasn't an esper, but he was still surprised after hearing Jiang Zhuing's words. He had dealt with Jiang Zhuing's survivor team several times before and knew that the strongest person in the team was Jiang Zhuing. And judging by how she brought back quite a lot of supplies every time, and how after going back and forth several times, it was still the same group of people, it was obvious that even among all the Jinjing espers they had come into contact with, Jiang Zhuing ranked among the stronger ones. Otherwise, for an average survivor team, let alone the members, even the leader might be a different person every time. The supplies they brought back would also depend on luck, sometimes more, sometimes less. How could they be as consistently stable as Jiang Zhuing's team? Of course, this time, they had performed beyond their usual level. What surprised the soldier was whether this man was strong too. If he was the main one who killed it, did that mean he was even stronger than Jiang Zhuing? The moment Jiang Lusher saw the soldier's look, he knew there had been a misunderstanding. He didn't really care about this kind of thing, but he was going to go out of his way to explain it either. "We're not selling this meat for now," Jiang Lusher said. Then he looked at Jiang Zhuing, Yang Qingqing, and the others. "If you want to sell your shares, go ahead." "Huh? No, it's fine. We don't need it either." The muscular man and the others exchanged looks and quickly shook their heads. Yang Qingqing also said, "I don't need it either." She bit her lip and looked at Jiang Lusher. Jiang Lusher's calm tone and Jiang Zhuing's way of making decisions without room for argument sounded a little different at first, but in truth, they were the same kind of thing. For Yang Qingqing, she was already used to being directed by Jiang Zhuing, but now all of a sudden, it felt like Jiang Lusher was making the calls too. And what happened this time? Jiang Lusher had indeed taken the biggest share. But if it had been anyone else taking the biggest share, the leader would still be the one arranging things first. But their leader, let alone in this matter, even in things completely unrelated to Jiang Lusher, still had to ask for his opinion. Yang Qingqing actually wanted to trade for some things, but seeing that everyone else said they weren't trading, she didn't want to cause extra trouble. After all, her share of meat was tiny. She would probably get the least out of everyone, and she blamed all that frustration over not being able to trade for anything on Jiang Lusher, the one asking them. "He's not even part of our team, yet he's ordering people around." Yang Qingqing thought speechlessly. "Not trading, huh?" The soldier looked at the mutant dog's corpse, and a regretful expression appeared on his face. In truth, the mutant beast meat brought by survivor teams was usually not much. Only when they wanted to exchange for a large amount of bullets, or when they were making an important trade like Jiang Zhuing, would they bring enough meat in quantity. Any survivor team capable of killing mutant beasts had espers in it, and mutant beast meat was extremely important to espers. An entire mutant dog like this was worth a lot. If they could acquire it, the military district would make a huge gain today. What a pity. Then come back when you want to trade it, the soldier continued. Just as Jiang Zhuing had said before, these soldiers were still quite polite to them. The purpose of this military district was to gather supplies, and relying solely on themselves to collect them was definitely slower than each side taking what it needed from the other. There was no need for either side to offend the other. "By the way," Jiang Lusher suddenly asked, "I'd like to ask, What's the situation like now? Earlier, the Starseed had already told him that after the apocalypse broke out, the entire world would rapidly enter a state of collapse. But hadn't he explained what that would specifically look like? Behind the military was the nation. Before the apocalypse, they had already preserved a great deal of important technology, so they should have some grasp of the situation. There should also be connections between those safe zones and safe islands. But all of that was just Jiang Lushir's guess. He wanted definite information. As for now, the soldier hesitated for a moment. Actually, they usually avoided telling survivors about the situation, so as not to bring them even more despair. But that was for ordinary people. As for these survivors, struggling to stay alive in the city, they should have already given up on hoping things would get better. I can't be sure about too much either. Anyway, the safe zone is researching mutant beasts and stuff. These damn things are getting stronger and stronger, and pretty fast too, the soldier said. Evolution, whether mutant beasts or espers. Both were evolving. The soldier said he couldn't say too much, but the implication was already obvious. The military definitely had no plans to launch a counterattack for the time being. As long as they held the safe zone, that was enough. For survivors like them, either they went to the safe zone, or they would still have to rely on themselves to survive. But ordinary people might want to go to the safe zone. What about espers? They still needed to rely on eating mutant beast meat to evolve. On the other hand, there were already so many people in this camp, and the military still hadn't sent them to the safe zone. The military probably didn't want to take in even more people. It's getting late. Let us go, Jiang Lushir said after checking time. Once night fell, the entire city would completely belong to those monsters. Compared to daytime, they were even more active at night. Traveling at night was truly suicidal behavior. On the car ride back, Jiang Lushir told Jiang Zhuiying the information the old professor had given him about the metal materials. Jiang Zhuiying had been admiring her newly acquired long blade with great interest. But the moment she heard Jiang Lushir ask about the national laboratory at her school, she froze for a second, then looked up. Brother, what do you need that for? It's useful, Jiang Lushir said. So, do you know the situation at Jinjing University well? That school has no supplies for one, and for another, there are way too many zombies. So I haven't gone back again. But I still know the general situation. Zombies everywhere, Jiang Zhuiying said. There were too many students, faculty, and staff. The whole campus had to be packed with them. Brother, are you going? I'll go with you, Jiang Zhuiying said. We'll talk about it later, Jiang Lushir said. That special metal company. He said it's in the Jinjing Industrial Park. Zhuiying, have you heard of it? Jiang Zhuiying studied at Jinjing. But normally she was either at school or out in the field with her teacher and team. She really hadn't wandered around Jinjing much. She propped up her chin and thought for a moment, then puffed out her lips. I don't know. Let us ask Yang Qingqing later. She was born and raised in Jinjing, so she definitely knows. All right, Jiang Lushir nodded. If they could ask clearly where the place was, that would be best. On the map, he could only find Jinling Industrial Park, but nothing more detailed than that. The inside was a complete mess. And he couldn't find this special metal company either. The map Jiang Lushir had downloaded was already the latest version, yet even a place like this wasn't included. That left him feeling speechless and annoyed. Compared to before, the return trip went much more smoothly. But by the time they got back to the camp villa, it was already sunset. The sky was about to go dark, giving everyone the lucky feeling that they had just barely made it in time. The survivors who had stayed behind in the villa were all waiting nervously at the entrance. Although Jiang Zhuiying's group only made up a small part of their team, they were all of their fighting strength. If anything happened to Jiang Zhuiying and the others, these people truly wouldn't know what to do. The moment they saw the convoy come into view, they all let out a sigh of relief. But why had Jiang Lushir's minibus become the lead vehicle? Wasn't it usually the sturdy, collision-resistant freezer truck that took point? When the convoy stopped at the entrance, and these people saw the state of the freezer truck, they immediately sucked in cold breaths. This freezer truck looked way too miserable. No wonder it couldn't be the lead vehicle anymore. Jiang Zhuiying and the others got out one after another, while several of the survivors immediately and knowingly came over. Things like refueling, maintenance, cleaning, and moving supplies were usually handled by these non-combat personnel. Only car repair and modification were Zhang Hai's job. Ordinary people generally couldn't do that kind of work. There's a mutant beast in the vehicle. Go carry it out and deal with it. Cutting it up and removing the organs were all troublesome tasks. And those were also jobs for the non-combat personnel. Jiang Zhuiying wasn't the type to keep freeloaders around. Yang Qingqing and the others had originally thought Jiang Lushir was an exception, some idle freeloader who had dropped in from nowhere. But after today, none of them would think that anymore. Although the moment Jiang Lushir returned to camp, he really did look like someone completely uninvolved in everything. I'm heading back to the garage, Jiang Lushir said to Jiang Zhuiying, then prepared to head inside. Big bro, I'll come help you fix the car in a bit, Zhang Hai said. Jiang Lushir waved a hand. No need. Zhang Hai had no problem repairing ordinary vehicles. But the base vehicle was outside his field of expertise. If he actually let Zhang Hai work on it, It might instead increase Jiang Lusher's repair costs. Based on Starseed's report, Jiang Lusher felt there was no need to rush the repairs anyway. None of the current damage would cause any real impact. At most, it just didn't look very nice. As for the word nice looking, that had never really had anything to do with his vehicle in the first place. Watching the minibus return to the garage and then the garage door close, those survivors all felt a little awkward. With Jiang Zhuiying there, they couldn't show it too clearly, but they still couldn't help thinking, did Jiang Lusher's vehicle really need repairs? The damage didn't look serious at all. It seemed like it had been protected quite well. At that moment, the compartment door of the freezer truck had already been opened by a few of the survivors. Whoa! Even though they had been mentally prepared and already knew what was inside, when they saw it with their own eyes, the survivors still instinctively took a step back. This mutant dog was truly savage and horrifying. As ordinary people, they simply couldn't imagine fighting a monster like this. The freezer truck ended up like this because of this monster, right? That battle. Damn, it really must have been dangerous. But you guys are seriously amazing. This monster was so vicious, and now it's still lying here obediently? As he spoke, that survivor even reached out and patted the dog's head. As an ordinary person, just being able to stand here and pat the monster's head gave him a strange thrill of excitement. In truth, even seeing a few zombies would normally scare him out of his wits. But this mutant dog's corpse couldn't hurt him anymore, and it would even end up being cut into chunks of meat by him. He knew very well that all of this was only possible because of Jiang Zhuiying and the others, so he immediately offered some perfectly timed flattery. Couldn't like hearing other people's admiration. The other survivors all chimed in as well. They weren't just flattering them either. They were genuinely shocked and amazed. Yang Qingqing's expression turned a little ugly. Before these people could finish, she said, "I'm tired. I'm going back to my room to rest first." Then she turned and went back to the villa without even looking back. Hearing those words made her feel extremely uncomfortable. The muscular man and the others looked a little embarrassed too. One of the espers coughed and said, "Ahem, well, this mutant dog was actually mainly killed by Zhuiying's brother. He was the main fighting force." Huh. Those survivors were all stunned for a moment. But very quickly, they looked at Jiang Zhuiying and understood. Then they immediately started talking over one another. "Yes, that's strong. Haha, just like the boss. Same roots, both ridiculously powerful. Sigh, why is the gap between people so huge?" Although that was what these survivors said, the shock in their eyes was still overwhelming. Looking at the mutant dog, they had a hard time believing it. They had all heard from Yang Qingqing and the other espers that Jiang Lusher was just an ordinary person, the same as them. But someone just like them had actually killed a mutant dog whose corpse alone was enough to leave them stunned. It's only because his vehicle is good, Yang Qingqing said quietly from afar after hearing their cries of surprise and admiration. Inside the base vehicle's compartment, it was bright and warm. Under the lights, the luxurious facilities looked even more refined. Compared to the terrifying and bloody scenes they had encountered outside during the day, this place now felt incomparably safe, comfortable, and peaceful. Click. The bathroom door opened, and Jiang Lusher, who had just taken a hot shower, walked out. Steam rose from his body, and every pore on him felt completely relaxed. The moment he lay down on the bed, Jiang Lusher felt himself fully unwind. Jinling University. Jiang Lusher stared at the ceiling. Today, he had obtained 2 mutant crystal cores, and construction of the biological laboratory had already begun. It made him feel so excited he couldn't sleep. Today, he had seen those espers fight. That brother you from before had been too weak and hadn't undergone any evolution at all. But his speed had still left some impression on Jiang Lusher. But the battles of these espers today, especially the strength Jiang Zhuiying had displayed, made Jiang Lusher find it even more astonishing. The reason for activating the biological laboratory was not only because Jiang Lusher urgently needed to increase his own strength to gain more security, but also because he was full of interest in these special mutant abilities. Once ordinary people gained some mutant abilities, they were no longer so ordinary. Tomorrow morning, I'm setting out for Jinling University. Jiang Lusher made his decision in his heart, and at that moment, Jiang Zhuiying's drawn-out voice came from outside the garage door again. "Brother, time to eat." Hearing that voice, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Lusher's mouth. Even though this was the apocalypse at this moment, he had the feeling that it was as if nothing had changed at all. When Jiang Lusher arrived at the main hall, the survivors were all eating there. Jiang Lusher noticed that the moment he came out, all of them looked at him. They even had smiles on their faces, while their eyes held a trace of astonishment, as if they were looking at something unbelievable. All of these survivors already knew that the mutated dog had mainly been run to death by Jiang Lusher. Every single one of them had gathered around and stared at the mutated dog's corpse. The more shocking that corpse felt to them, the more amazed their eyes became when they looked at Jiang Lusher. Jiang Lusher swept his gaze over them, then passed through the hall and entered the dining room. Being stared at by so many people with those expressions really did make him a little uncomfortable. in the dining room, everyone was already seated at the table, and the food had already been served, but no one had touched their chopsticks. But the reason no one was eating wasn't because of Jiang Lushi. It was because Jiang Zhuying wasn't moving. She was waiting for Jiang Lushi, so everyone else could only wait too. Sorry to keep you waiting. Eat. After Jiang Lushi sat down, he glanced at them and said. Only after he spoke did Jiang Zhuying obediently pick up her chopsticks. The others then started eating as well. Brother, eat more. Jiang Zhuying didn't even eat herself first. She piled a bunch of food into Jiang Liushi's bowl until it was almost overflowing. You should eat too. The last time they ate together, Jiang Lushi had already noticed that espers had huge appetites. One person finishing 2 or 3 plates was no problem at all, and judging from the way they still looked unsatisfied after eating, they could clearly keep going. They were only holding back because they couldn't bear to waste supplies. But that was for people like Yang Qingqing and the others. The portion of mutated beast meat allocated to them wasn't much to begin with, so they could only restrain themselves. Jiang Zhuying's share, on the other hand, was actually not small. She had just been saving up to exchange for a weapon as soon as possible, now that she had the weapon in hand. And there was also a whole mutated dog sitting there. She was eating with complete abandon. Everything she hadn't enjoyed enough before, she was making up for now. The more mutated beast meat one ate, the faster one evolved. Jiang Lushi cared even less about saving. He had plenty of share in his hands now, so he could eat however he wanted. Although improving physical strength through mutated beast meat was a long-term matter, since it was both useful and delicious, why not eat more? Gulp. Watching the brother and sister happily devour meat, Yang Qingqing felt like her stomach had gone a little flat. I'm full. Yang Qingqing put down her chopsticks, crying inside. At this moment, in between bites of meat, Jiang Zhuying suddenly asked, Brother, didn't you say you were going to that Jinling University? When Jiang Zhuying had asked before, Jiang Lushi had said they'd talk about it later, but she had remembered it. When it came to Jiang Liushi's matters, Jiang Zhuying always cared a great deal. She and Jiang Lushi had relied on each other for survival. What she remembered most deeply was Jiang Liushi's care and affection for her, as well as some teasing complaints. Although Jiang Zhuying never mentioned these things, she expressed them all through her actions. Jiang Lushi had originally planned to tell her about this in a little while. He hadn't expected her to bring it up herself at the dinner table. When are you? Jiang Zhuying struggled to swallow the meat in her little mouth, then continued, Going? Is it urgent? The sooner the better. I've decided to go tomorrow. Jiang Lushi said. Okay. Jiang Zhuying picked up another piece of meat. At the same time, her big eyes shifted, and she looked at the others at the table. Then we're going to Jinling University tomorrow. Get a good rest tonight. Huh? Everyone there was stunned. Going to Jinling University? If it had been Jiang Zhuying who wanted to go, then they would have had nothing to say and wouldn't have asked much. Jiang Zhuying was the leader. She could go wherever she wanted, as long as she wasn't making them go die. The reason they had been able to gain a foothold and survive was largely thanks to Jiang Zhuying, and that was also why she had authority. But from a conversation between her and Jiang Lushi just now, it was obvious that Jiang Lushi was the one who wanted to go to Jinling University. What are you going to Jinling University for? Yang Qingqing asked. She looked at Jiang Lushi in confusion. This Jiang Lushi wasn't from their school, and Jinling University was now full of zombies. She simply couldn't think of any reason why Jiang Lushi would want to go there. There's something I need to do. I want to find something in the lab there. It's very useful to me, Jiang Lushi said. As for the base vehicle, there was no way for him to explain it in detail, so he could only say something vague like this. The lab? What could possibly be useful in a lab right now? Isn't it all just chemical stuff? The moment Yang Qingqing heard that, she was speechless. If Jiang Zhuying weren't here, she really wouldn't have been able to hold back from rolling her eyes. First he wanted mutated crystals, and now he wanted stuff from a laboratory. Did he want to research the virus himself or something? This was simply ridiculous fantasy, complete nonsense. And just for an idea like this, they were supposed to follow him on a trip to Jinling University? This was really, even if you want to look, you don't necessarily have to go to a university. You could find it in some other places too. Later, if there's a chance, before Yang Qingqing could finish. Jiang Zhuying interrupted her. Enough. It's settled then. Does something this minor even need discussion? Jiang Zhuying said. She didn't care what her brother wanted or what he wanted it for. Since Jiang Lushi said he wanted it, then they would go find it. Based on Jiang Zhuiying's understanding of Jiang Lushi, he wouldn't go through all this trouble for something useless. Since he had said he wanted it, then it definitely had to be useful. And as the leader, making this kind of decision was one of Jiang Zhuiying's most basic rights. Usually, where they went and what they did was mostly decided by Jiang Zhuiying anyway. If it was just going to pick up one item, then it really wasn't something worth discussing. After being directly shut down by Jiang Zhuiying, Yang Qingqing's expression didn't look too good. They were around the same age and from the same school, but Jiang Zhuiying was the one who could issue orders. And Jiang Zhuiying's personality was like that too. She usually looked easy to talk to, but in reality, once she made up her mind, that was it. She didn't give anyone face at all. Right now, Yang Qingqing felt like she had embarrassed herself. The other espers, and even the people in the hall, all seemed to be laughing at her. But Jiang Zhuiying couldn't care less what she thought. After eating the last piece of meat, she wiped her mouth, stood up in satisfaction, and said, "My brother was originally owed 1 mutated crystal. As for the mutated dog we killed today, based on contribution, the mutated crystal from it should go to my brother. So if we count like that, we still owe my brother 1 mutated crystal." After saying that, Jiang Zhuiying grabbed Jiang Lusher and turned to leave. Looks like that Yang Qingqing is against it. The others probably don't want to go either, right? Jiang Lusher asked. Jiang Zhuiying's lips curved upward as she smiled and said, "So what if they don't want to go? If they don't go, I'll go by myself. But if I go by myself, then why should I keep them around? They can choose not to come, but once I come back, they won't have any place to stand anymore." Those espers didn't have the ability to establish themselves independently. Hearing Jiang Zhuiying's words, Jiang Lusher also gave a dumbfounded smile, then rubbed her head twice. "Not bad, girl. By the way, where's your storage room?" Jiang Lusher asked. "By the way, where's your storage room?" Jiang Lusher asked. Watching Jiang Lusher and Jiang Zhuiying walk farther away, Yang Qingqing pulled back her gaze with an ugly expression and said angrily in a low voice, "This guy really is such a pain. Don't you think that ever since he got here, Zhuiying has been taking his side in everything? That Jiang Lusher, when you get down to it, isn't he only impressive because of his car?" Yang Qingqing continued. Seeing that Zhang Hai and the others said nothing, Yang Qingqing stood up furiously and left. These people are all cowards. Jiang Lusher was looking around the storage room. He was someone who cared a lot about supplies. With today's mutant dog, he knew he would get the vast majority of the share, but exactly how much there was and what kind of scale all this meat amounted to when piled together, Jiang Lusher still wanted to see it with his own eyes. This was all-important property. Those survivors were very quick and efficient when handling mutant beast meat. And their cutting technique was good too. Chunk after chunk of meat was placed there in neat rows, looking clean and even appetizing. Jiang Lusher was very satisfied. This mutant dog was hardly any smaller than the mutant wild boar, and the amount he got was quite considerable as well, nearly 3/4 of the whole mutant dog. As for the remaining 1/4, most of it had gone to Jiang Zhuiying. Just as Jiang Lusher was admiring it in complete satisfaction, he suddenly heard voices speaking outside the door. "What is it? It's quieter here, so just say it here," a woman said. "Isn't it still about that bumpkin?" Another voice Jiang Lusher found somewhat familiar rang out. Wasn't he that Yang Qingqing? At first, Jiang Lusher didn't care about the conversation between the two, but right after that, he heard his own name. That Jiang Lusher and Jiang Zhuiying too are really too much, Yang Qingqing said angrily. Jiang Lusher quietly walked to the door and looked out through the peephole. He saw Yang Qingqing and another woman. He had a vague impression of that woman. When he had just reunited with Jiang Zhuiying, this woman had been there too. She was also an ordinary person, but her athletic ability was relatively strong. She didn't talk much and looked hard to get along with. At the time, she had been walking with Yang Qingqing the whole time. It seemed the two of them had a pretty good relationship. Jiang Zhuiying said she wants us to go with her tomorrow and accompany her brother to Jinling University. "Huh? Why?" the woman asked. "How would I know?" Yang Qingqing said angrily. "It's not like I'm unwilling to act together. But he is not even part of our team. Look at him. Other than eating, he stays inside that vehicle all day, cherishing it like some treasure, not letting anyone else even get close. When we go out, only Jiang Zhuiying gets to ride in his vehicle." The more Yang Qingqing spoke, the more upset she felt. Jiang Zhuiying had cut her off so mercilessly, and tomorrow she had no choice but to go. From the very beginning, Yang Qingqing had already found Jiang Lusher unpleasant to look at. Of course, Yang Qingqing herself knew that a large part of why she disliked Jiang Lusher at first was because she was unhappy with Jiang Zhuiying. At a time like this, the capable Jiang Zhuiying had suddenly shown up with an ordinary brother, and Yang Qingqing had originally been gloating over it. But very soon, this brother had made people see him in a new light. Under her influence, those survivors had originally all been secretly mocking Jiang Lusher in private, laughing at him and feeling sympathy for Jiang Zhuiying. But now, the way each and every one of them looked at Jiang Lusher had changed. Even the other Esper had started following Zhang Hai's lead and calling him Big Brother. He was even in their team, so what Big Brother? In the end, they were all just trying to curry favor with Jiang Zhuiying. Every single one of them only knew Jiang Zhuiying. At this point, Yang Qingqing suddenly thought of something herself. Jiang Lusher's vehicle really was powerful. If only she could get it. But after thinking it over, Yang Qingqing felt that was impossible. Her driving skills were too poor. No matter how amazing Jiang Lusher's vehicle was, it still couldn't compare to a tank. But even if she were given a tank, if she didn't know how to drive it, it would be meaningless anyway. But even if she couldn't get it for herself, there were other ways. Since he wants our help, then he should treat himself as part of our team. That vehicle should be considered the team's shared vehicle, and everyone should elect a driver to operate it. Even if he still drives it, he should at least bring it out for public use. What Yang Qingqing was thinking was that if she could stay inside the minibus, she would definitely be much safer than staying in the SUV. Today's fierce battle with the mutant dog had filled her with a deep sense of insecurity, and the minibus's defensive capability had left an extremely deep impression on her. Compared to that, a vehicle like the SUV, whose defense was even worse than the refrigerated truck, how could she feel at ease staying in it? That's true, but he definitely won T agree, right? The woman said. With how petty and stingy he is, of course he won T agree. But I refuse to believe I'm the only one thinking this. Once I go talk to everyone and get them all to bring it up, Jiang Zhuiying won T be able to ignore everyone's opinion, right? If she disagrees, then everyone will definitely be disappointed in her. As Yang Qingqing spoke, a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Actually, judging by how much of a brocon Jiang Zhuiying was acting like, she very likely really would refuse. If that happened, Jiang Zhuiying would face even greater pressure. Maybe in the end, not only would she lose everyone's trust, she would also have to hand over the vehicle. This plan could work. All right, I'm going to sleep. Tomorrow, I'll find a chance and discuss it with the other espers first. This is for everyone's interests and safety. They 1T disagree. And besides, what if that Jiang Lushi gets bitten to death by zombies? He is just an ordinary person after all. Yang Qingqing smiled in a meaningful way. The woman was stunned for a moment, then smiled too. That was indeed true. That last sentence was probably the real point. After Yang Qingqing finished speaking, she left, and the woman also went away. After they had gone, a door not far away opened, and Jiang Lushi walked out from inside, looking thoughtfully in the direction Yang Qingqing had left. That Yang Qingqing had naturally assumed he had already gone back to his room, but she had no idea that today, of all days, he happened to be checking their storage room. After all, a large portion of the meat there was his. Since Jiang Lushi was someone who really cared about supplies, of course he wanted to confirm exactly how much his share was. Yang Qingqing. Jiang Lushi rubbed his chin. He truly hadn't expected that this woman would actually be thinking about stirring things up. Originally, in his eyes, she had barely any presence at all. The villa district at night was far from peaceful. From time to time, zombie roars came from the distance. These sounds rose and fell. They didn't sound like random roaring either, and just hearing them made people's scalps go numb. Even though they knew that as long as they didn't make loud noises or create bright lights at night, no zombies would approach them. And even though people were keeping watch through the night without interruption, many survivors still slept uneasily. However, this was the reality of surviving in the apocalypse. They were already considered lucky. Lying on the bed, Jiang Lushi heard the zombie roars too, but he only paused slightly, then continued watching shows. As he watched, Jiang Lushi couldn't help thinking that maybe in the future, these shows could also be traded for supplies, whether with the military or with other survivors. After all, he only needed to collect some USB drives, and then he could copy them over and over again. The next day, Jiang Lushi got up early. He hadn't gone to sleep especially early last night, but the quality of his sleep had been quite good. Lying inside the base vehicle, the sense of security was definitely far greater than what those survivors had. Morning, big brother. While eating breakfast, Jiang Lushi glanced at Yang Qingqing. She also looked toward Jiang Lushi, then smiled and nodded at him in greeting. Jiang Lushi also smiled slightly. His expression looked far warmer than before. Yang Qingqing froze for a moment, not knowing why Jiang Lushi had suddenly started smiling so gently and brightly. But she couldn't be bothered to think about it. Today, she would speak with those espers and bring up that matter. She wondered if Jiang Lushi would still be able to smile then. Jiang Lushi only smiled at Yang Qingqing once before ignoring her. He had already heard every little thought in that woman's head yesterday. This is today's route map. While eating breakfast, Jiang Lushi took out the map and placed it on the dining table. He had already compared that simple map with the one downloaded on the tablet. The old professor had marked some key roadside buildings in great detail, and after checking them against each other, there were basically no mistakes. This route is relatively safer. There should be fewer zombies. But honestly, as long as it's an area packed with zombies, there's no such thing as real safety, Jiang Lushi said. Just like how they had suddenly run into a mutated beast yesterday. The refrigerated truck was repaired overnight. It can run normally today, Zhang Hai said. That muscular man also said the machine gun has been checked too, and the bullets are all ready. That's good. Anyway, everyone be careful today. The best outcome is for us to make it there and back smoothly, Jiang Zhuiying said as she stood up. She was holding that long saber, wearing denim shorts and a simple tight t-shirt, with her hair tied in a ponytail, a perfect mix of a youthful girl full of energy and a terrifying cold weapon. When Jiang Lushi saw Jiang Zhuiying today, his eyes lit up as well. He didn't know if it was because of evolution, but Jiang Zhuiying now carried an increasingly unique kind of presence. Let's go. Jiang Zhuiying's words were just as concise. Sitting in the minibus, she also looked eager to give it a try. She had gotten a new weapon and hadn't tested its power yet. Today was the perfect chance to see how effective it was. But after getting close to Jinling University, Jiang Zhuiying became a little melancholy again. Come to think of it, I'd already left school before the apocalypse. I wonder what the situation at school was like when the disaster broke out. Because of that, Jiang Zhuiying felt very lucky. She hadn't needed to face the situation of fighting classmates who had turned into zombies right at the start of the apocalypse. As for the survivors living in the camp, many of them had personally witnessed family members turning into zombies or being torn apart and devoured by zombies. Now that she was entering the campus again, Jiang Zhuiying felt much calmer. Even if she ran into familiar classmates or teachers turned into zombies, she felt she would be able to face it calmly. Jiang Lucia glanced at her and said, "This school is so big. It must have been chaos back then. Even if you had been here, there's nothing you could have done." I know. Jiang Zhuiying nodded. She also knew that even if she had been there, she wouldn't have been able to save anyone. Thoughts like that only flashed through her mind now and then. As the convoy approached Jinling University, the number of zombies ahead began rising sharply. The refrigerated truck drove in front, and the espers in the two SUVs also started making their moves. The roars of zombies and the sounds of impact rang out without end. These zombies feared no injury and lunged upward one after another like mad. Very soon, the convoy reached the entrance of Jinling University. A group of zombies made up of dozens of student-looking youths and several security guards blocked the gate. The barrier arm at the entrance was crooked, swaying as it let out a faint creaking sound. The once grand gate was stained in patches of blood. The four large characters reading Jinling University were splattered with brownish blood as well, and a half-eaten corpse with only bones left in its lower half was draped over it. Hearing the convoy, those zombies all turned to look over. Looking at those former classmates, Jiang Zhuiying let out a soft breath, then waved toward an SUV that had driven up beside the minibus. "Clear the way." Bang! The refrigerated truck directly smashed the barrier arm away and charged into the zombie horde. After almost being split in half by a mutated dog as Claw yesterday, Zhang Hai had further reinforced the refrigerated truck overnight. He had even welded steel spikes onto it, each about half a finger long. That length wouldn't make zombies get stuck on the vehicle the moment they were hit, but could still inflict greater trauma on zombies or mutated beasts. Zombies might not care about being injured at all, but the smell of blood could attract attacks from their own kind. These zombies had no intelligence to speak of. They would frantically attack when they saw living people, and they would also attack when they smelled blood, no matter when. So this function could also serve as a bit of a hindrance. But compared to Zhang Lucia's minibus, which could ram around at will without fearing attacks, the refrigerated truck still looked weak no matter how you compared them. Zhang Hai was driving today without any urge to scream excitedly. He stayed quiet the entire time. Jinling University's National Level Laboratory was located in the central right area of the campus, in a relatively secluded section. The route drawn by the old professor also passed through fairly remote paths, but even so, once they entered the route, the zombies that appeared were still densely packed. These former students had all become agile and ferocious after turning into zombies. After all the ramming and attacks along the way, the refrigerated truck once again became dented all over. The convoy slowed down and entered the small plaza in front of the National Laboratory. This National Laboratory was isolated on all sides by green belts, and the convoy came to a stop in front of the lab building. Beep beep. This time, Jiang Lucia directly pressed the horn. After honking several times, he backed the vehicle up a little. Very soon, several zombies suddenly rushed out from the main entrance and lunged straight at the minibus. Bang! A few seconds later, another batch of zombies appeared and was knocked down by the minibus as well. After repeating this several times, Jiang Lucia finally stopped the vehicle. Awoo! Just as Jiang Zhuiying got out of the vehicle, a group of zombies attracted by the commotion rushed in from outside the entrance. She turned around, extended the long saber to the side, and stood there without moving. The zombies ran extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye they were already close, arms swinging wildly. Their bloody mouths were all wide open, eager to tear Jiang Zhuiying into pieces. Compared to these more than 20 crazed zombies that looked like monsters, Jiang Zhuiying standing there seemed extremely fragile. However, at the very instant those zombies were about to reach her, Jiang Zhuiying suddenly moved. Her body turned slightly, and the long saber swept sideways with her motion, tracing a beautiful bright white arc. Electricity flickered across the blade and leaped in front of her, as if weaving itself into a net of lightning. Crackle, crackle. All of the zombies froze at once. Their bodies twitched, black smoke rose from them, and then they fell to the ground one after another with thuds, their muscles still spasming. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhuiying drew the long saber back to her side. Arcs of electricity were still jumping across it, making her look as though she had stepped straight out of a movie special effects scene. Especially when she turned her head, it seemed as though lightning was flickering in her eyes too. "Let us go," Jiang Zhuiying said. There was a smile at the corner of her lips. She was extremely satisfied with the effect of the long saber. Those few espers also got out of the vehicles. Yang Qingqing looked at Jiang Zhuiying, and her heart felt very bitter. Jiang Zhuiying had gotten stronger. That last move had instantly killed around 20 zombies, and it had looked incredibly easy. That was absolutely something she couldn't do herself. Most of the zombies inside the laboratory building had already been lured out. Even if there were still some locked inside the rooms, it wouldn't be a big problem, as long as they knocked on the door before entering. They would know whether there were zombies inside. So Jiang Lusher didn't plan to get out of the vehicle. Instead, Jiang Zhuiying would lead them inside to find the iridium crucible, then bring it back out. The old professor had already marked the crucible's location on the map. Just as they were about to go in, Jiang Lusher suddenly said, "One of you should stay behind." The survivors exchanged glances. Jiang Zhuiying had just been about to say that she should stay, when Yang Qingqing's eyes shifted and she took the initiative to say, "Then I'll stay." "You?" Jiang Zhuiying hesitated for a moment. Earlier, when Jiang Lusher had suggested leaving one person behind, Jiang Zhuiying had immediately said she would stay because she thought it would be safer to be with her brother. After all, even though Jiang Lusher had the base vehicle, he himself was still just an ordinary person. But now that Yang Qingqing had volunteered to stay behind, Jiang Zhuiying suddenly froze for a moment. Why had her brother suggested leaving one person behind in the first place? These past few days, Jiang Zhuiying had gained some understanding of Jiang Liusher's base vehicle. It was relatively easy for it to protect itself in a horde of zombies. If Jiang Lusher wanted to leave someone behind to protect him, that didn't really make sense. If anything, it should be Jiang Lusher protecting Yang Qingqing. "Go. Why do you want to leave one person behind?" Jiang Zhuiying walked over and asked. "Nothing much. Just to keep in contact. My vehicle can't drive into the laboratory, so I can only wait outside. If something happens outside, I can notify you too. My strength isn't enough, so if I need to contact you, it'll be more convenient with someone here." Jiang Lusher said it casually, but it made sense. Jiang Zhuiying thought about it, then instructed him a little worriedly. "All right then, go be extra careful yourself. Whatever you do, don't get out of the vehicle." "Don't worry." Jiang Lusher agreed at once. Jiang Zhuiying had depended on her brother since childhood, so she trusted him very much. No matter what kind of crisis it was, he always had the ability to handle it. "Then I'm going to the lab." As Jiang Zhuiying spoke, she flicked the long blade in her hand, the chain rattling loudly as cold light flashed off the blade. This iridium crucible was located in the National Key Laboratory on the top floor of the laboratory building. This one National Key Laboratory occupied an entire floor by itself. The equipment inside was extremely advanced. All kinds of apparatus and instruments cost hundreds of thousands, even millions. It was the pride of Jinling University, and every time leaders came to inspect the school, they would visit this key laboratory. Jiang Zhuiying was relatively familiar with the laboratory building. On top of that, there were many zombies inside. Even if the ones in the hallways had all been lured out, they would still run into zombies once they entered the laboratories. If they wanted to reach the top floor and retrieve several iridium crucibles, they really couldn't do it without Jiang Zhuiying. As for people like Zhang Hai and the other Esper, Sun Kuan, neither of them actually had much combat power. Zhang Hai was a mechanic, so his fingers had some strength. As for Sun Kuan, to put it bluntly, he was basically a gecko. His feet could stick to walls, letting him walk on them as if on flat ground. But if they really ran into a zombie horde, both of them would be completely helpless. "Big brother, we're heading up. Be extra careful." Zhang Hai also reminded Jiang Lusher in his usual carefree manner. He grabbed a bag of mutant beast meat with one hand and hoisted the light machine gun onto his shoulder with the other before heading upstairs. However, on Jinling University's campus, especially since they hadn't driven the refrigerated truck here, it was better to avoid using the light machine gun whenever possible. Once gunfire rang out, it would attract huge numbers of zombies, and the result might be like drinking poison to quench thirst. "MHM," Jiang Lusher nodded, watching as the three of them disappeared into the laboratory building. A trace of cold light flashed through his eyes, hard to notice. The laboratory building was very tall, with 12 floors. The power had long since gone out in the apocalypse, so there was no elevator. Climbing all the way to the 12th floor meant taking the stairs. And along the way, there would be large numbers of zombies. They were bound to go through intense fighting. An Esper's battle consumed a great deal of energy. Espers also couldn't violate the law of conservation of energy. Their power didn't appear out of thin air. It had to be replenished. And the way to replenish it was through mutant beast meat. Because of the fierce fighting, they might have to stop several times along the way to replenish themselves with food. With all that added up, there was no way they would make one trip up the laboratory building and come back down in less than an hour or so. In other words, Jiang Lusher and Yang Qingqing would have an hour alone together. Yang Qingqing naturally knew this as well. She had her own plans, and from time to time, she glanced at the mechanical watch on her wrist, calculating the time in her heart. About 10 minutes later, the sun just happened to emerge from behind the clouds, casting sunlight down and making the minibus gleam golden. Jinling's afternoon sun was still rather scorching. Yang Qingqing looked at the wandering zombies not far away and estimated the likelihood of the laboratory building being attacked by zombies. Near the laboratory building, not far away, was a dormitory building. Dormitories were definitely the places with the highest concentration of zombies, far denser than the laboratory building. A single gunshot could draw in a massive horde. Even though she was a speed-type Esper, if she fell into a sea of zombies, she would still die without a doubt. Of course, that was unless she had Jiang Liushir's base vehicle. Yang Qingqing knew that Jiang Liushir had stored quite a lot of food in his vehicle, including plenty of mutant beast meat. It's so hot. Yang Qingqing deliberately drifted over in front of Jiang Liushir's windshield, one hand shading her eyes from the sun as she spoke in a coy voice. Her voice was soft and limp, giving people a tingling, numb feeling. The sun is really strong. I'm already sweating. Yang Qingqing took off her coat, casually revealing the figure wrapped in her fitted shirt. Yang Qingqing had a pretty good figure. Although her looks weren't at the level of a department beauty or faculty beauty, among girls she was still above average in appearance. Back in university, many people had pursued her, and she had enjoyed the feeling of being sought after. Even though she looked down on many of the losers chasing her from the bottom of her heart, she still kept them at an ambiguous distance, so she could conveniently use them to fix her computer or carry her luggage. In Yang Qingqing's eyes, Jiang Liushir was a textbook loser. She knew Jiang Zhuiying's family background very well. It was below average, and now that it was already the apocalypse, Jiang Liushir was still just an ordinary person. To put it bluntly, he was just a weak trash relying on a modified vehicle he had no idea where he had picked up. Yang Qingqing believed that as someone with a loser's aura, there was no way he could resist her temptation. Brother Jiang, Xiao Ying, and the others probably won't be back for at least dozens of minutes. Can I get on your vehicle and take a shower? I'm all sweaty, and it's really uncomfortable. Yang Qingqing's voice was delicate and coquettish. Jiang Liushir silently watched her act slutty, sneering inwardly. In the apocalypse, morality had collapsed. For food, for profit, for strength, these people would do anything. Selling their bodies, killing and robbing others, none of that counted for much. There's no electricity in the vehicle. You can't shower. Jiang Liushir rejected her casually. He wasn't in a hurry. He just watched Yang Qingqing perform. Of course, he wouldn't let Yang Qingqing get on the vehicle. If Jiang Zhuiying were here, Jiang Liushir wouldn't care much about Yang Qingqing and the others, because Jiang Zhuiying alone was stronger than all three of them combined. But when Jiang Zhuiying wasn't around, Jiang Liushir wouldn't even open the vehicle door. Actually, for a low-level Esper like Yang Qingqing, the gap between her and an ordinary person wasn't that great. Jiang Liushir even had a Type 54 pistol. But even so, he would never joke around with his own life. No power ISNTA problem. I can wash with cold water too. And if it's too cold, then Jiangji, you can just help warm me up. Yang Qingqing spoke in a half-joking tone and even threw him a flirtatious glance. There's no cold water either. Jiang Liushir refused flatly. The moment Yang Qingqing heard that, the charming smile on her face instantly froze. No cold water either? This was already the apocalypse. Laws had collapsed, morality had rotted away, and on top of that, people were living day to day, never knowing if they would see tomorrow. Countless people were indulging their desires. But this Jiang Liushir, she was making her seduction this obvious. And he was actually pretending not to see it? Was he too stupid to understand? Yang Qingqing got angry. She had originally already made up her mind. Once she got on the vehicle, she would seize Jiang Liushir's car. This vehicle was bulletproof, and its ramming power was terrifying. If she could make it her own, it would greatly improve her chances of survival in the apocalypse. Although Yang Qingqing was an Esper, her actual strength was pretty poor. Her only advantages were jumping ability and agility far beyond ordinary people. In a real fight, let alone facing mutated beasts head-on, she could at most handle 5 or 6 normal zombies at once. If there were any more than that, she would have to run. Still, her ability to flee really was outstanding. Take Jiang Liushir's car and make it her own ride. As for Jiang Liushir, a loser who had only survived by getting lucky and finding a modified vehicle, being alive until now was already a profit for him. Becoming zombie food was the ending he deserved. If Jiang Liushir died, then once she took the car, there would be no evidence left behind anyway. Of course, dealing with Jiang Zhuiying would still be difficult. That little girl cared too deeply about her brother. Yang Qingqing was worried that even if she made up some lie, Jiang Zhuiying might still take her anger out on her. So Yang Qingqing planned to go all the way, just drive off in Jiang Liushir's car and run. There was also a ton of food in the vehicle, plus plenty of mutated beast meat. It would be enough for her to live quite comfortably for a while. Yang Qingqing's strength was limited, but with this car, plus her barely passable abilities, becoming the head of her own faction was impossible. But surviving in the apocalypse would be no problem at all. If it really came down to it, she could always join another group later. But now, Jiang Liushir absolutely refused to open the door, and that made her furious from humiliation. Jiang Liushir, are you really stupid or just pretending? I've already made it this obvious, and you're still acting like you don't get it? It's already the apocalypse. You live today and might die tomorrow. If you still want to indulge yourself a little, are you even a man? Or is there something wrong with you down there? Yang Qingqing pressed one hand against the car door and, almost on instinct, reached to pull it. She didn't know how the door on this modified minibus worked, or whether it had to be locked deliberately. Earlier, right after Jiang Zhuing got out, she had just tried her luck, thinking maybe she could pull the door open. As a result, the door naturally didn't move at all. Seeing this, Jiang Lusher's face turned completely cold, and a trace of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Yang Qingqing's attempt to pull open the car door was basically a blatant home invasion for murder. In the apocalypse, killing someone over a car really was normal. For those bottom-tier survivors, it wouldn't even be strange to kill over a piece of bread. A woman who looks seductive on the outside could very well be the most vicious kind of poisonous viper. Jiang Lusher let out a cold laugh and mocked her. Even if I were going to indulge my desires, I still wouldn't pick a two-faced, snake-hearted woman like you. You want my car? Fine. Come trade your life for it. As Jiang Lusher spoke, he quietly pressed the air cannon's charge button. The moment Yang Qingqing heard Jiang Lusher say that, her expression changed drastically, and her hand froze completely on the car door. She forced out a smile and said, Jiangji, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word of it? Jiang Lusher gave the woman a contemptuous look and said coldly, the moment I suggested leaving one person behind to keep in contact, I already knew you'd volunteer to stay. And sure enough, you didn't disappoint me. For the sake of my car, your performance was pretty good. Looking at how you acted just now, I don't think you deserve to be called a woman at all. You're just a female beast wearing human skin. And you think you can seduce me with your looks? Sorry, but in my eyes, sleeping with you would be even more disgusting than sleeping with a zombie. Jiang Lusher's words were vicious to the extreme. When they fell into Yang Qingqing's ears, it was like she had been electrocuted. Sleeping with her was even more disgusting than sleeping with a zombie. Yang Qingqing was a girl with extremely strong jealousy. Before, the reason she had refused to accept Jiang Zhuing was because of envy. Now, after being mocked by Jiang Lusher like this, the killing intent in her heart shot up all at once. Who the hell do you think you are? Back in peaceful times, you were just some pathetic loser. And now in the apocalypse, your strength isn't even as good as a woman's. You don't even dare open the car door. You're trash. If it weren't for your luck in picking up this broken car, and if it weren't for your sister covering for you, you'd be no different from dog shit on the side of the road. I would even bother glancing at you. Why don't you piss and look at yourself first? What kind of thing do you think you are? You think I'd let you sleep with me? Just the thought of it makes me sick. Their relationship had completely broken down. Yang Qingqing knew very well that once Jiang Lusher exposed her intentions, there was no way she could stay in this team anymore. With how fiercely Jiang Zhuing protected her own, she would believe whatever her brother said. There was no place left for Yang Qingqing in this team anymore. She had to go out on her own, even if she failed to get the car. But since she had already decided to leave, all the anger she had built up while staying in the team before, all her jealousy and dissatisfaction toward Jiang Zhuing, and all her hatred toward Jiang Lusher erupted all at once. Yang Qingqing also refused to leave just like that. She reached into her pants pocket and actually pulled out a round black object. It was a grenade. Although espers were stronger than normal people, in the early stages of evolution, their abilities were still not as powerful as hot weapons. A lot of espers would exchange for firearms. As a one-time consumable, grenades had enormous power, but they were far cheaper than a light machine gun. So Yang Qingqing had exchanged for one. A single grenade, thrown at the windshield. Yang Qingqing refused to believe that glass wouldn't be blown open. The only problem was making sure she got far enough away not to be caught in the blast. At that point, Jiang Lusher would definitely be blown to pieces. The only issue was that the car might get damaged too. If the car wasn't ruined, then she could climb in through the shattered windshield and drive away. That would be far safer than trying to survive the apocalypse on foot by herself. Holding the grenade, Yang Qingqing burst into her top speed and quickly widened the distance between herself and the base vehicle. Yang Qingqing's ability was agility, while the base vehicle was too large a target and far more clumsy. Trying to dodge a grenade was simply impossible. When he saw the grenade appear, Jiang Lusher silently released one of the air cannon charge buttons he had been holding down. At this point, the air cannon was only half charged. Compared to when it had killed the mutated wild boar, its power was much weaker, but for killing Yang Qingqing, it was already enough. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. A terrifying air burst through the atmosphere. A visible shockwave, mixed with water mist, blasted toward Yang Qingqing. And at that moment, Yang Qingqing still hadn't even pulled the grenade pin. The air cannon was too fast. When Yang Qingqing saw that shockwave rushing at her like it was shaking space itself, she had no time to react at all. Yang Qingqing let out a miserable scream. It was as if her chest had been hit by a 10,000-gene sledgehammer, and her entire body flew out like a piece of straw. With a single shot, the base vehicle shattered all of Yang Qingqing's ribs, and both her left and right lungs ruptured as well. Her whole body was blasted more than 10 meters away, like a lump of rotten flesh, before crashing heavily onto the ground. Clatter. The grenade in Yang Qingqing's hand also fell to the ground and rolled far away with a rumble. Yang Qingqing's face was covered in blood, her eyes full of unwillingness, confusion, and disbelief. She hadn't reacted at all to what had hit her just now. That terrifying shockwave, did it come from that vehicle? Hit by an incompletely charged air cannon, Yang Qingqing didn't die right away. Her body collapsed on the ground as she struggled to lift her head and look at the minibus. Blood foam kept bubbling out of her mouth. Am I about to die? Yang Qingqing couldn't believe it. Whether it was trying to steal the vehicle or kill Jiang Lushi, Yang Qingqing had never treated any of it as a big deal. At most, after Jiang Lushi exposed her and made her realize she couldn't take the vehicle, she just felt frustrated. But she had never imagined that targeting Jiang Lushi in that minibus would actually cost her life. Yang Qingqing didn't want to die. She was an esper, and she was young and beautiful, unlike a loser like Jiang Lushi. How could she die? Just then, she suddenly heard a sound coming from behind her. The moment Yang Qingqing heard it, incomparable terror appeared on her face. She knew that sound. It was the footsteps of zombies. That familiar horse, sound was getting closer and closer. Because of the air cannon's blast and the blood all over her body, the zombies in the distance had been attracted over. She cast an urgent look toward Jiang Lushi inside the vehicle. However, Jiang Lushi only looked at her expressionlessly. At last, Yang Qingqing felt a hand suddenly grab her, and despair instantly filled her eyes. Even as he watched Yang Qingqing get swallowed up by the zombies, Jiang Lushi's expression still didn't change much. For someone who dared covet his minibus and even wanted him dead, this was the ending she deserved. The explosive boom of the air cannon had also reached upstairs. The moment Jiang Zhuiying heard it, she immediately cleared out the zombies in the nearest lab, then ran to the window and looked down. At a glance, she saw chaos below. More than a dozen zombie corpses were strewn across the ground, but the minibus was still parked there. At that moment, the minibus's sunroof opened, and Jiang Lushi stuck out a hand from inside and gave an okay gesture. Jiang Zhuiying immediately let out a sigh of relief. Boss, what happened? Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan hurried over and asked. Jiang Zhuiying said, it's fine. Probably more zombies got drawn over again, but it's already dealt with now. Let us hurry to the lab and get the stuff. At this point, they were already very close to the top floor, but after reaching the lab, they discovered that the lab door was tightly shut. For ordinary security doors, Zhang Hai could easily pry open even the lock with just his fingers, but this door was incredibly sturdy. A security door for a national laboratory naturally wasn't easy to open. It wasn't just anti-theft. It was also blast-proof and bulletproof. Faced with a door like this, even espers could only stare helplessly. I'll do it. Sun Kuan loosened up, cracking his fingers as he spoke. He went back to the lab room they had cleared earlier, then used pliers to cut through the protective metal mesh outside the window and climbed out through it. Without any safety gear or tools, Sun Kuan directly grabbed the wall above the window with both hands, kicked off the windowsill with both legs, and started climbing upward in quick bursts. His hands and feet were like flippers, able to grip all kinds of terrain steadily. He was basically no different from a gecko. And on his back, he was carrying a light machine gun. After climbing to the lab window, he hung on the wall with only his feet, cut through the protective mesh, and then fired one shot into the air first. Very quickly, all the zombies drawn by the gunshot crowded toward the window, but Sun Kuan was still some distance away from it. Although those zombies desperately threw their bodies out of the window, trying to grab him, they couldn't reach him at all. Instead, two zombies toppled out of the window and crashed heavily to the ground below. Sun Kuan grinned, aimed the muzzle at those zombies, and pulled the trigger. After only a dozen or so shots, no more zombies appeared. The academicians and some professors who could work in a national laboratory had probably already been urgently evacuated before the apocalypse broke out. Of course, whether they had lived or died after evacuating was another matter entirely. As for the people left behind, they had either mutated into zombies or become zombie food. Sun Kuan flipped in through the window, and not long after, he opened the door from the inside. Jiang Lushi had also heard the gunfire from the rooftop. He looked up just in time to see Sun Kuan enter the national laboratory through the window. About 20 minutes later, Jiang Zhuiying and the others came down carrying a large bag stuffed full. The moment they came out, they froze for a second. Earlier, from upstairs, the distance had been too great. They could only make out figures and couldn't see clearly. But now that they got a proper look, they immediately realized something was wrong. Among the zombie corpses, there was also a large pool of blood, and Yang Qingqing was nowhere to be seen. Sun Kuan had sharp eyes. At one glance, he spotted what was lying in that blood. It was Yang Qingqing's mangled remains. In fact, only the clothes were still recognizable. The body itself was already incomplete. The situation was obvious. Yang Qingqing had been eaten by zombies. But with Yang Qingqing's ability to run away, how could she have been eaten by these zombies? Jiang Zhuiying hurriedly looked toward the base vehicle. Thankfully, Jiang Lushi was fine. If something had happened to him, he wouldn't have given her that hand signal earlier. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan exchanged a look, then both turned to Jiang Lushi with puzzled expressions. Brother Jiang, what happened here? Zhang Hai had just asked when Jiang Lushi spoke from inside the vehicle. Yang Qingqing tried to kill me and steal the vehicle. She even took out a grenade and wanted to blow me and the vehicle up together. That was when the zombies came. Her attention was all on trying to harm me, so she didn't notice and got ambushed. I was inside the vehicle, so of course I was going to save her. After that, I ran over and killed these zombies. There was actually something like that? Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were both stunned. Sun Kuan swept his gaze around, then his eyes suddenly fixed on something. He ran over and picked up a grenade that had rolled into the roadside greenery. It really is Yang Qingqing's grenade. Sun Kuan handed the grenade to Jiang Zhuiying. Holding the grenade, Jiang Zhuiying's gaze turned cold. Trying to kill someone and steal their vehicle. Someone like that deserves to die. We're a team. If we want to cooperate with each other, then we can't covet other people's things, much less think about harming them. It hasn't even been that long since the apocalypse started. Just 1 week ago, she was still only a student, but now her thoughts are already this vicious. That just shows a person like this was vicious by nature to begin with. She couldn't be kept around. Neither Sun Kuan nor Zhang Hai had much doubt about what Jiang Lushi said, that Yang Qingqing had harbored malicious intentions. Yang Qingqing's dissatisfaction toward Jiang Lushi had already been made crystal clear at the dinner table yesterday, and Jiang Lushi couldn't possibly have gotten out of the vehicle. So this grenade could only have been taken out by Yang Qingqing herself. As for whether he had merely stood by and watched her die, or whether Jiang Lushi had simply been the one who knocked her down in the first place, none of that mattered anymore. It was just that as Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai looked at the calm Jiang Lushi inside the vehicle, they suddenly gained a new understanding of him. This Jiang Lushi, though just an ordinary person, was also a ruthless character who couldn't be provoked. Yang Qingqing had provoked him, and without even borrowing Jiang Zhuiying's strength, he had dealt with Yang Qingqing himself, and her death had been miserable. As for what exactly had happened in the middle, and what the process had really been like, only Jiang Lushi himself knew. Get in, Jiang Lushi said, revealing a faint smile. Iridium in hand. Jinling Industrial Park was about an hour's drive from Jinling University. But that was before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, even if they deliberately chose the more remote roads, they still had to deal with constant zombie attacks. It took about an hour and a half before the convoy finally arrived at Jinling Industrial Park. From the outside, Jinling Industrial Park looked desolate. There was nothing moving on the main road, only a few vehicles sitting there all alone. As they drove slowly along the roads inside the industrial park, Jiang Lushi searched for the roadside signs. The name of that special metals company should be on the directory signs. Why haven't we seen any zombies here? Jiang Zhuiying looked around as she spoke. Creatures like zombies always made people's scalps go numb whenever they saw them. But now that the place was silent and still, it felt strange in a different way. There were so many companies and factories in the industrial park. Logically, there shouldn't have been only a few zombies here. Yet they hadn't seen a single one. The factories by the roadside were all deathly silent, and there was no one in sight in the guard booths. Maybe someone came through before us, or some kind of disturbance lured the zombies away. Jiang Zhuiying made her own guess. Let us be extra careful, Jiang Lushi said. It was noon when the sun was at its harshest. Bright sunlight poured down, yet this empty place still gave people a chilling feeling. Found it. Sun Kuan backed the SUV up and rolled down the window. That special metals company is in Area C. We're in Area A right now. Did you check the route? Jiang Lushi asked. Yeah, then let us head there now, Jiang Lushi said. The freezer truck and the SUV led the way in front, while the minibus followed behind. Hey, anyway, there aren't any zombies around right now. The SUV pulled up alongside the freezer truck, and Sun Kuan lowered his voice as he asked Zhang Hai, what do you think Brother Jiang is collecting all this weird stuff for? Actually, Jiang Lushi was much younger than him. He was only using that form of address out of respect for the way Jiang Zhuiying called him. But after what happened with Yang Qingqing today, Sun Kuan suddenly felt that Jiang Lushi had become anything but ordinary. When they came before, they had only known they were helping Jiang Lushi find some things, but they hadn't expected him to be looking for that kind of bizarre stuff in a laboratory. Who would even want things like that? And Jinling University was only one stop. After seeing that it was still early, Jiang Lushi had immediately proposed continuing on to the special metals company. From the name alone, it was obvious he was looking for some kind of metal. What use did Jiang Lushi have for all these metals? No idea. Zhang didn't care about this sort of thing, and didn't want to think too much about anything. In the apocalypse, just being able to stay alive was already good enough. Sun Kuan was speechless. As expected, there really wasn't much to talk about with Zhang Hai. But since he couldn't figure out what Jiang Lushi wanted these metals for, and it wasn't appropriate to ask directly, all he could do was stop thinking about it. The vehicles continued forward. Along the way, they never ran into any zombie hordes. Occasionally, one or two appeared, but they posed no threat to the convoy at all. About 10 minutes later, the convoy arrived at the entrance of the Special Metals Company. The retractable gate of the company was half open. One glance inside showed the place was empty too, with nothing there at all. The guardroom was a mess, and in the middle of the driveway were patches of blood that had long since dried and hardened on the ground. Let us go in. The metals from the Special Metals Company had to be stored in the warehouse, so finding the warehouse would be simple. They drove around the company grounds once, and soon discovered a large warehouse off to the side and rear. Seeing the size of the warehouse, Jiang Lushi felt a surge of joy. A warehouse this big definitely wouldn't have only a little metal stored in it. He should be able to gather all the metals he needed here. Everything along the way had gone unbelievably smoothly, and there were no zombies inside the warehouse either. The main gate was probably left open because the situation had been urgent at the time, and the people inside had fled without closing it. Otherwise, opening the door would have taken some effort. Jiang Lushi drove straight into the warehouse. Then Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan followed the list, found the metals they needed, and carried them onto the truck. The metals were scattered throughout the warehouse. Just locating them and moving them would have taken a lot of time if Jiang Lushi had been alone, but with the help of these two survivors, it became much easier. With these survivors around, Jiang Lushi's efficiency in searching for supplies had increased greatly. After all, Jiang Lushi was just an ordinary person. Driving the base vehicle around and smashing through things was easy enough, but there were many places a vehicle couldn't enter, like the National Key Laboratory at Jinling University. The moment he had to go inside a building, Jiang Lushi's weakness became obvious. Just 2 or 3 zombies would be enough to kill him. Once those zombies were infected and mutated from their human state, every one of them became incredibly fast and monstrously strong. They truly were capable of tearing a living person apart with their bare hands. Their only flaw was that they had no intelligence and didn't know how to think. Come to think of it, these survivors had really helped a lot. In a single day, they had gathered 2 mutant crystal cores, and now also within a single day, they had found all the metals needed to build the biological laboratory. 100 kilograms of titanium, 120 kilograms of nickel, 150 kilograms of cobalt. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were continuously carrying metal blocks onto the truck, watching the metal blocks gradually pile up across the floor of the cargo compartment. Jiang Lushi was in an excellent mood. Once all the materials were gathered, Jiang Lushi would be able to build the biological laboratory tonight. After the biological laboratory was built, he wondered what kind of surprise it would bring him. But no matter what, it would help relieve the biggest predicament he was facing right now. Jiang Lushi stood on the truck and looked around the warehouse of the Special Metals Company. There was truly a huge stockpile of metal in this warehouse. Aside from some extremely special and hard-to-find metals, such as iridium, most metals should be available here in at least some quantity. Jiang Lushi had already marked this place on the map. In the future, when he upgraded again and needed metals, he could come back to this warehouse instead of wasting time searching everywhere. Just as Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were still moving metal, a sudden roar came from outside the door. "Someone's here." Jiang Jing immediately turned to look toward the entrance, her eyes full of vigilance. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan also instantly put down the metal blocks in their hands, picked up their weapons, and looked toward the main entrance. Ever since they entered the industrial park, they hadn't run into a single person. Now that the sound of vehicles suddenly appeared, everyone's nerves immediately tightened. With a sharp screech of friction, Jiang Lushi and the others saw a modified Hummer charge straight to the entrance and come to a stop. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Following right behind that Hummer came several more SUVs and 7 or 8 motorcycles. So many vehicles arrived at once that they completely blocked the entrance. Seeing those vehicles, Jiang Lushi frowned. Nearly all of them were fitted with various modified weapons, and the fronts were covered in long spikes. The people on the vehicles wore steel helmets they had welded themselves, exposing only their mouths and eyes. Pair after pair of eyes stared fixedly at Jiang Lushi's group, like wild dogs sizing up prey. Just from their appearance alone, this group looked like very bad news. The moment Jiang Zhuiying and the others saw this group, their expressions immediately sank. "It's Blood Wolf and his people." "Blood Wolf?" Jiang Lushi asked. "Yeah, their boss calls himself Blood Wolf. No one knows what his real name is. Anyway, everyone following him is a lunatic," Sun Kuan answered. Zhang Hai then said, "We ran into them once in the satellite city. I heard this team has an extremely high elimination rate. Even their boss has been replaced before. Normal survivors wouldn't stay outside every single day unless they had no choice, but they go out every day without stopping, hunting mutated beasts, searching for supplies, and trading mutated beast meat with the military. That naturally makes their death rate high, but the espers in their team also get stronger fast. Even the ordinary people in the team, if they survive long enough, can trade for better equipment. At this stage, The gap in strength between espers and ordinary people had not yet become so huge that it was impossible to overcome. If an ordinary person was fully armed, they could absolutely stand against an esper. Jiang Lusher looked at this group. Even from far away, he could smell the bloody stench coming off both the people and their vehicles. Jiang Zhuing and the others all had a bad impression of Bloodwolf's gang, and they really did look hard to deal with. They had blocked Jiang Zhuing's group from the outside, and it was obvious they had come with bad intentions. There used to be 3 espers in their team. One already died, and now there's still one left. The one who got out of that Hummer is him. Brother Jiang, look. The one coming down from the driver's seat is Bloodwolf, or rather, the new Bloodwolf. The original Bloodwolf died a long time ago. Zhang Hai said to Jiang Lusher in a lowered voice. A total of 4 people got out of the Hummer, and 2 of them were the espers Zhang Hai had mentioned. Of those 2, one was a woman wearing a leather jacket and leather pants. She had shoulder-length, slightly curly hair, sunglasses on her face, leather boots on her feet, a shotgun in her hand, and a leather belt around her waist. Besides being loaded with bullets, it also had a long dagger stuck into it. She looked extremely wild. The other looked completely ordinary. He seemed to be in his 20s, dressed in simple casual clothes, with a pair of over-ear headphones hanging around his neck and plain glasses on his face. If Zhang Hai pointed him out as Bloodwolf, it really would have been impossible to tell. His style and looks were the kind that disappeared the moment he was thrown into a crowd. Bloodwolf is very strong, not weaker than Boss. That woman isn't weak either. If we really fight, Sun Kuan and I will probably just drag everyone down, not to mention they still have so many people. Zhang Hai said uneasily. Jiang Lusher listened silently. That meant if it really came to a fight, the situation would be unfavorable for them. With both hands in his pockets, Bloodwolf walked forward 2 steps and looked at Jiang Zhuing and the others with a smile. What a rare guest. You're Jiang Zhuing, right? I know you. I heard your name last time in the satellite city. Bloodwolf's tone sounded rather gentle, like he was just greeting someone he happened to meet on the road. But, judging from this formation, he was obviously not here to say hello. What exactly are you trying to do? Jiang Zhuing asked directly. Not buying the smiling tiger act at all. Jiang Zhuing, isn't that the wrong question? I should be the one asking that. You came running into our home, started moving things without even saying a word. What exactly are you trying to do? The smile on Bloodwolf's face instantly disappeared as he asked flatly. So this place was Bloodwolf's territory. Seeing that these people had come prepared, Jiang Lusher guessed they had long since set their sights on his group. And only after they entered the warehouse of the Special Metals Company did they move in to block them. Zhang Hai and the others all looked ugly when they heard this. What they knew about Bloodwolf's squad was limited to rumors. As for the exact location of their camp, they had no idea at all. Who would have thought this industrial park was actually their turf? Their luck was really bad. These metals were left here. They weren't yours to begin with. But judging by the way you're acting, you've already claimed all of them for yourselves? Even if these metals are on your territory, they're useless in your hands, Jiang Zhuing said. Whether they're useful or not is our business. If you want to take them away, shouldn't you discuss it with us first? The woman in leather said with a charming laugh. What do you want? Jiang Zhuing asked directly. These people were going in circles with expressions like they were watching some kind of show, and it made Jiang Zhuing and the others extremely displeased. Since they weren't in a hurry to attack, then they were obviously trying to extort them. Bloodwolf pushed up his glasses and said, "That's more like it. If you want our stuff, then let us talk about a proper deal. How about this? If you've got 10 tons of mutated beast meat, then this place is like a supermarket. Take whatever you want." Before Bloodwolf could even finish speaking, Jiang Zhuing's expression had already turned gloomy. This was not a deal at all. It didn't even count as extortion, because Bloodwolf should know perfectly well that there was no way they could possibly produce 10 tons of mutated beast meat, much less use it to exchange for metals Bloodwolf had no need for in the first place. What exactly do you mean? Jiang Lusher asked. Bloodwolf looked at Jiang Lusher in some surprise, not understanding how an ordinary person like him could have the right to speak in Jiang Zhuing's team. But after looking again at Jiang Zhuing and the others' reactions, this young man really could speak on their behalf. Interesting. Bloodwolf rubbed his nose. It was unclear whether he was talking about Jiang Lusher, but his gaze had turned toward him as he answered. Didn't I already say it? 10 tons of mutated beast meat. We've got a lot of brothers here who need to eat. But then again, I heard more than half the people in your team are freeloaders, useless old folks, women, and children, right? Honestly, I really don't understand why you keep those people around. Women, at least, can be kept as slaves. They can work and they can be fucked. As for the rest, what is the point of keeping them? At that moment, one of his subordinates said, "Can't be helped. Their boss is a woman, after all." Ha 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 ha. His subordinates immediately burst into laughter, and even the woman in leather was laughing so hard her whole body shook. Jiang Zhuing's gaze turned cold, and several sparks of electricity suddenly burst out around her. The moment he saw those electric sparks, Bloodwolf stopped laughing. He stared fixedly at the place where they had appeared, and a trace of desire showed in his eyes. if you don't have 10 tons of mutated beast meat. Then Jiang Zhuiying, joining us would work too. Bloodwolf narrowed his eyes at Jiang Zhuiying as he spoke. Hearing that, Jiang Zhuiying froze for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. Bloodwolf, did your brain stop working? How could you come up with such a brain-dead demand? You should know that if we fight, both sides are definitely going to suffer. Your side is strong, but I'm not afraid of you either. Bloodwolf let out a low chuckle. He had long investigated Jiang Zhuiying's strength. Although taking her on involved a certain amount of risk compared to the gains after victory, that risk was worth it. Jiang Zhuiying, you can think it over carefully, Bloodwolf said. The way he said that made it obvious he had no intention of letting Jiang Zhuiying leave. As for this talk of joining them, it was clearly ill-intentioned. Anyone could see that. Bloodwolf's target was neither 10 tons of mutated beast meat, nor getting Jiang Zhuiying to join them. What he was really after was Jiang Zhuiying's esper ability. Ever since he first heard of Jiang Zhuiying, Bloodwolf had already been secretly observing her. Even if Jiang Zhuiying had not barged in this time, he had already been planning to find a chance to launch a sneak attack on her. Bloodwolf's ability was to devour an esper's cells, as if infecting himself with a new virus. Different cells could coexist in his body at the same time, but only up to 2 kinds. If that number was exceeded, his body would also face collapse. The previous Bloodwolf had been ambushed by him when he found an opportunity, then devoured. After that, he became the new Bloodwolf. From then on, he had been searching for his next target to devour, and after looking around, he set his sights on Jiang Zhuiying's ability. All the cells in her body had mutated, and they had mutated into electric cells. This ability suited him far too well. After personally seeing Jiang Zhuiying release electricity just now, Bloodwolf became excited at once. This was it. This was the ability. If he could make this ability his own, then together with the ability he had devoured from the first Bloodwolf before, he would be able to step into a whole new realm. As long as he captured Jiang Zhuiying alive, her ability would be his. After hearing Bloodwolf's words, Jiang Zhuiying's face turned as still as water, while Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan looked terrible. At that moment, the sounds of guns being cocked came one after another from Bloodwolf's group. In the eyes of those team members, there was a kind of crazed impatience to make a move. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan instantly tensed up, their foreheads covered in sweat. The two of them were only average in strength. If a fight really broke out, they probably wouldn't be walking out alive. Jiang Zhuiying also tightened her grip on the long saber in her hand. Fighting Bloodwolf's gang was no less dangerous than fighting mutant beasts, but no matter what, there was no way she would go with Bloodwolf's people. That ending would only be even more miserable. Jiang Zhuiying, you should think it over again. With your strength, wouldn't it be better to join our team? Bringing along so many useless people, they're all burdens. They're all holding you back. Look at this, even in your team. There's actually a normal person, Bloodwolf continued. While speaking, he noticed that Jiang Lucier had already entered that minibus. But this action did not draw his attention. He was just a normal person. Maybe after hearing himself mention him, he got so scared that he simply hid. The others in Bloodwolf's team also burst into laughter. And the team member who had insulted Jiang Zhuiying earlier spoke up again. How come in a team led by a woman, even the men act like sissies too? Ha ha ha. But right at that moment, his laughter stopped. The smile was still on his face as he watched Jiang Lucier drive that minibus and suddenly charge straight at them at high speed. Huh. So he's lashing out in humiliation. Huh. That team member showed no intention of moving at all, and Bloodwolf also stood where he was. The woman gave a clack as she chambered around and aimed at Jiang Lucier inside the vehicle. Her pupils shrank into pinpoints, locking onto Jiang Lucier like a venomous snake. However, at that moment, Bloodwolf suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His gaze swept rapidly over the minibus, and he discovered that from the front of the vehicle, a pitch-black barrel was extending out. That hair-raising feeling was coming from that barrel. Although he didn't know what the barrel was for, Bloodwolf had already instinctively sensed danger. When an esper's strength rose to a certain level, just like those animals that could sense danger in advance, they would also develop a sense for the deadly crisis about to descend on their heads. Bloodwolf had originally been indifferent to the charging minibus, but now he immediately shouted, "Run." At the same time he shouted, Bloodwolf had already leaped backward. The muscles all over his body tightened and bulged, and in an instant, he changed from an unremarkable, ordinary young man into something like a wolf. His backward leap was astonishingly fast, and even his eyes turned somewhat blood red. The moment the woman heard him, she didn't dare bother shooting anymore and hurriedly ran back. Seeing that even Bloodwolf had run, that team member and the rest of Bloodwolf's people immediately reacted as well. But how could their speed compare to Bloodwolf and that woman, those two espers? Wong. These people all turned their motorcycles around, trying to escape. However, at that moment, bang, a huge explosion rang out without warning. Everyone felt as though their ears had suddenly lost all sound, while before their eyes, it was as if a blast of air had surged toward them all at once. The moment that team member saw the blast rushing over, in the next instant, he felt himself and the motorcycle under him get sent flying as if hit head-on by a train. Excruciating pain spread through his whole body, and a huge cloud of blood mist appeared before his eyes. Is this my own blood? Bang! That team member's body slammed heavily onto the ground like a torn sack, rolling several times. By the time he stopped, he was already like a goldfish out of water, mouth wide open as blood kept bubbling out nonstop from inside him. His eyes were wide, and his pupils had already lost focus. He saw that several others were lying around him as well, every one of them covered in blood, their bodies twitching nonstop. It was obvious they were as good as dead. Meanwhile, Blood Wolf, that woman, and some of the other team members had all retreated outside the main gate. He opened his mouth, wanting to call for help, but all that came out was blood, along with some fragments of internal organs mixed into it. Air cannon fired. Base vehicle accelerating. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Liushir's expression did not change. He spun the steering wheel and slammed down on the gas, charging toward the gate again. Holy shit, what the hell is that thing? Run now. Blood Wolf and the others had not yet fully recovered from the destructive force of that massive explosion and the shockwave just now when they saw the minibus charging at them again. The sight of those who had failed to escape in time getting blasted into the air, blood spraying wildly before they even hit the ground, then crashing down heavily, had already terrified them. Now that they saw the minibus coming at them again, their scalps went numb. This time, they didn't even have time to drive away the off-road vehicle and the Hummer. They hastily retreated outside the gate. Screech, with a sharp sound of friction. The minibus stopped after rushing up to the Hummer. Jiang Liushir sat in the driver's seat, staring coldly through the windshield at the area outside the gate. Blood Wolf and the others had already retreated far away. They had been intimidated by the shockwave the minibus had just fired. But what they didn't know was that every time Jiang Liushir fired the air cannon, it needed 10 seconds to charge. After firing once, the air cannon also needed a period of cooldown. Otherwise, they would not have fled the warehouse in such panic. What a pity, though. He hadn't managed to blast that Blood Wolf to death. That Blood Wolf had seemed to sense the approaching danger and escaped just as the air cannon was about to finish charging. Jiang Liushir slowly reversed the vehicle a little. From the moment Blood Wolf's group appeared, he had already been looking for a chance to prepare for battle in advance. Once Blood Wolf exposed his true intentions, Jiang Liushir finally couldn't hold back anymore. These people had treated him as just a normal person, and they had paid no attention at all to his beat-up minibus. Of course, they wouldn't realize that the moment Jiang Liushir got into the vehicle, he had actually already activated the air cannon. Just as the charging was about to finish, he had suddenly stomped on the gas and rushed forward. Blood Wolf had escaped, but those few team members of his who hadn't made it in time had suffered for it. The air cannon had shattered the bones throughout their bodies and ruptured their organs. There was no way they could survive.